life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot, I'm blessed and I walk with ease. All these men when they talk that breeze. Did that big chat, did that scene, but I won't go back, no I switch that theme. Let's get that P, now I got that team, now I hit that pump, that get that clean. No rest in peace till I said my piece. Now we gotta run with a different league. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Been through phases, hit them with a flow and it's so contagious. Bet I'm a vet and I roll with the greatest. Shoulda, woulda, coulda got me running my paces. Getting my space and you're gonna feel mad cause I can't sit still like I'm running around tracks. And I ain't gonna stop till I go to the max. I can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. Back big moves, take notes. Could've been huge but I say no. Me and you ain't in the same boat. Been around and about but I lay low. Stay so good I break ground when it ain't seen. Not the best, no stress cause I'm better than I been. One shot, level up to the top, no cheat. Putting in work, this life ain't free, no. That's changes, life in the blink of an eye through phases. Been around the world, big tours, big stages. Hidden with a source and I don't stop pacing. Don't stop making, won't stop chasing. Got a big dream, won't stop till I make it. Take it, this one here's for the haters. Face it, can't stop, won't stop blazing. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot.
You run up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. I ain't gon' front, she can throw it back, yeah. I like the stunt, oh you notice that. Count up the bands, hold up on it back, yeah. Okay, that was fine, but now I'm done with that, yeah. Getting dicey, I'm in psycho mode. They like the ice cause the ice so cold. Wrap up the bands cause they tight won't fold. Taking every shot like I might grow old. Going under every single night though, yeah. Had to get it in before the flight though. Hope I don't get blinded by the lights though. Hope nobody tryna read my rights though. Hope I got somebody in my corner. Hope she realized that this ain't for her. Going overseas and over borders. Going in and tell 'em out of order. I ain't got the flow, just say sicko. I spent your run up on my fit though, yeah. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. And that's not like every single thing I know. She said she my boo, but I'm single though. I can't have just one like a Pringle though. I'm antisocial, but let's mingle though, yeah. Call up the Uber, yeah, let's go for a ride. Too drunk to drive, but I'm parked outside. Too up to fall, yeah, I like this height. If I'm going out right, yeah. And it's 5-star, but let me feeling kinda cozy on the dime. Yeah, I just need my racks and then I'm gone. Yeah, you can go and do whatever you want. I'ma go infinity and beyond. Doing the Birdman finger rub, cause they itch. And I've been kinda distracted, but now it's back to the mission. Hey, I ain't got the floor, just say sicko. I spent your run up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty doing splits though. Talking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary.
I've been a rat kid for your station. I've been a quiet storm in a terror zone. I've been a big show worth taping. I keep it 100 and I take a lump sum and I keep a good vibe in rotation. As far as the waves, they're amazing. I'm talking like best in the nation.
whole thing. Instead of stepping, we like big brains. Rose gold for the whole team. Top flight, we do that. It's a mismatch, they running up. Get back, you ain't tough. One punch, they fold enough. Life hard, I'll show you some more than just a one and done. Front line till the war's won. Also bad tendencies tend to get their heads spun. I didn't make the move. Real world problems they didn't teach in school.
Now we playing catch up, gotta keep up. It's celebrating courses when you in the field.
Mental trauma that we got, I can't wait to heal. I can't wait to seal.
I can't wait to do.
Winning hit different, we don't got a choice. Negotiation for a better life. It's more than what you bargained for. Trust and believe in the process, hard work and forcible. What you doing it for? You see the needle, keep pushing it forward. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. A lot more that you gotta endure. We got a lot more in store. A lot more that we gotta endure. Alright, come let's set the record straight. Something to say it to my face. In the 90s, we got your face. Everybody got a stick, now they want to spray. Say it with your chest, it's how we was raised. These kids don't know how to pray. These kids don't believe in faith. These kids don't know how to pave. Suffocating now and I can't breathe. Say the grass is greener on the other side. We're coming back to clarify as soon as I arrive.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down no fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going 2 commas, 2 tenses. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers are limited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers are limited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber, I'm in the zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't no the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing, yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing, he Mr. Bean. And then for that screen I've been scheming. Need it in all black when you see him, this is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not be playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climbing out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Right now, right now. Hey, come alive. Sweating. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. I feel alive.
the barrel to the Coliseum. Ha, warriors, yeah, I got a legion. Take your life from my per diem, you won't get to see it. Ha, open your eyes, you don't believe it. The dust after the dawn when the storm's coming. Yeah, I want it all, you don't want nothing. What you wanna do? You got a point to prove, well, like I wanna make. Let's set your doomsday. This is the eve of your destruction. Yeah, is you ready? Right now, I'm ready. This is the eve of your destruction. Come on, what you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, are you ready? Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, right now. Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, cause I'm ready. Get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? The eve of your destruction is upon you. You can't say I never warned you. I'm like the locust, the way I focus and then unload it. Down and dirty, no sugar coating, I am the coldest. Like Rome, get broke off with bare knuckles. Take souls, break spirits, my case flows. Where the hunters become prey, Lord knows. If you don't want the smoke, you better stay low. This is the eve of your destruction. Right now, right now. This is the eve of your destruction. I'm ready. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, now. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction?
Always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I think their own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can know is that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know. Bouncing my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow. Ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know is my rap so cold. Been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's. Not about that, no, don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me? One of the greats in the game. Better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down when they see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this. Best.
Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'ma keep
Came from the bottom, but ain't nothing stopping me now. Haters, I got them, don't worry about them, putting them all in the ground. Prodigal child with a style, you'll click a whole bunch of clowns. I'm lining them up and laying them down. Who be the man that's in charge? Point him out, show me the face. Down on his knees while I'm testing his faith, pleading his case, make no mistakes. I'm executioner, judge, and the jury, and I lack patience, so I'm in a hurry. Your position ain't one that concerns me, but you should be worried. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds, I'm not slowing down. Both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds, I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep running.
Yeah, I'ma keep running, but I ain't no slave. I just keep running, the track has been laid. Run up the numbers to stack when I'm paid. She gon' keep coming, her back getting break. Oops, I mean broken, I'm loud and outspoken. I laugh to the bakers, no joke, I ain't joking with joking. Stop all that talking, I told them, yo, can get rolled up, I'm smoking. Getting blood money, my crypto, the token. The takeover was closed like a legs, make it open. They say whenever your boy come around with the smoke, they don't want it the way that it's potent. I know this for sure, it's some more that you got that I never could mess with, cause yours is just bogus. I do no look as I pass, your hook is not magic, you couldn't take that shot if you open. I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds, I'm not slowing down. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds, I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep running.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. It's disclosure. The fire out. The pace slowed. Nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I missed my opportunity, there goes the opening. Arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus grip. This old road I'm at liberty to trudge, so it's the same old souls. Same old goals, just stick to the script and sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink, but oh, the code's cryptic. No momentum to stop it, I swear my prayers on repeat. All I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge to stand up in front of, convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me, to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest from the belt. There's only one thing left. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. This and that's it. No more doubts, it's over for 'em. I'm promoting it with no more routes. We all in, debt collector about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shook for more well-conditioned. I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back, so it's breaking off, shackles off before Mother Nature is at work, and we cooking up a storm. I'm coming, my feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory, the vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears. Winding back the clock, I guess we button in the years. Now we light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up.
You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing our favorite song on the radio. So when you like the sunrise, and you make me feel like howling out my window. Tell everybody about my baby. I think you're quite alright. I don't go a night, don't go a day without thinking about my baby. You knock me out cold, and I'll get right back. I'm just like I the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. And I'll get right back. I'm just like I did the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing our favorite song on the radio.
just out there swimming. Been a bad man since when? Since the beginning. Got a whole bag of monsters with me, Lord knows they did the illest. And if you come through with the crew, Lord knows we say, kill it. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors when we come through, straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Wow, kick down doors when we come through, straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Why you people think that you're bigger? One word from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering, pleading, begging. But nowadays, who gotta pay me that feature? Man, a different breed, a creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. Keep that grill turning, add a little season. And that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating. Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news. But that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors when we come through, straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs. Wow, kick down doors when we come through, straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole clip dripping in labels, checking out quick on the tables. Right, so wow, I don't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them youngs.
You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through all your lies. I'm not like one of your kind. I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never settle, fight back with resistance, pedal to the metal. We're setting fire to the system.
What you saying, cuz? Play the track, play the track, play the track. Fuck the neighbours, blood, turn it up. What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me? It's a coup d'etat, better put 'em up if your motive's corrupt. Is that you? Show my teeth from the start, better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay, cause I eat it up, don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Faced with it, I ain't never seen a wall, can't tear down. Now watch them all scatter, because they're scared now. You're done, just get your white flag out, surrender. If you're on my list and you're finished, if I'm on my vibe, can't kill it. Your cook got you sizzling in a skillet. At the end of the road, got you swinging. I'm concerned that thing that you bring it. Like a virus that needs cleaning. It's time to repent for your sinning. Got blood on your hands that you're spilling. I'm ready for the fight. I'm coming like a thief in the night. Just empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me, better run. 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 If you know me, then you know I'm on crud. Sharks in the water and they all smell blood. If you test my team, then I'll drag you to the mud. Better build a boat, cause you ain't ready for the flood. I got a theory, bury bodies in your bed, then now you gotta lie. Bring it down to my level and a key like Lord of the Flies. Through stones at a glass house, no I can't play nice. Equip up the blaster, man, why you surprised? Empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run, yeah. What doesn't kill me, better run. Move, what doesn't kill me, better run. Okay. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. Swear down. It's a coup d'etat, better put 'em up if your motive's corrupt. Show my teeth from the start, better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. From the ocean to the river, getting senile. Emergency siren say Nino. I'm the new monarchy, running now. Night, knock 'em out like sleep well. Run. What doesn't kill me, better 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 run.
Woke up early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah. We get your block lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We get your pop split. We get your pop hit. Pull up with the drop tip, yeah. We up in the stakes, whatever it takes to level the pot quick. You better look over your shoulder and be on. You wanna send shots at us, you better be God. You know tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect
in the clouds too. Ain't no coming down. You better run. Don't mean to be blunt. I'm already a weapon. I don't need a gun, and you don't want none. See, the new #1 is up for the hunt. I'm annihilating any violators. Man, I see so many I could buy a hater. Man, I'm in my prime. I retire later. Do it now before I'm dying later. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Go, 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 go. I don't really know how to go slow. Oh no, oh no. I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride to shuffle. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quota. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide. No, it's do or die. I don't run. I don't hide. No, I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Whole nother universe. Whole nother. Do or die. Yeah, whole nother universe. Yeah, there we go. Run for your life. Do or die. You better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Do or die. Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Quick kick, ponder rhythm. Woman want, I go and get 'em. Can't come for me, fam, I send 'em. Now I'm born on a team, that's treading. Now I'm on a team.
Let's go.
I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice. I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the butt. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupted. I'm on the ledge.
You wish. In the dojo. You want to head high? In the dojo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn to run, now look what it's become. Outnumbered 10-1, back then should've bit your tongue, 'cause there's no turning back, this path once it's begun. You're already on that list, say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss, watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Today's gonna be the day you notice, 'cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Heavy is the crowd. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
And welcome back to Swiss Day 2, live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. Yesterday, our 16 teams entered the stage and we got a glimpse of the weeks ahead of us. And today, we go again. 8 best of 1. I hope you're all rested, comfortably seated as well. I hope you guys are doing well.
Well, we're not seated.
We're not rested or seated.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a little concerned, though. I'm behind enemy lines and surrounded, so I'm going to need to recruit you back to your roots. Your North American roots.
I don't think you could do that in a single line on an AD segment.
No,
I think it's going to take a little bit more time. What actually, wait, yeah, updating. What do we say? What are the... Azael is bad luck.
Not anymore.
EU West is toxic.
Yes.
Like
Team Liquid, they actually won yesterday.
Yeah.
You just didn't watch it correctly.
100 Thieves.
I think there's more.
That's not You brought the wrong topic.
You just complain about who could you send to Worlds, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Actually, yeah.
It's actually very similar.
I don't know. I'm gonna let them rumble here, but I feel like we're pretty happy as Western fans after what happened yesterday. Not a single upset, so it played against expectation. No Delulu.
I mean, I actually think, like, as an LNG fan, I was breathed a sigh of relief having Liquid kind of mess that up a little bit in the mid to late game, because their early game was so solid. You know, they got the Grubs, they got the Dragons, it looked like they had the gold lead, they're kind of running away with the tempo, and then they threw it. You know, I actually thought Liquid had a good, solid chance in that game, and sadly they didn't.
I feel like you just took this side to piss me off. That's what happened here.
You've been fighting me every day. You've thrown a pen in my face, you've stolen my glasses.
Okay, guys,
attacking me on the couch.
That did happen.
You know what? Let's settle this during the break. I feel like we had a good day as European fans. It ended well, of course. FlyQuest, great
That's
debut
true.
as well. As a reminder, win 3, you're in. Lose 3, you're out. That's an easy rule to follow. But I feel like you're in the game mode, kinda.
Yeah, we're losing. We kind of need to ease into the day.
Let's play a game here. We're gonna bring back
an
NA favorite game here and play this or that from the first day of Swiss.
You guys are very thoughtful.
Classic.
You guys are very thoughtful.
I like this. Is my favorite
First
game.
question, guys.
All right.
Who is more OP? Is it Yone or is it Aurora?
Oh my God!
The latest champion we have.
You want to go? I go first. Okay. All I'm gonna say is, I don't know what the bunny thigh lady does still. It's unclear to me. But I know exactly what this champion does, and it's completely and utterly broken. This is the grossest champion pro play I've seen in forever. He has the Yasuo synergy without the Yasuo risk. He has so much CC. Look at Fnatic yesterday. They trolled all game and still managed to find multiple winning team fights just because this champion's kit is so overloaded.
Yeah, but this is simple to follow, Dracos. Bunny comes out of invisibility, Bunny drops a nuke on you, and then you're trapped. That is what's happening over here. I do agree, I think from a side lane perspective and the entire kit, Yone is super, well, maybe not underrated because you all get what he does.
All I'm saying is Lola Bunny from Space Jam doesn't beat Sasuke from Naruto. That's just like how I feel about this right now.
I think I'm going with Lola Bunny from Space Jam, sadly. Sadly.
That doesn't surprise me.
If you look at the PGM, and also my taste, but if you look at the PGM, like, the damage is just absurd, and some of the team fights where like the Rakan can't reach the backline because of the fact that you get the 70% slow, and then you have the actual, like, you're just trapped unless if you use a dash or flash. It's just a disgusting champion.
I feel like it's a new champion as well, and we'll see how it evolves once teams get used to it. Second question we have here: what's the better strategy?
Lane swaps or standard lanes?
So it depends who you are.
Depends who you are. It depends where you come from.
There's a better strategy. I think we saw some swaps that definitely did not need to happen as well with a Kalista.
I love myself.
That was a sweet, sweet one, man.
Be careful of the
It's okay.
Brad's going to ruin an entire wall to make a Okay, all I'll say is I really wish it was that. I really wish it was standard lanes. But I really don't think that it is. No, there's so many lane swaps, and it lets you get away with so much dumb stuff. You can pick such bad bot lane 2v2 matchups and just get bailed out by the fact that you can swap, or pick a weak or top laner that would normally get stomped at the first 3 levels and just swap. It's such an easy get out of jail free card, and while you're not going to make any money off tower plates, you still get all the experience you need.
I love how generic the question is, because better as a viewing experience, standard probably, they're right there. But better strategy, you just use.
Is it here to stay?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Context dependent, but I think more often than not, we'll see some wins.
We'll see about that today. Last question, a bit of context here, because there's a belief that teams wearing white jerseys on even numbered years win more. So we had Samsung White 2014 white jersey. 2015 SKT was, the opposite. Samsung White was black and SKT 2015 was white. So I'm asking you, what is the biggest curse? What is the biggest superstition that this guy has been cursing his entire region for generations?
He broke it, okay? He broke it yesterday.
Or that actually teams are onto something.
Okay, so there's this black or white jersey alternating winners of Worlds theory, and there's the Azael as a curse for NA theory. All I'm gonna say is, these pictures, those are 2 teams in the greatest moments of their life lifting a Worlds trophy, and this Azael picture still hits harder. I have no idea where we found this, but this man's about to drop the most fire album of 2024.
I promise you it's okay. You literally just broke this curse just yesterday.
He broke it yesterday.
But I believe that he still hasn't cast a series that he's won.
Put your chin up.
And that's the problem. He's cast the best of one that North America
I think the
has
Azael
won.
curse is real.
I'm
going to say it. Sorry, Azael, I think the curse is real. I don't know what it is. I think that there's some force out there that said the second you were the best in the world at World of Warcraft, there was going to be a cost to balance things. And I think that it's his region is, he curses his
Let's
region
give him
now.
the benefit of the doubt after yesterday and see how it goes.
I can already see the tear coming out of his eye at this
Last question, guys.
I'm ready.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Beard or no beard for this gentleman right here.
Now, I feel like, first and foremost, this should be my decision.
Nothing like
Evidently, this is an entertainment broadcast.
By the rules of the internet, you're wrong.
Yes, so guys, have at it.
Well, all I'll say is, you look like a very happy chemistry teacher with a beard.
That's a literal, it's like a swap between Ned Flanders and Heimerdinger.
Oh my God.
All very respectable characters, of course.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you're trying to get into a bar, absolutely beard gibbers. Because the youth really shines through on the
amount of times
gibbers.
I have been ID'd is more than I would like to say on official broadcast.
So I could go either way, Raz. I don't know how you're feeling. Maybe we should let him decide for himself.
Yeah, maybe. This one gives me Dexter vibe.
I guess you have
I don't want to be alone.
Thank you.
Last question.
Okay.
Refocusing on League
Did
here.
you pick one?
I'm going with Ned Flanders.
Oh, wait.
I'm
Is this
going
who
with
has the
Heimerdinger.
better draw?
Yeah, LEC or LCS?
I'm gonna say LEC.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Like, G2 took a bullet, but we just got play-ins rematch.
Yeah.
Do we even need to play this? They've already beaten them.
Yeah.
No, we do. You know our region. Yes, we
Sadly, we
absolutely
do.
do. The power of the LEC to throw is next to only the LCS, I believe.
I'm incredibly scared of this rematch as well for that exact reason.
That one's tough. I will say, based off the context of what the pool was available, FlyQuest had a good matchup. But based off the 1-in-1 teams that was there, that one's as good as they could get.
I would like to remind you the reaction of the D plus Kia players when they saw that they had drawn FlyQuest. We're going to show you this later, of course. Here, but that was amazing. Honestly, it was amazing. I hope we have an upset here. Any upsets that we can see today, actually, when we look at the schedule and we have on what we have on our hands. Because again, we said 8 best-of-1s. No real surprises yesterday, but looking at the games we have today, what are the expectations for the West and overall?
Pain Gaming takes down T1, the defending champions. I don't actually believe that.
Yeah, I was going to say that you came pretty hard on that.
Yeah,
I'd be impressed if they have a good early game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think TL has the potential to upset Weibo. I still would consider that an upset, and I think TL has more to show us. Also, yes, you know what? You can call me biased if you want. G2, I think, can beat HLE.
That's my question, because I know you guys are a little jaded with G2. Jaded or Cope, I don't know. You guys are a little jaded when it comes to it, but they had a pretty interesting composition. It kind of gave me MSI vibes, you know?
No, the one I'm looking at is FlyQuest and DK, because I think FlyQuest had one of the most prepped drafts coming into yesterday. They were the only team that picked the red side, and honestly, their opponent never had a chance in that game, whereas DK, kind of messy, not gonna lie. Fnatic, they gave them a back and forth, so I think that's a matchup to look out for as well.
I feel like this is when we're gonna see the scrim bubbles mixing, though, from the matchups we have. And different metas, I know that teams had a different approach yesterday, but looking at the games today, I feel like across the board, there's gonna be some really different approaches from the matches we have.
It's just funny, depending on who you talk to. Like, for instance, talking to a few people, you're like, oh, they don't believe Rumble is good. And then you just see some of the teams that have been drafting, especially since from play-ins, are like, oh no, they're still like early picking Rumble as a pick.
There's a lot of things that the patch was supposed to like remove forever, like 80 mid laners other than Yone, lane swaps. It didn't work. People are still playing all this. Maokai, it still looks really good, which is annoying because it's been the entire year of Maokai. But yeah, these champions are just refusing to leave.
Yeah.
Still the first day, players getting used to things. We'll see how things evolve for the rest of the games, but let's dive into the first matchup we have today. And we have a video from El, who's talking about the first experience he has on stage on the first day of Swiss.
Hello， 大家好，我是标记 AD Oak。今天第一场打下来的感受可能就是刚刚及格吧，是先熟悉一下比赛的节奏吧，然后感受一下比赛的那种氛围。第一波越塔，我觉得可能是因为我们整个队伍也就很久没有打比赛了，然后在比赛上面展现出来的那种画面还是有一点不一样的，然后都会有一点那种小失误吧，然后导致了我们越塔才会失败吧。然后在后续越失误了之后，我们也就是正常发育，然后慢慢运营就可以了。
Alvaro also punting him out as well. Knight's got no more charges left, but if they find a kill, he'll get one back. Knight now killing Alvaro, finding that angle. One more reset to go in. Elyoya amidst the entire team. Z Convergence doing a little bit of work. Elk trying to finish the kills, but Supa's still alive for now. Elyoya tanky, but not tanky enough. And no! It's coming in! Lightning! Static finishing the kill. Double now for Elk. That is soul crushing for the side of MDK.
首先，因为我们那个队阵容是第1年组成嘛，然后今年的话，因为我们相较于吸收了去年的经验吧，然后今年我们是一个就是以一个挑战者的姿态去冲锋就是冠军嘛，因为我觉得我们也有这个实力，还有这个机会吧。首先，我们不管对于瑞士人吧，我们是对于整个世界赛的所有比赛，我们都是充满着信心吧，然后也一定会在比赛上面去打得更好吧。
And it's nice to hear from Elk. Overall, Worlds is no stranger when it comes to LPL team kills. We've seen this like time and time again with like FPX versus IG in 2019. Like these things have happened. And the history with BLG and LNG is interesting to me because I remember LNG being the team that picked up Snake Esports and tried to be a little bit more of a competitive roster. So the history is kind of started well, a little bit better for LNG. But as time went on, BLG became a powerhouse. This year's storytelling, though, has been fun because they faced once before during the regular season, and it went towards LNG.
No, it did. I think if you look at the record, you're obviously looking at LNG and you're thinking, wow, this is looking really good. And you're right. In the summer season, LNG beat BLG in the best-of-3 series. The thing is, this happens quite frequently where during the regular season, teams will have different reads coming into just what is best for that series in itself. The problem with this scoreline is that BLG, they win the games that matters, all right? LNG might get the regular season games. They don't get the playoff games. They don't get the ones where you really need to make your mark and make sure that you advance in a playoff bracket. And that's the problem here for LNG, that they're going up against the BLG that on paper is a lot better than them.
And when BLG loses games like those, they take it harshly. You know what happened in the next series after LNG beat them and they went up against JDG? That's when Wei came in. After that loss where they felt pretty haphazard, weren't taking fights properly, it went to 3 games, they lost that series. First game started with Shun, and then they made the adjustment because they were a much more cohesive team, and they started running that road straight towards their championship. So it's interesting to see from that perspective how impactful that series was to them.
What is the final product here when you consider both teams and the fact that coming here into Worlds, BLG, clear favorites to win the tournament. LNG though, not to be underestimated, and as you guys said, it's a pretty even matchup when you think of LPL results over the years. So what is the expectation today? Which team learned the most? Which team grew the most? Because it feels like we have the final version of BLG. I'm just wondering about LNG.
Yeah, GB, it feels like LNG learned the most just because they didn't have Knight for a bit in terms of practice and scrims. And so like they are just learning at a more rapid pace at Worlds, right?
You mean Scout?
Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, with Scout.
No, but I think like if you take a look at BLG, they're already a diamond, right? They've been through the pressure. They've made their swaps they needed to. They've been shaped into this monstrosity of a team that they currently are. And LNG, they're kind of still in that cold stage. I'm not going to lie. Like, we don't really know what the final product is going to look like. I don't think they're fully utilizing all their members to the extent that they would want to. I think their evolution from spring into summer was fantastic in terms of finding that identity they desperately needed. But in terms of final product right now, I mean, they still got a long way to go to beat BLG, I think.
Yeah, and I think the focus, I just want to bring it up quickly, is between the mid laners. Both of these guys, incredible playmakers, have had great history. I remember the championships that Scout won in 2016 and 2017 alongside the old guys like Clear Love and Mouse and all that.
The glory days.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Knight is just stamping in his own legacy. 6 finals appearances in a row based off TES, BLG, JDG. He's won 5 LPL championships alongside, I mean, at least like tied for Xiaohu and Clear Love. So it's crazy to see both these players come against each other today.
And that's why it's going to be interesting because the meta is completely different. We know that there's different expectations when it comes to these two players, but it's an LPL clash between titans here in this first day and first game of the second day of Swiss Stage. So let's get to it.
That is what they say. That's what they say.
Was that
Yeah, we did hear.
North America, put your hands together for your final World's representative.
I remember I cried so many times because of the excitement I could have felt. Back then I was still a little kid, just wanting to play amongst the best, and I wasn't good enough. But now I am. I have the chance to change history.
우승하고 싶다라는 상상만 항상 하고 매일 밤
하기 전에 그냥 우승하면 어떤 일이 일어날까, 어떤 감정일까, 제가 그냥 우승하는 그런 모습들을 계속 상상하면서 자는 것 같아요.
The first time I watched Peanut professionally was probably around 2016 when he was in Rocks Tigers. I remember him playing versus T1 in the semifinals of Worlds. That was a very hype match and I thought he was playing very insane. I'm very excited because I finally want to beat him.
은퇴하기 전에 꼭 해보고 싶다라는 게 내가 월주 우승을 하면 어떨까? 해봐야 알 것 같아.
첫 월주 때 가장 크게 배운 거는 이제 팀마다 아니면 리그마다 되게 특색이 있는 걸 느꼈던 것 같습니다. 그리고 T1 같은 경우에는 그런 리그의 장단점들을 모든 리그의 장단점들을 합친 팀이라고 생각합니다.
케레아 선수도 되게 피지컬적으로 되게 좋은 선수고 각도 잘 보는 선수라서 일단 라인전 하는 건 되게 재밌을 것 같아요.
然后今天一下踢完之后，觉得对我们整体的自信也有提升。
哦 ，nice， 兄弟们！
我觉得我们下一场还是会赢下来的。
일단 지금 같은 경우는 모든 팀들이 메타를 완벽하게 이해하지는 못했을 거라고 생각하고 있고요. 그래도 저희만의 좀 강점이 있다면 챔피언 톱과 한타를 좀 잘하는 점이라고 생각합니다.
对战我们的时候好好加油吧！我觉得自己在瑞士人面对所有中单都能赢的。
首先，我们对于不管对于瑞士人吧，我们是对于整个世界赛的所有比赛，我们都是充满着信心吧。想对我们 LPL 所有兄弟队伍说，让我们一起巴黎见啊，让我们一起击败所有对手。
我就觉得我们在连杠一之后是可以打上去的。
If you underestimate us, we're gonna on you guys.
After this loss, we're all really angry, and we'll make sure that for the next match, we're going to be playing full aggressive, and we'll take over the game.
就是我后面很有信心可以追上这个版本吧。
Well, I can be a dangerous team to draw because if you don't disrupt us early game, we will beat you on the map and we will beat you in team fights.
만나서 재밌는 경기 하고 좋은 모습 많이 보여드릴 수 있도록 잘 준비해 오겠습니다.
Em nghĩ là nếu mà có là tuyển thủ nào mà coi thường khu vực BTS đó thì em sẽ trả thù bằng cách là chiến thắng trận đấu.
I'm a strong believer in Fnatic. This is the LEC studio. This is our home, so we have to defend it.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
And we're back for more Worlds after such an exciting day number one after the Swiss only opened things up. And we open with this banger for day two. BLG versus LNG, tops of the LPL. Myself and Dagda are going to take you through it, and as old LPL casters, it's like a blast from the past, ain't it?
Yeah, going back to our roots, which is, it's nice to be back here and get to look back at some of the old teams as well. But also, like, this is a really interesting series because I think a lot of people will look at it and go, oh, well, you know, BLG are heavy favorites, and chances are they are. But when you look back at summer, it was LNG who beat them in the regular split in that best of three. So in a single game, this could really break either way.
And even though LNG bombed out in the playoffs, I mean, again, like, we got to see a much better version going into that regional final, getting that third seed. So you're right, it could go either way. And when you have such experienced legacies on each side of the team, one in Knight that's fastly growing, as I know Munchables on Twitter was really like, don't forget about Knight. This guy is kicking ass and taking names and has been for the past 4 or 5 years, which is very, very true. I mean, Scout's been around for an age as well. Previously, the EDG franchise player alongside Mako.
Yeah, and I think for a Scout, he's really been stepping up in picks like the Yone and the Lucian, so I expect heavy priority on getting those out of his hands coming into this draft. Whereas when you look across at Knight, it feels like he has so many different champions that can play. We got to see him bring out the Ari yesterday, but this man, the depth of champions, especially on a meta like this, is just going to be insane.
Both of them have such flexible champion pools. That's why mid gets exciting as we go into our first pick ban of the day here at World. So, Skarner's already taken off. Aurora on the other side of the board. We mentioned mid being big. Things like Yone as well, especially for Scout, has been his bread and butter, as Zik is Renekton going to be taken off the board.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see exactly how they want to try and approach things like the Ashe in the bottom lane. I think that's worth banning. Nar taking his way as well. Bin, over the course of the end of the split, really just turned into a Renekton Kennen kind of merchant. So, this guy still has a huge amount in his champion pool, but definitely limiting those picks is going to work out, because say for instance he's only got 4 games of the Cassante, so I think it's trying to get comfort picks away from Bin always works out well.
And it's so nice seeing these two top laners go up against each other. Zika, who's really improved on the carry style tops and was called like a flex player but never reaching the highs of 369 on one role or Bin on the other. Now when we see them head to head, we can change that around, as Orianna for the first time, or at least one of the first times I should say, is let through.
I think it's surprising to see the high priority on it, because I was thinking Syndra for Knight could be up there, Ashe could be incredibly important, but not going to be the case. Also the Ziggs left open for Gala. Gala is an incredible Ziggs player, but Zika's Rumble yesterday was crucial in a lot of those teamfight successes, so they're going to try and get that back for himself again.
A lot of people said yesterday LNG had a strange read. It looked like a blast from the past too, right? With things like the Tristana for Scout, like the Rumble that we talked about, but they piloted it so damn well that you can see the teamfight presence coming through. Wei, a facilitating jungler. You'd look at the Sejuani, you'd look at the Maokai, both being open as we hover and have a second think.
Yeah, I think this is more of a, you're probably going to take the Nocturne with the Orianna, and a shout out to that, but I think Wei definitely has a lot in his champion pool. Yes, he's played Sejuani, but he's actually going to lock it in. I was going to say he's got plenty carry picks, and Nocturne fits into that wheelhouse, so it definitely feels like a take away from the potential setup from Wei, but Vi's here. And honestly, I prefer that side of the equation.
And Dagda alongside Knight. I know we've already got a mid laner there as well, but seeing this combo, this reminds me of Shun. This reminds me of like old BLG as well, where you have a mage, playmaking mage mid, and have something from Wei that can set up, Shun in the past.
And I think as well, this is something that fits very well for Knight. Knight, over the course of the start of summer, was fairly quiet, and I think partly that was, hey, I'm getting used to this 80 carry meta, but also the 80 carry just not being as strong in early skirmishes. Knight traditionally has been a player that wants to get heavily involved in the early stages, play for those 3v3s and 2v2s, so I think having this Vi-Orianna combo opens up BLG to play aggressive for those Void Grub skirmishes.
And while we were considering that, I mean, like, Bin had this little smile in the corner of his mouth, thinking like, yeah, I could probably play Fiora against this, why not? But Cassante in the end, I mean, even though Bin didn't play it throughout the playoffs, like, he has incorporated a lot more tanks into the pool. People who saw him last World, it was a very different meta for him, where it was just like, yeah, we play carry, and Bin doesn't really play tanks. That has obviously changed, obviously, since MSI as well.
I mean, it is something that he hasn't played a huge amount of this split, though. He has definitely gone towards, like we were saying, the Renektons, the Kennens, and I honestly thought he'd have something a little bit more of a counter pick for the Rumble, but happy to just go back towards tank, and it looks like for BLG, they kind of took a look at LNG's games yesterday and said, hey, look, your macro wasn't great, your ability to play sides didn't really function amazingly, let's just try and play for this late game scaling team fight and see how we get on.
And we'll get through lanes. I mean, BLG is so good at getting through even lanes or even ahead in matchups they don't normally do. More on that as we get into game, as Scout got his Yone. That's a big pick for the mid lane legend as they start banning away some of those ADs left to dry.
And I'm curious if, well, I think we definitely need some sort of setup here for Hong in that bottom side for LNG. I think your best bet is trying to look towards something like a Rakan. I think he had a great performance on it domestically, and even when you look at the last series that these two faced off, his Rakan in Game 3 was crucial to the success of them actually being able to turn around some of these dives, set up in these team fights, and find that Game 3 win. So maybe get a little bit of a throwback here for Hong.
When Hong's performing well, this team looks like a different beast as well. I feel like he's had a lot of criticism coming into the tournament, and there is a reason why, if you go back and watch through some of the games in summer, is that Ziggs you talked about for Gala that was left open. They didn't prioritize it, so now they lose it.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they went for the Ziggs here, though. I feel like you kind of want some sort of setup, and sure, you can go for like Scout, Yone ult into that setup, but Wei doesn't really provide a ton of easy CC to set up, so we'll have to see what the game plan is. Kai'Sa respect ban towards Elk as well. I like Gala is a big proponent for that as well. I thought we might actually see him go towards the Kai'Sa here, but I am curious now if it is just going to be something like a Jinx setup here for BLG. And then I want to know what Gala has as an answer to that.
I wonder if that means On will change what he does. No ban from BLG. Disrespect or just lack of time to actually lock something in. That is our first no ban of Worlds, as far as I know. So, BLG, what's the deal?
It's probably just going to be an Ashe Jhin trade maybe, but I think I'm a little nervous about BLG's damage output if you go towards Elk on Jhin here, so I like that at least LNG are taking the Ashe away, as that's kind of the higher DPS, but we saw yesterday that Static Shiv Jins worked out perfectly for people, where I have never seen so many people dying to Static Shiv procs, so maybe Elk is just feeling comfortable to go for it again.
I mean, again, like, these Jins are hitting different in the main stage already, even after a single day. As you said, it's the only thing left up and available. Our 2 utility AD carries go up head-to-head against each other again. Now we just have to find out where On lands, because he's going to get counterpicked by Hung. We know that things like the Rel are open, Dagda, the Nautilus, the Leona, there's a plethora of support still left.
You could just immediately go towards Braum if you're feeling comfortable here. It's not something that traditionally we've seen in the LPL, but it means that you can have the answer to what you assume is going to be an engage pick coming through, like the Alistar or the Rel or even a Leona here for Hung.
So just a standard answer instead of maybe taking it away. And I have had confirmation it was a missed ban. It just missed. That is no bug. So, okay. The LPL versus LPL matchup starts off in a very, very nice way. On the other side, what's the response? There's a lot of dashes in, Dagda.
Yeah, I think I'd personally like something like the Rakan to try and disrupt the engage that's coming through from the Vi. You can pop the charm, but I can understand the Poppy in the same boat, but it just doesn't give you that go-in tool. So it feels like it's going to be very heavily on like Gala trying to set up with these arrows for picks and then having that side lane pressure come through from Scout. So I think you've got a pretty clear game plan for LNG, and I think that's where a game plan that revolves around Scout oftentimes is successful for LNG, so having him on Dione, a comfort pick for him, is going to work out great. But for BLG, we already kind of said, look, it's late game team fighting, trying to set up for these big wombos with the Vi and the Orianna, and just making sure that you can try and keep Gala safe here on LNG, but that's going to be a tough one.
It really is, but Gala, team fighting AD carry, at least one of the best in the LPL, and he started making a name for himself over the past couple of years. Dagda, I remember, I think we were casting at the time, it was when he came in and replaced RNG. I think when they were looking for a new AD carry, Betty came in from the PCS, and they were like, we need someone new, found the star in Gala, and look at him now.
I mean, it was Gala and Wei coming in from E-Star, right back in the day.
Oh my God, yeah.
The first year, so kind of getting the reunion from the first time in LPL.
What a throwback,
Yeah, it's sick. It's kind of been insane to see him grow into the player that he has been, because he's the Penta Prince for so long. But we were looking yesterday, he is 9 pentakills. He is 1 behind the major region title holders in Reckless and Double Lift. So it'd be nice to kind of see him get up there. It's Celebrity and Hody Phoenix at 11 and 12 respectively, just above them. So definitely been living up to that name state since he entered into the LPL.
He deserves such praise, and again, it's fun to see him on AD carry Zakan team fight on this Ashe. Will he be able to space it out? Because bit of backline access to deal with as we get our domestic rivalry. One that Dagda said before, we didn't see as of late. It was only in that ascension stage. As you mentioned, LNG the only ones to take down BLG in a best of 3, but this is best of 1 territory, and this is the matchup we didn't get in playoffs whatsoever. So first seed versus third here to move on to 2 and 0. Means 1 LPL team will be on that match point. We'll move to BO3s here at the Swiss stage at Worlds.
Yeah, I think the difficulty here for BLG is going to be the lack of, pushing bot and top, because it's going to open up Weiwei to be a real threat when it comes to his first move on skirmishes or even having the support from his team. And I think that's where LNG have started to come alive, is when they can try and get these early leads for a Scout play towards the mid lane and then lean that in towards sideline pressure. But already that pressure coming through here as they start to move forward. Gala forced to flash away.
Yeah, he does just leave it out, doesn't he? Elk's got a 4 shot he's holding on to, but what are we going to get in the end? Ignite, flash from Gala. Elk did have to cleanse as well, but having that flash up and available means that for BLG, slight advantage with the importance of that summoner spell.
Yeah, and you can even see Wei starting up on this top side as well, so he's happy to just roam down towards this bottom side, and that could set up a nice early lead for BLG that can carry through, because you can see on the head-to-head, surprisingly, it is BLG who are behind.
Remember as well, BLG only in recency, it became this BLG-JDG rivalry. Before that, it was JDG Top Esports. Before that, it was EDG, RNG, the old Classico. And of course, we had the FPX IGs within the mixes as well. But BLG have only just built themselves up. They had some really rough years where we had the Uzi Super Team.
Meteor in 2020 as well. That one started off so well in winter. And then our spring even, it just
BLG Kuro, remember, went to Rift Rivals as well. Like, he was on the team for a little bit. Like, this team has gone through so many different iterations, but LNG have been around for a while. And remember, they were also Snake Esports before they became LNG, running Flandre every single day of the week, who now became world champion the year he left LNG.
And now they've swapped over to Zuka, the bidding king, he's called in China, because he's the highest transfer fees of any player in the year he transferred over to LNG.
I'm surprised.
Which was sick.
Oh, good block. Hung flashed in front to block the deadly flourish. Very smart move, but now he's got no summoners too.
Yeah, this is, again, only an opportunity for BLG to try and set up more pressure on towards his bottom side. And Nice is going to be kind of the focal point for me in holding this pressure for BLG. You can see him pushing in, good damage on towards Scout already. And if you can start to put pressure into this bot side jungle, which On is already setting up, this could be where BLG make the hurt onto Weiwei.
Weiwei's already gone deep into the Grom. Hung is now covering a Hex Flash just to get in the face, but fakes it out, and Wei starts up the blue buff for now. Trying to lure in LNG, but it might just end up being an easy takeaway.
Yeah, I think it should be, and this is nice from BLG to just use this bot side pressure thanks to those early summoner spells being burnt. Wave and moving towards mid. Scout, half HP, so should be fine. I don't think you're going to go for any sort of gank. I think it's just to deny access to Nice here for Weiwei.
It's just such a good lane already though, right? As you said, push Scout away. Wei just walks in, and I realized, Dagda, when we have Wei versus Weiwei, it's an even better throwback for you and I. Like RNG Wei, and then when we had Weibo Weiwei.
Yeah, and then JDG had Big Wei.
Big Wei is still around.
And we still have Xiao Wei, which just means Little Wei. It's great. Yeah.
I continue missing the LBL, like the amount of times we had. So which way? Which way are we going? Well, we're going top side for now. You've got more questions, I know, as Wei is down in the bottom side. So both Weis on different sides of the map as BLG get the push in. And look at the zoning this Vi is doing.
Yeah, I was going to say, Wei, this is the beauty of watching Wei, is how good he is at understanding what are the options of his opponent, how he can shut them down, and then just enable the lanes to play as aggressively as they want. And I think that's why we saw that swap from Shun towards Wei, because even when you look back at the RNG days, this was where Wei stood out as just being able to support his individual laners. One MSI playing that style, and now BLG are like, hey, maybe we can use that to win international tournaments as well.
It's helping the good laners, right? You have a flexible jungler. This is the argument for Wei over Shun, where Shun, a lot of the time we saw, you know, even at MSI, right? Playing towards the bot side, exposed by Gen G, hurt them a lot. Where did the direction go from there?
Yeah, but I think it's also a style that Knight's particularly used to, because when you look back at like Top Esports 2020, when Knight started winning his first championships, it was, hey, we're just going to try and support you on the map. We're going to make sure that you can just continually put pressure forward, because we've got 369, who's one of the best top laners, and now Scout actually in a lot of trouble.
He is in a lot of trouble. Knight doesn't have much mana, but he continues that clockwork wind up and just autos him down. Scout has to teleport back in, sure, but Knight's going to push this wave in. A couple of CS denied.
And look at where On is as well. On just supporting him here because he knows the Hung is missing off the map. And if anyone tries to go aggressive here, he's just going to be there to help them out. And Weiwei needs to try and continue to farm to get towards level 6, but he's not really having access to a lot of his camps right now, waiting for these bot side camps to respawn as Scout, taking more damage.
Oh my lord. He's trying to stick around. He just doesn't want to lose too much CS, but it's a Knight lane kingdom again, and this is what we know him for, Dagda. This is what he's built up his legacy in LPL. Because Knight, if you go back to just playoffs, and I know they're a winning team, but he averages 10 CS a minute. Like, it just kind of shows you the caliber of lane and how clean he is. And again, playing this matchup to fruition, he's bullying out in the range advantage.
And this was not the way that we saw their regular season games go. LNG were game one heavily focused on this bottom side, putting Elkanon behind, abusing the fact that Elkanon loved to play these hyper-aggressive lanes. And but with Weiwei on this Nocturne, he can't really have access or input to those lanes. Even having those early summoner spells burnt really put a hindrance onto this LNG bot side.
Yeah.
And now it's just BLG getting to play their game, slowly building up these leads as the game goes on.
I mean, Wei's getting close towards level 6, and while you're concerned about the Nocturne, I'm curious about the change of pace that happens with the 6 from Weiwei on the other side. When we start hitting those ultimate marks, you can see Weiwei's just covering for the time being, but he moves down towards Dragon. Junglers meet head-to-head, and LNG just clearing vision around this Dragon. It wouldn't be an LPL game without just seeing teams focus around Dragon, because it was talked about on day one, but like the likes of like Gen G and Humble Life, everyone's moving up for grubs. LPL teams like, no, we need this Dragon, let's start it off.
Yeah, I thought we'd get more pressure towards the Void Grubs, especially when you're looking towards Scout. I think he'd love to try and get these early plays, but the lack of control over the mid lane really started to hinder them, and they just saw that they had the opportunity to get the push for Gal on this bottom side, so let's use that to go for Dragons. does mean you're not going to get like 4 or 5 for a split pushing Yone, but, or sorry, 4 or 5 Void Grubs for a split pushing Yone, but you're still fine, I think, as LNG to just try and focus on early Dragon takes, so BLG don't have an objective to force you into fights later.
And maybe as well with that Dragon take for LNG gives a bit of space to Gala and Hung, who've been shoved up against the turret for the duration of the game. It's also because as TP comes through in top, Elk looks like he took a reset, then walked back to lane, and is just coming back to catch the wave.
I think it's also Gala now having its flash available is way less vulnerable on this bottom side from on, like flashing in with a Q or looking for that follow-up crash down if Wei's in the area. But with Wei hitting 6, like I wouldn't be surprised if we get some sort of pressure now down towards this bottom side for Wei. Just the easy Q flash from on, try and burn some summoner spells, follow up with the ultimate from Wei. There's a very ease of access on towards a champion like Ashe in that bot side.
Well, that Ashe is going to throw out a Hawk shot once again. And just spot out information, not gathered, a little bit short, but sees it clear, and you've got to assume at that point, like, okay, he's probably going to be at Gromp, or Wei is trying to position to maybe something in the top side for a potential dive as arrows thrown out, and Elk instant cleanse away, summon it down.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of information for BLG, though, as well, on the opposite side. Like, you can see on your mini-map, just the little...
Show us.
Ward that's always been placed here by On, right as he went to cover in mid lane as well. So it's been spotting out a lot of when Wei tries to enter in towards that river portion. I think this is something that BLG are exceptional at, and it's why you oftentimes see On playing hyper aggressively. It's because he's able to infer a ton of information just off these deep wards that BLG consistently get in their jungle.
And syncs up with that information with Wei. It's been another pressing factor that BLG have been so good at, where LNG on the other side, I know over the course of this split have been criticized about how Hung and Wei sync up a little bit. You know, again, new jungler coming through when Tarzan was kind of the cornerstone of this LNG roster, as we only remember. But it's always about support and jungle. Top LPL teams can do it, and that's where LNG is a difference. That's where they've received their criticism to be real.
Well, Hung is also just a lunatic. Which doesn't
well said.
Like, back in his Rare Adam days, he was the one that would, like, flash in to ignite to get tempo advantage on your AD carry. This man is insane.
I feel like On was also a lunatic. The difference was he just refined his lunacy and then just got better at doing it more consistently. It became less off, more on. You know, and Hung, you're right. Like, that's why Pyke I always associate with him, because I think, like, Hung's pocket pick Pyke is so crazy. But you also go back into, like, the amount of times I've seen him absolutely run it with that pick.
I mean, it's the beauty of Hung, and also On, right? They are, they can be incredible, but they can just sometimes completely miss.
Isn't it great as well? I feel like, you know, Elk and Gala also share some similarities. Both great team fighting AD carries. I think Elk has become more known as a laner as well, especially since this BLG roster heading into MSI and heading into previous splits, I should say, was so good at these 2v2 lanes, right? This game, it's a bit of a drawback for me, because even though they're winning the 2v2 lane with a good CS advantage, thanks to the early summoners you went on about, Elk and On, it's been a relatively stable game of less bullying, more taking control.
Yeah, I think, though, Gala and Hung should be able to now bully on this bottom side and look for potential rotate for the Void Grubs. You can see the push is starting to come through from Gala. Hasn't got the arrow available that was already used on a previous attempt at a pick, but it means that now in this position, I think they can try to move members up to look for that next Void Grub contest just off this wave bounce here.
Can I just ask you, though, while I'm watching mid bully out, and as you said, it's all about the setup for the Grubs coming up in 50 seconds. Bin is up in CS in the Rumble matchup. Now, it's not often you see, you know, Rumble kind of fall down in most of these lanes. I know there has been a nerf, but Bin is up 10, and that kind of attests to the laner that Bin is as well, right?
Yeah, he's been doing a great job of just getting push and control on this top side, and Zika hasn't been able to as easily contest. Obviously, we haven't been looking at top as much, so I can't tell you exactly why, but with the first strike, even from Zika, like, usually you get a lot of arcane commerce in this lane just to try and get more of that poke down, but opting in to try and accelerate with his gold. And I don't dislike the idea here from Zika. It's just like, hey, if Bin has to approach the wave to try and hit it, I can just get a ton of gold, try and accelerate myself into strong team fights, especially, as we say, at this Void Grubs that are about to come up now.
As I think good itemization helps with that as well, by the way. Bin has got double magic resist with null magic mantle as well as the Negatron cloak, as we are moving up for these Grubs. It was a good call to Agda 3 before for BLGs. We saw that trade, but this time LNG do not want to give away another Grub.
Yeah, Bin starting to move down. I think he just needs to try and zone Zika off from joining this, though, as AD carries contest mid push, but Elk moving over.
Oh, flash on. He goes in and with a Magnet Storm draws them in. A flash gets interrupted as he arrows the counterpunch, but for LNG, Hung is too low to re-engage. Zik is trying to burn down Bin and he's just getting zoned off as well, but gets a flip back and now tries to out-team fight with the Paranoia in. BLG group on up and they see enough. They dive onto this jungler as it's trade for trade, but BLG in the middle of the pit getting hit by scouters. Way gets over on the backside, but LNG have numbers advantage again. Bin's trying to carry the rest, and he does eventually with Elk getting the fourth shot, but now BLG bring in Knight. He wasn't in the fight, and that was a different. Shockwave brings on in, holds Scout, saves Way, and he picks up the kill. Knight chases down with the rest of LNG, already falling so close. Gala tries to be that team fight 80 carry, and when LPL goes head to head, you ask for more of that, please.
That was such a sick fight. LNG thought they had that moment to take the fight because it was just off screen, but Hung gets a great ultimate onto the TP from Knight right as he comes in. So in theory, it's a 4 versus 5, but they'd already used some of those key ultimates in that initial play. And then that rumble from Zuka doesn't really work out because everyone dives into the pit to try and kill off Weiwei. And here, Bin gets a ton of damage done. Elk is managing to finish off some folks. And watch this ult from Knight. Keeps Scout pinned against the wall, so he just barely can't get some of that follow-up damage onto Elk. And then it's at least fishing for Zuka. They don't quite get him, but they take Gala as the conciliatory prize.
Apologise to people back home. Was looking at what Bin was doing in the back line. Didn't see Knight bopped away. So again, some nice mechanics here after Hung got caught out and was the position of targeting from BLG, but in the end, BLG still winning out. Some surefire mechanics. Knight rejoining in. 2 kills on Gala, 1 on Knight now, and there's a small gold lead as LNG. The retribution is going to be the fact that they're 2 dragons up.
But I think the fallback plan for LNG yesterday was a lot of these team fights. They didn't really look as successful as they would traditionally, playing through these side lanes, trying to play through Scout. When you are already in a deficit and you're trying to outfight BLG, that's not exactly where you want to be. So this game very much under control of BLG, and as long as they don't give opportunities for LNG to play off of like picks from Gala with Weiwei.
Oh, that's a pick. They give opportunity. Hung's trying to save the play, but instead Zika's already dead. Under turret, it will end up being a trade, but it's only support for supporters. Elk now sits down, waiting for that shot to come through, and onto Hung. It's being tanked up by Knight, who walked on in. Weiwei wants to slow here with the stride breaker, but it's not enough. Elk just walks out in smooth fashion, and BLG open up the turret and open up the advantage to this first game of the day.
If BLG had that push in mid, so happy to roam Knight up and just look for the dive or the tower. There was just no hope for Zika on that one. Completely falls and outweigh. You're going to start up this Rift Herald as well, knowing that you have to try and get control of both top, and the reset came through for Gala in mid lane, so numbers advantage in the map for BLG.
I've just been told that was the latest first blood of World so far, by the way, which I'm very surprised that it wasn't even that late. Second grub spawn, and yeah, we're fighting as BLG. We come back to the reality that they're also going to be taking the Herald. So this gold lead is about to skyrocket, and it's just moments of individual players as a MasterCard lane economy snapshot will show us exactly what I mean. Gala being one of that, excuse me, Elk on the other side. 1200 gold lead here at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I think this is where BLG need to try and set up their lanes so that then they're not getting caught out. So Bin should be fine. I like the fact that they're setting them up against Scout with the early or with the side lane under Bin's control. There shouldn't be much windows for Scout to push in, and as long as Wei, I want to keep track of him, keeps an eye on Knight, makes sure that there's no way that like Gala and Zika can try and jump on him. I think BLG should be fine and just start playing for some of these key objectives. 2 dragons for LNG though is pretty nice, because it means that they can actually just look to continuously pressure these side lanes as these dragons come up.
Well, Hung is trying to add some pressure of his own onto the red buff. Weiwei is sure behind him. He takes the Paranoia. The Ash Arrow doesn't connect though, so he's bought time. Wei has to ulti in the end, but Weiwei takes him down. The Shockwave looking for a trade, finds it easily, and Weiwei's now in trouble. The Curtain Call tries to slip the gap, but with a Hung ulti lying down, or rather on, Carla's in so much trouble. He gets ulted by Bin on the back end, and LNG have to run for their lives. BLG turn a fight again.
This was looking like LNG versus TL. TL saw the pick against LNG, they turned it around, and now, next day, BLG did the exact same thing. LNG overextend, and it's the Shockwave from Knight, which sets up that big turnaround.
At least Scout's going to be able to get this turret, you think, right? But they've got no grubs. It's a little bit slower than you'd expect. However, Bin pays respect. Grubs go down, or rather, turret, excuse me, as mid-turret's still under fire, and even though it's a Jhin, they do have 6 grubs.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to get off of this wave, though. You can see Weiwei coming across to just try and cover some of this pressure, and Gala should be there, I think, on the next rotation. So BLG should just back away, but we see it here. The invade coming through from Hong. Weiwei just isn't quite here, and you're still waiting. Like, Gala, yes, gets the ultimate, but it ends up missing, and there's just no real damage apart from Weiwei, so it takes a while for this Vi to go down, and then the shockwave was just clean from Knight. Sets up perfectly for the curtain call. On is able to set down a bunch of control in this area, and the TP from Bin is just the final nail in the coffin for the LNG play.
Bin cleaning that kill up in the end as well, buffers the blast cone. Ward's getting thrown down as Gala looks a little bit triggered by that ending kill as well. He's been the target of selection here by BLG. Two deaths now taken, and on the other end, he is getting outmatched by his enemy AD carry. 1,800 now is the lead between them on Elk's side.
But this is what I was talking about for BLG, right? On and Wei up here, making sure the Knight can successfully collect these waves, because Orianna is so vulnerable on the side lane, and that's where you see many teams kind of forego that protection, and suddenly you pounce on the mid laner, you get a tower, the game swings in LNG's favor. But BLG hyper aware that these are the kind of plays that LNG want to go for and are covering well.
As you said, I mean, Knight also being safe when they move away for a second, as Bin is just having it out with Scout. Wei now moves towards bot to see if there's anything he can do. Control ward, no vision there, but Scout is not overstepping. He clears the wave and walks back to safety.
Yeah, 30 seconds to the Dragon, so he just wants to make sure that he doesn't get picked beforehand. Going to try and just get as much gold into his back pocket as possible. Has the TP to come in, but I think he's still a ways off of finishing his second item. But BLG now, group up on mid. They have Rift Herald, but I don't think they need it with this grub burn.
Gala stepping forward, you wouldn't expect it, but he's got his team behind him. Weiwei can always turn out the lights, but Dagda, that turret that we were talking about before, is finally down. 3K back to the margin, and the Dragon you were just mentioning, up in 5 seconds. I think items are important here. As we look across the board, and we see that Elk sitting on 2 items now with a rapid fire cannon picked up moments ago. Knight also with needlessly large. There's a lot of damage here for BLG thanks to that gold lead.
But if I'm LNG, I don't try and fight this.
Okay.
I think you're in a position where you just try and pick off the waves, give a first Dragon across, and then just look for, I was going to say a cross map, but they're not really in the best of positions. Rift Herald used on bot by Wei is a nice call, because it just creates another point of pressure and draws LNG away from a potential pushed mid into top side, and now they have to defend the bot lane tower.
Scout by himself to do that for now, right? He looks for the eye. The turret won't go down, but the charge successful. BLG in front of Dragon. You said LNG don't have to, Dagda, but they're like, maybe we do. We have to fight over everything. What region is this?
I mean, LNG are not the team that usually goes for this, but...
Arrow blocked by On. Here we go, the engage, but it's taken by Elk in the end. The re-engage comes through from On as he jumps into the back line, but isolated is Hung. He has to flash away, but Scout brings them together. The clap. LNG are taking the fight, and BLG don't know what just hit them. Scout is this team. Scout is LNG, and without Scout, they were worried, but he made it to Worlds, and he is sick of the accusations.
Have you not seen Scout's Yone? This is what this man does. You'll see the importance that he brings to this team, and the immediate teleport to the bottom side. Tried to get the tower, wasn't in a position to do so, but LNG, they're going to get this second tower for themselves as well. That play was sick.
That was a 4K gold swing just about, or maybe even more with the turret going down. LNG with a 2K gold lead out of nowhere, and I don't know what just hit them. I don't think BLG know what just happened. I wasn't expecting that, and again, we've seen Scout's Yone before, Dagda. We've seen Scout plays like this before as well.
Yeah. But watch, you get Zika who's trying to come in on the side, so you've got multiple members of BLG trying to protect the back line, and as Zika comes in, it's that setup that forces everyone up into this corridor, which then just sets up Scout beautifully again. Like the ultimate from Zika, core to setting that up, and then LNG just run away with that. But this has always been a team that strives when they're on these comfort picks, and you're seeing it on the screen.
The way head nod, like, yo, respect.
Yeah, that was sick.
That was sick, respect. And even in the end, damage. I mean, it's crazy to me because, yeah, BLG weren't in the fight. They didn't get to play the fight. LNG's top laner actually adding a lot as well. There's a reason that they're prioritizing this pick, and that Zika is also looking so good on it. Obviously, again, despite other people transitioning away from the Rumble, there's still an ode of faith that you're going to get from this top laner who's developed over the year.
Yeah, and I think that really suits Zika, because even when he came into the league and he was on IG, he was like the Camille, the ribbon guy that would just play for these side lanes, and that was the IG win condition. But as teams started to ban him out, it was kind of like, well, you don't really have any more flair, do you? But he has developed so much as a player. Now picking up the Rumble, I don't think LNG can really work with him on a split push manner, but certainly when it comes to team fights like this guy is a carry master and is showing it on the main stage.
After the sealing of fate from Scout, Zika cleans it up. Paranoia used again. BLG getting engaged on, and it's on to Elk. He's the backline condition, but Weiwei has gone too deep before Zika can get there. But Elk is still going to get traded. Again, he's burning them down. We just highlighted the man, and he's taken BLG all out. They're trying to deal with him, but he's still so healthy. There's no damage left, and Scout will deal with another fate sealed. And LNG's team fights are looking blissful. On gets out. Bin only by the hair of his chinny chin chin, but Hung has got a date with another support. It looks cute. It looks great. He takes a turret shot and they dissipate. But On and Hung, as they leave each other's side, LNG, it's still a big win for this huge red side.
And sometimes you just have that team BLG can't get over. Last time JDG, this year maybe LNG, because this was sick. You end up missing the ult from Gala, but with Weiwei going in, the TP flank from Zika was perfect. Again, a great ultimate from the Rumble. Just decimates the back line. And sure, Knight tries his best on the opposite side of the fight, but you're jumping into Scout, you're jumping into Gala. It's never going to be a fun time.
It's just looking so clean. It's these comfort picks up for LNG are now starting to tear BLG apart. BLG, you know, Dagger, I know I had them as the undefeated. A lot of people had them undefeated in their pick'ems coming from their LoL Esports pick'ems, but like LNG surprising us yesterday against TL as well. They kind of picked apart the pieces from the mid-game, and they are doing it again against a much heavier opponent in BLG when BLG had such a big early lead.
So though BLG, first out on the map, in a decent spot now, trying to see if they can fish for picks on this top lane. They do need to start getting some control over like mid-push and that, which should be handy, but I don't think LNG are just like out of the woodwork and free winning this now, because you're still looking at IE about to be finished from Elk. That's going to be a big boon for him. As you start to trip over towards third item for Knight, he's going to be in a great spot, and finally you're getting the completion of a lot of the armor.
It hits On. As he's leaving enemy jungle, it hits On, and he doesn't have Merc Treads. It's Paranoia. Carla, that arrow was out of this world.
And why did you set up Baron for LNG as well? The push on bot lane for Scout, he has TP to join, but he's being matched by Bin, who doesn't have his. He interrupts though. Bin just barely gets it, and I think that stops LNG from going for the play.
Bin won't get stopped either. I mean, Scout is doing good damage, but Bin can just walk out of this. You're right, it stops the Baron. Dagda, beautiful hit there, and even better from Bin as well to stop LNG tenfold.
Also, just getting that cooldown out from Scout alleviates so much map pressure. You can't really play with him fully on this bottom side to now start threatening tier 2s the whole time, but Dragon still here for LNG. That's still going to be a third one, a potential soul now for the LNG squad.
Now we watch and wait. We look for the potential Dragon setup coming through as LNG play between Baron and Soul Point, or another pick like that using Gala's tool. A well, concise, accurate arrow, Dagda. That's what I just saw, and as you said, I love your point. Scout can't play for sides anymore without the TP, and you were talking before about Zika, how vulnerable he is playing on his side lane. He can't play for split push really as well because of the tools there for BLG and the lack of escape the Rumble has.
Yeah, and I think that's where, again, they can try and feed into that, but at this stage, Scout needs to start playing with the team. Zika has his teleport available, but you've got double available for BLG, so always an option to try and do something spicy, but with Cassante and Orianna, I think it's more, again, like, group as 5, try and put a lot of pressure on mid and see if you can base that TP out from Zika with the Baron start.
That 5k is still there. I'm looking at gold because I'm looking at third items soon to be completed. It feels like top lane is the first stop there. On the other side, of course, Elk was always ahead. Remember, 1,800, 1,900 gold throughout this early game as Hung is moving into danger. He gets engaged on it. It's a nice Magnet Stormer setup as well with the cease and desist. He tries to turn it. Everything used on the support now means danger for BLG. Into the back line, Weiwei's just run on in. The shockwave to get him in the back, but Scout already disengages. Bin had to ulti to get out of there. LNG have 4 alive and health bars to start the Baron.
Great setup from Scout, and the fact that Hong stayed alive for so long meant that BLG overcommitted into the area, and now they're on towards the barn, way half health. Scout spots him.
He's got no flash, he's got no ulti. As you said, Scout just says, cease and deliver. Takes a free kill, and LNG in a matchup that I did not see coming have just outclassed BLG in this mid-game as Red Bull Baron power play is theirs.
But this has always been a team, this split, that when they get their picks, look astounding. Look like a team that can take on the world, and Zika's Rumble, Scout, Zione, it's a perfect blend. And when you look at this, yes, it's a nice pick on the Hong, but with that stun coming through and then the stun again from Hong, it makes it so difficult to follow up. They then overextend. And the engage here from Scout and from Weiwei was perfect. Just absolutely rips through Knight, who didn't have his flash available. And it's a 2-for-1 special.
LNG, sheer it out of their mind. You know, Dagda, for me, this hits home, this hits history. You know, I look at the stage, I'm reminded of Shanghai, I'm reminded of 2019, 2020 years where a lot of these players went up against each other. There's a lot of new faces, of course. People like Zico, but went around back then. You know, Wei, who rose up to fame after the eras of Casa, MLXG. Like, there are so many legacies built on either side, and when we got Knight versus Scout, we knew it'd be a doozy. I just didn't know how much on Scout's side after Knight was bullying him in the early game. So again, it's a pleasure to open up with this on Worlds, as LNG still being the favorites here. Now with the gold leader, found themselves a free support, and Weiwei flew in with the paranoia. It's a 2-quick kill. Bin though separates, which is great, but Weiwei flashes up, builds a bit of space while the rest of LNG try to find the back pieces, but Elf zones himself out from Scout, almost dies in the end, and Bin, even though he looked for the chase, dies as well. Zeka flashes on top of Knight, and the underdogs of the LPL are taking it to the tournament favourites.
The Kingmaker in Knight has just fallen to the bidding king in Zuka, and that might be the end of this game. LNG, they're in front of the base. Shots fired from Gala, from Elk, but I don't think it's enough.
Death timers, I mean, there are huge. Wei's up in 10 seconds, but Knight's not there. Bin's not there for another 25 at least. Elk needs a pull off a miracle, and with a thin wave, I think he doesn't have to. I think he forgets it. On just threatens him out of the base, but LNG have broken down mid inhibitor, and they've got all the gold to play with in the world.
And you're just never getting a chance to set up this strong 5v5 that BLG have drafted for. LNG are doing a great job of finding these picks in the jungle, finding opportunities where everyone on BLG isn't together, and BLG are kind of throwing everything at one person and then have nothing left for the follow-up afterwards.
Dagda, it's those pick tools. It's the draft we talked about. And I think for LNG, you know, I'm used to this team falling behind in the early game and not knowing what to do. What a false narrative. I mean, that's the old days.
But we're also getting to see, you know, the moments where you can punish on. This is a guy who, when he oversteps, you can definitely find moments to pick him off, and LNG are kind of calling his bluff here on multiple chances, especially Gala. Now the engage.
At least for Scout, this is last hope spot for BLG to find a pick, but they've done no damage on Scout. Instead, he turns it as Weiwei flies in again. Free farming, Scout does it again! Sealing the fate of the first seed of the LPL. That's my Faker protege.
Scout is a man on a mission, and BLG are in his sights. Bin with TP to the tower. Can he get the wave? Can he do something here? But it feels like there's nothing left.
How do you defend? He's got nothing in the tank, and BLG might have good early game or good early lanes, but LNG read their game, read their minds. The third seed of the LPL take them down, move to 2-0. And when we say Scout is LNG, we bloody mean it.
And what a pleasure it is to have him here in Berlin. Scout showing up absolutely incredible, but I know there's going to be a very happy Goldberg over on the AD, and I want to hear from him.
Oh yeah, tell us.
Oh, Dagda, you could not be more right. I got my boy ready already. Normally, I would say don't be a game one Andy, but you know what, baby? It's a best of one. It's a best of one. LNG's better. No, I mean, I thought that was a phenomenal performance. I really love the draft that came out from LNG in this one. The way they piloted at first was a bit scuffed. They had a rough time with some of the pressure that came out from BLG, but at the end of the day, those team fights from LNG were just stellar.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This game was a story in 2 parts, honestly.
We don't need the first part, I only need the second part. Most movies are defined by their ending, and my God, was this cinema.
Wow. Oh my God, it's just another episode of regional familiarity that gets you. And like, just imagine if Scout wasn't here, right? Imagine if he wasn't able to come over. That would be crazy.
All I'm saying is,
okay.
Scout whiffed the first Grubs fight, even when Hung knocked Knight out.
Don't talk about it.
And then came back as level 13 Yone, and suddenly he's the GOAT. No, I think that was Rumble and Poppy diff. And I was skeptical about Hung at first, but he had so many good ults. There were so many moments where he survived. That 3-man pick in the brush next to Baron where he survived was so good. The last second Poppy ult to make sure they could win. I was very much a hater when they were winning the fights, and I was like, Poppy is the only form of proactive engage outside of an Ashe arrow. Didn't love it. But the second that comp got a lead, the second they crawled out of that deficit that admittedly I do think they made themselves, there was no coming back.
And there's some small points too. Like there was that one Ashe arrow that got the Rel. Like basically BLG had the vision, but they had seen Rel walk out of the jungle and kind of like, okay, they got the pick, they got the kill, and they were slowly getting control once again and leading them to some of those key teamfight wins. But man, that's fun. That shakes up a lot.
That was really fun. So how do we feel about becoming LNG fans? No. Well, your team isn't here. You need a new team.
I need a new allegiance, that's for sure. And honestly, again,
great.
I'm really happy that Scout is here because honestly, this is when you see what this player is capable of. On champions that he can actually pilot completely. Raz, you want to say something?
And Laura, you were asking about upsets. Well, we got one finally. That's an upset.
That is an upset.
That's an upset.
That is an upset.
There's going to be a lot just talking about how LNG, you know, they won last time they faced. BLG never had to face them.
But some anticipation.
Here's the fun thing, right? Because going up against each other in a best of series, BLG is very prone to dropping the first game they play in a best of 3. LNG is very prone to winning the first one, but then losing the series. Or at least they were in spring, right? So I think that stylistically going into this, we may never know what's going to happen.
Look, you can't knock it. We've always talked about the world's meta favoring people. If the world's format happens to favor one team's ability to only win a single game, you're going to get that. You know what I mean? You're going to get that.
People are throwing so many asterisks for this team. It's like, oh, they only beat Weibo Gaming because they were playing them the day after.
I
like,
will say, one thing I have learned is Rumble is very much still a threat, and Rumble Yone is incredibly disgusting.
We'll talk about this a bit later. We have Shox already on stage right now for the Verizon post-game interview. Let's hear it.
I'm standing by here with Zika, so maybe we get to talk about Rumble just a little bit, and Christina will help me in the interview as well. Zika, congratulations. What an unbelievable victory. What a close game. But I want to know about how you were able to pull this game back in your favor after what was a very difficult early game.
好的，恭喜你们拿下了这一场比赛的胜利。首先想要问到一下，在这一场难分伯仲的较量当中，特别是你们在前期有所劣势的情况下，你们是如何扭转局面的呢？
我们的阵容就是打团比较好嘛，然后就是当时有一波机会我们落后了嘛，然后就打团了。
So I think it comes down to we have a better team fighting draft, and when we had one opportunity to be able to get on the flank and on the back just to engage, that's why.
Yes, and that worked perfectly. And of course, you have had not as much time, I think, with Scout as you would have wanted, and he had a monster game again. How has it been adjusting to the fact that you had not that much time to really practice with him and having to perform here at Worlds?
那此前可能因为 Scout 选手一些出境方面的问题，不知道队伍会不会因此有一些对于你们的训练的时间啊会有影响。特别是在今天的这种情况下，你觉得他能够参加世界赛，以及在这场比赛中有这么好的表现来说，感觉怎么样呢？
首先是因为出了一些事情嘛，然后就导致我们没办法确定就是他能不能参加，但是在后续的努力，然后我们就很珍惜这次机会。
So actually, we faced off a little bit issues about we have no idea whether Scout can be able to participate in the Worlds 2024. But we solved these problems, and since then, we really cherish and value this opportunity.
Absolutely, and you look phenomenal, 2-0 already. And now, Zika, I think this tournament could really be one where you are one of our breakout stars after what you have already showed even last year. So what do you want to show at Worlds 2024?
那现在 LNG 在瑞士轮已经拿到了2-0的开局。那想问一下子卡选手，你觉得今年对你个人来说，相比于去年，在今年的世界赛上，你会展现出怎样精彩的表现和发挥呢？
对于我自己来说的话，就想打出自己的风格吧，然后表现更好。
For me personally, I would like to showcase my own play style and have a better performance here.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. And LNG moves on to 2-0 here at Worlds.
Thank you so much, Shox. Great interview here. And we were just talking about Scout and how LNG came back, and it actually showed during one specific fight. It's our HyperX Reflex replay that we're going to see right now. I know that Didi was really mad because of what Yone can do and the fact that you just come back with one item and you can just smash the entire fight. But Scout played so well.
Yeah, and it's like 1.5 item, level 13, so you're maxed out on the Soul and Bound. You do so much damage, and when it's paired with the Rumble here against an immobile backline, if it ever hits at all, obviously the knockback to start, but if you ever get that combo, those two champions together, the game is just completely and totally unplayable. And the other issue you can see here is that despite the fact that they in theory isolate the Poppy, they can immediately burst him down. And now they put themselves all in this grouped up position, which makes them incredibly vulnerable to this super powerful combo.
Yeah, and you know, to give Hong some love to the point that he had made, the ejection on Vi, the Ash Arrow that made it easier for them to walk past the Rel, all these things made it so it was a clear pathway to that backline, and Scout finished the job.
What happened on the side of BLG though? Because when you look at the composition that LNG had, you have a lot of pickup potential. You want to skirmish maybe or isolate the targets, but when it comes to team fights per se, this is when I expected BLG to come together.
I don't think there was a really great target to isolate. I think this is one of the problems with this draft is that, like, to me, Cassante is a safe blind but doesn't fit in super well because we saw, even though he's in a pretty good spot, Ben individually wasn't too bad off. He ulti isolates Nocturne in some of those final fights. He can't kill Nocturne. He ulti isolates someone. The vast majority of people on this team, he can't burst through or one-shot, and more often than not, if he's pulling someone away, someone else on his team is much, much more vulnerable. Jhin obviously fell behind, but this is a build where when the team is ahead and their team fighting in a favorable position, you saw in that second Grubs fight, right? It's going to look really good, but the Orianna Vi combo never felt like it came to fruition because it's like, all right, you found one person, everyone else on our team can immediately just dive whoever you have left as your backline.
Exactly. Two things for me. There was that one pick time they were trying to find a pick on Poppy. It took way too long, and then immediately afterwards, there's no escape from Vi. Vi getting popped out because of Steadfast presence. You're like, okay, so there's no exit strategy from these. And the second one for me was just like, if Jhin has no flash, that TP play that Zika made with Nocturne straight on top of you, you're dying in a long lane.
Oh, absolutely.
It was rough.
Yeah.
Final thoughts on this. LNG underestimated dark horse of this Swiss stage, maybe underdogs of this Swiss
I'm
stage.
over the moon. Just hearing Shox say LNG starts 2-0, can we just get that in a replay again and again and again? It feels amazing. I could not have dreamt of this, so very happy with their performance.
The beauty of Swiss stage. Beauty of best of one as well, and we have 7 more on our hands for this second day. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for Genji TES.
Brings on in, hold Scout, saves way, and he picks up the kill. Knight chases down with the rest of LNG, already falling so close. Gala tries to be that team fight 80 carry. The re-engage comes through from On as he jumps into the back line, but isolated is Hung. He has to flash him, and Scout brings them together to collab. LNG are taking the fight, and BLG don't know what just hit them. Scout instead, he turns and his way flies in again. Free farm, and Scout does it again. Sealing the fate of the first seed of the LPL. That's my Faker protege.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd. Sparks ready. Amped up.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You wish. In the dojo. You want to head high. In the dojo.
ground, I'm on gold. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known. Yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a
Yeah, back here at Worlds for the second day of Swiss, and Gen G fans are out in force. I love the enthusiasm.
With the Carmine Corp.
Yeah,
and Heath as well.
Oh, we don't talk about that in the back. Hey, game number 2, also cinema. Because last one, unexpected. I mean, it's just kind of showing that this world is stepping up.
We got spoiled today, man.
It's so good, isn't it? You know, we got G2 Hummer Life after this, and Weibo TL, like, you and I get to go down a fun road. But this one, MSI rematch from round 2. Remember that best of 5 popped off. And as you were just saying to me before the break, this could be an insight into a potential quarters or semi-finals. These are up in the upper echelon teams, top 8 expected for both Gen G and Top Esports.
But that's what it feels like, right? I mean, Gen G on top form feel like they just take on the entire world, but Top Esports, for a large portion of the LPL summer, were considered the best team in the LPL with how strong they were playing. So I think this is where Top Esports have an opportunity to show up, try and have a slightly better performance than MSI. I hope they can take down Gen G, but for Gen G, it feels like trying to put the LPL in their place and show that they are here to play at Worlds 2020.
And both teams share that respect of, like, they were, you know, top 2 teams, and obviously everyone still thinks Gen G are the best coming in despite finals. Top Esports with that same respect, but they got beaten out by Weibo in summer, and that's what put them down. But they had enough championship points where they made second due to the fact that BLG came first. So we come back to that same respect. Yes, they didn't win finals. Yes, they didn't get into that position, but both are respected in the top 2. And that's what we're expecting out of this performance. Legendary top of the LPL and LCK matchups, where you also just telling me that every single role feels like a fun place to talk about.
Yeah, literally every lane matchup is absolutely sick, and even the fact that both these teams were heavily contested in their games, like T1 really pushing Top Esports, and you saw Weibo Gaming as well actually coming out with an early lead against Gen G. It just came down to that brawl, and that's, well, that slow progression towards the late game, under which Gen G were able to bring it back. So there is a lot on the line here for pride for both these teams.
And as we go into our champ select powered by Omen and HyperX, we get a ban towards Tien. Now, Tien has been loving this Ivan over the course of the split. He's been loving things like the Maokai, the Lilia, you know, the Zyra, excuse me, has also been there. So let's see how he enters Worlds, because I know there's a lot of doubts on this guy, and I'm going to set a lot of fans straight as we go into our second game of the day. But first, Aurora, Ziggs, those are the bans. Ashe up against Jackulov, also with the support of 80 carries, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, curious what happens with things like Maokai jungle and these kind of things. The Nidalee for Canyon is a respected, something that he is very, very proficient on, but we'll have to see what the game plan's going to be. Renekton going to be banned away, so
against LPL teams,
I imagine
naturally.
then it's probably going to like remove some of that pressure on the Nidalee, but still Canyon's willing to bring it out regardless. So what's the final ban here? Ashe still up. We still got things like the Syndra, Chovy, Smolder yesterday, very, very strong as well. And it will be the Smolder that's respected.
So, first pick for Gen G. Now, on the other side, you know, Rumble has been seen play, and I know domestically, Rumble was a really big pick for the region too.
Yeah, I think as well, like, okay, so it's going to be the Yone. I was about to say, I think getting comfort for Chovy is nice, because the LCK guys were talking about it on their podcast, saying, you know, we haven't really seen Chovy pick up things like the Syndra and some of those picks that are kind of the meta at the moment. So the Yone, very, very strong for him. The immediate Rumble and the Jhin on the opposite side, though, so already setting up for some strong team fights coming through for Top Esports. And with things like the Vi, the Maokai still available for Tien, it's feeling very Top Esports-esque with the draft so far.
369's a really good bruiser player, a really good role player in team fights. For the Rumble, we go a little bit beyond that, and we have to look more at his laning, which I've been critical on over the year, but I think, again, you still consider him a good laner, as on the other side, they just hard lock in. Keen on the Gnar this time around, even though Casante's available, which everyone loves on him. And also seeing Canyon on the Maokai here, despite, and it's also one of his most played. So we get a bit of comfort here, at least for the jungle role here as Gen G set up.
So Cream going to go potentially back towards the Tristana. This was kind of the standout pick for him, but actually going to swap over to the Lucian last second. I think this is the better of those AD mid laners, or AD carry mid laners, because a lot of the items for Tristana kind of got hit. She wanted to go Bork first, and also the fleet footwork, whereas when you look at the Lucian, he actually tended to take the press the attack in that lane anyway, just because he could bully out how effective he was. And then he's able to swap over to the Kraken Slayer and still be very, very effective thanks to that double tap passive, whereas Tristana still kind of needs time to come online. So much more of a bully focus here for Cream, which sets up for what Top Esports likes to play, which is push on mid into invades for Tien, try to put pressure on towards the enemy jungle.
Top Esports, there's so much to break down about how they play this draft as well, because again, I'm seeing comfort on Jackulov, as you said, for Cream, 80 carry mids. They're getting rid of some nuking options on the side of Gen G, things like the Nocturne for Tien here. But remember, again, things like the Sejuani still available. Dagda here to set up with a melee top laner. That's a question. 80 carries gone by Top Esports, by the way.
Yeah, and I think we'll get the Ashe ban coming through as well. Ashe is already gone, but something else along those lines, which is just the Ezreal, yeah. So just try and force Pays into something that he's not fully comfort on. Because it's Ashe, Ziggs, Kalista, and Ezreal now taken away. So definitely moving down that AD carry tier list. Maybe under a little bit of pressure, but I think still having things like the Kai'Sa and that available, especially when your team is quite dive focused, means the Pays will still be fine here.
I know he got a lot of criticism in the final about, you know, some of the games he played, you know, some of the Pays positioning. But here, it's a new stage. The Skarner also banned away, a very late ban when you consider Skarner has been first pick worthy in the tournament, but just crossing all the I's and dotting the T's of Tien, while his jungle pool is now also slimmed out.
Yeah, I think just Sejuani, you're totally happy with. This was kind of the trade-off that we saw when these two were most prominent in the meta back in kind of spring and winter stages. But yeah, they're going to be happy out. Sejuani taken, sets up well, and it's kind of fitting into that role of Tien being more of a role player or supportive player, which I think has been the best version of Top Esports, because you do have so much talent in each of those roles. It makes it easy if Tien is just able to set them up for success.
Well, you already mentioned the Kai'Sa before. Pays has got this to look at. There's also something like the Rel up and available to pair it alongside for the bottom lane, and we have some dive for Gen G. And Dagda, that means counterpick is going to go towards the support role here for Mako as well. And I'm kind of curious, you know, does it just be the Mako Alistar, the classic, the thing that he pulled out time after time again when he was on EDG? He has a historic cow in the league.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick from great understanding of it. With the Leona though, we may just see the Rel come out instead and just be happy to trade that one out. But yeah, I think overall, Gen G setting up for strong side lanes with both the Gnar and the Yone, and then being able to play for a lot of these team-like fights like we just saw. Also then the kind of AP damage dipping in on both sides of the Maokai and the Kaisa gives them a nice all-rounded. And whereas when you look at top esports, I think they have less pressure on a side lane with the Rumble, still fine to like clear out waves, but definitely more focused towards those big team fights with the Rumble ultimates and so much follow-up damage coming through from that Lucian, Jhin and long-range ultimates.
There's a lot of big ultimate buttons to pull on both teams though, right? Like Gnar, Yone, all in engage. It sets up from Leona with range as well. I love the fact that here for TES and Gen G, Dagda, we are going to get a little bit bloody, down and brutal. And for TES, people historically will remember that we used to talk about this team back when Knight was on the roster as being like this heavy lane style, like, oh, they're so good at lanes, and then they just fight all the time. You know, Top Esports over the course of this year, we've been developing and watching this team slow down a bit, play a bit more with their macro, a little bit more intelligent, I guess you could throw in if that's not insulting them from the past.
But even this draft is a little bit more of that adaptation that we're seeing from Top Esports, right? Yes, we've had a couple of games from 369 in the Rumble, but he has been primarily the Cassantes, the Renekton's, the Mordekai's, or counter picks into Cassante. Like, this has kind of been his style of those big tanks on the top side, so definitely trying to shift alongside that meta. And we'll have to see how he does. Now, over the course of his career, he's at 90% win rate over 11 games, but definitely a champion that we've seen less of him since he, well, initially left Top Esports onto JDG and now back to Top Esports.
And now he's come back, yeah. It was always 369 and 9 together. I remember, you know, Cream's the one who's developed though. Cream's the one who's come into the mid lane champion pool and started making a name for himself as well. This Top Esports, they beat T1 yesterday. Massive comeback after T1's early game pushed them out and looked like T1 were rising back in fame, but some amazing team fights we talked about. On the other side for Gen G, their control, being calm and collected against Weibo, is what got them to this spot. 1-0 for both these teams on day 2. One of them are going to match and be in the pool with LNG, who stays undefeated here at Worlds for day number 2 of the Swiss stage as we get into this second match.
Yeah, I am very excited to watch this matchup because even stylistically, these teams feel so different when they enter in towards the mid-game. Like, you think of Gen G and it's, oh, I want like Chovy and Keen with TP plays, so like overload a side lane, we take tower, we teleport elsewhere. Like, very slow, very methodical, and crucially never taking the like 70-30 play. Like, never looking for those big plays and maybe turn a whole game around, but it is clean, it is collected, and this constant small wins for them. Whereas when I look at Top Esports, they're actually one of the rare teams that I feel like at Worlds that actually plays like side lanes to mid lane. A huge amount coming with like 369 and things like the Renekton, trying to find creative flank opportunities off of a small pushing wave, but I don't know if we're going to have that here.
Speaking of someone who used to be in the LPL, you know, Dagda, you can attest to this, right? When you and me were casting this guy, even then he was building himself up as like a great TP flanker. His positioning and timing was perfect. He is one of the best team fighters in the world, if not the best team fighter. And some of these angles and some of these movements, even considering what we saw at MSI and their success against Gen G, is what makes 369 so special.
But he has started to slip when it comes kind of towards his laning phase, right? He was always a very solid laner, but was always a step behind people like Bin. And now with Keen rising up, where Keen has been so good when he gets his counter picks, even having like niche ones like, well, the Mordekaiser match with 369, but like the Gangplank that he was bringing out. Keen has stepped up as a top laner and kind of thrown off that mantle where people were kind of talking about just his Cassante. Keen is a force to be reckoned with, and 369 needs to keep control there.
You have such good laners on Gen G, right? That's why I want to come down and talk about Paze as well. Paze has had some really high highs. I mean, bro's only 18 years old, right? He's still young, and he performs like this. Yes, in finals got some criticism, but him versus Jackie Love, high highs indeed as we look at the flash away and the cleanse. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about Paze. Maybe it cursed him, but bro is still killing it with the stats.
Yeah, and Paze has been an absolute menace for Gen G, like the best Ziggs in the LCK. The guy's been able to step up on a ton of picks, and look, didn't get to show his stuff in that finals, but over the course of summer, he was far and away an amazing point on the map for Gen G. And I think that's where you have to try and shut this down as Top Esports. And Jackie Love having a kind of similar rise over the last year where he really has started to move away from, oh, the edge route that Arcane shifts forward. He is way more controlled, an absolute massive threat on the map, and pairing him finally with a super strong support in Mako. It's no longer kind of these, I'm not going to like insult the guys he played with, but less than top 4 in the region. This is where it pops up.
I'm sorry, we look in comparison, Mako in comparison to Yu Yan Jia and also Chuo,
and
that's That's, you know, it's not fair. You know, they're players who maybe one day can develop their legacy, but like, I mean, Mako's a different beast.
I mean, 3 LPL championships, an MSI, a Worlds title, like, this is the most decorated support in the
He got the first MSI title alongside Deft and Pawn. Like, Mako's still going strong. He's just like one of those, again, to use the word legacy players, you know, alongside the likes of Faker in the past for LPL as well. You think of the legends like Clearlove. I think there's so much to talk about with the support himself. As 369 burns down, Keen just stands there. He's overcooking a little bit, but it won't matter. It gives Electro Harpoon that extra bit of oomph as Keen plays a respect game. And now that's 2 laners, both sides of the map, working well for TES in the individual 2v2 and 1v1 respectively.
Engagement ends, nice damage onto Jackie Love.
Good crash down.
Was in the middle of his reload, so wasn't able to get a ton of damage back. Now, Canyon is in the area, but I think this is more to spot out where Tien is as his wave starts to push out.
You know, while we're having that discussion about bot laners as well, as I see a gank coming through from Canyon, but Tien is going to spot this out first, or at least be here to save the day. There's the Zenith Blade for the engager. Flash over the wall, they commit. All in on Mako, but the Bramble Smash separates, tears, but the Permafrost is better. A 1-for-1. Lands now in trouble. Permafrost is the flash away as a response. In a 2v2, Pace wants to take it up, but you've got no mana. As he runs after them, nothing else happens, while under turret 369, looking for a solo kill! You crazy, crazy man! He has to flash away. At least he has TP to get back top.
Hey, sometimes a genius needs a bit of a crazy, and that was very close to working out for 369, but Keen able to get the flash away, will pick up all the minions underneath the tower. So in the end, it's flash for flash, kill for kill on the bottom side, but crucially, as you see with Tien coming in for the counter gank, the kill went to Tien, so the engagement hands is perfect. The flash over the wall from Canyon keeps the rail locked in place, so she can't get the crash down to get that little bit of an extra shield. Tien then picks up the kill, and Lehen's flashing away as well to deny any sort of follow-up, just as his aftershock was about to fade as well, means that he won't fall. So kind of Gen G getting that early kill from Paze can change a lot of this matchup dynamic in the bot lane.
On the other side, going over to Tien, giving him a bit of gold, you can see has fluctuated the gold lead in jungle, and Tien was able to go back and clear from what I could understand as well. So he is up a camp or 2 as he comes back towards the top side now with a couple of camps up and available, and those grubs spawning in 25 seconds. Support's also leading the way to make the roams here as they help to cover mid.
Yeah, covering mid at the moment, you've got both junglers on their Raptors, so could always try and get involved here, but this feels more like just trying to ensure that this wave starts to bounce back out towards Chovy. You do not want this wave frozen here for Cream, and I think that's why we're seeing so much scrapping overs.
Love again, we're not going to acknowledge what happened in top. That was fun, but no summoners available if they join in this fight over the grubs, and Gen G did get what they wanted mid, move to grubs first, and Canyon starts it off. He's going to take one with ease. The next is a question.
Etienne starting to move in. Cream here.
Look at the angle from Lehen's. He gets the engage onto the jungler as the Fate Sealed is a good one as well. Chovy gets clean, but he goes back in as now Cream has to fight fire with fire, but Mako can't do anything. Culling comes through and Chovy just takes it down as easy as that. Clean from the mid laner of Gen G. Well, Cream just relentless pursued back on in Fog of War, he gets punished. A double over to Chovy, and that is a player I do not want to give gold to if I'm top esports.
If you're an LCK fan, you definitely want that gold there, because that was sick from Gen G. Fighting at that choke point right as top esports try to contest, and you don't really get that opportunity to open up and really take value from like Cream's ultimate, from Mako being able to buy space. So great read from Gen G on how to take that fight.
369 is getting some attention. Gold went into the favor of Gen G in the fight. Now they're trying to punish Keen, who lost his flash before. Tien snuck in here. Low health bar, but he's got the ulti available. Meganar is coming in.
I think Keen's reading this. Oh, no.
Oh, he's not. He jumps in. Dagda, as you were saying, it's the opposite. Permafrost at melee range. It's going to come on in as Canyon tries to save the play, but he can't. But does he have enough damage with Bramble Smash? I think close to. 369 is ticking away the scrap shield. Saves him for a time being. Tien looking for the Permafrost. Bramble smashes. Canyon is on an edge, on a mile. He's in the rocks. For now, gets burned down anyway. The Grand Canyon has been filled in by 369.
Canyon was so close to being able to get that, but an auto away. 369 is able to come back in for the save. It's something back in the hands of top esports. but they are going to need a little bit more if they want to try and match how strong Chovy is.
Tien gets his first item because of the kill, it feels like, or maybe before. We'll watch again because Keen launches at 369.
Yeah, and I think he was thought with Maokai coming up for Canyon that he should have been able to get the play, but Tien completely snuck in and managed to get that set up. He goes down, and then watch here. So 369 goes very, very low. Canyon has this little meow cat that's running after 369 trying to get the kill, but as soon as that's gone, 369 able to run back in, gets the flame spitter and that harpoon right as the twisted advance goes through to pick up the kill.
369 insane damage. He knows it's so close. Just wanted that trade, and you know, at least a kill went over to 369. Baited Ash is picked up as well as he picks up the Ninja Tabi in the meantime too. So gold lead between top and jungle, but let's not forget Chovy in that last fight picked up 2 kills. And although it's not a massive gold lead, I mean, he's still in a great spot here in this ranged matchup mid.
Yeah, I think it just accelerates him so effectively towards things like the Vamp Scepter, where now it becomes a big threat, but a play on bot side again here.
Again, Tien is just bullying Keen. His flash is still not up and available. The flash to match, he already hopped out. Permafrost, Electro Harpoon, he's dead again. 369 gets another kill, and you know, this sets up a nice narrative for Tien, Dagda. I don't know if you want to start with it or if I should.
I'm just like, when the hell does Tien play towards 369?
Yeah.
Like, this is not what you expect, but the 369 now in such a good spot to just try and take over the sideline. As you say, like, Tien has been stepping up big now for top esports.
All I'm going to say is a lot of people didn't have this team making it out of Swiss because they're like, I don't know about Tien. But Tien's year has been insane. Even at MSI, I think we saw some highlights, and yeah, sure, they'd lost to G2 in the end, but that's more about G2. Jackie Love now solo flared as we come back to reality, and is Mako going to pull a bit onto the gravity? Shattering Strike hits him in the brush, but Lehens is fine, as Gen G are just looking for what they can get at the 2v2.
But I think you need the strength of Tien to try and go up against Canyon. This man is in discussion for the best jungler in the world, probably is the best jungler in the world right now. He is absolutely insane in how much control he can have, and especially coming over on towards Gen G, like the revamp of this Gen G roster, a huge amount of the talking point was Canyon and Chovy starting to work together, and you can see that it didn't quite work out from here, but certainly this is a man that you cannot forget about when it comes to these games.
Canyon did diff in Game 5 at MSI. That's what I'll remember. The Nidalee just came out of left field, and that's what you expect with Canyon. The possibility when you get to these best ofs of what he can draft for. In this game, obviously, it's just a Maokai who picks up a Locket first, but Canyon still has that reliability as a jungler. As just 1K gold lead for top esports here at the first 10 minutes of the game. Second round of grubs have now spawned, and Lehens is on the top side matching Mako as it's all eyes on top.
The Hens is doing a good job here of faking pressure, though, because he doesn't have Canyon and he doesn't have the Kaisa, but the top esports don't know that, so afraid to kind of step into that position. Now he's bought time where top esports haven't set up grubs, so nice job from Lehens.
They're faking it.
Now, can they get Chovy, though? That's the person you need to lock down here.
Tien waits over the side. It's Lehens who face check. As you said, Chovy needs to be the target. 369's walking up instead of teleporting. Paige is on the top side of the wave. This is going to be an all-out brawl just for grubs. Smite comes down. It's Canyon to get it. 4 grubs. Okay, Gen G, do you want some more? One goes to top esports as Canyon runs on in, but he already got what he wanted. The setup from Mako with the pull in. Thank you, Kinematics. Gives top esports a kill. Canyon already got away with a bit of a robbery, but he wanted the full heist.
Yeah, I think he should have just stepped back. You had the 4 grubs. You're pretty happy because you're the one coming out on top of that, but ends up going over, giving the kill across as well. You're going to be very happy as Cream to pick that one up.
It's the carries who are starting to get some gold on top esports. It's Cream, as you said, who picks up some gold and levels out the playing field a little bit with Chovy from what he got earlier. So grubs picked up. 4 for Gen G, though, is still a win overall, as we just go back to laning and chilling for another 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, I mean, the games yesterday for top esports against T1 very much came down to, hey, there's a couple of early skirmishes, but these big late game fights at objectives. And I think Gen G, definitely a team that can look to try and play at the macro and, like, cover a lot of the plays from top esports, but in this sort of position where you constantly are forcing objective plays, I think Canyon needs to be a bit more careful about how he's approaching them, because even yesterday, the Maokai, the ultimate, didn't work out so well for some of these plays because of the pressure that was being put onto him by Weibo. Still came out with a win, so you can't really complain too much, but just needs to be on point here with those plays for the Maokai.
As Korean plays up heavily in the meantime, Lehens is just hovering topside yet again. Canyon is nearby. He's level 8, by the way, matching here with Tien as he's caught up a bit in CS, but getting those early kills and the fact that Tien does have a small item differential with Kindle Jam. He's going to be caught out. Solarflare locks him down. It's lock for lock though with the Shattering Strike as the Nate Scratch, as you talked about, is great positioning. Tien can't get out. It's at a good angle from Lehens. He just stayed top until someone fell into his trap.
Lehens is playing so well this game. The pressure to buy time for Gen G on towards Void Grubs. Now the roam in towards that top side to catch out top esports. Lehens is putting on a show and kind of showing Mako what he needs to be stepping up to if he wants to match Gen G.
He matched in four of these kills with 4 assists in his pocket as Mako tries to match Chovy, but unfortunate Shattering Strike. I heard someone in the audience sigh on that one as Chovy just pulls back with the bot lane consistently top. And both top laners consistently bot now, with Dragon spawning in a minute's time as well, even though they have teleport to be able to walk to this one. Feels like the next go.
But there's 2 members of top esports being pulled to deal with Chovy, which just opens up Lehens now to play it on the map state.
True.
And he's so good at working with Canyon in these sort of positions to find leads, to find opportunities to make plays. And with the Rift Herald now only just starting to spawn, and you have to reset here. Jackie Love Chovy going to look for the interrupt, and he gets it.
He does indeed. As you said, 40 seconds. Herald also mentioned 10 seconds. It feels like now, because of what Chovy did, maybe it's a surefire thing. Canyon, he is walking through mid and seems to be getting that mid push thanks to Pays, which leads him into that top objective about 30 seconds before this Dragon spawns.
Yeah, the only thing you do have to be worried about is a lot of these first items being completed, like Bork for Cream, the Static Shiv now for Jackie Love on these resets. Even 369 having TP with Leandries, whereas nothing's there for Gen G, so they could have tried to contest, but it's gone already. Gen G are just rushing it.
Teleport also committed as well, so you know Chovy's here before anyone from Top Esports shows face. Nature's Grasp in the late contest. TP as well from the top. I mean, Top Esports don't have their 80 carry in position. Jackie Love's zoned out by Keen, while the rest of Gen G take the fight in the middle of the pick. Mako's zoned out, taken out first. TES are trying to brawl with the Brawl Stars. Chovy gets a double already, and even though Jackie Love gets his ulti, he's getting whittled away by the Nah. Flash matches as well. 369 bullies and gets something back as Cream tries to outplay. He's got a health bar. He's got Lehens in his sights. He's got 369. Wait! No way to Top Esports. Get something out of nothing! What the hell? How do they win?
It is a blessed day at Worlds 2024, because my God, these fights are absolutely insane. Top Esports barely skirt away with the win. But it's still Gen G who come away with the objective.
I guess 369's 2.5k gold lead probably had some influencing there. I'm watching Chovy clean up. I'm watching Keen just whittle away at Jackie Love's health bar. But in what is classic LPL solo lane style, they take a misnumbered fight and win it.
There is...
Give us a
I'm
replay.
shocked that Top Esports are ready to bring it back, but we may have to do a rinse and repeat here at Dragon. But actually looking at where Canyon is, I think we're just going to back away. So, but it was a very, very close fought fight. The ultimate from 369 was really good, but the fact that Gen G, the target selection, the focus on towards the members that were stuck in the pit for Top Esports worked out absolutely fantastically. And now with the Dragon taken, look at where Gen G are. This is what we were talking about, that classic of, hey, we're going to stick Chovy and Keen in the same lane or put pressure on the same side of the map and look for these towers. And now it's Top trying to scramble to match that play on the bottom side.
And Gen G in top are going to try and get some gold back onto Chovy as well. After that, Dragon goes down. It's Mountain Soul. Another push here as Top Esports group up. Okay, Canyon. Well, unfortunate. He was going to look for another push. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise, Dagda, because if they go for that push, 369 and the rest of TS are there to match. I feel like Canyon could have died.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right, though. So, Gen G, back away. It's still tower for tower at the end of the day, as Cream was able to get that one on the bottom side. But I do think the main focus now is going to be, like, how does 369 match up in some of these side lanes? Because I didn't consider him a very strong split pusher. Yeah. But when you're, you know, 5-0 as Rumble and have a nearly 3k gold lead, I think you're in a good spot to be a bit of a threat.
Oh, yeah.
And Tien and Mako have realized this, and they're going to look for put pressure on towards Chovy.
Consistently playing around 369. Cream teleported in for this as well, so they're looking to take Alders down, and this is what we mean when we say Top Esports willing to split the difference here. Play the macro gamers. They're going to lose mid, but for Jackie Love stepping up, he might hold on my phrase. He's being targeted out and an easy kill. Donated over to Pays. Lehens taking a bit of damage as Top Esports look for the retribution, look for the revenge, look for the king making play that can court Gen G. They've found Canyon in the way. The equalizer, beautiful, and he cannot stay. He flashes out. He runs for his life. Treebeard is gone, but TES saved the mid lane turret in the process.
But that's the thing. Gen G are always trying to make these counter punches every time you make a play. Lehens caught by Tien,
Still caught, and Permafrost is an easy taking down tool. locked in place, and 369 damage is unbeatable this game. Off that last play, he picked up so much gold, and he is shredding anyone in his way.
So the fact that you... Oh, actually, the tower is going to fall, but no local gold going over towards Gen G is at least a bit of a boon for top esports, but it is top tower for mid tower, kill for kill. The big wave loss for JackeyLove, though, is the major factor to keep your eyes on, because look at the 1.2k gold lead that is now opened up here on the bottom side of the map for Paze. He's in a very strong position to continuously put pressure on the JackeyLove on that mid lane contest.
And they've got some grubs under their work, which does some extra damage to mid, but at half HP, it'll stand for now as Paze defends. So, what do we have for the state? After that fight, I mean, again, 3k gold lead individually in top. That's the gold lead right now for TES, as the rest of the map is looking good. Paze especially, 1,300 gold up with 2 items on this Kai'Sa.
And that's where I think you're going to have Lehens and Canyon babysit Paze in this mid lane, get that mid control, and as the reset starts to come through for Keen, he can move into the spot lane, and you transition mid pressure into bot lane pressure, get that last tower, put a bunch of vision down on that bot side for Gen G, and then look for that dragon in 2 minutes time. So I wouldn't, as Keen comes into this bot side, start to see a lot of shift on Gen G into this bottom side. You actually see it happen now as Paze and Lehens start to get that vision and look for the pick on 369.
Things going down to start this engage off. They've skirted vision. They've gone a sneaky way. They're going to find 369 right in the middle of the wave, and he walks back. He tries to run. He doesn't have flash available, so he's going to get stunned. Solar Flare, an easy lock, and a shutdown over to Paze. More gold for the legend carry in the 80 carry position.
And it catches 369 out because Gen G are playing a wave ahead. They don't push with Paze in mid. Instead, they shift Chovy to push mid to then immediately move Paze and Lehens down, and they catch 369 out where he thinks he's got an extra 30 seconds. Really nice stuff from Gen G, and this is why they are considered such a threat in the LCK.
So plays the map slower as well. Gen G just thinking about their options, and they pick the right one. Keen gets a shove in bot, and now he can back away with some extra gold. But what I'm looking at, in speaking of gold, is what Paze gets from that Fiendish Codex Blasting Wand. Now picked up for the Kai'Sa. That'll have that W upgrade most likely. And Paze can start getting some of those resets down, so the poke starts becoming very meaningful for this comp that only has the Sedge and Rel to tank it up.
Yeah, I think the small advantages that you have for top esports is like Cream starting to hit that Black Cleaver a little bit early, but I do think Chovy should be able to finish off a Stride Breaker as he looks at the reset here. With 40 seconds until that Dragon, you have to contest this as Gen G. So I think having Chovy reset and start to move into bot side to push in that wave is kind of where they want to move him to potentially have a flank position in this next fight. But looks like Gen G actually just going to all in on the mid wave.
Oh yeah, we're going to A-Ram, aren't we? TS3 members showing 369 hasn't walked down yet. But this has been a mainstay and a mainstay in my heart for the tournament so far. We're heading towards Dragon. We started off in mid. Gen G are here first, and TS have come to show what they can do in this team fight.
This is difficult now to get vision. At least Lehens spotted on a ward means top esports should feel confident to walk into this river position.
With the vision linings, Lehens on control ward. Clears away, as you said.
I think top just going to play for mid-tower pressure instead. They don't really care about one Dragon going to Gen G, as long as they can get this mid-turret. Can Gen G look for the engage with Canyon off the back of this, though?
Keen has Mega Knight and Flash available. TES moving into a choke, but they're too far away. Keen doesn't take the opportunity, and TES move into Fog of War.
Mako basically playing bodyguard here with TN, making sure top esports can get out easily. There's always that potential of Canyon just opening up with ult. A flash play from Keen catches them out, but top esports, they get the tower and trade for that Dragon.
Chovy in an angle as well. Chovy in a great angle. He's going to take it onto JackeyLove. Caught out. Solar Flare. They're taking the 80 carry to town. He flushes out, but Chovy is still matching, but they can't kill him. He goes in the backline. That's Paze. He snipes. He assassinates. The equalizer doesn't even hit as Canyon is a new target. Front to back now with the culling. They run forward, but no one's dying yet. Gen G are in so many different angles, so many different movements. They're hitting him from all sides. It's a sandwich, but I think for TES, it's a rotten one. A double turns into a triple, turns into a finisher, and Gen G with the 10 out of 10 team fight dissipate top esports.
The darkness is full of terror for top esports, and it's Gen G who are picking them off one by one. It's Chovy with the knock-up, Paze with the assassination, and Baron for the LCK players.
Absolute masterclass. Gen G playing on the edge of so many different possibilities. They keep their team alive, and I think they've kept their game chances of moving to a 2-0 very much in their hands. Dag the Red Bull Baron power play, but please give me another replay. I just want to watch that again and live it.
Yeah, I mean, the engage from Pays, or the follow-up from Pays was sick, because everyone at Top Esports thinks he's moved away, but Pays has the confidence to just play up here, knowing that nobody's really able to turn on to him from this position. He puts the threat. Chovy with that knock-up as well here was perfect. And then Pays flashing forward, buying space. The only damage dealer is 369, so Pays knows as long as I step away from him, there is no threat. And it's a triple kill. You can see Mata looking very happy in the back there.
I was an LPL caster. Tien looks a bit frustrated, but in happy strides. Dagda, I was an LPL caster, but I am an LCK lover in this game. And this is Gen G putting on a bit of a show here as Tien is now caught between the turret and he's taking damage. He's poked out, but it enables Gen G to find themselves a bit of a turret, a bit of a free kill as well, as Tien ends up dropping. Lehen's found another great pick, and now TS find themselves in trouble.
Top Esports don't have a leg to stand on. It's been chopped away by Chovy. It's been hacked at by Pays, and this team of Gen G has absolutely destroyed Top Esports in this mid to late game.
Whether it's a series at MSI or this best of one here at Worlds, Gen G, Top Esports, they've both put on a show, but Gen G once again looking to be firm favorites as 9-1-6. This Kaiser is 4.5K, 4,200, right? But Pays is mega ahead when 369 was the lead a lot of the time. That now feels more and more irrelevant because Pays is just in the way.
He's 2/3 of the gold lead essentially for Gen G. This man has been absolutely insane, and I think a huge amount of that is when we praise Jackie Love for his positioning over the course of LPL domestically, it has not worked out for him this split, or this game. Lehen's has had it in his sights the whole time. And also then Chovy just consistently putting pressure onto him. Jackie Love has not had a chance to open up. And when he was so clutch yesterday on this Jhin with some of the static shiv damage and the executions that he got, he just has not had that today against Gen G.
They're now moving up top with their Baron. They've already picked up 4,000 gold to thrust themselves into the lead. 7,000. The difference between them right now is Gen G use Keen to pull in the way.
But you got TP from Jovian towards mid just to push in that wave to draw Top Esports, but they look for Keen.
They're looking for Keen. They find the pieces, they pick apart Tien into the Glacial Prison, but Keen hops away. He's still not dead, and now into a corner. Gen G are tearing him limb from limb. TES haven't even got the thrust of Chovy. Oh, it's church time. He may miss those, so I think we're going to go another Sunday while he roots himself into a corner. He gets autoed to death. Gen G, wait, I knew I was an atheist. As they run back, they're trying to block every shot, but Keen is burning down and hit by the sniper of Jackie Love. All right, we're going to have to rethink this religion.
We went to church, but it's the Top Esports miracle that might have just happened. The dive from Gen G went too far, and it's Top who gets a much-needed goal back in their favor.
Dagda, even though the push comes in, almost severely takes out an Nexus turret. Top Esports managed to find a way.
I mean, this was a great kill on towards Cream. Just barely have to get him as he dashes forward. The lockdown comes through, and you're able to get the kill thanks to Pays' damage. Mako goes very low, and then Chovy sees blood in the water, but it's his own at the end of the day. With a great sidestep from Mako into the stun. The lockdown, thanks to Deadly Flourish, is then enough for just the last bullet to come through and kill him. But with everyone on Gen G moving forward to try and help him out, and it only gives time for the curtain call to come through as Keen. A little bit of a whoopsie on the blast cone.
But Jackie Love on Jhin. Okay, I'm getting it again. TES moving towards Dragon, and the game ain't done. There's a big lead as we've almost got a full item on Pays Dagda. I know you're talking about that Seeker's Armor Guard. I love this graphic. Thank you very much to our production crew. Look at all the tools and the activatables available here for TES and Gen G, mainly Gen G, right?
But again, I don't think we're going to get this fight. Top Esports realizing, look, we just need gold. We just need time. We need to push back Gen G, and that starts with the waves. So, going to opt out of this one. And we'll be looking for another 5 minutes of slightly bought time, but 1.5 minutes until Baron.
Yeah.
The amount of control that Chovy offers in his side lane, the pick potential you can get with Pays, it is very hard for Top Esports to defend these towers.
So I said it's not done yet, but it still feels like Gen G it should be done. Okay, obviously there's going to be favoritism with the way they've handled this game, and there's going to be with the cold lead they have plus double Mountain Dragon against the Jhin and Illusion. Can they find the picks that they found when Gen G overcommitted to the top lane?
Well, this is where, as long as Gen G don't make that same mistake, they're okay. They are setting up the same idea. Slow push in mid, create that pressure. 369 is not top, so Top Esports can't really just pull the trigger immediately. They need 369 there, but big wave on bot and pressure in mid. Top Esports has to concede this tower or else fight a 4v5.
Well, they clear the wave at the very least. It slows things down. Gen G, as you said, have the numbers advantage for now, while 369 deals with both the bot wave crashing in behind the turret and this new wave that's crashing in directly in front of it. Lehen's also looking for a pick with his range as the next wave crashes in, and TES still fighting quite a battle here with the minion wave.
Yeah, you've only got 2 more waves that you can really, 3 more waves that you can work for this for Gen G, because you can see the timer in your bottom left corner before that boss inhibitor respawns. So next wave should be where they're looking to try and make this full play onto the Orisa top side. Top Esports trying to clear out mid and bot, but I think they will just concede this top tower in favor of trying to get back out onto the map a little bit more.
One ward may be helping out as Tien gets the full brunt of Chovy. Small engage. It's that ward behind Chovy. You can see that for TES gave them a bit of a leg up knowing where Gen G were moving. But now everyone's spotted out. Mid wave is the call. Again, we sit around mid while 369 makes his way again for the fight.
Yeah, Top Esports are losing some resources off that top wave that crashed, but they're just trying to play off of 2 wave states, knowing if they contest Gen G into this top side jungle, they're just going to end up walking in blind. So Lehen's spotted on a ward, doesn't realize it though.
So 369 runs towards him. Now he's behind enemy lines. Gen G are like, look, what do we do? Do we find the fight? Do we find the Baron? And Chovy is trying to help out, but Lehen's already flashed away. He wants to build space, get back towards his team while Chovy zones out Jackie Love, but getting burnt to a crisp is 369 on top of Lehen's. He's overheated though, but now with a new flame spitter out in the culling, he's dead. But Canyon's ulti, is it good enough? The question with the Equalizer thrown into the mix is Deadly Flourish does nothing. Mako tagged, Gen G have lost their support, TS lose no one.
But they lose all their ultimates in the play, and I think Top Esports need to back away from that. Keen will drop to Mininar, but Gen G, yes, they lost Lehen's, but they haven't lost too much when it comes to map pressure and can still continue to push in these waves.
Well, Chovy's going to do exactly that. Lehen's has got a smaller death timer as well. In 10 seconds, he's up.
Yeah, I'm not 100%, but with all those ultimates used, I think Gen G can just start barring, and they make the same call. You know, no curtain call, culling, lockdown from Tien. Even 369 is no equalizer. You see Gen G toying with the idea, but not 100% certain they want to go for it.
Tien backing on a ward. Chovy is not going to be stopped, of course, with the Soul Unbound. He darts back. Chovy starts off the Baron, maybe to fake it, as Top Esports still hover. This one ward at red buff, giving full access to Gen G's next game plan.
Still, a lot of movement here around this Baron area. The ultimate's starting to come up for Top Esports though, so I don't know if Gen G, this is the time to commit. Still trying to bait Top Esports in. Keen has hit Mega again, so they need to find that window now on Top Esports.
Cream's culling is going to be up and available. Tien, though, is found out, packing up against the wall. The Fate Sealed, beautiful. Gen G back into control, into the back line. They've gotten a double, a quick kill, and access as Cream culling against the side. He's open season for Gen G as Chovy, Keen walk into Jackie Love, and a nice cat from Canyon to seal another deal. It looked a bit sloppy, but Gen G still whacking them with the wallets.
Again, Lehen's position on the map has just been so good this game. Waiting in the bush, knowing there's no vision there for Top Esports, and Gen G immediately engaged with Keen, having the last couple of ticks of that Meganar, and that will be the Baron for Gen G.
TES held out for so long, but like it just comes back to that same reality that Pays and Chovy are so damn fed, do so much damage. And Gen G this game, you got to say, have been so good at picking apart the pieces in the majority of these fights, right? Obviously, it's been slowed down by TES as much as possible, but we watch this other one again.
But
this
look
is what
again,
they did.
Lehen's, no vision. You look at topside, 369 and Cream not in a position to go for this, and Chovy's just hit his Q3 into that ultimate, rocks everybody, and even Pays immediately jumps onto Jackie Love to force then the Seeker's arm guard, which overextends Cream, who then ends up falling. It's all these little pieces from Gen G, perfectly coordination that makes this team so deadly.
And have now moved into an 8K gold lead. We're back where we started. We're back where we were 5-10 minutes ago. Pays is having a field day, and there was a lot of criticism, like we said, coming into his debut at Worlds because of how he performed in finals. But Pays still, Dagger, comes back to your point, Pays is still a supreme team fighting AD carry. He's still, you know, a young prodigy who's got so many years ahead of him. We look at one moment in finals and say, yeah, but what else has he done? Well, he's done exceptional things throughout the year.
Yeah, debuted this year at Worlds. Did play in 2023. But
bloody won MSI.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this guy has been absolutely insane. Even hitting the, what's it, the Golden Road? I can't remember the term, when you win LCK in your first split as well. Like, this guy's an absolute beast. So I have to see if he's going to be able to continue that as he starts to move forward. But it is looking damn good at 11-1-0. And alongside Lehen's, this has been such a good bot lane to focus down Jackie Love and Mako.
TES on their last defense. The Baron's doing a lot of work under this inhibitor, and Chovy's free to step up. TES on their defensive position as they're losing everything in the base. Gen G are spreading them thin, and TES just need to fight and fight in front of their Nexus turrets is what they've got left, as Gen G have now opened up double inhibitor.
There's the ultimate from Canyon, though. They want to end this now.
And Maokai sends it in, and Solar Flare also zones out TES. One Nexus turret taken down with ease. TES need the last stand and begins with the culling with the Glacial Prison, with everyone jumping in. The equalizer good, but Maker only gets one man. Even with a good Magnet Storm, it's still not enough. Genji in a 4 versus 4 as TES are running forward. Now deal with 369, who thought he had it, but Gen G are believers in themselves. That's all that matters here. 3 people left alive. They're low on health bars. They can't end now as TES manage to only just defend.
They're so low, but Gen G, Keen's going to reset and TP in on this wave. They need to try and find a way to stop this. Jackie Love's alone!
Be tagged and he gets ulted immediately. Pays is too strong. Chovy's here to support as well. Cream sitting from the fountain, but Keen is now rocked up as Gen G will remain undefeated in another cinema game here at Worlds.
What a performance from Gen G. That was absolutely insane, but you've heard it enough from us. I want to hear from the analyst desk because I'm speechless after that one.
That was sick.
That was sick. That was textbook phase. It felt like he came back with Kai'Sa. He was like, guys, let's forget about that Game 5 in LCK Finals. This is what I can do with Kai'Sa. What a performance from him.
I just think it's such a fantastic story for FaZe because obviously anytime you have a new player coming into an already star-studded lineup, everyone's going to be like, yeah, but what if your team wasn't so great? Would you still be good? But no, he was absolutely the clutch factor, and not just in the fights where he jumps in. Obviously, his kill participation is fantastic, but as early back as that first scrub play, he resets at a better time, he pushes the wave at a better time, and that means he's there for that 5v5, while Jackie Love is a wave behind, lagging behind, and can do absolutely nothing in that all-important skirmish.
Where you have to kind of critique TS just a little bit in those moments because they had that information that he was going to be there.
They knew, they saw him. He cleared a ward and walked out. Like, they knew he was going to be there first.
He was on a journey. But yes, you are right. This was a great game from FaZe. And like those team fights, as you kind of mentioned, the one that came to my mind was that fight on Red Buff in that area in the red side jungle where they realized they didn't actually get the finish on towards him. He had flash, so he just ended up getting the kill. Is in the area, not being threatened by the Rumble ulti, and then he rejoins, gets the last kill with the Yone Q. So there's a lot of plays where I felt like Gen G was a better team, and specifically FaZe was a focused player in those fights.
Yeah, clear player of the game here, honestly. And it's about, for me, it's not so much about the mechanical precision from this player, it's about the instincts that he has into unlocking situations that seem doomed when you look at them like this, and honestly, standout performance from him.
Yeah, I think he was facilitated very well by Lehens in a lot of these early plays, Canyon as well, and it was just a great utilization of a comp with such long-range engage to bring a Kai'Sa into the fold who could always threaten Jackie, who could always threaten really any AD champion, and the fact that you can jump in and finish a kill is so good. Jackie Love is so jealous. They're both just praying for static shift procs in so many of these early fights, but FaZe is the only one getting any of it.
He's the patient man here. He recognizes he has flash, there's nowhere he needs to go, that he can partner up with Yone to get the final kills. Very good team fight orientation. And the first replay that we got to see was Jackie Love in incredible pain, just a target in multiple fights where he didn't feel like he could walk past the front line.
Like, my champion doesn't shoot as fast, guys. I don't know what I can do. Anyway, that's all for us here on this side of the stage. Shox is standing with Lehens for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you so much. I am here with Lehens indeed, and Ji-sun to assist with the translation. First up, congratulations. You go 2-0, and you move on to a great position here at the World Championship. How do you feel about your performance overall if you look across the two games?
승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이번 경기 승리와 함께 2승 대열에 올라가면서 조금 굉장히 좋은 포지션에 올라갔는데요. 최근 두 판 경기력에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
네. 일단 오늘 경기 이겨서 너무 좋고 오늘 경기 같은 경우에는 좀 실수들이 있긴 했지만 그래도 전반적으로 다 잘한 것 같아서 굉장히 기분 좋습니다.
I'm really glad that we are already picking up 2 wins so far. I'm especially happy with how we performed today, even though there were little mistakes, but I'm overall very happy.
Yeah, it was, I think, a tricky game, I would say, because they fought back very, very well, TES, and it seemed like you had a very important role in making sure that your ADC could be comfortable. How do you feel about how you played this particular game and what you had to do to be able to get this victory?
오늘 특히나 상대가 계속 좀 강하게 싸워오면서 좀 경기가 비등비등하게 흘러갔는데 서포터로서 또 페이지 선수가 좀 잘 딜을 할 수 있도록 환경을 조성하는 게 굉장히 중요했을 것 같은데 오늘 경기 플레이하면서 어떤 부분을 중점적으로 조금 보고 계셨나요?
일단 저희가 첫 경기 할 때 좀 많이 실수한 부분이 있어서 그냥 실수를 최대한 안 하자라는 마음으로 했던 것 같습니다.
Apparently there were so many mistakes in the first game, so I just want to make sure that we will be able to get rid of those in this series today.
That makes a lot of sense. Now, of course, I can imagine that the LCK finals and the loss there would have been a hit to the confidence. Do you feel like that is the case? And what have you identified as the things that Gen.G needs to work on to make sure that that coveted world title becomes yours?
그렇다면 이제 서머 결승전 이후로 약간의 자신감에 타격을 입으셨는지 그리고 그 이후로 월드 준비함에 있어서 어느 부분을 좀 중점적으로 보완해야겠다 싶었던 게 있을까요?
당연히 타격이 있었고요. 저기 있는데
The guys in the back. Yeah.
잘해야 할 생각밖에 없죠. 별 생각 없는 것 같습니다.
Of course, we did take a hit to our confidence. You know, the guys in the back, they were really mean to us. But I mean, what happened is what happened. You know, we just got to keep going. We have to focus on what's next.
Speaking of being mean, there is a Griffin reunion, of course, at Worlds, and Tarzan did say that you were bullying him a little bit because you said that he was the only one that hadn't gotten a title yet, so maybe he was the problem. How has the Griffin reunion been going, and have you been able to catch up with your teammates, your ex-teammates?
또 이번 월즈에서 이제 구 그리핀의 약간 동창회가 열렸잖아요. 그리고 이제 타잔 선수가 살짝 말해줬는데 리엔즈 선수가 나를 조금 놀렸다, 괴롭혔다, 나만 우승 못했다라고 놀렸다고 하는데 너가 문제였다라고 말할 수도 있었다고 하는데 요새 뭐 선수분들 오랜만에 다시 만나니까 어땠는지 좀 현장 분위기는 어떤가요?
일단 예전에 했던 동료들이 모여서 굉장히 기분 좋고 저희끼리 비밀 대화를 한 거를 이렇게 밖에 이야기한 게 전 너무 아쉽다고 생각하고 있어요.
I mean, it's always great to have a reunion, an international event, but I'm actually really disappointed that he leaked our conversation, so it's unacceptable.
Definitely is. Congratulations, 감사합니다, Jason,
감사합니다.
and the hands.
Waiting for a solo kill! You crazy man! From the mid laner of Gen.G, Cream just relentless pursued back on in. In Fog of War he gets punished. A double over to Chovy. He's got a health bar. He's got Lehens in his sights. He's got 369. Wait! No way to top esports. Get something out of nothing! What the hell? How do they win? So many different movements. They're hitting it from all sides. It's a sandwich, but I think for Tedious, it's a rotten one. And Gen.G with the 10 out of 10 team fight dissipate top esports.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd. Boom! I am lightning.
This will be fun.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb mistaken. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground.
welcome back to the desk for the second day of Swiss here, as I think we witnessed one of the best games we had from the tournament so far. TES, Gen.G. Gen.G solidifying themselves as the favorites of the tournament, but that was a crazy game. What did you think, Jimmy?
Certainly was, and honestly, you could feel that in the entire arena. I was actually watching it from the back. LNG had still stuck around. And the entire atmosphere, in terms of the happiness they sometimes felt, into the immediate downfall afterwards. It was very funny to watch, and yeah, what a great game to witness.
Yeah.
One of the things I love about watching Gen.G play against LPL teams is like LPL teams are always willing to fight them, to contest, to see, to like, hey, are you going to make a mistake here? And that makes all these Gen.G games so much more exciting. Even when they have that little lead, it never feels like a sure thing until they actually close out.
Perfection. Peak League of Legends here, which is why we want to keep on having. In the next game, we have Hanwha Life Esports versus G2. I'm coping hard here. I'm coping as the biggest EU fan, but I feel like we have an exciting matchup, especially in the mid lane. This is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Caps versus Zeka. What do we think here? There's so much to say.
I mean, two fantastic Yone players from yesterday at the very least, right? These are guys who are kind of, I think, the core of a lot of their team's biggest moments. Caps most certainly, right? Even when G2 has been in a slump, has always been stepping up. And Zeka as well, right? Touted for so long as the, oh, he only plays melee champs. Has not only evolved, but has evolved and then is also entering a Worlds tournament meta where he probably still can go back to the thing that he built his legend on back in 2022.
Yeah, but the thing is, a mid lane matchup in 2024 is never just a mid lane matchup. You always have all these other guys who wants to come in and ruin the fun. So I think we need to bring in the junglers and support as well to talk about this, because I actually think that Peanut and Delight has had incredible jungle support synergy domestically. I actually think they're one of the best jungle support duos in the world right now. I will say Peanut had a little bit of a sloppy game one, but I don't think you can kind of base him off that. The entire thing they've shown has been phenomenal. So I think whoever really has that better link up between the jungle support duo is definitely going to give that mid laner an edge. And I'm really looking on Mickey and Yike to step up, because it's not always there as a perfect duo.
It's certainly not, and obviously we're looking at these Yone highlights. They look fantastic. People will notice if you're an astute viewer. A lot of the supporting characters actually the ones that are setting up some of those plays, and it's a good call out. Zeka, of course, himself talking about how excited he is to play against his team in his interview with Ashley Kang from Horizon. Also saying that watching G2 play at MSI, seeing them bring out all these creative picks, it was the first time he'd had fun watching Pro League of Legends in a long time, which you can understand. This is a job for him, you know, some days. But like, that's a great thing to hear, and it makes me feel like both teams are going to be cooking up something special today.
Yeah, I really hope so. I mean, we already saw the double samurai combo yesterday. I think the Yone will, of course, be a contested pick, and I don't think we're probably going to see the same team come out from G2. They're very good at being adaptable and versatile, and I'm hoping that they've kind of brought some cheese to this matchup, either by Orianna Nocturne, that you're just easy to execute. You just dive in on whoever
I want more than this.
I mean, the thing is,
sorry,
in the beginning, I can't cook like they can, all right? And I'd rather be surprised by whatever they bring to the champs.
All I'll say is I'm of two minds, because on the one hand, I love it when G2 are cooking. It's when they look their best. But I also feel like if G2 want to evolve, if they want to go and make the tournament run, they need to be good on the standard stuff too. They were reliant on the rec side, the Zac, etc. at MSI, the Poppy. T1 banned those away. They look like a shadow of themselves. I don't want this to be the same tournament. I feel like they have to level up if they want to take down a team like HLE.
And we know that they love a challenge, so let's see what G2 can do here against the winners of LCK Summer. Casters, back to you.
It would be big. It would be big. Thank you, Desk. Yeah. Lovely shirts, by the way, especially Dracos, who I now wear his wardrobe, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I do. And you know what? That means I'm more EU than before. I've adapted, and I've taken Dracos' style in order to be there for G2, or maybe I'm cursing them.
I mean, you're Australian, so he's not stealing stuff more Australian.
Excuse me! Not that Australian. We're not all criminals, Dagda. There's Gen.G, excuse me, G2. You've thrown me off. And HLE. I was going to say Gen.G Part 2. I used that yesterday because, again, just seeing Peanut, Doran, and Delight on the same roster gives me throwbacks. And it's a classic, but at least here in a new roster, HLE yesterday, they threw us through a bit of a loop, didn't they, Dagda? I mean, yesterday's matchup was crazy, considering that, yes, against PSG, there were some good moments, but it took a while for HLE to kind of warm up and then walk over the game.
Yeah, they just kind of took their time, and then eventually they just were like, I'm going to just pop off here. And as you saw on the desk, Zeka looking absolutely fantastic. Viper having some really flashy plays in the Xayah as well, outplaying along like the Rift Herald fight, these kind of things. So definitely a team to be reckoned with.
Yep.
And one G2 either won are very happy to face now, but they still maybe have a little bit of jet lag.
True.
Or two, very happy that they can't draw them when it's a potential knockout. So.
You know what's even crazy? The loser of this game also goes into the pool with BLG.
Yeah.
So...
Whoopsie.
Remember, BLG already versed MDK, so that's none of these teams. So that makes Worlds even more interesting. I know Azael tweeted out, he's like, this Worlds is rocking. Now, those weren't his words, but, I've kind of summarized for you all at home because it's only been 2 days. We've had joyous matchups. We've had great games. This one should be good as well if G2 are performing out of their mind. We also have high expectations that HLE could also walk over them because first seed of the LCK, the quality of players here is still incredible.
I do think, though, G2 always find a way to really pop off when it comes to internationals. Like, I think even remember the narrative going into MSI was like, LEC's doomed, they're never going to have any sort of chance, and then suddenly we get there and everyone's like, hang on a second, G2 are a force to be reckoned with here, and really starting to threaten a lot of the top LPL and LCK teams. But we'll have to see if it's going to be a similar story, but it is also a different beast going up against Hanwha. Like, they are the first seed from the LCK. They've been absolutely incredible. The team fighting from guys like Delight, who probably is the best engaged support in the world right now, just makes it next to none. And you've got almost every single person on this team can just pop off at any given moment. There's so much clutch factor on this squad. I think that's what makes them so threatening. They are never done until that Nexus falls. And we'll have to see now as G2 coming in, getting rid of at least the Akali from Zeka, and also Peanuts Vi.
That's a big takeaway, especially when Vi has been popping up more and more, but getting rid of Yike on some of these AP junglers. They've done their homework, and especially since Yike has been looking real good towards the end of season finals I'm talking about with his brand, with things like the Zyra in the mix. They're getting rid of some of those priorities while the Aurora has to be taken away with what we've already seen at Worlds.
Yeah, still 100% ban, or well, pick ban, but looks like we're going to go back to the same as yesterday. G2 going to lock in the Yone.
Take away from Zeka as well.
Exactly, and I think just a very, very strong pick, and the opportunity to always flex that as well. Broken Blade has played the Yone in the past. We heard him talk about it in the interview. That is always an option for them to move that one around. So we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be on the opposite side. But things like the Ashe still up and available if Viper wants to try and go for it, or even taking a strong jungler for Peanut. The Maokai up and available. Ivern still available too.
Things like the Jax in the back of my mind as well for Doran, where we've seen some early Jax rotation, especially with things like Sejuani up and available. Good pairing. Dagda, I like Doran on Jax. I think it's his best champion, and he has been insane on it.
Yeah, and I know the question mark is, what does BD have prepared for this? Over the course of the year, Broken Blade has been working a lot with Alfari to try and improve his lane phase, and I think we got to see him step up when it came towards MSI, really showing that he is capable of matching a lot of these international top laners. But it's still going to be tough when you're going up against Doran on his signature pick. Yike going to go back towards the Lilia, so still sticking to that AP style, and it's the Poppy flex as well, potentially to Broken Blade in that top side to match the Jax.
It can indeed
or
be
it
top.
towards Mickey.
As you said, and I love it again, we've got a lot of context here. Well, I just want to pause on this. Zeka historically, whether it was the EDG days, BLG days, where we saw Zeka in the LPL, where we go back and we see Zeka in LCK, of course. That Salas gives me some mems, but Smolder for now instead. That can also be a flex here, Dagda, but a most common scene in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it will be the mid lane as well, because it just gives the opportunity to farm up. We saw Chovy having a great time on it yesterday when it got to that late game against Weibo, so I think Hanwha looking to replicate part of that, and especially since we basically got no Smolder in play-ins, I think this is something, a pick at least, that we'll start to see more and more of as we start to teeter in towards the main event. It looks like the LCK team's very fond of it thus far in the tournament.
I don't know why, but I've just got this inkling in the back of my mind that we're going to see something crazy out of G2. Maybe that's just because of yesterday. Maybe it's because of what we saw with the Yasuo in top lane. You know, I think you were saying, and then Des was also setting us up for the fact that this draft might have to be a little bit more different going up against Hanwha Life, and maybe you can't get away with the same things. At least I digress as we start getting rid of bot lane carries that are standardized. It's a disco in here.
Yeah, I think basically what Hanwha are setting up for here is a strong bot lane like in an Ashe or something along these lines for Viper, and unless G2 start to ban away and then you start to go down the list, it could work out relatively well. But maybe you want to go towards like a Zeri or something along these lines as this starts to go. But Ashe, I think, needs to be banned here, or else I'm not really sure what you can try and play into it. Maybe an MF for Hans Sama is the other option, because you do have the Lilia already there.
How do you think about the Kai'Sa right now, Dagda? Kai'Sa Rel still available for a G2 combination if we want to talk about more dive?
Yeah,
Renata
I don't
gone.
think Hanwha wants to go for the Kai'Sa because it's against Poppy. She can interrupt the killer instinct. So I think you're a little nervous about going for that one. Also, trying to play short range against the Lily only sets you up for potentially getting caught in that. So I think the Ashe is your best bet here. And then Hans, yeah, I think probably going for the MF as in a response. Even though it did get hit a little bit, I think you still got that combo.
What do you think about Draven? Draven into the Ashe lane with Cleanse. Thoughts? Feelings? Hans Sama is an El Classic Draven, one of his best champions historically. But maybe is the game too hard to play versus Jax Sedge? Am I barking up the wrong tree, or do I believe in my Hans Mama?
This would be such a confidence play from Hans Sama to bring the Draven out against the #1 LCK seed, but he backs down.
Hey, but Varus, we got lockdown, we got range in lane.
Yeah, it's also little backline threat, and I think that's really where at least Varus can start to shine. Sure, you've got like Jax who can technically get access to the backline, and you have Mom from Smolder, but in the grand scheme of things, there's not a huge amount of dive on HLE's side, so I think this Varus actually will be able to go on hit and get value in these team fights alongside that lockup. So I think G2 kind of reading the Varus scenario well here.
But how do we finish it off? We need a support. We know that the Smolder mid now. For Delight, does he pick up something like the Leona? Rakan still available here, Dagda. You got a lot of options at a melee. That'll sync. I love the call out there. Sync well with Peanut.
Yeah, the Alistar counter to the Rel because you can't really go for the crash down. Makes things a little bit easier. Braum.
Good
the opposite side. Okay, yeah. The only... It's always, like, look at, like, Sejuani Braum, like, incredibly strong. Yep. And you've also got the Ashe then for your engage. So this is Hanwha being able to play very heavily through that Frailure or it slows. So anyone who gets caught, like Yike or even Caps, if they overextend, is going to be a lot of trouble. So this game for G2, they need to be very well coordinated, very patient on their engages. Otherwise, they can just get gobbled up by Hanwha with one misstep.
And Zekka as well with the scaling Smolder in the mid lane too. Has a lot of options to carry these fights for Hanwha Life. Against PSG, they pulled them apart despite PSG having a good early game. I think players like Delight were really highlighted, you know, Zekka as well, who had an amazing finals and leading into MSI. We're expecting to have an amazing tournament as well. Doran on one of his best champions as well. Doran setting up with the Jax with Peanut to facilitate. It's exciting to watch HLE go up against Europe's hope. Now, of course, the audience here, including Caps' dad, is G2 favored. They love this team. This team has been together, as they said yesterday, for over 650 days. If they could beat HLE, then it becomes a very big reality that G2 are not just here to show up and then shut up. They're here to show up and then move themselves into the top 8, as a lot of people expect, which would facilitate that conversation of the best Western team, or at least top 2.
Either of these teams, right? 2-0 sets you up going into those best of 3s with several chances to try and get through. Having 3 of those opportunities to set yourself up and moving on towards quarterfinals will be such a nice boon.
Yeah.
But you got to get through the first seed from the LEC and get through the first seed from the LCK.
Oh.
And you see a lot of green-colored summoner spells, not summoner spells.
I think Grasp is balanced. Well, at least people think Grasp is very good. So, yeah, BB in the end takes the Poppy into the top lane. Now, I'm not sure if that's the 3rd time we've seen it. I put it as most flex Dagda.
We're going to lane swap.
Jungle, support, yep. This time into top lane means that this Poppy is going to be isolated, as you said, because it's set up for a lane swap, or at least wards. Viper and Delight are crossing mid. Are they going to commit to it, or are they going to try and look for this 2v2 and try and play this Ashe Braum out?
Yeah, I am curious. So we still have G2 playing down towards the bottom side, so it looks like they are just going to try and match up into the lane. Maybe thinking G2 would be the ones that went for the lane swap, trying to avoid the slows and everything else that comes with this Hanwha light bot lane, but looks like they will actually just match up in the end, as Cap's going to clear out this ward. So still, oh no, actually BB will just be spotted, as they're not quite able to clear out that ward in time. But standard lanes.
Yep. It's nice. Oh, lovely. Just wait and see. Yeah, top laners are going to go to lane, bot lane. Oh my God, no lane swap, Dagda.
Yeah, we didn't get a lot of it in the LEC. I feel like we kind of got gifted a few, because I remember watching like LCS VODs and some of the LCK finals, and I was like, huh, They have significantly more.
To be fair, like, I mean, I think today I've been so hyped up in the earlier matchups that, like, I don't remember seeing a lane swap there either. You know, it's kind of swung past them a miss. So what a nice day for it. Especially when yesterday it was just all lane swaps, really, apart from a game, I think.
I mean, it's also when you have so many hype matchups, you want to see them just go toe-to-toe.
Yeah.
Where, like, as we said, like, BB versus Doran is a sick one. But even this bottom side of the map as well is already Viper and Delight putting pressure on the hands of Mickey. But this is where I want to see what this G2 bot lane can do against one of the most dominant bot lanes globally at the moment.
I want to see what BB does in this matchup as well. We talked about the Poppy versus the Jax and kind of the mitigation that steadfast presence can hold for the Doran all-in. But early, the damage, a bit too much for Broken Blade to deal with. Great counter-strike timing, and BB just picks up the shield. But Doran is going to get the level 3 first.
You're going to be under a lot of threat for G2 here as you got push in top, bot, and mid. And I think that's why, looking at what Peanut's about to go for, I'm curious if he wants to go for some sort of invade, using the pressure he has, especially with Caps being this low and Zeka getting good trades. I think he can contest the red buff here.
Jack's going to clear his camp before he sees Peanut in action, but Peanut has Delight's help, and with the Sedge-Brom combination, it's too strong. Yikes sees this coming, though, so good awareness as he spots with a Swell Seed. Mickey also wants to go over the wall, but they don't have numbers for now.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be happy to step back. Don't want to give Hanwha any sort of early pressure.
Yep.
So nice deal coming through from Peanut, and this is kind of what Peanut is renowned for, this pressure that he continuously puts forward the second he has any sort of lane advantage. And looking mid as well, Caps.
Like this. Okay, too close to turret in the end.
Yeah, just be able to dash back, but you have to be so careful when you play against Peanut because these small advantages, he will just run away with the game.
Caps is getting bullied out in this lane already. You can see that Zeka has picked up a couple of grass stacks and is already well and truly stacking on this Smolder, as you kind of expect from a lot of the ranged matchups. Top side in the meanwhile, Doran got some good trades out, but the wave is even. Broken Blade just teleported back in, and Doran is going to be able to walk, so summoner advantage here for the top laner of Humble Life.
Yeah, I think this will still be fine in the grand scheme of things. The only thing you have to be careful about is the rotations for things like Void Grubs, where with the push, Viper and Delight having bot side, they should be able to rotate up towards top first, and then try and use Doran's TP as that extra threat to secure these early Void Grubs. So I want to see how G2 respond, knowing that they're going to be behind. Is it just going to be a case of, hey, we're just going to look for a bot side play instead?
Boy, Swell Seed's good. I just keep watching these mid-trades. Zeka just keeps doing more and more damage. Caps looks for a knock-up, almost finds Zeka, but he flaps away, and Yak can't do too much except help Caps get that push in the end.
Yeah, that was all that he was really there for, was just put a little bit of pressure, ensure the Caps could get that wave crash so he can go for the reset. Otherwise, the wave, it could be frozen in a bit of an awkward spot, but now going to be able to make his way back out onto the map. Should be fine. And I don't think we're going to have too much action, really, in the early stages, because I don't think G2, with the way the lanes are set up at the moment, have the pressure on the map to do anything. And Hanwha are happy to just continue to have their lanes winning.
As you said, mid lane's winning well, and this is our Mercedes-Benz feature matchup, by the way. Caps versus Zeka. Now, Zeka has done some more damage. That is true. Caps, 2 solo kills.
And have you come to terms with Caps being the Western GOAT yet, or are you still on the fence, as Azale was trying to convince you, no, it's fine to say?
No, I was worried yesterday because, you know, into a North American, I'm like, is there still some kind of argument for Buickson? Do people put double lift in that conversation? I'm like, you know, and I sat there and I'm like, Azale, is this okay to say? Because I had a big conversation with all you guys at LEC, who obviously been here for a while, right? And about what Caps has achieved in his career. Now, again, use the word glazing, my favorite word at the moment. He definitely deserves the credit. However, Dagda, he is the Western GOAT. And we talked about it yesterday. We saw it yesterday. 2 solo kills. The guy's been pummeling out the stats, but now he's in a bit of trouble and he's going to get stunned down. Zeka calls in Mum. He flashes away. He gets out of the range. It's a nice shield, but Caps gets away using his flash as HLE make a gank mid happen.
Yeah, it doesn't actually burn the ultimate at the end, so kind of realizing, hey, I can just walk away, but nice play from Delight. Getting that pick on towards mid just opens up so much pressure for Hanwha towards these Void Grubs, and it's impossible for G2 to really commit. Yes, oh, actually, Broken Blade.
All in, okay. Grandmaster
I don't think
he
gets the kill here as Doran.
Well, Broken Blade is walking up. He maybe thinks he needs his jungler to help out. At least there's a good bop up as he buys time, but Doran now moves back and thinks, well, my jungler's top, and that means I have to play it simple. Walks back to the wave, and that's it.
Yeah, I think Doran was fishing to see what he could get, but in the end doesn't end up overcommitting, knowing that G2 are probably going to cross map for the Dragons. But just nice from Delight to burn a lot of the summoner spells from Caps, because now that pressure on towards Zeka, especially with level 6 being hit for Caps, almost completely alleviated, because if you overextend there, you're in such a terrible spot. And Peanut will be ticking over to level 6 off these next couple of camps, so he's going to be in a position to constantly play around mid lane and try and fish for those plays on towards caps.
And try and get caps ahead. And yes, Stagger, you know, I pulled myself back before. He is the best Western player to ever exist.
The problem is, though, you're going up against, like, Peanut, an insane jungler. You're going up against Zeka, who's a world champion. Like, it's so difficult to play against these guys.
I just didn't, you know, I didn't get to praise him enough. I felt like I had to pull back then. I was doing the Gazelle move again as G2 moved top.
I think on the opposite side of the Mercedes-Benz feature matchup, like, Zeka has been an absolute hero for HLE.
He has.
Solo killing Chovy in side lanes in finals, stepping up massively with not only just his champion pool, but his ability to play so many different picks in the meta. Like, this guy has been on a mission to show that he deserves to be in conversation for some of the best mid laners in the world right now.
I was saying it yesterday where it feels like the development has been things like, you know, his Corki's gotten better, which before was a bit of a meme. I think for Zeka as well, especially when he was in the LPL, he was known as like a 2 or 3 champion trick, those melee champions that he then absorbed and took over to DRX. But we went into that World Championship, he showed more versatility, he showed he was having a tournament life. And again, he comes into this one looking damn strong, similar to that form.
I think it also just shows like Coma does have a talent for picking talents.
Oh, he
because
does.
When you, like, he picked out Faker, then he kind of comes across the rare item, he's like, no, I want to bring Zeka across, so he becomes this new big mid laner, becomes a world champion, and now...
Ulti, Cap's caught out, he can't get out in time, easy first blood, clean gank from Peanut to open up the game.
Yeah, this is just Hanwha getting to have their pick of the litter in this game. All the pushing lanes, opens up Peanut to play wherever he wants, and Delight is doing a phenomenal job of just putting so much pressure onto Caps, taking off the, you know, the kingpin essentially of G2 and putting him in his place.
With the kill going over to Zeka, he already had a gold lead from the CS lead, and even though he misses that cannon, lost a plate as well in the mid lane. So Zeka in a fine position on this Smolder, 700 gold up, and thanks to Peanut, this game feels like it's more of the same. Humble Life get to slow this game down or keep it at this speed and just scale up with this mid lane carry.
And again, like, Hanwha are so proficient on the map as to how they want to try and play it. Objective control is generally incredible for them, so this is going to be an uphill battle for a G2, and it's not like it really gets a ton easier, because every time you start to try and enter onto the map, it's going to be push and bot, rotate for Void Grubs. How do you try and contest this G2 when you don't really have that pressure? Same when you look towards further map states, when you're behind on tempo because Hanwha continuously have these 3 winning lanes. They need to find some way to break it, and unfortunately Yike on the Lilia just isn't in a position to really play heavily for his lanes right now.
Broken Blade again. I wait for that Doran push as Broken Blade was looking for his own plate in top side. Believe he found it. Doing a little bit better in this matchup now with Tunneler in hand. Also a tier stacking up, so mana problems out the window as Fate Sealed used towards mid. Swell Seed on Zeka as well. Caps get some damage down, takes some from the turret, but Yike doesn't pull the trigger. A lot of damage, in fact, as Yike gets the ramped up turret damage. Zeka's safe.
And he doesn't burn anything, crucially, either. So when you look towards an upcoming fight at potential Void Grubs, nothing there. Peanut
sends the ulti.
He predicts it!
Yike! The prediction indeed. The arrow almost connecting, but Zeka's here to take the kill. Peanut knew exactly where he was going, and Humble Life are ripping this early game in style.
That was sick from Peanut. The predict on the flash and the immediate follow from Zeka. Good stuff he didn't burn the flash, because it came in useful 2 seconds later.
It did a 2-0 Smolder start, 1k the lead, and Yike caught out after trying to find something towards mid. Peanut's now walking down G2, it's all falling apart. They've overcommitted in the bot side, and with concussive blows, they've got nowhere to go. Han Summer first, Viper kiting back, but Mickey is about to be clapped.
G2 just don't respect where Peanut is on the map. He doesn't reset, he immediately kills the bot lane, and it's Han Sam and Mickey now who are falling. Yike going to try and pick up these Void Grubs, which is at least going to answer, I believe, for the 3. Yeah, we'll answer for the 3 with no reset coming through from Hanwha, but the kills galore going to Hanwha off the back of Peanut.
It is a bit of an early game disaster. It's a 2k, more than 2k gold lead. G2 got Dragon, yes. Humble Life got 3 grubs in the early part. Yike is there as we look towards top. Broken Blade flashed on by Doran, and we're close to solo kill territory, but the Hammer Shock doesn't connect. Doran pops the ulti. Broken Blades run out of mana and cooldowns.
2 seconds on that charge, though. Could potentially look for it, especially with Yike in the area. G2, they need to try and stop the backs, but they're kind of late on this.
There's a ward down.
Ignite,
Doran, he's trying to commit. Mickey needs it, he finds it with a shattering strike. Autos him down, takes current turret shots, the swell seed against the turret, but G2 still haven't found the kill. They just need to find the kill. Dagna is pointing to the screen, he's like, hysterics, look at what's happening bottom
meanwhile. Yeah, they're going to look for the counterplay as well.
They finally get it. Kill the man! Just kill him! Okay. They get him finally. They get turret plating. HLE are now hitting the turret. The anxiety of the EU fans going off the chart watching that one.
They really would have liked to give that kill to Yike, though. It is Broken Blade who secures in the end. Hansama getting pushed off the wave, though. He needs to try and get back to the turret. Mickey now here to support him. They should be able to at least force Hanwha back. But that's so much gold going over into the hands of Viper.
Swell Seed comes through, Hansama adjusts for the damage, gets the 2 minions, but the Dragon's going to be started and taken by HLE. The early game's still in a great state, as even though BB was able to get the kill, even though he's able to get a gold lead in topside, I mean, the rest of the map is still burning, don't forget.
Yeah, Viper didn't reset, though, so he's going to push in this wave. I don't think they want to stick around for the tower, but it's forcing Hansama back into this bottom side, and I wasn't sure at this stage if G2 wanted to try and look for some of these lane swaps, like open Hansama in mid lane, so then you can unlock Mickey to try and roam around the map, because he has been a lot of the focal point of the strength of G2 is Mickey trying to find picks, but with the lanes and the position that they're in, you're just not really able to get Mickey onto the map, and Hanwha are running away with this game, slowly but surely.
Trinity Force already on Zeka, 132 stacks at 13 minutes into the game. It's looking good as not even a turret, not even rather a plating can be taken by Caps. He's defended off mid-wave as Doran TPs to bot, and that TP comes in about 40 seconds before Herald, so let's see if G2 can find a trade because of that summoner.
Hanwha have open mid, which unlocks the light. They're going to try and look for the dive on towards Broken Blade in the top side. Yes, Yike is here, but Mickey's so far behind the play, and Viper, potential arrow into the heart of G2's top lane.
Well, as you said, Viper no first item yet, but that arrow always calls for a concern. Glad you mentioned it, while Doran with Demolish is just going to take his liking in bot 2 plates while the TP gets channeled. He takes that with ease. Mickey looks for a Shattering Strike, but no cigar in the end, and HLE walk it back again. They don't overcommit, they don't overstep. This is what this team does best, as they hands different fights, but they don't make macro mistakes.
No, and the fact that they continuously have pressure on mid lane is making things very easy. First item not completed for Viper, went for the boot stop off instead, but you can see how difficult it is to then outrange him thanks to the approach velocity as well in the runes. And now Hansama,
he stepped up.
Cleanse used.
He does indeed. Mickey looks for the re-engage, but he misses. Mickey's now in no man's land. He's dead. Classic Mickey, I'll say, but Viper with his second kill.
I think you needed to do something as G2. Try and find that play on towards Viper, because otherwise you're just going to chunk out your health bar entirely and not be able to contest Rift Herald. But Mickey is swinging a miss, and it means that that is the Rift Herald, and now just a kill to boot to Hanwha. This game has been clinical from the LCK first seed so far.
Thank you, Mastercard, for highlighting that. Mid is a story that'll keep on giving for Hanwha Life fans. Watching those stacks on the right side of your screen, 161 at almost 15 minutes into the game. He's hitting this Herald, it's going to keep going up, and Herald's going to be taken down as well.
Delight moved to the bottom side here to cover any sort of counterplay, though, so not really in a position for G2 to look for the cross map afterwards. TP from Caps back up to the top side to try and protect the tower in case Rift Herald is immediately used. Maybe they can bait Zeka in here, but it's going to be hard to beat the 2v2 of Peanuts in the area.
Hoping for that flat, but he'll just push the wave and he backs away. I mean, this is, it's competitive, it's insanely not competitive at this moment. Caps giving away more. Mickey gets a stun down. Okay, Mum as well. The fate sealed good. Zeka flashes away, but he still has that summoner. Herald's now used on mid, and HLE are going to open this up with ease, while Zeka saw 2 top. Again, great map play from HLE.
Yeah, and they're going to look for a little bit more. Peanut had to walk his way around the tower, but should get the charge. Nicely done there. TP by Zeka back into the top side, even push Caps off the turret. And meanwhile, Broken Blade pushing in bot side. So you are answering some of these towers, but and a flash from Zeka, maybe something G2 can look for in the later portion when Mickey can't get caught.
He might be. It depends on how far they take it. Peanut setting up for the dive. Delight is getting the wave pushed in alongside Zeka. And this Smolder means business. Caps looking to face check and force Peanut out before the dive can come into fruition. They force him away, but HLE still getting some demolish, getting some turret damage down regardless.
Yeah, Caps should be able to clear out the rest of this wave, but again, it's Viper who's going to be first on that mid wave and opening up for more pressure on towards side lanes. And especially when Doran has already started his crusade onto this bot lane tower, I think that's where Hanwha are going to start to lean Viper down here. Number advantage onto Broken Blade to crack open another tower for Hanwha.
You know, I'm just looking at the Smolder stacks go up ever so quietly. Like, Zeka, almost at 200 at 17 minutes. That's nasty. If you get Smolder execution before 20 minutes, it feels like a crazy move, right? It feels like a crazy achievement, I should say. He's also just picked up Manamune, which will be a mirror mana very shortly. 2 items Smolder before 20 as well. That's nasty.
And again, the problem is G2 are just behind in so many of these wave states that they really can't match how Hanwha are playing right now. Caps trying to push in on towards his top side, but has no real vision, so this is a bit of a risky play. Should be able to get it though, and back on up. But yeah, you can see G2 just trying to get anything. Dragon and 15, multiple members of G2 on this bottom side, but Doran has TP to join, so in the grand scheme of things, it's still a numbers advantage for Hanwha.
But Doran goes the all-in versus Caps. They're going to use TP and try and get numbers advantage. Caps is already getting bullied out, though, and with Trinity Force, Doran flashes away because he knows he can take the extended fight, but with Broken Blade, things get difficult. He hops over, he buys time, he teleports away. The arrow saves the play. Mickey looks for an engage, but he's already out. Doran sneaks with the teleport, and the arrow from Viper, I think, saved his life.
That arrow was sick from Viper. Just clunks onto G2 and stops any sort of follow-up on the play. Hanwha, look, it's not exactly a kill-heavy game, but they are just outclassing G2 so often here.
Bait seal from Caps, only hits the support, that ain't it. Takes a turret shot for his worth as well. The Broken Blade tries to dart around the turret, but concussive blows are there while Zeka's taking bot side turret. Now we get the Lilia Lilting Lullaby, but great ult from Delight. Look how much time it buys, and Doran's just set back closer towards his base. That's a kill, but now Viper's engaged with no damage in the back either, so while G2 continuously forcing the top side and get the turret, they get a kill, but look at bot, the wave pushing in, they can't continue their onslaught.
Yeah, Hanwha just sent 1 to achieve what G2 need to send 4 players to try and achieve. They do get the kill onto Doran, so at least it is some goal back in their favor. This tower very low in bot now, but this is scrappy from G2. They are trying desperately to get anything they can on the map.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they need to do. It's still 3K gold lead, and despite, you know, Hummer Life having such a big early lead, it hasn't enveloped the game. It hasn't developed, so there are some props there. But again, you're still looking, let's go back to Smolder Part 2. Execution right about, where is he? Next wave.
But HLE are just playing such a clean and calculated game. They are always on a side lane with Zeka to get the stacks that you've rightly pointed out. They are always positioning Viper on midway first, so Delight gets access to roams, even using Viper to cover for that tier 1 tower take on bot lane. This is a clinic from Hanwha, and it's G2 desperately trying to find something, but it's always the numbers for HLE.
Maybe something here as a potential. Peanut could be caught out, but Caps is now running out of the Fate Unsealed. Good damage. Peanut has to scurry out of there, while now Caps will be able to defend top lane turret right before this Baron spawns.
Yeah, I don't think you can try and turn on to this, though, as G2. They've moved everyone here. No TP on Doran. This would be... yeah, I think you just got to try and push hit these waves. Maybe look for a play on towards the mid lane turret. But even Viper should be able to clear out a large majority of this wave before it hits the tower. You can see it there.
At least Doran can't get anything more on the bot side. Inhibitor turret's the only thing there, and it seems like, you know, again, just try to defend G2's position. But we've said in this early game, I think watching Hummer Life yet again, in some of the individual members here, like even if they're not operating as a team, their ability to buy space and time and to kind of hands just some of these skirmishes so far has been what we've seen.
Let's just play at this draft so effectively as well. Like oh, hang on. There we go. Mickey might be are just gonna take a hit from Peanut, but the fact that you like blind the Jax but still get push against BB on the Poppy just sets yourself up so well. Zeka with the counter pick on towards the Smolder means he gets shoved. Ash picked for Viper. These are all great.
Ulti a little bit early. Fate sealed out. Mum as well used. Peanut tried to get the participation award, but as Rel brings him back in, Mickey's done a bit of damage. Peanut still not hit away. He has to flash though, but hang on. G2 are throwing everything into the wayside, and it might stick. They get the support. They then get Peanut. They punish Hummer dive top, and now Dagda that Baron is another conversation.
Now Doran's got to try and get over here. Viper doesn't have anything except for flash. G2, have they found their moment?
No way from a pick. Hum alive. They're the ones who wanted to find the opening in this game towards Baron. It's a good shattering strike. It's a good Baron. It's a good keeper's verdict. And G2 have blown it apart. Viper's about to be in execution range. Snap back. The red buff saves him. But G2 just picked up a Baron from one hell of a snap.
The defense on the top lane, crucial from G2. Hanwha thought they could just bully themselves in. Caps, he has to snap back, he has to snap back, but
he's got Baron
the Q3.
He needs another Q. More. You're right, to get away, he gets a knock up. Doran looking for the chase still, but he's out.
Yank to cover. So Doran doesn't want to overextend, but everything used to try and get onto Caps, uses the Fade on Steel to just clear out the wave. The ult hits on towards Mickey, so it doesn't connect on towards Caps. Peanut's now overextended, and look at Zeka. He can't approach because the tower, there's no wave left. So Viper has to exit through the tower, which leaves Peanut and the Braum completely separated. July falls, Peanut goes next, and the Baron for G2. It's a perfect storm that G2 coalesced on towards the heads of Hanwha.
That was a perfect storm indeed. Now, Dagda, I've been singing the praises of Hummer Life all game. G2 punish. I'm in this headspace where I see gold almost even. I still see Caps down against the Smolder, but I see a 2-item Yone, 2-item Varus as well on hit. I see a Poppy that is getting tankier and tankier here, now going into the chain vest. Dragon is up in 35 seconds, and G2 definitely want to contest to deny this infernal soul potential on soul point that they're going to be aiming for.
Yeah, and the push and wave is going to be crucial here. The second item's already completed, so there's not really much on reset that you're going to be able to pick up here for G2, but you're matching at least the second item is not the 2.5 for Hanwha. And it's about seeing if Caps can get a flank position on towards Zeka, maybe set up for a big flash play for Mickey. But Hanwha, they're approaching this slow. They just want to focus on this mid wave, even dropping bot wave at the moment to guarantee that mid contest.
Smolder damage hurts. That's the truth from Zeka right now. Doran's in a side wave, another one to hit as he's got the teleport available. This Baroned up G2 is not getting much from the power play. They can't siege, they can't walk up. Mickey's caught trying to find a flank as Viper's arrow is down, yes. But Doran's still pushing in a side wave, and we're only sending Caps now.
Yeah, Caps is the only one with teleport, so he now has to match up. Mickey has to try and find a position here, but that denies that flank opportunity for Caps. There are wards available if he wants to.
Swell Seed's there as well. Viper just clears out the wave, that's it. Doran is denied and Caps doesn't have to use anything. I was going to say, Dagda, you have to commit the ult from Caps to stop the TP. Doran has to commit the E. Very different class of abilities to stop anything from a teleport play, but we don't get to that, do we? Dragon number 2 for G2, and the game goes back.
But look at the Red Bull Baron power play. It has not been as successful as G2 would have liked it to. Less than 800 gold gone into their hands, and a huge amount of that, it went into the hands of Doran because he was able to get control in that top side, start to push things out. And this Smolder is still a mega threat. We saw what Chovy could do with him when he got to late game yesterday, starting to crest over towards nearly 300 stacks. They need to find some way to force this game quickly, but for G2, Hanwha are giving them nothing.
And maybe the only reason that, you know, they can pause against Zeka for now, that they've got opportunities, the fact that he had to go for the QSS before going for the rapid fire cannon. He's got that little, you know, cheap slingshot in his inventory, the item that everyone really hates and thinks it's kind of nothing.
Scout slingshot?
Yeah, that one. But Scout's not in the game. Caps is just going to hit on Peanut for a little bit. And now we ask ourselves the question, Caps, blast cone. Okay, no one's there to punish. Yikes there, just in case.
I don't even know if G2 are getting to ask these questions, because Zeka clearing out wave with Mom every single time they approach. The slower gameplay, like, yes, G2 have the tempo advantage right now, but they're not really putting home under a ton of threat. They're trying to now, but Peanut, he just gets to walk away, and this mid tower gets to stay standing.
Trying to clear some of the vision. It's the 2 tanks doing exactly
Caps
that.
is here, though. All 5 members of G2 on this mid tower.
They didn't see him coming in, but under turret, they're going to look for the siege. Instead, Broken Blades don't want to be turned on. Zeka's damage is immense under the turret. They're sieging down, but G2 have to leave and give up their ground. HLE looking for the engage. Doran comes in, but he misses. Swellsy lilts into a lilting lullaby, but Zeka gets a kill on Mickey. Their snap engage is gone, and only in the end, it's Yike who saves the play by stopping it in its pace.
It's a snap back to reality for G2. They thought they had the numbers advantage on midway, but Hanwha, they're the ones in control of this game, and they find their advantage back, and now it's back to side lanes, back to control, and back to denying G2 access to the map.
Smolder again. Let's talk about it one more time. It's just good. Like, he's almost at 300 CS. You know, we weren't kidding when we said, you know, Zeka had a great championship, but Zeka also is bringing back that pace from 2022.
Full rapid fire now.
It's insane, isn't it? So now he's got range.
So good. And the fact is that, like, I think when he won his World Championship, people kind of slept on him a little bit, how good of a World Championship he had at that time. But he's only gone up from there. And now a force to be reckoned with Hanwha taking on Gen G in their finals, a real contender for a second World Championship for this player and for so many of the players that are on this roster as well. They're showing why they are so dominant and so feared when you go up against them.
They've done so much this year, and for the LCK's #1 seed, they've still done so much in this game. Yes, G2 found a moment to come back in topside and were able to stabilize the game with the Baron, but they got nothing off it, and we keep going back to the point where HLE have control of sides, and now with the arrow up as well, they might have control of a pick. Mickey dodges away as Caps gets back. Okay. HLE are trying to force out a play as Baron spawns in 5 seconds.
But you can see how valuable this winning lane for Viper is. The fact he continuously gets to a press forward with Delight, control this mid wave, and it's denying G2 access to those sides because you can rotate with Peanut, Delight very quickly to cover Caps in a side lane. And without that side lane pressure, well, in a 5v5, oh, sorry, in the 4v4 with Peanut and Co the whole way down, it's very difficult for G2 to contest because you just don't really have a frontliner. Mickey can try, but he's not really that tanky to deal with all that damage.
Sure, he's gone Trailblazer first, so not like we're getting something similar to a Locket, some of that shielding that obviously Hanwha Life are providing twofold this time around. A lot of delaying tools, by the way, with Seeker's Armor Guard. Like, HLE's fight can go on for a while.
And you've got waves now going to start to be in good positions for them as well. Zeka just pushed out bot door and creating a slow push on top. Caps just trying to steal it away.
Wants something. He wants more than the fight. He sees Peanut. Now he's in trouble, but Peanut doesn't pull the trigger. Mickey's nearby. Meanwhile, topside, wait, Doran. It is a Poppy. I did not expect that much damage to come out, but then again, that is Poppy.
Sundered Sky Poppy. It's not your regular tank Poppy.
We do not die in the 1v1.
No, you definitely hyper focused on the 1v1 and can deal some damage, and we'll have to see if that's going to be enough to try and control. Doran is giving them push in the top side, which is wonderful, but only one ward to speak of as a potential TP behind.
Where is it?
For Broken Blade. That could potentially set up something, but I think for Hanwha, they're still going to end up with push in mid. They're slow control, push on bot, and there's that TP we just talked about.
It's a double TP, it's a pinch. Hanwha Life are now escaping it though. It's Peanut in the center fold in the river, but they get the engage. It's Broken Blade who gets the flash out. Good engage from Mickey as well. The setup is huge. Caps knocks him down. They get one pick onto the jungle, but look at Viper stepping up to Mickey. He autos him to the ground. Hans just has to fight it out. It's a trade. It's messy, but I love it. We look at Hanwha Life positioning around Zeka again, who survives. It's 3 versus 3. No decider.
But it's the health bar advantage for Hanwha, and they find BB.
They're going once again. That execute is danger zone. Broken Blade flashes away. Hanwha Life don't know that Caps is starting to drag it all in the meanwhile.
This is so risky. Caps has flash to get out. Doran's about to check the pit. Will spot out that the Dragon's going down.
You see, now it's Cat to spare. Caps gets over the wall, but he jumps back. He still wants the leash at Hanwha Life. Unknown to his game, though. Looking for the knock-up. He finds it, but HLE will take that leash, and Dragon given over it is.
It was a nice attempt from Caps. The opportunity to maybe sneak that away if Hanwha just reset, if they try and put pressure on towards mid-wave, if they start to look towards vision on Baron, but unfortunately was not the case, and it's gifted across to Hanwha. And now HLE, the last objective in their sights on this top side, but these fights have been so chaotic. It's been so close, but
it has.
The damage on this Smolder coming out clutch in these engages.
What I've learned from this year's Worlds is that we are in for a treat. Just like MSI, the gameplay is hitting the right spots, Dagda, and Baron has started. You know what that means.
But no TP on Caps.
Arrow, Broken Blade, it hits Mickey, frontlining for the engage, Shattering Strike, he gets out, Mum called in a little bit early, Hunsummer zoned down, Peanut's ult not hitting, Broken Blade does, Caps, a 2-man knock-in is good for G2, Broken Blade fights it down, it's a big pick, Viper's dead, Delight's dead, and G2 have risen, now Drowsy, asleep, bedtime for Peanut, G2 with a team fight over LCK's #1.
Hanwha have control control this game so well, but G2 will find any door into a win. They are desperately finding them. They pick off Viper. They get their second Baron of the game. But do you know what, Asterix? It's not over. We have to keep going.
Over yet. The second Baron for G2. How do they keep finding windows into this game? I swear Hummer Life locked all of them.
But they saw no TP on Caps. They thought they could make the pick before they got in, but Broken Blade...
He's trying to zone him off, and he doesn't die that easy. He knocks him up. He's sacrificing his life just to zone him off. Mickey tries to threaten and get that flash, but Zeka holds on while mid-turret goes down in the end. This time, Baron has meaning, and this time, Europe is starting to believe.
The push on bot from Doran, though, needs to be met, but watch this fight. They go on towards Broken Blade, but he's the tankiest member. There's no follow-up as Mickey ends up buying space, and Caps gets here just in time with that knockback, gets onto Viper. Delight tries to stop it, but somehow, with Broken Blade in the mix and that Sundered Sky damage from the Poppy, crucial to killing Viper, and the follow-up damage from G2 is there.
The solo laners of G2, just like this year. Oh my God.
That is the face and a half from Ramon.
Dagda, when it was all going awry for G2 in summer, we were talking about Broken Blade. Throughout the year, we talk about if G2 don't hit their marks, it goes to Caps. That fight had a bit of both. That fight showed the qualities of both. And yes, Hummer Life found so many good early marks in this game that G2 felt like they should be out with this smolder that we went on and on and on about. But now with Baron, an almost 2.5k gold lead, they look to siege bot. They're using a bit of the range. And HLE are on the defense for what feels like the first time in this game.
Yeah, Homa going to try and just push back the wave. Caps now shoved in mid, so can always join onto this bottom side and threaten a dive onto the backline. So HLE trying to fight before the wave hits the tower. Doran matching Caps, but I don't think he can match him in the 1v1.
Well, Doran jumps back in. Caps has good damage. Oh, wait, Doran jump back in. He's going to get the counter-strike with the face shield. It's a two-man. Caps jumps in. He's still alive. Going golden is Doran. He has to run out. Caps is a maniac, but I ain't admitting him to ain't no hospital.
Tell me what year is this, Derek? Because this is feeling like 2019 with the way Caps is performing. As now to go for the tower.
Keep his verdict away. EU again, getting even closer. Running under this turret is a good mark as HLE looks to defend again, but Broken Blade has gone too far. He has to get out. Cooking a bit too much in the kitchen. G2 need to run.
The reset coming through from Doran, but the TP sets up for the counterpunch on towards G2, and now with a minute until that Baron, or sorry, until that next Dragon, they need to find something. G2, not finished yet though, they may need to be.
He's taking the shorter path right in front of Doran. He gets out, a good crash down. Caps tries to clear the wave as he runs up. Arrow as well, flashed away, it hits Yike in the end. Peanut looking to follow up, but again, there's no ulti on Peanut. Yike gets the walk away.
That's two teleports now down though. Doran and Zeka used it both, thinking if they could catch G2, that could finish off this game. So G2 now have that teleport advantage on Broken Blade, but 20 seconds until he's up and available. He'll only just be arriving onto the map as this Dragon spawns. G2, they need to find some way to contest. This is Soul, Infernal Soul for Hanwha with a top laner who's not there.
Broken Blade has the teleport that you mentioned though, so that advantage in 5 seconds can be used to get him into the fight quicker. Combat gold you see right now, G2 actually have an advantage. Teleport going to be...
It's going to be spotted. Viper sees him.
And it's so deep. Viper just going to look at Broken Blade, but the rest of HLE, they walk towards him. He now repositions with the blast cone. BB felt it, but HLE are aware to it.
Great idea from Broken Blade, but Hanwha sniff it out. Now G2, they get position on the Dragon. Thanks to that, can they burst it? Dragon's gone.
It's denied. Mum as well does nothing. G2 looking for the fight. The swell seed onto no one. A bit of goo sent out by Zeka and HLE disregard.
Hanwha are trying to push them completely out of this bot side and threaten this inhibitor turret on the mid lane. Push is there. They've also got that wave prepped in top and can go for the tier 2. So G2 on reset, trying to get into position. It looks like it's going to try and trade big Caps towards this bottom side, although he resets as well. Maybe afraid Hanwha might just pull the trigger and fully look for the play. Nope, he's still going. They're just going to look and trade.
Yeah, their numbers are shown up. That means turret for certain. As you said, Caps holds his mark, finally gets inner, it will be a trade.
It'll also give, I believe, Infinity Edge 2 Caps off this play, right as they look towards the Baron in minute 25. So trade, good, and also getting these completed items for Caps is really important. So you can see the hesitation on what do we actually do, but I think this is the correct call from G2. But when you look at Hanwha, look at the items that are there for Zeka. Like nearly 500 stacks now. He is going to be more than, well, should be finishing off his full build very, very soon. And there's the IE coming through for Caps. So this is going to be an all-out brawl between these two mid laners. This is the high focus on which mid laner can step up in this next fight and potentially carry us.
Infinity Edge. It's a really good call out, Dagda. I've paid attention. I see the 4 items. Arrow, 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 arrow onto Hans. He cleanses. But Viper, the cooldown ain't much at this point in the game on the 4-item Ash.
That did look a little bit funky, but Hans needed to tank that. Mickey could have gone down to follow up from Peanut ult into him just being dead. Would not have been the best of ends for G2, so Hans using that cleanse was necessary there.
But now no cleanse for the fight. Baron, 30 seconds. We've got ourselves a doozy. The player matchup in Caps versus Zeka. Reminder, Mercedes, you're getting this one a second time for good reason. It has just been a barrel of efforts from these two.
This on the bottom side though, G2, they're kind of faking, showing on mid and looking for a potential pick on the door, and Viper has the ultimate though, so if Hanwha sniff this out, that could be the engage. Mickey now looking to rejoin. I think he just avoided the vision and being seen.
Swellseed looking to get the shield. Delight is dodging well. That means again that passive shield from his support item, Celestial Blessing, won't be popped away. G2 now walk towards mid, but they're on a ward. Dagda, I'm worried here as Broken Blade walks in first, but Hanwha Life are not showing.
Still, Baron is up. That's what Hanwha are trying to play for. Looking for the potential engage. There's the poke from Zeka. Going to do work, and the burn is going to keep going.
The splash onto Han Summer hurts like hell. There's a health bar advantage as Caps comes into the back line, but popped away from Doran from the counter-strike. Arrow flying out as well. Mickey blocks it, but the engage is going to get popped. Hanwha Life strike first, and they strike true.
And now they can just shift over towards the Baron as well. They play it very slow and get the pick that they needed, but Caps has already prepped that wave on bot side. G2, could it be a potential base turn in Doran? Doesn't have the support. G2 just going to shove in mid instead. They're trying to contest on towards that Baron too.
He's worried about Caps, but Caps is just going to get some time with the tower. Baron is going to go down. Yike, 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 yike! Steals it for Europe's hopes. He's done it!
And that's the inhibitor down as well. When G2 needed him, Yike gets into the pit and outsmites Peanut for a third Baron for G2.
He wasn't there back in their miracle in 2019, but I bloody hope he's there throughout the course of the rest of this year. That saves the game. And G2 now with their third Baron in this epic best of one.
30 seconds until Yike is up. The waves aren't in a position for Hanwha to really contest. So they can hold. They can wait towards this next dragon. But we'll see it here. The swirl seed over the wall. And the smite. Perfect at 1600 health somehow. Yike comes out with that. That call is absolutely insane. What is this game?
This is crazy. We thought the first two were good. Well, buckle up. The game ain't over yet. G2 have slowed it down and they've delayed the game. Soul is up now for both teams. 35 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Seatbelts on.
All flashes available for Hanwha though. Zonya's for Doran as well is going to be so crucial for him getting access onto that back line. Yike, the only person in G2 that doesn't have that available. So that's probably the focus for Hanwha on this, especially for Peanut. But it looks like G2 going for the classic again. Send Caps to the side lane. Mickey is shadowing. So maybe Souls try and get the base, but this is such a massive gamble from G2.
This is what put pressure on Payne yesterday as well. Obviously a different game state, but Caps was playing so well in the side lanes that again, Payne had to think about their options. What do we do? Doran's committed towards the top while HLE match out bot. Soul looks like it's just going to be forgotten about. G2 with the low contest.
Ash Arrow going towards top. They're looking for the play.
The face shield, it misses. The arrow misses. Doran's going to die. He goes golden, which is buying time, but Mickey's tanking up. He's fine. Teleport in, jump away. Doran's still surviving another day as Zeka rolls on in. Maybe for G2, it's not a good play anymore. Mum forces the fight, but Caps is dead. G2 tried to cook to end the game, but they
Vile. Broken Blade couldn't join in. Zeka was too quick, and that's now Soul with Broken Blade trying to escape with Yike in hands, but Peanut still trying to chase them down. No ult, no flash. But look at Viper's arrow, it's up very shortly as Hanwha are forcing their way down mid. Doran can TP in.
Zeka runs down with the rest of his team. They're going to get so much from this play. The Baron not going to do too much. Yike gets an enhanced recall, but 3 versus 4 in mid for now. Doran is just hanging around, respecting that bot wave, but Inhibitor through mid going to die. Dagda, Mickey's up in 5.
It's still going to be a 4v4. It looks like Hanwha don't want to try and overforce on the play. G2 going to try and push this one out. But now that's Soul for Hanwha. These fights were already tough, which is why G2 were trying to avoid them at all costs, but they don't quite get the kill on towards Doran. That Zhonya's that we highlighted coming in clutch for the Hanwha Esports top laner to keep him alive long enough for Zeka to join.
Zeka has sold his boots. He has just bought himself Cosmic Insight.
Drive.
Cosmic Drive. Thank you, Dagda. It's a Cosmic Mine regardless with a helmet on. And that means 6 items Smolder with 500 CS at 41 minutes in the game. Baron up in 2 minutes 20. This one ain't done, but Hanwha Life with the permanent soul is definitely an advantage with a Smolder that is too big to control.
He's going to be so strong. It feels so hard for G2 to try and step up. I think you have to try and look for some sort of pick, because otherwise you can kind of see it here. Hanwha, they're just going to group up. They say, forget about side lanes. The only thing we need to do is stop the supers from actually getting to the Nexus, because then you can't have Caps TP in and try and finish the game. But as long as we try and set up for a front to back, allow Zeka to play out the game, he is so strong and he will just carry the fights.
If he gets access to Hansama or Caps, he will 3-shot at this point in the game as well. A harder fight for G2, who, to their credit, have kept themselves in this game play through play. I mean, Hanwha Life were the favourites coming in. Even though G2 are the first seed, even though there's high expectations about what this team can do, let's not forget Hanwha Life in the historic matchups that we've had since Worlds first began. Korea has been a favourite since the SKT dynasty.
Hanwha upsetting the apple cart by beating Gen G. Only Ox, shout out to the man himself, predicting that they were going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And now...
How did he know?
G2 in this insane best of 1.
What did he predict for this?
I don't know, but pushing back Hanwha. But Hanwha now, they are in the lead. Like, it's only a 2k gold lead, but with Infernal Soul and Jax, it's very difficult to Caps.
He's caught out. Fatal Buffett, he gets range.
Another one though!
Dodged! That was a game-breaking arrow in a perma 5v4 with these death timers.
Still, you can see though, Hanwha, they're kind of waiting to press up. They know that Doran doesn't actually beat Caps in the 1v1 right now, as we've seen kind of executed a couple of times, so they're trying to figure out how they can push Caps back. Mickey and Caps have continuously been trying to push on the bottom side, but contest for red buff.
Yeah,
no Viper, no Hansama.
Mum. Called. Gone. Caps gets low, he has to back away. Now Dagda, his ulti on a low cooldown at this time of the game, but 15 seconds till Baron. I feel like, again, G2 are going to be second fiddles. Maybe they just don't even get it.
The push on top side is looking good. Mickey is sneaking vision. He needs the reset, though. We'll just hop over the wall, trying to look for the reset now, I believe. But HLE, I think they spotted him. They're on the look for him. He will get spotted as he moves in towards that, if he moves in towards that tri-brush.
Being so patient. Doran's coming up behind him as well. This is the fight that defines this game. Who moves to 2-0?
Mickey just waiting in the... He's just hopped back over the wall. He has not been spotted.
Oh, Yike walks in, has to flash away. Arrow misses, though. Arrow's down for a little bit, but Yike now out of the play.
Mickey just spotted, though. Hanwha going to try and come back onto him. He will be spotted now, realizes, but as he's trying to run away, Hanwha, they just turn over towards the Baron. Caps back on towards the bot side. Has the TP. There is one ward for him, but it's, I think it's gone.
G2 for the first time in this game going to lose the Baron. TP, wait, they're going to commit for the play. Caps is looking for the end. Hanwha need to back away, but they've got the Baron enhanced recalls, and G2 can't converge quick enough, but the bases are still stopped. Caps is going to get the inhibitor. Hanwha Life don't feel safe to back just yet. Doran's going to TP to the Nexus turret. That will save the base.
But can they TP Caps in? They want to try and take the 5v5.
Drowsy, it's a one-man onto Peanut. Hansama trying to move into position. Bobbed away. Numbers advantage. Change of corruption. Mickey's is there as Caps is taking the 1v1, but Doran is killing him dead. Hanwha Life are winning the fight on the top and on the bottom. This Jack's unkillable, and Caps only just surviving, while G2's plan has gone kaput.
Caps is trying to run away. The TP now. Peanut has the flash if he can just get the bop.
Run,
but Caps
rabbit,
needs a flash. It flashes! But I don't think it's enough. Hanwha are still chasing him down. The ult to get away.
Hanwha Life return to the source of power, and Zeka cleaning up that kill tag. I think finally now we have a decider.
Caps tried every trick in the book, but with Yike, the last man standing against the LCK first seed, it's just a wave that is going to wash over the base of G2.
And our longest game now at Worlds for 2024 is Hanwha Life versus G2 as they move to 2-0. And that sets a beautiful tone for this World Championship, doesn't it?
What a game.
Holy moly. Take it away.
just
explain that.
To quote someone who was backstage with us a couple seconds ago, I came into today thinking that they were going to lose, and then I thought they were going to win.
I feel like today was entirely about building false hope. No, G2 had a couple great moments that game. There were some good moments. I think HLE on a couple occasions had to be reminded that G2 were still a threat. They overstepped on that topside dive. They overstepped in 1 or 2 fights, but overall, LCK teams continue to prove that if you give a mid laner like Chovy, like Zeka, this Smolder, and you go late, they are more than skilled enough not to put themselves in harm's way, never to put themselves at risk, and be that massive carry threat that they're expected to be.
It's just day 2, and now I'm afraid of 2 things. Smolder for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But also a creative and talented player on Yone. Yone gave them some chances.
Yeah, I agree. Look, like the level 13 Yone, the side lane Caps, they did everything they could to shut it down. Eventually, through a couple of those plays, they were able to get Caps on a side lane. It looked so good, but it was so
the
hard.
broken blade, Poppy ultimates, the Baron steal.
There were some good moments, but it was not enough. I'm questioning G2's approach here against HLE, knowing what HLE can do, how much they can come together, how good they are to make things happen in the early game, and when they have a lead, they're not going to let it go. And G2 had to run behind. They could catch them, but not quite enough. So I'm just questioning the approach in the early game from G2.
I think there were a couple sloppy moments. You can see that Caps was kind of the center of attention early on, and that put them in a bit of a difficult spot. Now, naturally, you expect Broken Blade and Hans to step up a little bit early on, and I think they did in terms of gold income, but then when G2 also made the mistake in bot lane and lost that 2v2, it felt like they lost one of the last areas of the map that they could actually play around. And by all means, that probably should have been the end of the game, and it's only when HLE overstayed on that dive topside that G2 actually were given a second chance to really play this game out.
It's been an amazing journey for HLE, honestly, from putting all these players together and what they've been able to accomplish together. But we have Shox on stage right now for the post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Laure. I've got Peanut here with me after an incredible back and forth game. And Peanut, it was chaos. It looked like there was so much to take care of. Can you tell me about the final moments of that game? Let's say the last 10 minutes and what the keys were to finally taking down G2.
정말 손에 땀을 쥐게 하는 경기였는데요. 이번 경기의 마지막 10분만 돌이켜 본다면 어느 부분을 가장 집중하면서 경기 마무리 지을 수 있었나요?
결국 상대가 한타보다는 요네로 사이드 게임을 사이드 게임을 하다 보니까 저희가 사이드를 어떻게 대처할지가 제일 이 마지막 10분에서 제일 중요했던 것 같아요.
I kind of tell that I guess they were focusing on the side lane play instead of team fights, so we kept that in mind in the last 10 minutes of the game.
Would you like to talk about the Baron that got stolen away by Yike? Would you like to say anything about it?
사실은 또 바론 한번 스틸 당하셨잖아요. 그 당시엔 좀 어떠셨는지 알려주실 수 있을까요?
그때 릴리아가 바텀이라고 그런 콜이 좀 주고받아서 릴리아가 없는 줄 알긴 했었어요. 그래서 좀 스틸 각이 잘 나왔던 것 같아요. 네.
So actually, I got a false information. We had in our communication, we were talking Lilia's bot. So she had so much space to come in and steal away the Baron. It's a bummer.
I see, that is a bummer indeed. Zeka was saying yesterday that he feels that you are really a lucky charm for the team and for him. Is that how you feel like as well? And how do you in-game when it becomes so exciting and so close, how do you make sure that everybody keeps their focus?
제카 선수가 또 어제 피넛 선수는 정말 LCK 그리고 우리의 좀 행운의 좀 토템이다라고 했는데 또 제카 선수와는 어떠신지 그리고 오늘 경기 하시면서 좀 다들 너무 흥분하지 않게 좀 어떻게 잘 다잡으면서 경기 치르셨나요?
저희가 초중반에 확실히 유리하긴 해서 조금 흥분한 부분이 있긴 한데 충분히 경기 중에 나올 수 있는 부분이고 다음부터 어떻게 나가는지가 제일 중요한 거니까 그런 위주로 많이 나눴고요. 제카 선수랑은 아무래도 호흡도 잘 맞고 플레이적으로도 서로 생각하는 바도 비슷하다고 생각해서 우승까지도 했던 게 아닌가 싶어요.
First off, I think we did get overexcited because we were having a big lead early in the mid-game. So I think it can happen in a game. What matters more is how we deal with it. So I want to make sure that it doesn't happen again in the next matches. Also, speaking of Zeka, I think, yeah, our play style is very similar. Also, we have a great teamwork. So I think he's a great player. Maybe that's why he won the Worlds.
Maybe it is indeed, and maybe he can do it again. For you at the World Championship, Peanut, as being the first seed from the LCK, there is a lot of pressure. I can assume also because of how last year World Championship ended for you, there is even more pressure. And you said on the CBLOL broadcast that this might be your last World Championship that you do play. What would you like to prove, and what would you like to walk away with this World Championship?
올해는 또 LCK 1시드로서 월즈에 참가하고 있고 덧붙여서 이제 작년 월즈에 대한 아쉬움도 조금 있을 것 같고 또 어제 이제 11홀에서 진행한 인터뷰에서 이번 월즈를 정말 마지막이라고 생각하면서 임하고 있다라고 하셨는데 그런 만큼 어떤 점에 잘 집중해서 이번에 우승까지 한번 노려보고 계실까요?
그전 제가 월즈를 왔을 때는 마지막이라는 생각까지는 하지 않고 그냥 월즈를 우승하고 싶다, 임하고 싶다 이렇게 그런 게 없었는데 마지막이 아니니까. 근데 이번에는 실제로 내년에 월즈를 제가 못 올 수도 있는 거잖아요. 그래서 저는 이번이 진짜 어떻게 보면 마지막일 수도 있다라는 생각에 그냥 너무 간절한 것 같아요. 네.
Never in my life before I've ever thought, whenever I participated in Worlds, I've never thought it was going to be my last, but this time for sure, because I don't know how things will end up next year, so I might not be able to participate in Worlds next year with the given situation. So I'm very, very desperate and eager to win it all.
Fantastic. We would hate to see you go, and we hope the best for you this World Championship. 감사합니다, Peanut and Ji-sun. Thank you very much. HLE moves on to 2-0.
Look on me, look on me. I think it's winning.
Oh, I'm dead, so yeah.
A flash.
Look my TP, I'm in river, I'm in river.
Coming on the side, I'm coming on the side.
Kill Seju, kill Seju, kill Seju. Kill Seju, kill Seju, kill Seju. Can we dash, can we dash? Oh, that may go dash. Ash no flash, Ash no flash, Ash no flash.
Ash dead, Ash dead.
Go, left, right side, right side, right side, right side, right side. Yeah, fine.
These are flashes! But I don't think it's enough. Hanwha still chasing him down. To get away! Zeka gets him! It's just a wave that is going to wash over the base of G2.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm every second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw power unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god.
And welcome back to the studio, as now the entire world can see that we put minions in the fridge. Something maybe TL wish they had did against FlyQuest. But that's just
I just had one in the bag.
What? That was a straight out of nowhere. I thought we were going to roast G2.
It's not out of nowhere because TL is playing next.
That is true.
Yeah, you know what? Smart.
A stretch a bit, but yeah, they're gonna take on Weibo here in our fourth game of the day, and I want to put things in perspective here because when you consider the first game of the day and the way Team Liquid played yesterday, especially in the early game, not that bad.
Not that
Great
bad.
start from them.
Not that bad, but just reading the comments from TL fans, man, we're just getting some hard opponents. It's tough. And just how the games were played out, as you can see from APA in the early portions of that game, was good. In fact, if you heard from APA in his interview with Travis Gafford, he talked about how the game state was actually quite good for them. They were really happy with how the macro elements were working out. They just weren't team fighting well, and that's really frustrating because if you just watch their domestic play, that's something that they were able to hit consistently. I feel like the team fighting is not something that you're worried about, but it happened in a game that mattered the most.
And the game quality at Worlds is so high that you cannot afford to make a single mistake, even with a lead, even with a composition where you feel like it's probably going to be pretty straightforward to execute. If you make that single mistake, if you let one of these teams, if you let a team of the caliber of LNG back into the game, you might not get another chance to find a favorable fight.
Exactly, and it happened where you kind of least expected because Nico is the champion that we see pretty frequently from APA in the Mage meta. And so finding picks like this where they're able to get a flash off it usually is nice. Of course, the answer back from LNG were usually pretty good. So you want to make the most out of the flashes. That one is a poor fight, of course, but there have been a few of those where they would try for an angle, get a flash from Jin, and then get, you know, they wouldn't lose anything off of it. Or they would try for an angle and then lose a lot off of a misplay, and those were the ones that hurt the most.
And if you fall behind against a composition with Tristana and this Rumble Jin combo, it's just so much harder to fight, right? If you're coming from even, if you can get that vision set up ahead of time, if you're coming in favorable terms, fights are navigatable. But if Rumble and Jin just get to sit 1,000 units away, slow you down, get the follow-up, and you've got a Tristana to do the majority of the damage, it's very unplayable.
Exactly. There was that fight. There was obviously the fail flash fight that happened bot side, but I don't want to focus too much on Team Liquid. Of course, they're the team that has to bounce back. Weibo is another team that also has to bounce back.
And how did they play yesterday? Because they had to face off against Gen.G. Difficult game for them, but very slow-paced as well.
It's almost, honestly, a replica of what we saw in our previous game with G2, where yet another Korean Titan plays a composition that outscales. You had the Maokai and the Smolder there, and we saw what Weibo brought to the table, and they just couldn't compete as we went later in the game. They didn't have reliable engage tools. Crisp had an okay day overall, but you saw desperation as we got later and later, as the Smolder got more and more stacks. Xiao, who's flanking with a TP, they're desperate to get anything done, and I think today they're going to walk away from that thinking, hey, we need tools to start a fight if we are in a position where we are going to get outscaled.
Exactly. They're having meta lessons, but the one player for me that shone was Light. Light had a really good Jinx game, and he was a player that people looked to for Weibo. If they were going to be successful here, it was going to be off of his play.
Let's see what Weibo can do, if they can bounce back, or if Team Liquid can bounce back as well in our fourth game of the day. Casters, take it away.
Well,
Before we get to the halfway point, it's TL versus Weibo. It's NA versus another LPL team. And after our start, I just take a breath of fresh air and think, where could this one go? Because we didn't expect the last one to be as chaotic as it was, as fun as it was. I mean, some people would come in and be like, you know, BLG, LNG maybe wouldn't have been as good. This one's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, especially since these teams actually have a little bit of history. 2021 groups, Weibo fell to both Mad Lions and Team Liquid to not advance in towards the playoff stage. So now going up against them again, I think there's going to be a bit of a bone to pick. Now, obviously, Weibo did fantastically last year, where they got all the way to the World Finals after that upset win over BLG. So not a team to ever shrug your shoulders at, but a team that has been known to be consistently inconsistent. So after a phenomenal game yesterday against Gen G, it always remains to be seen what they come in with today, but I have high expectations for Weibo, and especially for Tarzan, to really step up when it comes to Worlds, because he has been so crucial to the success of this team.
It really, really has. And on the other side, I mean, yesterday, there were some burdens of execution, some of the fights that went horribly wrong. Who knows the position that TL could have been in otherwise, but I think, again, LNG were picking them apart and kind of playing, I don't want to say playing with their hands, but they were definitely pulling out some of the better team fights in the end as well. The other thing you can kind of comment on is the fact that, you know, APA wasn't in form. A player that has developed over the course of this year that's been highlighted got destroyed, and it was a rough game.
I mean, one most improved in the LCS, so definitely a player to keep your eyes on. Looked great on a lot of these AD mids, but we even heard Azale talk about it yesterday in the cast that it was kind of going back towards the Nico, which was his pick for the mage meta. So curious to see if he falls back towards that again, or if there's a different cog in the wheelhouse here, because you know Xiaohu would love to try and get his hands on the Lucian again like he did yesterday. Is very well known for that pick.
AD carry still popping up here in the LPL. It's been Tristana's, it's been Lucian, so there's no big surprise that LPL is taking some time to adjust or move back towards mages consistently. For now, though, you can see that Ziggs is taken away. Aurora's gone as well. Rumble taken away against TL. All right. Is it just going to be no Ash first pick? A mage mid as a first pick option here for TL.
Gonna take the Lucian away. So I do like this. I think it's just a respect to Xiaohu. You even saw him yesterday how threatening he was when Tarzan was able to get the Ivern to have that Trellia speed him up, take a lot of pressure in towards these picks. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Tarzan even just go back towards the Ivern here, and then you take a Smolder, kind of match a lot of the other AD mains, like even a Tristana here would work out very well. Unless you are just considering Yon and Core JJ, or just gonna go for the Lucian Nami boss. And maybe you're a little curious about trying to go for that, or a little nervous about going first.
The Skarner instead, I mean, this is something, again, that I was surprised made it to the second ban phase a game or two ago. So, priority jungler, strong 2v2 for Light and Crisp. Very LPL style.
Yeah, especially when you got the Renata for Crisp as well that can go in alongside it. Something that they brought it a couple of times, so not surprised. But I think this gives a lot of control to that bot lane, which is, when you see these aggressive picks for Weibo, oftentimes Tarzan puts a ton of focus. So if I'm Umpty, my eyes are now, okay, we're going to go for this aggressive answer with the Lucian Nami. I need to be babysitting this bot lane, because you know Tarzan's going to be down there so continuously.
Oh yeah, he'll spend his time there. Well, just pause on that thought for the time being. If Impact picks top here, it has to be blind, but instead a priority jungle before it gets banned out. So the Sejuani means we might be seeing some more melee laners, maybe things like the Jax again, while Sept solidifying that 2v2 on the bot side. Crisp and Light on Kalista and Renata. Dagda, I'm getting throwbacks of two priority lanes, Lucian Nami, Kalista, Renata. Go back in time a bit.
Yeah, but I definitely like the Kalista Renata just because you can get so aggressive in these early stages. Having the bailout as well means you can stock up a lot of those extra Ren stacks and really take the fight to Yon and Core JJ. But again, I think it's now going to be a focus of how do we try and get mid control to enable that pressure down onto the bottom side of the map. And that's where Xiaohu, I think we will see him go back towards a lot of these AD mids that he's found comfort on. Yes, the Yone's gone, the Lucian's taken away, but Tristana, still another big pick for him, or at least something that he can have access to the wave state on. Maybe even going back towards something like an Ari wouldn't be the worst thing here for Xiaohu.
Oh yeah, actually. Playing a bit more solidly through mid. Rather, I'm not sure where Mill is, different position.
The only thing I'd be worried about with going for an Ari is you probably have very low damage threat in a fight.
Yep.
So maybe we shift off towards something like the Orianna, or well, the LeBlanc could be taken away, but I think you do want something that has some scaling in it. Maybe that's a Jax for Breathe in that top side and kind of use him as your late game insurance, but we'll have to see what Weibo's thinking.
Xiaohu Orianna hasn't been the worst in the past couple of years. I think Xiaohu Orianna are a solid pick as well historically, if you know this player from old RNG days. That's always an option here. LeBlanc taken off the board by TL. They're getting rid of some of that mid-jungle threat. LeBlanc's been popping up, and Poppy, okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Top lane pick.
Yeah, especially when you got the Kalista, Poppy just neutralizes her so well.
Yep.
And as we said, chances are you're setting up for a Jax play here for Weibo on that top side. Not having that Poppy that can go in towards Impact is going to be really, really nice. So I think overall, Weibo setting up their draft relatively well, but TL are definitely going to be able to read this. And I am curious what Impact is going to bring out into that top side. He's a mega tank player and is incredibly good at neutralizing matchups. And I think against Breathe, he can actually have a good time if he wants to go back towards something like an Ornn or even like a Renekton or something along these lines. But they're actually going to ban the Jax as well, so not going to be able to get that for Breathe. So does he pivot to a Kennen, something along these lines, or even just take that Renekton for himself now?
And pivot into the counter matchup, assuming that Impact might pick up the Renekton. I like the thinking, Dagda. LPL's always been one to pull it out, but I was talking about this before, Xiaohu on Orianna. So we get a good skirmishing, good team fighting comp so far, built by Weibo. Counter pick for Breathe is going to be the angle.
I think they're hoping Impact does take a tank, and then Breathe can go towards the Camille, which is the only way that I kind of see them trying to opt in towards that, where you kind of get that big threat. Breathe was great on it in the past, but we'll have to see if Impact kind of takes the bait here. But when you've already seen, you know, the blind pick champions that are available, you're starting to tend down that list, but I think you kind of have to go for some sort of tank player here.
Okay, as you said, top is really the focus. At least we get the counter matchup for APA in mid, so mid-jungle's going to get even more interesting. Impact has to show his hands. As you said, maybe a tank. We've had things like the Scion from Whippo. What can absorb pressure up here without the Cassante? Renekton, but Breathe does play Kennen, as you said. This could be dangerous. Gnar is another option as well. They can go safely or well into the Renekton.
I think Gnar's fine, so Breeze's going to be able to get push in that top side and start look to take these turret plates and accelerate the game through that side of the map. You've got Kalista Renata that Tarzan is going to heavily play for in this bottom side of the map as well, try and set up for plays there. And then Xiao, who you can have an okay time against the Syndra. It is very much a, can I dodge away from a lot of these early orbs that the Syndra's going to turn out? Yeah. Go for that early Merc threads as well to try and alleviate some of that pressure, but it's still slightly Syndra favored in this match.
And even though we got Syndra, who's now got more scaling, thanks to the splinters that gives her a lot more damage, or I already said the word scaling for AP, Dagda, it feels like TL are putting all their cards on the line for the mid game here, all their cards into a lot of skirmishing early on, getting these solo laners built up. I feel like for Weibo as well, because of that bottom lane, there is going to be a lot of action in this early game, right?
Yeah, this early game is all hands on deck.
Kill.
Like, you need to start getting these lanes out to start strong leads, otherwise you just lose pace. Especially when you look towards like the Orianna, who will be able to come on very strong at the later portion of the game. My eyes are firmly on Tarzan and Umpty to see who can take over, because if you can control Tarzan, Umpty, I think you're in a good spot to try and play through what is a relatively strong mid jungle with a ton of CC that enables Illusion Culling come that mid game. On the opposite side, I think if Tarzan is able to get light and crisp ahead, they become so threatening around these early objective fights and start to snowball the game so drastically. And next, it's your Orianna who just comes online.
Redemption for yesterday for TL, though, if they can find early access in this game, Dagda. Yesterday, they failed. It felt like they were nervous. It felt like they were not the TL that we were hyping up coming in, and they failed against LNG when they had options after the early game. This pause shows me that we get to take a breath because of what's happened so far.
I do think, though, it was LNG yesterday playing well around what are the expected tropes of TL. So often you see them go for these big aggressive plays in the early stages. A lot of that actually coming from APA on things like the Talia, where he looks for roams, or having these sort of plays early to control those side lanes incredibly well. Then you look for picks. Push mid, get vision, find a pick, close out the game. LNG kind of read that, answered for a lot of that pick potential at the 16-minute mark as TL went to try and make that play, and they were able to bounce back into the game. So I think for Weibo, it'll be another case of trying to, one, find that early success, but two, also be aware that this is something that will be coming through the TL playbook.
I think as well, Weibo's ability to adapt. I mean, just looking at yesterday, the adaptation to the Gen G game was really good. It was a close game. And while people look at that as, oh, Gen G opened up strong because they were able to stall the game, I mean, Weibo were quite reactive, played smart as well to that mid-game of Gen G. As I hear game sounds, which means we're about to get in. So pause was only slightly. Let's get into it. Game number 4 of the day, TL versus Weibo, looking for their first win at World 2024. And this would mean a lot for North America after TL's shaky start yesterday.
But I do want to hit on the point that you made for Weibo, because yesterday was actually very surprising for me. Weibo came out with a CS lead in top, mid, and bot lane in that game. It was the first time in the entirety of summer that Gen G actually came out with a CS lead in all those lanes. And I think a huge portion of that was Weibo matching a lot of the good macro from Gen G in the early stages, finding these minuscule advantages and then being able to bring them online. Now, Gen G did eventually win out the game with some great late game plays, but that early to mid game was a really good response from Weibo, and I think that again is what I want to see from them coming into this, a confident early game that snowballs into a win.
And I think it comes a lot of the back off of like the individual laning from Light and Crisp is where I'll start, and I know it's more than that as Tarzan goes for a bit of an invade. Story time can wait, Dagda. The book closes.
I'm sorry, I was asking for it.
It's okay, I've got a blanket for you. Chill for the time being, or rather stay cozy. Ward for ward, spotted out, Weibo back away.
Yeah, APA just going to hug this top side because he knows Weibo could potentially make a move in. For JJ coming across, but it's still 3v2.
Okay. This tuna fish ready to throw an Acro Prison, I believe. Tarzan's just taking autos for the time being, using the range is good with Airy, but Smite comes down. Again, Tarzan just looking for the small Raptors. It's Chaos already. Chaos incarnate as Light and Crisp now have to go away. Tarzan flashed out and abandoned them. Crisp is in trouble. Render slowed down. They're coming back in as Tarzan's like, okay, let's go round number 2. Good shielding from Crisp. TL, if you chase this up, it could be bad with Xiaohu. A lot of summoners burned, no first blood.
So I don't think Tarzan actually got the big Raptor in the Smite because he would have ticked over to level 2. So
I thought he would.
Yeah, so he meant that I think it was stolen away by Yon or maybe Core JJ who were able to get an auto attack on it. So that's why that play suddenly looked very funky. Flash burnt by Tarzan to try and get away, and he's going to be low, moving through his jungle. kind of similar, but it means we're a bit more even Steven on the experience bars as we start to transition forward.
And we know what Steven would say. He'd say he'd be going towards the top side right now.
Classic Steven.
You know, it's story time again. Dagda, you got your blanket? Okay, yeah, you do.
Got my milk.
So
ready to go.
Light has been having, I think, quite an exceptional year. I think this split in particular has been really solid. Coming into this tournament, I think Light is one of the best LPL AD carries. I think people are going to underrate him because of who he is. As good engage here from Breathe onto Impact. Wait, maybe I should have been talking about this top lane. He autos a minion, but he's got range. 1, 2, flash for 3. Almost. Impact gets out of the way. Breathe tried to predict and get that boomerang.
That was so close, especially with the grass proc starting to come through as well. That would have been it for Impact, but the flash away just about saves him. I'm shocked that Breathe already managed to get that kill this early, but that only sets up potential playing towards the top side. Wave hasn't been crashed.
They're gonna
Does Umti just run top? I think they're just trying to put pressure.
Okay, well, Core JJ takes 2 turrets for that set pressure as well. Light is just looking to get to level 2, and with, I believe, this next minion falling down, he should find it, and he does indeed. Look at where Tarzan is, the level 3 Scorpion King, trying to make use of this push-on wave that TL are still shepherding in.
Yeah, TL just constantly keeping up the pressure. You have to be a little bit careful because Tarzan can come down to this bot side, and I think that's what Weibo are kind of waiting for, is the level 2s, level 3s to match, and then they can go for it. Tarzan just ticked over with the, just picked up the Scuttle Crab there.
Yep.
Trying to move in behind, it looks like TL on this bottom side.
It's great that you pulled up the laning stats. Good laning so far, but Umti's coming in to interrupt. That upper is low, but he has a mana bar. Xiaohu with nothing to spare, and even though he's used the cookie up, he tries to get onto APA, and Umti just stops him in play. Permafrost is there, and first blood goes over to TL. Meanwhile, on the backside, or bottom rather, Weibo are getting flashes, but maybe kills. Yon away, it's a flash rend. I talked him up for a reason, and Weibo see the light.
Just about able to get the kill there, but in the mid lane, Xiaohu falling, doesn't respect the potential play from Umti, and APA off to a nice start now as he'll be able to crash that wave, reset, and get back some of that health bar that Xiaohu was putting pressure on him with.
The wave pushing in is bad news bears for Yon though, Dagda. He's coming in slow as I think bad news bears should be topside. Story time has ended again because Breathe has closed the book on this matchup.
Impact was the best top laner in the LCS this year, but Breathe is making him look like it's nothing. Absolutely destroying him on the
He's spouted as the worst top laner coming from LPL, by the way. He has got the most criticism out of anyone on this roster because of how he has been struggling to either play weak side or play with this new advanced Weibo. That's huge, that's massive. Not only the attempted solo kill before, but Dagda, the fact that it came through, he's now got to kill Tabis.
And he's now got the pressure that he wants in that top side where he can, even not if he gets kills, just get plates and set up so nicely for that Gnar to just take over in the side lane. TL need to get something to try and fix this, and a lot of that will be on Umpty, but as we said, Weibo are putting pressure through that bottom side, and if you're not here to band-aid what's going to be Tarzan continuously focusing this bottom side, I think it's only going to get worse.
Light and Chris got a wave pushing again, so Tarzan has options there, but topside clear needs to come first as Umpty is clearing away on his Krugs, and then his camps are done until the respawn rotation. Dragon sitting up, and it is a Mountain Dragon to open us up, so it's going to give some bonus stats, but remember, Grubs could just be a handshake deal here, as TL seems the bottom side is where they start their play.
Yeah, I think you're going to be okay here as Weibo. There's not really any dive potential to really come through here. And Tarzan should just be able to move over towards the Grub, so it's more likely it's just going to be a Dragon trade. Yeah, there you go for TL, than any sort of real threat on the bottom side. It is a big wave though, so you can see them playing a little sus, but I think they're okay.
Curious about the CS after this wave pushes in. Weibo again, as we said, trading sides of the map. Breathe, of course, naturally having so much pressure thanks to earlier shenanigans. Means that Tarzan gets all three. So I'm looking at EXP bars alongside with these trades. Dagda, both junglers just ticked over to 5. Umpty, as he gets this Dragon, will get a little bit of a boost, as well as APA going to get shockwaved on the spot. Tarzan's now running in, and he's caught up against the wall. As he gets thrown a rock, Tarzan takes him down. And again, APA getting thrown down in the early game.
Man, Tarzan, when he's on form, is terrifying. Umpty, don't do it.
Well, Skarner has got a lot of base damage. Look at that. Stuns in play. Umpty has now got the bottom lane walking to his position. Flash from Chris looking for the handshake. A rock to be thrown. He gets out, but Weibo now control this bot side fully.
And you can just continue to put pressure on towards the bottom lane. The wave is pushing away from Yon, so not in the best of spots, and Tarzan's here.
Here he comes again. Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Paused by a bubble. Now for Chris, setting up for the hook, and rather the handshake back is good, but out of range. Under turret, Light will not follow that play.
No, doesn't want to try and go too aggressive, but still, this should net at least the turret plane, and Tarzan still considering it, spotted out by TL.
He lives here. Dagda, help! Our jungler has to go top. He's got to clear. I'm speaking of the perspective of TL's bottom lane right now. Tarzan follows up, enables Weibo to get this push in again, get some damage down thanks to the 3 Grubs. And Light and Crisp, you look at that CS, yes, they're down a little bit, but with the kill, they're still up in goal.
And I do want to continue on with your story, because for Light,
I'll sit down.
He was absolutely fantastic in the LPL, and I think if you didn't watch the LPL, you're probably not going to realize just how good this guy was for Weibo. A lot of people look at it and go, oh, well, we lost Ruler because Weibo beat out JDG, but Light has been such an incredible carry for this squad, stepping up across multiple different picks. And it's great to see him getting his opportunity to really shine on this main stage, because this guy is one of the top 80 carries in the LPL, a region that is stacked for LPL, or for 80 carry talent. And to now show us, with the help from Tarzan and co, he should be in a decent spot now to start trying to take over this game.
He's always that 80 carry that, like, hits consistent marks, right?
Yeah.
I think that was the best part about him, and the best part about him at last year's Worlds as well. You know what you're going to get from him. He can have high highs, but you know that bare minimum, what you're going to get, I think, is the baseline I'm trying to hit at. Like Xiaohu's kind of like that as well. It's what makes Weibo special. Last year was such a crazy run. Dagger, if they can do it again this year, I don't know what to say. Like, if Weibo does something similar again, which LPL fans think they can do. They think they're the 3rd best team naturally, since, again, they smoothed out LNG in playoffs. They got to finals against BLG, showed us a little in a 3-1 fashion against them, of course. They've got a lot of skill, and they've got a lot of individual players, and it's what makes this roster so special.
Yeah, I think it's also like Xiao, who started the year was not good.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact he came back in summer and really started bringing it together, obviously fitting onto the AD carry picks well when he won MSI, playing Lucian top lane for the majority of the tournament. Like, it was kind of in his wheelhouse. So
crazy that he won MSI as a top laner.
2 different roles.
And then was it year after a year before he won as a mid laner?
Yeah.
Like, it's
2018 RNG, 2021 RNG.
Multiple years.
Crazy.
I mean, got 3 titles for the Legend. As now for TL, they're trying to set themselves up a dive, but Breathe is here. Teleport helps out as well. Xiaohu has joined in the fray, and Umpty's running. But Crisp is here on a ward. They might turn this into a play if they can get a scatter the weekend. Crisp now with nowhere to go, even with the ulti up. Aqua Prison perfect, and APA positioning great to get his first kill of this game.
Really good pick from TL, and this is what we're talking about, like turning those moments to find picks for TL has been crucial to their success, and just a good read, finding Crisp out of position, having that Vision already down. Impact TPing back to the wave because he was zoned off by Tarzan. So making sure he's able to pick up this wave and get some damage onto Light, but won't get the kill.
Gets away. Ren slows him down, but Light just gets some damage down as Tarzan turns this into a dive. Against the wall, there's good damage from the Skarner, and Impale as well brings Light in to get some more, but again, Light's a little bit low. Impact survives, and using Tarzan's ulti is a bit of pressure off the map.
It did look very funky, but Impact just drew out Light's cleanse, his health bar, the ult from Tarzan, damage onto Tarzan, and right as the second round of Void Grub spawns. So TL should be in a position now to contest this. They are a little late though, so it looks like they may not be able to get there, but it was a nice thought process from Impact to say, hey, look, I can get so much out of this play for just my ultimate.
It's a shame TL aren't there, but as you said as well, I mean, Impact also with a lower health bar, and health bar that matters here as Xiaohu zones off Umti, and Crisp is the target again, but Tarzan already has 4 grubs. He gets a 5th, and I guess he can just leave now. Umti tries to stop him, but he's away. 5 grubs, 1 over to TL, as Breeze is managing sideways just fine, by the way.
You're immediately getting value as Weibo. It's like, oh, I'm just getting more and more damage as I progressively work my way through this tower. That's not how this is supposed to work for Breeze, but he's in a good spot now. Almost a 900 gold lead for him. He's going to reset, finish his first item, I'd imagine. No, just short. But still, he's going to be fine now, start pushing out on the map and really taking the hurt to Team Liquid, because any sort of side lane that he shows up on, no one can really contest them. APA, vulnerable on a side lane. Their Impact is very far behind. And that just opens up so many windows for Weibo to play at the map stage.
It's not often this year that have been, or especially this split, that have been like, man, Breathe is just going to carry this team. And having this as an experience is great, especially when we hyped up Impact. We talked about his ability to soak pressure. Azale yesterday even saying he's such a selfless player, and he can also be someone who can demand resources and carry the team. But in this game, the Renekton, while he has soaked, right now he's not able to carry too much without his first item. But let's find out if what I'm saying is true. Dagda, second dragon spawning, or rather sitting there and waiting.
Yeah, and this is where I think Yon and Core JJ need to try and fill the gap, because APA can try and set them up, but it's Yon who has to try and knock them down. The problem is that he's been focused so much by Tarzan that he's now behind, and it makes it very, very difficult for them to actually play off of this mid state in the same way they'd like to, because Umti has to try and fix side lanes.
Stacked. Tarzan getting engaged on. He's got a heart steal now, so every auto attack matters if he can stay in combat. For TL, they're getting pinched out a bit here. Weibo moving into position. Xiaohu has himself his ulti available. Mana is a little bit low, especially without a tier, so he walks on in. You just have to keep an eye on that mana bar. They're very hungry for the second dragon, TL.
TL are playing this nicely though. Like Yon pressuring mid lane, drawing Xiaohu back, now opens up for the 3-man to start to put pressure on towards the bottom side of the map where TL have the 4-man advantage. So they're playing this nice and slow and patient, but now the tower may be going down as a result, but no pressure for them.
Demolish from Crisp helps out on that. TL going to start the dragon. Nonetheless, though, on a ward is Core JJ as Xiaohu moves into position, but teleport from Weibo. They're committing and Breathe, the strong member of the team, is walking in. It's a double TP as now the Skarner engages, halted by Umti. Good Glacial Prison as his damage being absorbed, but Tarzan takes a tidal wave while Xiaohu on the back end is dealing with APA. A great ulti from Crisp. He makes him go berserk. Light sends him in, and Crisp tries to Q flash. He gets orbed, decepted, bailed out, but he's dead. Dragon goes over to Weibo, and I cannot believe Crisp just goes, yep, I'll try and 1v3, and now Xiaohu doing the same. He has to flash away, get out of there, while this Renekton is dealing with the whole backline of Weibo. Impact strong enough, I eat my words. TL running them down. All the cost of Dragon, they get a couple of big kills.
I take it back, it's Weibo who sets them up, and Yon knocks them down. 2 kills for the Lucian off the back of that, and it's Weibo making mechanical errors on the play. Crisp goes in way too aggressive on this setup. Yeah, and look, Tarzan ends up getting knocked up by a huge amount there, absorbing a ton of pressure, but it's a good ultimate to begin with, where you end up with this back and forth. Light tries to go forward here with Crisp, but where's your follow-up? Like, this is Orianna with 0 mana, and Renata with no damage to try and get this bailout, and Tarzan and Breathe were in the Dragon Pit. And then just again, APA, great stun onto Xiaohu, finish him off as well here.
I think Chris thought he was the Drift King or something. Like he tried to Q fade away. I mean, yeah, that's also a bit of a claim. Yeah, should we have done that?
Yeah,
probably not. But TL, a couple of big picks. I mean, for the cost of Dragon, you take that, and with the way the early game was going, it mitigates some of the pressure, it mitigates some of the gold, and I look at who the kills went over to. Yon has got some in his pocket now with the Essence Reevolution. MasterCard, show us what you got. That's what we expected. Top has a lead, but at least it's less than before, I feel.
Well, I was going to say, like, the fact that Jan isn't as far behind as he was is pretty crucial. Because again, like, this Lucian wants to be able to try and play off of mid-wave, look for a lot of these plays. Going to be in a difficult spot to do so right now because that contest is coming through, but Umti looks mid.
APA spots out a good pick onto Crisp. He's dead again. 3 kills. Or deaths rather onto Crisp. His beak is now the teleport. TL can feel a good scout of the week. The Herald goes down, but Weibo in trouble again. A tidal wave buffered by Tarzan, running for his life as Impact chases the backline. Umti's there as well. Permafrost is perfect. Weibo are in so much doo-doo. Now with TL chasing under turret, they're going to find 1, 2, almost 3. Breathe survives only by a hair's breadth as Umti takes another charge. Xiao gets some good damage at range, but he's in trouble too. Impact tanks up. APA targeting. Scout of the week doesn't work. Breeze survives for a bit, but Xiao's got nowhere to go. Impact dies in the end, but TL wipe them clean.
TL destroy Weibo Gaming on the play. Great ult from Umti into the mid lane, catching out Light and Crisp. Immediate turnover towards the pit to turn on towards the key members of Weibo who were stuck there. That was beautiful from the North American representative.
Slowly but surely picking apart, separating Weibo, and while Light gets himself a mid turret, we look back at this play that gave so much gold off these individual kills.
And it's such a great read. Impact the immediate TP, and look at the patience. The stun, follow-up stun. And then Jan still doesn't open up with the culling here because he knows he just wants to try and finish off Tarzan. And it means that as you start to move underneath the turret, Breed's already incredibly low, and there's just so little that you can do here. And I love this from Jan as well. He's got his priorities straight. Walk past Xiaohu. You're not a threat right now, Rihanna. I need to finish off Breed, then turn over and finish off. And Impact gives his life, but do you know what? Look at that smile. He doesn't mind that at all.
I think there was a word in there that we will not be saying, but obviously elation after the early game. As I said, 4 kills now on Jan. Rapid fire cannon, and that is a very fed Lucian. So it's all going a bit pear-shaped for Weibo here as they try to make a play on this mid push.
Still though, I like this patience from TL. They're not overextending on mid-wave. They're like, we don't know where the members of Weibo are. Breed's missing, mid-jungle's missing. Just wait for them to show on waves and then we can actually try and set up something up. So TL, that patience pays off with that bot lane turret. And now they can try and continue forward because this was the dominant team in the LCS for so much of this split. FlyQuest with a surprise win essentially over them, but TL have been the team, the most improved mid laner, best bot lane, best top lane, and now they're taking it to Weibo Game.
And they're really getting scrappy with it as well, Weibo. They're desperate here because after yesterday's almost win, after coming so close against Gen G, if they lose this game to TL, they're in so much trouble. Back to back to back as Jan has to flash away, and it's Sept with a backup from Tarzan. He wish he could go back as Breeze TP is too late. Hostile takeover from Chris. 3-man shockwave. Weibo found the dream fight. Bailed out as Breeze is separated. APA scatter the week as the triple is there. I'm looking at a Syndra, looking at pad the stats. Breeze getting hit. He's slowed down, but he's still alive at full HP. His impact is a real threat. Boomerang thrown out. APA has arrived, and he's finally informed as TL win another fight.
It's APA Syndra is scattering the weak of Weibo, stopping them in their tracks. The damage isn't there from Xiaohu, who gets a great shockwave, but it's Team Liquid again coming out on top. And you'll see as we start to go into this, the fight was very, very close to start with. Tarzan tries to get access towards Jan, but just able to escape away. The wave from Core JJ is crucial, not only to buy space for Jan, but also to get that kill onto Light with APA in a perfect position. And then the shockwave sure hits, but Orianna on one item just doesn't do enough.
True.
And then again, another great scatter the week from APA. Keeps Breathe at bay, he turns to Mini, they follow up, and it's mid lane again once more.
It is carnage from Weibo. Even though, as you said, they find the dream fight, they find the dream setup. Almost like a Flowers moment, right? But there's not enough damage from Xiaohu, as now TL They're putting Weibo on the back end. Breathe is going to get ganked here by a 3-man. He hops over. Impact is tanking up Taradagger. He's about to go Mega Nut. Wait, TL, are they going too far? No! Unleashing hell upon the top laner of Weibo is APA's job.
They will just back away though. Weibo started to collapse onto the top side, but it's mid lane that Weibo needs to be worried about because Yon is still knocking on that tower. Rapid fire cannon going to start to chip away at that structure every time. Dragon up and available for them as well. TL, the map belongs to them right now.
You know what I was saying before, Dagdo, just before the fight, how important this game is, because the loser of this goes to 0-2. The loser then has to win 3 best-of-3s in a row to make it to the top 8 stage, to the knockout stage. It is in such a bad position to start your Swiss on, and right now TL don't want to be there as an Aqua Prison starts us off. Tarzan's trying to roll in again. APA looks for Scatter the Weak, doesn't find it. TL are running towards this dragon side of the map.
At some stage, Weibo have to realize this tactic isn't going to work because every time they've gone for it, TL have responded.
But that's Weibo. They do the same thing 5 times in a row. Is this TP flank? Is it going to be found? Yes. Is it going to be punished? I don't know. Xiaohu is going to be engaged on, and the answer is no. Running into this mid lane of the Berserks there. The Flash Shockwave is out as well. Chris goes on in, but he's knocked by a tidal wave. TL has separated away. Impale was garbage from Tarzan, but TL, regardless, are still alive as a 5-man unit. Weibo think, is Baron too crazy right now?
They're still so low though. TL want to try and step up. Yon and Core JJ feeling it right now. They know just a couple of taps could turn it, but everyone backs away. No one goes down.
Because we have to do it again. 2 minutes, let's reset and do it once more. Dagda, let's answer your question. Will Weibo make the same play, just another 5v5 again?
But this is the thing. TL, every time it won out, it's been kills the last 2 times. This time, yes, you got TP from Impact and the Flash, but it's Dragon now for TL. They are continuously making these plays work, but Weibo maybe looking to try and sneak a Baron here. They got one snuck away from them by Gen G yesterday, maybe learning from it.
Let's fight around mid again. This time, right?
Yon's resetting though. APA needs to be so careful.
Damage though onto Xiaohu, and that's meaningful at the very least. You're right, they don't know that Yon's gone. They just think Fog of War is big. Look at the wards as well for Weibo around Baron.
There's just so much, but it amounts to nothing. TL still growing these minute leads consistently, and it's going to start to come back against Weibo. And what an incredible moment this would be for the LCS as well, being able to not only put themselves up into that 1-1 bracket, but also just taking down the LPL 4th seed would give them so much confidence going forward.
I mean, their ability to scrap against this team has been so impressive as well. Like, I know I use the term hand stiff a lot, but it does truly feel like some of the individual skill and mechanics that has come from APA in this game, from Yon and Core JJ especially, has been clutch.
But it's also the hard work of this organization. Spawn behind the scenes. APA has been working nose to the grindstone for so long, and the rest of this team as well, like Yon really stepping up from this time last year where we saw him at the world stage. TL, this is this is a work ethic that is starting to see success on the international stage, as long as they can keep this lead and keep this pressure on towards Weibo.
Long may they reign as they continue to siege through mid turret at 23 minutes in the game. They just want to open up the map, Dagda. We've been sitting mid, we've been A-ramming for quite a lot of this game. Sidewave's now getting a bit more attention as Breathe moves back. Remember, this Weibo member still has a massive gold lead against Impact, just hasn't been seen in a full-out 5v5 with him getting a Dream engage.
And we said already that it was TL that denied Weibo that moving forward in 2021, and then you're looking for Light to try and deny him once more.
Dagda, it opens up mid, and that's the very least. Even though it misses, Umpty enables the pressure so that Yon gets a turret eventually. It's finally gone.
But I mean, look at the goat at the bottom of your screens, right? Look, Breathe is still a menace, right? But hasn't had that impact. Impact has had more of an impact.
You are a funny man. Well, Impact gets the stun, and Breathe stops him breathing. See, I can be funny too, but APA walking in stops this joke in its thresholders. Looks for Scatter the Weak, Breathe by space. Look at what Weibo doing. They're pinging onto the Baron. They're like, can we do this? No, we got to fight mid. Breathe is going to die though.
But that's the thing. I don't think Breathe planned ahead here, and now you've got the positioning for TL to keep pushing on towards this bottom side, threaten elsewhere. Breathe, does he get the execute though?
Maybe he does. At the very least, he's kept the wave.
Excuse me, sir.
He backed away, and the kill goes over. Weibo didn't start the Baron. So TL just have a flat-out lead for 40 seconds.
And what do they want to try and achieve with this? Waves in the side, not the best for them, so threatening tier 2 is going to be a little tough. I think it is just going to be a case of getting vision in towards the enemy jungle and around Baron, and then looking for a reset before Breathe is back on the map.
Like we said, you know, our first 3 games were wild. Like, I knew this was going to be a wild one as well, regardless, like, of TL doing so well. I knew it was going to be wild. And I knew that Weibo, there's going to be some time in this tournament, one time or another, where Weibo just keep throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. Classic. It's like similar from last year, just different players. I mean, you add the Shy to this roster, the game would be going the exact same. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Right? So, yeah.
You throw Weibo into it, same.
But I think that's it. It's like, at the core, it's still Weibo. And they still need to try and find some way to get back into this. But for TL, this is where their comfort zone is. Using these early leads, starting to fish for picks, starting to fish for plays, and a lot of that again coming off the back of like APA, who's just been such a, not only a monster for this squad, but in this game as well. I'm just sad we don't have access to like all chat to see exactly what APA has been saying, but my God, like 6 kills on the Syndra, the potential burst power on essentially anyone apart from like a Meganar or the Skarner is going to be sky high, and Breathe might find out about it.
He's halfway through Meganar as well. Now spotted on a ward. Breathe is consistently getting attention in this side lane, but I don't know where he is for the time being. Breathe walks it out. Umti can't finish the play.
But it's still denying access from Breathe to this bot side, and that's really what TL wanted, because Dragon in 45 seconds, they're putting pressure on towards the tier 2s, but it's only to buy space for vision, buy space for a potential TP flank for impact. This is perfect map play for TL on this objective.
Consistently choking them out. I like it. It's 30 seconds till the Dragon that will lead them to Soul Point. The game state slowed down, obviously, with TL holding so much control. We talked about how important the mid game is, but if Weibo walk into another fight, think of those Syndra items and the damage that comes from Yon as well with a support like this. Umti helps them channel through mid. Weibo zoned out.
It's great patience. Like, he's not throwing the ultimate, just using that as threat to get access to that mid tier 2, which TL now just back away from. They're not ever over-threatening. They are playing this slow and calculated and just never giving an opportunity for Weibo to come back like LNG did yesterday.
Top of the Baron ward spots. Tarzan doesn't start it off, and there's no opportunity here. I mean, TL just have mid.
Beautiful.
Okay, we see you over Baron. Where are you going? Doesn't matter. We get mid.
And now they get control of this top side as well. So Dragon is up and available, but I think they're just worried about Weibo trying to threaten the quick Baron. They don't do a particularly quick Baron, but just in case something's going on. And you can see now with control over the mid wave and a little bit more vision, they're just going to teeter on down towards the Dragon.
Weibo hover in case there's a mistake, in case there's an overstep, but there is none. As Dag just said, they're dotting everything in perfect fashion. On a ward, Xiaohu spotted, they clear Baron, they see another control ward, Xiaohu clears it out, Impact's moving in. I think the Baron has begun. Weibo are like, we got to do this now.
Yeah, but look, you had a reset from QuarJJ. He won't be here for a little bit. TP out. Breathe on a side, but he's nowhere near Meganar. This is risky from Weibo.
They've got a Callista, so they think they have the smite advantage, but Umti's walked in first. Tarzan on the back of the pit. The ulti connects, and Light has to cleanse away. A good little grab back as Umti gets zoned out and hit hard. Tarzan's still in the pit. He's not stopping to leash this Baron.
Well, you can't. It's too low. You have to commit to this either way, or else TL just walk into the pit and say thank you for the leash.
But he's getting debuffed. He's getting damage. It's still going up. Electric feels Baron as he pulsates for a bit and now goes up to max health.
And the entire time Umti's been tanking this, he's getting heals from QuarJJ, so Weibo getting the advantage through that, and Crisp!
Caught out, he went in deep in enemy jungle. Fate's call or sealed. I think it's going to be called this time. He's not dead.
Still though, TL starting to press forward. They are on the mid wave, so Tarzan has to do something.
Tidal wave used, Tarzan not dead. He gets an impale. It's a great little ulti sent out by Crisp, and the jungler is getting rammed up against the wall. Umti almost dies, he flashes away. Impact is now here, he wants to ult. He slices, but no dicing. TL pull away. They do not overstep their mark in the enemy jungle.
That was heartbreaking. Yon just got clipped by the edge of Crisp's hostile takeover, which meant that he wasn't able to follow up there. Focus down from Weibo on towards the TL jungler means that this play fizzles, but risky call from Weibo. But in the end of the day, they do get the TP out, and they also get the flash from Umti, so summoner spell advantage for the LPL 4th seed.
And look what was used. Tidal wave was used on a bit of a cooldown, but Fate's call is down. Crisp doesn't have that hostile takeover. Dagda impales down as well. Dragon's still up, sitting there. That's Soul Point. Forget it. Baron, says Weibo.
But again, TL have access to the mid wave, so Weibo have to come back to answer as soon as this gets pushed in, which then just gives TL that space again that they need. APA doing a good job of threatening this choke point, so you can't really go for Tarzan. Could come over the wall. TL starting to collapse around APA to make sure nothing happens.
Thinks about that angle too far away. He zones himself out, or rather puts himself into a better position. Meganar is going to expire from Breed. APA going towards the rest of his team, which is at this dragon, and Weibo still on the defensive here. This game no decider yet, but again, TL still using that gold advantage, that heavy Syndra that they've got to try and get some range.
But that's all the TL needed. They got the mid control, they forced Weibo back, they turn over towards Dragon. It was a lot of jostling for that mid position, but eventually Weibo's able to go for it. And now, well, Weibo want to start that jostle again as they've moved in towards Baron area once more. I don't think they can just go for this though, especially with Xiao, who kind of desynced from them here.
But they will. They will, or they'll look for another pick. I mean, Weibo's options seem limited as Tarzan wants to find impact. Doesn't go for the play. Light as well, not going to throw Crisp this time around, so they just clear the wave. They continue to stick around the top side while TL are moving into position.
Tarzan has to get out of here. There's the TP, but TL are collapsing.
They're like, we're turning. Impact flashes away, but he's up and now against a wall. He's going to be queued back as ulti throws the ulti. Tidal wave is good as well. Hits everyone, but a bailout and a takeover. It's a Weibo fight all of a sudden. Set up by Chris, knocked down by Tarzan, hit away by Light. TL are in their own side of the jungle, and Breathe is running out of Meganar. Numbers advantage? What does it all mean?
Giannis trying desperately to be the difference maker here, though. He wants to get into the backline of Weibo, but can't really do it. APA going to steal away the blue buff to keep this one going.
Oh, he almost smited it, as you said. Breed is going to get top lane turret in the meantime. Xiaohu threatens with a shockwave unused. Dagda, they're in a choke. Xiaohu sends the ball out. TL are still hovering around Baron.
TL are trying to deny Weibo the Baron, but no TP on impact. This is still a 4v5. Xiaohu flash. Potential shockwave on the cards, but it's spotted by APA.
Tarzan's back in that same position, right behind Baron where he was before, and Weibo double, triple, quadruple down, and Xiaohu almost gets hit into the ground, but Breathe flashes on. APA almost had it, unleashes nothing. An Impale in the back as Tarzan finds the enemy jungler, and Weibo are using their hands again. No heads, only hearts. A team fight from hell for Team Liquid as Weibo knocked down all the pins.
And the LCS lets out a collective sigh. It looks so good. TL were so patient, but one play goes completely awry, and Weibo see their opportunity.
They have been living top rent-free for about 6 months now. The landlord has to kick them out, Dagda, but their defense is airtight. This team just sits around the same area, go again and again and again until TL let up and make a mistake.
And it was just so small. They thought maybe they could make it happen with the collapse, but Crisp's hostile takeovers have been clutch this game and are making it impossible for LCS to play the game that they want.
I mean, TL, a team that, you know, a lot of people said this is the team that can finally do it. They can get out of play-ins, not play-ins, excuse me, Swiss. They can get out of Swiss stage. But now they're looking down the barrel of a 0-2 just as we're praising them, and then it came this fight.
But they've been so close. They've been so close every time, and it's just these small fights. Yon just getting hit there by Crisp on the face call, making sure that he can't follow up. Light being able to chase people down. But it's the play before this, and it is heartbreaking because the only thing that TL have shown,
oh my God,
well, is a bit of frustration, but have shown that they do belong. They are a really, really good team. They've gone toe-to-toe with 2 of the LPL top seeds now. And it's been just small mistakes that have come back to bite them, but it's been so close to TL taking it. Now, this game isn't over. TL still have a chance.
But you can see the frustration in a game that feels like it could be over, could lead to a 1-1. I mean, Spawn smashing that bottle because he's like, he can see how this game is so winnable. APA in such a good position, but he's picked apart. The shockwave clips him at the end after a good scout of the week. They were separated. They went on different targets, and Weibo picked them apart bit by bit by bit.
This is starting to get tough, though, because the shockwaves are going to start to hit now from Xiaohu, and if TL ever get caught by Breathe into that combo, it is lights out and it may be lights out for the base as Weibo go for the siege.
They're engaged. Their front line has 4k HP. Tarzan is not getting hurt like he used to. A glacial prison sent awry. Nothing happens as the Fate's call sent in. Chris does it again. He gets a pullback, a good tidal wave, but we're taking over. Only onto one in the backside. It zones off while the inhibitor goes down, and Weibo have broken the base. Impact has done the same. To his credit, he has broken Weibo and given a trade.
And you have no real engage here, so Weibo can just get chased down. Potential just to stop those resets, not going to come through, but Impact going to back away. The Baron buff recall is going to be too much, so he won't be able to get the inhibitor, but the trade was still attempted by TL.
At least mid is open. At least there's an option to get inhibitor, add some pressure. Dagda, I would like you to tell the audience what you're pointing towards.
Yeah, 30 seconds until that's sold for TL.
Oh, yeah.
This could be the moment where they bring it back. One good fight could be it, and they are out on the map first, getting control over that mid wave. Umpty gonna look for the reset, but they need this. They need some way to get into this fight. Super minions on the bottom side, though, keeping Impact pushed in, and maybe even an opportunity for Weibo to look for a collapse onto that bottom side. They're matching the mid push as TL go for a bit of a late reset. Looks like they're not interested in the Dragon. They just want to try and get control back on the map.
I'm looking at a scatter the week from the gods. I'm looking at APA finding a pick. I'm looking at that glacial prison. So many tools that can be set up to find a pick onto Weibo. On the other side, the shockwaves have been decent enough. Whether they're 1 or 2 targets, they clean up, they disrupt. I haven't seen a massive breathe ulti, but nor have I had to. He auto attacks down, he does enough damage, he's a pain. Dagda, Dragon denied, as you said. We set up now for the Baron in 2 minutes 30. Maybe that's the team fight that TL can try and find.
And there is also, again, just to keep your eyes on the ward back here, that hasn't been spotted, a potential for Impact, but it may not be the case right now.
Crisp trying.
Step up.
I mean, might not be over an objective. They might try and just end it with a massive team fight. Tarzan plays around Scatter the Weak. APA sends it out as Weibo have full control of mid and threaten TL away from their own side of the jungle.
Breathe doesn't have Mega Nard, so I think this is more of a bluff from Weibo to just try and buy space on the wave and see if they can keep TL back on their own side of the map. Getting this full top side away from Umpty is going to be very nice. As you see, Umpty spots out the Tarzan has already stolen everything away from him.
It's gone. If he walks in here, he will get hand shook. Umpty will get caught. He knows he has to be careful. Range damage from Breathe, who now goes Mega. Yon able to accept the wave with the team at his back. Nothing up for a minute 45.
Impact still getting push on sides though, so you are creating space in the map bit by bit, despite the fact you're losing it.
He's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward. His whole team backed. Handshake the air. Okay, no deal. Umpty's okay.
Still just gonna stand here, try and hold his ground. Weibo fishing for anything, but again, I think this is gonna come down to Baron in a minute and a half, when there is a real objective on the map that TL are kind of forced to play their hand. But Weibo, this slow push into vision is basically what TL were doing to them. We just have to see if there is a moment now where TL can find their spot. QuartJJ, this is dangerous, but he's just going to be able to get some vision down that's immediately cleared out.
Yon and QuartJJ, as they step up, they'll see Breathe is looking for an angle. They've walked maybe too far. Fate's Call is going to get the flash from Yon. He was almost caught unawares. Now that summoner's down. Weibo have 50 seconds and no flash for Lucian. Hurts a bit.
Also, no cleanse. He opted in towards the barrier. So now if Crisp ends up throwing out that ultimate, Yon doesn't have the option to try and flash over or even get away from Breathe potentially flashing on him. So this team fight for TL just got so much more difficult.
In a choke as well. Weibo know they have mid priority because TL grouped up around that wall. There's another one spotting them all moving down. Mid could be a freebie with a wave, but instead they look for the choke fight once again. Breathe about to go into Mega, or at least halfway there. Flash from Tarzan. Wants a pick onto APA. A tidal wave in the choke. Weibo trying to seal the deal right now, but TL gets away. But the wave is finally there for Weibo.
The Chaos from QuartJJ coming in clutch to keep Yon out of that hostile takeover, but mid tower will still fall as Impact rejoins his team. Baron in their sights. A lot of ultimates used, both QuartJJ and Umpty down, plus Crisps.
Yep.
So Weibo gonna fish for it. Ooh, shell.
Killing damage is good. Impact on the side, but he is spotted out again. Umpty on a different angle. Tarzan on a different plane. He pulls back. He's sent back rather by a good scout of the week. And they have healing TL, so they do get some damage onto Xiaohu, which means he has to back away. And he was on vision as he backed, but TP.
This is getting so dicey on either side. Neither one really wants to full commit because one mistake could cost them. But TL trying desperately to get people into position. Impact snuck his way up into that top side. I don't think he was spotted, and Weibo, I don't think, realized that the Croc is in behind them.
They don't. He's got a GA as well. He can be so much more aggressive. Teleport going to be started off. TL are putting it all on the line, so they don't have to start 0-2 in the Swiss stage. Breathe is zoning out. No Mega Gnar, but onto the Baron. They look for the turn light. Sets up with the face call. He flashes in to die! He's exploded. Breathe gets an ulti though. A stun. A shockwave. They got the pick. TL opened up, but they're losing members. They're dropping heads, and Breathe is breaking in his hearts again. We look towards this top laner with Hysteric Scage, with range on Tarzan. He sends Umti away. Impact close to dying. The GA will give him time, but the team has left him, and TL still are going to drop 2 like flies. Impact's dead. Weibo with 4. It looked good as Light ran it in, but they still lose more.
Breathe having more consistent damage for Weibo was the difference maker there. Yon played his heart out in that fight, ends up dashing away from the Mega Gnar ult from Breathe, but there's just too much CC with Xiaohu having that shockwave, and Weibo find the moment they need to pick the AD carry and get the Baron. Dragon in 20 seconds though, so Weibo will still need to try and contest this because Yon will be back out on the map. And look at where APA is. He's trying to fish for people as they move forward.
He is, but Breathe, how unkillable is he? He's going into a Mega Gnar, knows someone is available, so he can't close the gap. As you said, the Dragon's so important. It would be a permanent buff. It would put TL into a different state of mind.
It's now up and available. Look at the resets from Weibo. They are rushing out onto the map, desperately trying to get back into position, but TL, if they can control the point, or put the opportunities could be there, but Impact 5 seconds away. He needs to TP into the fight, and Weibo, they get into River.
As you said, he's got options where to TP, nothing deep, but to the side he'll join his team. And a 5v5 Light now has GA, but Impact lost his.
Yon's TP Flash is so close to being up and available, but it's going to be so late. Weibo started up. They want to punish.
Can you believe? Can you set yourselves up for success here? It's up to TL. Yon gets poked out. He's frontlining for the time being. Tarzan at an angle. APA is trying to plan himself onto Breathe. A good scout of the week. They send the ulti, but he hops over. He runs in. He ultis. You thought you could take him down. You lost your oxygen before you hit the damn ground. TL are in the pit. Impact tries to take the fight, but his GA was lost in the other. Weibo with a team fight. If you want to fight the LPL in a bloodbath, you're on their home ground.
But TL, they're not quite finished yet. They're still trying to see if they can find something. Yon and resets coming through from Core JJ. They want to defend the base. Umti's trying to cut the wave. Xiaohu might find him.
But there's so much damage on this mid laner, and with Breathe in the mix as well, he'll do nothing of the sort. Now there's 3 dead. TL may start the ground running, but they are going to hit the floor dead.
Yon takes so much damage. The culling was not enough. The structures are falling, and it's Weibo coming out on top.
I mean, this is the 4th seed of the LPL, but their resilience cannot be understated here. Weibo fight and fight and fight and fight again to find their first win of the Swiss stage and knock North America down.
It was a hard-fought victory for Weibo. Team Liquid was so close at so many opportunities to winning out on that game, and you can see the heartbreak on their faces, but it will be the LPL who move forward.
Let's check on Raz. Let's just check on Raz. Is he okay?
Don't check on me.
Are you okay?
So sorry, bud.
Raz does not want to be checked on, boys. You're going to take this post game, okay?
Yeah, you got this.
You got
Send it right back to you guys.
Good job, TL.
I think it's safe to say incredibly done by Weibo to weather the storm through a lot of that game, because TL kind of won, lost a little bit, started winning again, and then Weibo brought it home in the end when it really felt like they were in enough of a deficit, especially on Orianna, not to really be able to play that game for the vast majority, but then they found the angle, they found the fights, and that's really what it comes down to.
But I gotta say, I think TL as well, this tournament, I'm really happy with how proactive they are, but they're getting into this territory that we see with a lot of teams when they start being over-proactive. They are at times their own worst enemy. I think there is times where they overforced a bit, APA flashing in on Xiaohu as well, and dying afterwards, leading to them getting a Baron, because I actually think core played out of his mind. I think this Nami was insane at setting up these objective fights we had. I think that TL for majority of the early game, well, not the early game, right? But when they started winning, they're actually hand-stiffing Weibo Gaming, and I was really impressed with the level of play that we saw from them. But then it starts going downhill.
It's like 14 minutes to 20, back-to-back-to-back team fights where Team Liquid are coming up ahead. The first one around Dragon, I mean, I'm just like shooting from the heart. Where you're like, first one from Dragon, sure, Weibo made the mistake first, where Chris just sent himself flying in, but I'm like, wait a minute, we're finding opportunities, and that's something that Team Liquid was usually great in domestically and finding. Being able to find a fight and then build off of it. And I had hope, we had hope. I know we had back-to-back games where you guys were heartbroken. I was laughing at you guys. Now I'm heartbroken, and you guys are consoling me.
Well, you want us to laugh at you?
Yeah.
That's what you want us to bully you?
It made me feel a little better, I don't know.
Well,
by bullying you?
Because tit for tat.
Anyways, we can't get into the psychology of Raz right now, but I will say that credit to Weibo again for finding those fights. And TL,
I think even more importantly, credit to Chris, who like went from just getting caught off guard to just mega finding the best Renata ultimates of his life into the Kalista ultimates afterwards. That was so many good team fights that came off the back of a hostile takeover.
Well, and what I will say is it's a back and forth story for both teams. The good news is both are going to have a lot to review in that one, but let's get a chance to talk to the winners in our Verizon post-game interview as Shox is standing by with the victorious, I can't tell who it is from my position, Tarzan.
I am here with Tarzan after Weibo get their first win of the world's Swiss stage. I have Wendy with me as well to make sure that we get everything correct. But congratulations, Tarzan. What a back and forth game. I want to know if you can tell me in your own words, what happened in that late game.
那首先恭喜你们取得了瑞士轮的首胜，但是不得不说，这是一场非常焦灼漫长的比赛。想问一下，在他赞选手的眼中，你们的后半，你们的这场比赛是个怎样的一个对局呢？
就是我们拖到后期的话，就我们肯定是前中期没做好吧，然后还是我们集中到后期就辛苦了，加油。
So I feels like why we be able to why we need to drag the game to the late game is because obviously we made some mistakes maybe in the early to mid phase, but after that we feels like what we really need to do is really concentrate more on the actual game. So I like to say to my teammates, yeah, it's a hard time, but let's keep going, fighting.
Yes, fighting indeed. Now Tarzan, you joined Weibo in summer. How do you feel that your addition has changed the team, and how do you think you yourself have evolved by playing for Weibo now?
那其实他赞选手也是在夏季赛加入到微博这个大家庭当中，想要问一下，你可能在整个队伍当中发挥怎样的一个作用和贡献？同时加入到微博，自己有哪些个人的提升和进步呢？
我自己给微博帮助的话，就是前面更找机会吧。然后我进入微博之后的我自己的变化的话，就是大尼教练给我的习惯改了很好了，就。
So I think the part that I can really be so helpful to this whole WBG is I can help them maybe in the early game and to try to seek more opportunities to open the situation. And also after joining in WBG, I really feel with the help of our coach Danny, I can really have the very evolvement and also make so many growth.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations, Tarzan. Thank you so much, Wendy. And that is Weibo at 101.
Overall, solid game for Weibo, rocky for both sides, as we already talked about. We can look back at kind of the story of this game. Back and forth.
That's a rocky one.
Most certainly, for both sides. And again, I think LPL fans and LCS fans alike are walking away from this one going, a little bit of frustration because it's so close in some moments. Yes, Weibo got the win in a Worlds. That might be all that matters, but when you look ahead to future competition for both these lineups, you're like, we saw the good, we saw the bad, and sadly, we saw it all in one very stressful game.
Yeah, and the thing is, you don't want the frustration to compile because there were a lot of good elements. Now, first, the level 1 was quite good for Team Liquid and allowed the Kalista honestly be useless. Like, was just under turret, constantly getting pushed in. The problems were the unforced errors. You were pointing it out during the game. The flashes that were not being burnt, some not being burnt from both mid and bot lane, so they ended up dying to ganks pretty early on. And so I was like, okay, now we're just behind on tempo for a good chunk of the game.
But that's why you see, like, that's the early game you're talking about, right?
Yeah,
That's why we don't really like what we see here.
True.
But then here, that's the good area.
I'm liking
We're feeling
that part.
happy about this one, right?
This covers the other
15
part.
minutes onwards.
Before we get into our next game, before we had to break, let's get that first replay where Team Liquid really did. Yes, they started good. Yes, they threw some of their advantages away, but then they started to really bring it back.
Oh, this one was nice, just because they were able to get the pick on towards Crisp, and even though Herald was being done here, Weibo recognizes they need to back away. Team Liquid is able to just corral in here. So I really loved what Core JJ and Impact were doing, just being able to chunk as much HP and chase him down.
And I really love the spacing in a fight like this. You can see that they're very patient with their abilities and the way they play it. The only one who's not fully patient is Umti, who is kind of pressing a bit too far forward, but they have a clean dive afterwards without any casualties, and I think this is the moment where it kind of sways the tempo back in Team Liquid's favor, and it starts going really well for here, right? We go back to that goal graph we were talking about. It's just developing, it's looking good, you're happy about everything you see.
Yeah.
And then sadly,
And
despite
then
the fact that they catch
mark.
the ball, they then drop the ball. And that brings us to, I think, probably the pivotal team fight in the context of this game. TL in a very commanding position, but obviously when you're against an Orianna, there is a bit of pressure to close out, pressure to get more done. And while this initially looks pretty positive, as Impact does manage to survive, in the extended fight, Weibo really take over.
Yeah, now if Renekton was able to get a slice and dice, of course he didn't able to get it through the minion. Maybe they could have extended it a little bit more. The Renata ulti was really valuable. That one actually, I forgot that existed. I was like, a Nami ulti came through. I was excited at that moment. They're playing off a 5v4. I was really happy here.
But this is the one. This is the one where I think you need to play this so much more patient if you're TL.
Yes.
APA does not need to flash forward like this. He still gets clipped by that shockwave, ends up going down. Massive Scanner ultimates afterwards, who just sets up the rest of Weibo Gaming. And Light, who's got this Renata W on him, can play however he wants. And I think this is the breaking point for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he saw the angle. He thought he could be able to loop in an ulti too and get the pick onto Orianna. But like the overall fight was looking decent from Team Liquid side before that play.
A lot of decent moments, a lot of opportunities. Game of pixels in some cases, in the case of that shockwave and that flash especially. Well played by TL, not enough to find that one. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, T1 taking on the CB LoL and Pain Gaming. Let's see how it shapes up.
Best of threes next.
And he's caught up against the wall as he gets thrown a rock. Tarzan takes him down. I'm going to run out a little bit.
Flash. Flash. I'm watching. Yeah, I'm working on ulti. Nice job. Can anyone get the kill? Good. Oh, stick off to you guys. Don't put the flash. Yeah. Nice.
I mean, this is a 14 to the LPL, but their resilience cannot be understated here. Weibo fight and fight and fight and fight again.
在抵达那一刻之前，你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想 Jackie Lau 还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
Pain is about to play T1, and I've got Jinquedo here with me. Is that correct pronunciation?
Jinquedo.
Jinquedo.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Obrigada. So, such a big match today. But first, I do want to ask about Pain making it to the Swiss stage. You made history for the CB LoL. What's it been like getting all the reactions from the fans at home, and for you personally, making it to the Swiss stage?
It's such a good feeling. We are here now. I mean, facing T1 really represents that feeling, you know. Like, we are facing T1, so in the whole history, Brazil couldn't do it. So even I mean, we are gonna do our best and try to win, of course. But just facing them is already represents a lot for us, and for our fans also. They are feeling so much good. So let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen so many reactions because we thought with a draw, like, oh, this is difficult for Pain. But the community said, yes, we want to play T1. We're so excited. But that does mean that you are about to lane versus Faker.
Against the man.
Against the man himself. So what do you think about that?
Being really honest, I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know what's gonna happen, and I mean, it's gonna be tough. Of course, he's the GOAT, right? So it's gonna be for sure a tough game, tough lane. But I'm really excited for that. I really want to do it. That also I said before we leave Brazil. I said the man who I wanted to face more was of course Faker. So I'm happy that's happening.
Yeah, me too. Have fun. Muito obrigada.
Thank you. Obrigado.
The storyline is set for Jinquedo. First it was Caps, next it's Faker, and then the final matchup against APA later on. We'll see if Pain Gaming can manage to pull off one of the biggest upsets in the history of Worlds if they beat T1 here today. It's the first time CB LoL has met up against T1. 7-0 is the record for the LCK versus Brazil over the years. It's going to be a difficult one, Betty.
Yeah, but I just love the energy that's being brought into this, right? Because they recognize their position. They know that they're the underdogs coming in, and they just look forward to the opportunity to have the ability to say that I got to play against the reigning world champions and the GOAT of League of Legends. Like, it really is an honor. And even though T1 aren't in the best of forms right now, they did struggle. They end up falling short in their game yesterday. But ultimately, it's still going to be an honor and a privilege, and I'm excited to see what both of these teams are bringing out for us, because we're slowly starting to see this meta develop into something a little more consistent and concrete. We've seen Yone now have answers with things like the Jax and the Smolder. We've also seen Rumble continuing to be a high priority champion. The introduction of Vi to the meta being a high priority ban and pick is something that I think is going to be very interesting as to where that will fall on the priority list here. And ultimately, I think that Pain Gaming need to go for an approach of something that they found success with in the play-ins. Violence, right? Just looking for fights, looking for skirmishes, because the truth is, in terms of the macro, yeah, you have to give T1 the advantage. So instead, put them in a deficit, force them to have to try and react to the aggression that you're bringing out. And I think that with the skills that we've been seeing from Cheetan so far at Worlds, I believe that they can find advantages in the bot side of the map.
We'll see if Cheetan can manage to find an advantage down in that bottom lane, but his opponents are Gumayushi and Keria. Two world champions facing up on the opposite side of the rift. In fact, there were 5 of them, Betty. T1 obviously defending world champs here, having won last year in 2023. That's what last year was. And although it has been a suboptimal start to Worlds for them, I'm sure they'll be looking for a quick bounce back and going to that 1-1 scoreline.
Let's see if they can pull it off, because as you rightly said, should Pain win today, even though it's just the best of one, has to be up there with one of the biggest upsets in all of World's history.
And CB LoL have a history of doing so. Kaboom 2014, beat Alliance, making C9 qualify from that group instead of the European representatives, who were seen as one of the best teams coming out of Europe that year. INTZ, in fact, even though they only got 1 win in the group stage in 2016, it was against EDG that they managed to pick up that win. Pain Gaming, the first CB LoL team in 8 years to make it to the main stage, or the Swiss stage as we now call it, looking to do Brazil proud one last time. Their region evolving into the Americas next year, and there's a certain symmetry in it. You know, Pain Gaming were there at the start of the CB LoL. 10 years ago, they lost to Vivokeed in the finals. And now they beat Vivokeed in the finals 10 years later to make it to Worlds, and now to make it to the main stage.
beating R7 in the play-ins. We are just waiting for the players to get on into the picks and bans. As you said, Vedi, Rumble, Vi, Yone, all likely to be contested. As we jump on in, the Lucian, the first ban away here by T1.
I mean, that's got to put a smile on your face.
I mean, if I'm cheating, I'm smiling ear to ear, man. This guy's been tearing up Champions Queue with that Lucian. Orianna taken away from Faker. No real surprises there.
Yeah, for people that don't know, Faker has a few skins in our game. Orianna is one of them. And given how strong she is on the current patch, they don't want to afford that risk. With the Jax ban, is suggesting that T1 is looking at a priority on the Yone. We'll see if that does come to fruition with the Aurora ban in response. So far, with outside of the Lucian, a lot of just typical meta bans coming in from either side. What about the Vi, though? What about the Skarner? We expected, I mean, I know a lot of people's pick'ems, but Skarner very high on the ban list because of how powerful it looked coming into the tournament, but his priority seems to have shifted as time has gone on. Things like the Sejuani still proving to be a very valuable frontline tank jungler, but as we mentioned there's the Skarner ban coming through from the side of T1. How will Pain Gaming round out their draft with things like the Ashe still up and available, the Vi there as well, and the Yone, all very powerful picks that T1 can look to grab for themselves in the first rotation.
That's the question, is it? Do you need to take the Yone away from Faker? He's only brought it out 5 times this year. Zeus obviously a very good Yone player as well, if you want to put Faker on something a little bit more mage-minded in the mid lane. Not the ban away from Pain, and immediately T1 say, well, we'll take one of the win bros. Yone are locked in for them.
You have to wonder if Pain want to consider denying the Maokai away. Maokai, even though you typically see a tankier build, we've seen, I mean, even Genji earlier in the day, you can draft things like the Kai'Sa as well to give you a little bit more AP in your threat. Hell, build Jhin with Static Shiv, that'll give you a decent amount of magic damage. Like, there are ways to get around the fact of just having to lock in an AP jungler, but they've decided to go for the Sejuani instead. Of course, both Sage and Maokai, great pairings alongside the Yone.
Alongside that, you can look for a melee top laner. Sedge Renekton, something we've seen relatively often. Obviously, if Yone's played into that in the top lane, you can CC him, but he can always snap back if he's in that Soul Unbound form.
I mean, they might be thinking around Akali.
Yeah.
The thing you have to be careful of is the flexibility of this Yone and the fact that it can move in between both top and mids. There is going to be that Akali. I think it does pair up nicely with the Sedge, but the Vi response. So far, a lot of what we've been talking about has come through for both these teams. And to round things out, there's the Rumble once more. So the debate around, is Rumble out of the meta? I think it's clearly been answered today that Rumble is very much in the meta. It's just that with the laning phase hurt, he's not as dominant from start to finish, but the impact in the late game team fights with good setup, with Yone providing that setup, with Vi providing that setup, still very effective champion.
They did take some damage away from him, but none of it is taken away from late game. As you say, when you get to level 5, rank 5 of any ability, it's the same damage as it used to be. Olaf locked in here.
Wiser.
4 Wiser in the top lane, played it 3 times this year. Won 2 of those games. Can be good into the Rumble if you can start to snowball that lane, and obviously pairs up well with the Sejuani because of that melee focus that the Sejuani wants from your solo laners.
Okay, I mean, the beautiful thing about this draft from Pain Gaming is I think that on a side lane they can go and match against this Yone later on into the game. I've not been a massive fan of the Electrocute Akalis only because in lane it can be very effective, but when you move on to the side lanes it becomes harder to manage the scaling threat that the Yone provides. But Olaf, I think, is someone that can help mitigate some of that. Regardless, Jhin, Ashe, Xayah now going to come through. All the AD carries very quickly being removed from the pool. Ezreal immediately raising in priority, having that extra bit of mobility, but the Xayah ban makes so much sense in the context of going up against a Vi Yone.
I feel like Kai'Sa's up there in my estimations now as well, especially for T1. You've got the Vi jumping in, you've got the Equalizer, you've got the Yone going in as well.
I wonder about the Kalista. Where's that priority going to fall?
We will see. Is there going to be another AD carry ban here from T1? They've already taken away that Xayah. Alongside that, Rel will join the bench.
So what will the pick be here for Pain Game? Makes no sense to pick their support here. You may as well lock in your AD carry. Whether it be the Kalista, is it going to be the Kai'Sa? Looks like it's going to be the Kalista.
I mean, it's Chitan's most played this year. Draven immediately, Draven Renata!
I mean, you're
that's
getting
not
the
a
respect,
gauntlet.
Chitan. You are getting that respect.
Baby.
Gumayushi's Draven is going to come through, and he is throwing the gauntlet down. That is going to be an aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2. I wonder if Pain will look for the swap to try and avoid those early levels. They're hovering the Seraphine.
Nico instead, face call plus the Pop Blossom, such a powerful combination. You yeet the Nico in, and then she knocks everyone up, especially with relatively low mobility. Renato and Draven, easy enough to catch out. Rumble as well, obviously doesn't have a dash of his own. Vi and Yone a little bit more tricky to keep under wraps.
Now, T1, I mean, they have a backline threat comp, right? I mean, you've got Yone, you've got Vi, you've got Rumble ultimate, Draven ultimate. The Renata's there to act as a bit of disengage, to provide some peel. But against an Olaf, that's going to be a difficult thing to do. I think what's crazy about this matchup is there's just so much mobility across the entire draft from both sides. There's so much potential backline threat, there's so many flank angles that can come through. I mean, both AD carries are kind of sad because they really don't have the peel that they need with so many assassins looking to dive on top of their heads. But that means the responsibility is going to fall onto these mid laners, onto these top laners to find these crucial targets, and the laning phase is going to determine a lot. Pain Gaming have already expressed how excited they are to have the opportunity to play against T1, an opportunity that no Brazilian organization has had throughout the history of the World Championships. But today will be that day, and they're going to put everything on the line to give all that they've got to show that they deserve to be here.
And T1 won't treat them with kid gloves either. This is not going to be a match for the soft-hearted. This is a punching match between two juggernauts. And although the expectation is that T1 are Goliath, David sometimes wins that battle. I've heard of it at least once, Vedi.
An exciting matchup to be sure.
It's just the electricity as well. Around when we were in the plains and it was R7, the LLA representatives, against Pain Gaming for that Swiss spot. Now as well, seeing the reactions from the Brazilian streamers, from ex-pro players being like, we wanted this. This is the battle we want to fight. Sometimes you can get into Worlds and you can be a bit like, oh, we just want a good draw. You know, we just want to sneak our way through. We just want to face EU or NA and manage to get a win on the board. Pain Gaming are having none of that. And like, we'll meet you fist to fist, and we'll see who goes down first.
And what I love about this is T1, you know, bringing out all the big guns, you know. Complete respect on their side. Gumayushi's Draven, willing to go toe-to-toe with Chitan. We've seen how spectacular this man has been in the bottom lane. Really the shining star of Pain Gaming, I think. And if anyone's had an opportunity to watch any of the in-houses that have been happening in Champions Queue, like, this man has been absolutely popping off with some of his performances. So I'm excited to see his Kalista. It looks like that we are going to get the traditional 2 versus 2.
Yeah, what else,
1 versus 1.
None of that lane swapping shenanigans here.
It's crazy, the contrast. Yesterday we had lane swapping all day, and today I don't think we've seen one.
Yeah, and all of the lane swaps lost except one, Vedi. Only FlyQuest won with a lane swap. Every other game was a defeat, so teams quickly picking up on the meta. But lane swaps, perhaps not always the best idea. Chitan trading with Keria here. Gumayushi taking a bit of poke back from Kuri as well.
Getting the early push, I mean, Renata, a champion that doesn't really have the strongest trading patterns at level 1, so Curry able to leverage the poke that this Nico does have to be able to get that early level 2. They're going to secure it.
Flash! Looking for the stun onto Keria, who will just flash and heal away. He gets out, both the supports burn their sums, and it's a statement of intent, Vedius.
I mean, they're playing without any fear whatsoever. Jinkedo falling a little bit behind in terms of farm in the mid lane 1 versus 1. He really has to try and get in Faker's face to be able to win out on this matchup with the electrocute. A little low on energy. But overall, we see junglers pathing towards the bot side of the map, and with summoners already down, that's going to be a crucial play in the next few minutes.
See both the junglers actually going to meet in the river here. Carioca trying to cover Jinkedo as he tries to get that push out. Ona going back in with the Vault Breaker, but that permafrost is going to proc. Ona comes out the worst for wear of the two. Obviously, Aftershock helping Carioca there eat up some of that damage. Does look like Ona is a camp ahead, but Carioca going for an invade. Knows that his bot lane has the push right now. Could try and steal away these Krugs. Starts up on the red. Gumayushi falling low, 210 HP on him. Chitan pops the barrier!
That is the first blood for Chitan!
Around the world, Chitan takes it!
Action's not over yet, Medic.
Ona trying to get away. Permafrost's going to lock him up. Kuri's on the chase as well, but Ona still has the flash to escape. Gumo just wasn't expecting it.
He was not respecting the damage. And we already talked about Cheetah, a man that plays with no fear, finds that window and is able to draw first bloods. The only downside is Carioca, he wasn't able to get much off the back of it. He tried to take away the red buff. It ended up just being a 1 versus 1, allowing Ona to actually steal that objective away. So now he's quite far ahead in camps. He's looking for vision on the top side of the map, looking for these respawns, this information, maybe even threatening some sort of gank, but he's not going to be able to find anything. So Carioca is going to be a little bit behind in terms of his early clear. Now they're threatening a mid lane dive, but Curry is here to cover.
Puts the Shape Splitter back behind him. Bolt Breaker coming out. Ona looks for the flash, catches Jinkedo, and nothing the Pain Gaming mid laner could do about that.
Nicely done there by Ona. Jinkedo just too many poor trades. His health bar was too low. And now he finds himself at a pretty significant deficit. Losing that wave is going to keep him behind in experience. Will, of course, have the TP to get back into lane quickly. But now the life's still going to come through from Faker, making this matchup that much harder for the Akali.
Ona's gone back, picked up that tunneler. You can see Carioca actually yet to get a recall off, is now going back to base and will start to build up those items. Zeke's obviously a player favorite so far on the Sejuani as a first build. Zeus winning out top lane so far, has about a 3 CS lead and is winning in terms of HP here as Weiser aims a lot of flames to the face.
Top lane matchup is pretty even across the board, just a lot of back and forth trading. And I mean, I will say, I think many top lane enjoyers are happy to see that Rumble just has a little bit less damage, a little bit less bullying power, getting a lot more value out of that magic resistance early on, which you can already see the long magic mantle prioritized for Weiser. Curry making his presence known in mid once more, given that the back has come through from Cheetah. With the grubs spawning soon, it's that 530 wave that both bot laners turn their attention to. T1 is here first on the play, which means they're going to be able to get this push out, set up better vision around this top side river. TP is now invested bot side.
Well, Zeus using a TP, whereas Weiser has not. So if a fight does begin around the grubs as Faker falls low, Ignite ticking on him, Curry still looking! And Curry gets it, Faker falls.
A crucial kill in the mid lane. Curry's assistance providing massive value. No TP available for Faker. Carioca hovering around the top side. Oh, but Curry's been caught.
Has no flash, lands the Tangle Barbs onto Ona. Carioca forced out of the top side because he knows his support is about half HP. You can hear the crowd cheering for Pain Gaming. As T1 have been rattled a little bit in this early game. Still, things going relatively to plan. They have the grubs, they'll get 3 of them. They're only about 400 gold behind, and even though there is a lead for Cheetah, it's about how effectively he can utilize that 600 gold advantage.
Yeah, it's interesting because basically what Pain are doing is they're kind of using their tempo to get kills, right? In the bot lane 2 versus 2, they could have used that pressure bot to invade on the red buff. Instead, they found a kill onto the Draven, which means that the red buff didn't end up getting secured. In the mid lane, they found a kill onto Faker. A valuable kill, much needed for Jinkedo for sure, but it also then conceded pressure around the grubs as well, especially given that Curry didn't have the HP after getting chunked out by Ona. So T1 still in a comfortable position. They're able to find these objectives where they can. Dragon is likely going to be the next objective that both these teams set their sights on. But it shouldn't take away from the fact that what do these kills actually mean? What does it kind of put the game state as? And it's this bot lane from PNG. Ooh. And you're seeing the value of just putting Faker, like getting that kill meant that he lost a lot of XP, gave Jinkedo the opportunity to go back to base, buy that Hextech alternator, and it's helping him so much more in the 1v1 trades.
Faker does still have the Vamp Scepter and a refillable potion, so will sustain himself back up in that lane. You can see he has about a 2-wave advantage as well in mid. There's a moment I thought Carioca was going to go for a bot lane play, but decides against it as Zeus just pushed out the wave, backed away. Carioca now rotating it back through his jungle. Faker going in, has the fate sealed, if he wants it. Jumps in with a Q3, Jinkedo goes back forward and immediately Ona was waiting. A choreographed play there from T1.
Junglers ruining the fun of mid laners once again.
Just let him 1v1, mate.
Nice coverage from Ona, does protect Faker. Jinkedo saw the angle where he might be able to get a kill, but of course Faker playing with the knowledge that he had the support from Ona. They equalize the kill score, and Jinkedo gonna lose a lot, or another wave as he falls.
See the move from Pain Gaming already bringing Cheetah down towards the bottom side. They will lose the first streak of the game though, as Ona should be able to secure this before Carioca comes across, but it might be tight. Ona needs a couple more auto attacks. Carioca there in time, and Ona has to jump the pit. Curry invested his flash for it, but it's a Drake on the board for PNG.
And much needed, I think. You don't want to give all these early game objectives over to T1. Swapping their bot side back on that side of the map. Honestly, a little greedy from Oner to try and find that angle. He thought that, hey, I've just got the kill onto Jinkado. There's a window here. Maybe I can catch Pain Gaming slacking, but they're not able to. And this objective is secured. Curry, though, once again, moving on the map. This man is eager to get information and look for plays. As the bot lane from T1 remains on the top side, looking to try and bully out Wiser and secure some more plates. The Rumble actually makes his way back up through top side of the map, knowing that the real risk of a dive is there on the bot side. Karioka hovering around top.
And Guma and Karioka might stay for one more plate here. You can see it's about to tick down. Karioka goes in, and immediately they dive on Carrier. Hostile takeover comes out, but Carrier will tick, and there's no way to bring him back from the dead. Zeus coming across. Karioka has nothing left to escape, and Zeus will hit him in the back and secure a counter kill. But all the while, Cheetan and Curry have free time with the bot tower.
And to being for a one-for-one, crucially the kill goes on to Wiser, and Draven doesn't quite cash in the stacks just yet. So you kind of look at the good news here for Pain, but Wiser now, oh, he's getting dived.
I mean, Zeus, Guma usually taking a tower shot here as well. Oner's on his way. How well can you juggle the aggro? How are your acrobatics? Wiser doesn't have the axe, and Oner has a fist, but Wiser almost manages to get one back. Oner tanks it well. T1 able to get out with a kill in the dive.
And now those stacks have been cashed. That's a lot of gold sitting onto Gumayushi. You can see how before Cheetan was comfortably in the lead with the gold, now that's swung back in favor of the Draven. T1 very quickly claiming control over this early game as they find picks across the board.
Kuma has no mana here, but he does have Cleanse and Flash, and Karioka will realize by his lonesome he can't really do too much about that Draven. Stops the tempo, forces him to reset a little bit later, which does open up the grubs for Pain Gaming. You can see, I don't think T1 really had any interest in them. Oner on the bottom side alongside Carrier and Faker. They're going to look for a couple of plates off this bot lane tower.
Set my eyes towards the minimap, looking at what objectives are available. Zeus that needs to be careful. The threat of the dive is very real. He knows that the equalizer being started, but
Pop Blossom. There's the equalizer onto Cheetan. Curry pulled back with a face call. Zeus doesn't have to burn the flash. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, a TP coming in from Pain Gaming as they try to get Wiser out of this situation. Faker dashing back in with a soul and bound, and his fate is sealed. Faker going to jump all the way back. Jinkado trying to dodge him in the Twilight Shroud, but even with the perfect execution, I don't know if he'll be alive for much longer. Faker holding that Q3, lands it in the end. Jinkado falls.
And very quickly, T1 are finding advantages across the map. While Pain Gaming set their sights on the top side objective, it's T1 to set up the dive on the bot lane, and Pain Gaming can't respond. If Pain had Karioka with them on the top lane play, likely they would have been able to get that kill onto Zeus, but because they tried with just their bot lane, they can't really convert it into much. Gumayushi is left uncontested on the mid wave. TP invested from Jinkado, and very quickly things are starting to fall apart for Pain.
You can see how quickly it just explodes, right? It's a 2,000, almost 3,000 gold lead now for T1. Faker is 1.3k ahead in the mid lane, now extending to 1.5 as he gets that plate. Things begin to balloon out of proportion here for Pain Gaming. For Karioka, though, he did manage to smite away the blue, so he'll be happy enough with that. And they have had some good moments. If they can find a little bit of wombo, a little bit of combo onto T1's backline, they can burst them. Curry's had a couple of good positions looking for those pop blossoms, but really they need something soon.
Faker finds himself with a 1.5k gold lead over Jinkado. With the Blade of the Ruin King completed, he's scary. It's such a powerful spike on Yone. Yeah. Anyone that's played the champ knows how much stronger you feel with it. And yeah, you can just do this. Just take away half the HP of Karioka and say, no, I'm actually fine, have the Soul Unbound. PNG have kind of overstacked their resources on the bot side of the map. They've got 4 members here, leaving mid lane exposed. Akali will not have the wave clear to protect it. It will allow them first tower and a bit of extra gold, but they're going to likely concede mid in exchange.
And some damage onto that top tower. No teleports available to them. You can see Zeus in the minimap just pushing that out. Still a couple of plates there for him to take, and with a minute left on the clock, it might be all the plates but one for T1, although Zeus obviously not the quickest tower taker. We'll get at least one more. So going to be 13 of a full complement of 15 so far. He's looking to make it 14 out of 15.
That is That is a lot of gold.
It's also just a lot of sound effects from that skin, man. Audacious bravery charge!
Jinkedo finds himself quite far behind on the Akali right now.
Yep.
Desperately searching for that first item as items are being completed across the board for everyone else in the game. Wise a little bit behind as well. Well, in terms of the 1v1, he was doing fine. The amount of experience and farm he's been losing passively is massive. Notice he's a full level behind Zeus right now. Dragon going to be started up. TP flank coming in.
It's on a control ward, so Pain Gaming will know it's happening if they're scouting that portion of the map. Curry looking for the flank as well. Jinkedo not quite with the team yet. Zeus now joining up. There's the equalizer. Ona secures the smite. Hostile takeover. Ona hits onto Wiser, but he pops the Ragnarok. Cheetan was clipped by it as well. Should be able to escape to the safety of this tower, but Karaoke does not have that same luxury. Curry misses the Spirit Blossom up towards the top side as Faker dashes back to his soul, and underneath the bot tower, Cheetan is caught out by T1. It's 2 kills to T1, a Drake to boot, and Pain Gaming are found wanting.
Across the map, things are falling apart. T1 get kill after kill. Faker outplays in the 2 versus 1 as both Jinkedo and Curry try to lock him down. The problem is, as Curry was looking for a flank, he's one of their main initiation tools. He wants to be able to go in with the ultimate, get pulled back with the Kalista ultimate, but because the flank doesn't come to fruition, T1 just run Pain Gaming down. They secure the dragon, secure the kills, get a tower, now find themselves 15 minutes in with a 6k gold lead.
And this is often the problem when you have a team that hasn't faced off against major regions that often, or a region that doesn't have the same caliber of competition as the LCK. Your early game can be good. Mechanically, sometimes you can match up to these players, but when it comes to moving around the map, when it comes to soaking every bit of gold, every bit of experience you can on the map, it is a struggle, and that's, you know, what T1 have done better. Mechanically, they played well, but we saw Pain Gaming get a few early kills and then not really be able to explode that into anything, whereas T1 have just got all of the blood out of the stone.
Careful not to underestimate Pain Gaming, though. They're not the type of team to just roll over and
they're not going to lie down. They're going to go out fighting.
They will fight their way to the bitter end, and even with the advantage T1 have, Pain Gaming will look for every opportunity. Vision going to be suffocated, but there are a few wards on the top side jungle for Pain. The Herald being dropped means the siege onto the tier 2 has begun.
Rifthold gets the charge in. Pain Gaming trying to defend as for. The Whirling Death clears out a couple of the minions in the bot wave, but that cannon minion surviving gives Wiser a little bit more time with the turret. T1 move their pressure from the top lane over to mid. Another wave's going to crash top in about 5 seconds time. And you can see Zeus up there to get help that on its way. Ona's going to translate his pressure from mid across to top, and there's the tower for T1, just pulling Pain Gaming around the map. Zeus, though, Pop Blossom flash away, Glacial Prison still connects, and Zeus can put down the equalizer, carry a flash, hostile takeover hits onto 2, Cheetan's one of them! And goodbye, Pain. The T1 collapse is just insurmountable.
A valiant effort. They thought that they had caught out Zeus, but the response from Carrier, Ona, and Faker was just too devastating. T1, they're not going to reset. They've set their sights on the inhibitor towers, and they're looking to break the base 17 minutes in.
They'll crack through one of these inhib towers. Faker will dash back to his soul. Pain Gaming might look for a little bit of a chase here. Wiser going in, but 2 levels down. Hits another undertow. The heal coming out from Carrier. Doesn't have much mana left. Ragnarok. Faker left alone. Curry still chasing forward here. Jinkedo trying to kill the king, and he should be able to take him down. Faker dashes back, but Jinkedo gets his first kill of the match.
At the very least, he'll get a decent amount of gold into his back pocket. A little bit more damage to act as a backline threat. But with the base in tatters, 6 towers to 1 is the advantage that T1 find themselves in. Pain Gaming are gonna have to find some serious miracles to turn this game around. But there is some good news.
They did better than Mad Lions.
That they did, Medic. That they did. Dragon swanning in about 1 minute 20 seconds. Pain Gaming likely looking to try and set up to contest this objective. They're right now prioritizing catching these waves that have been pushed in incredibly deep by T1 and getting what vision they can around the bot side river.
And for Pain Gaming, it's a miracle you need. Like, there's a whole item lead for Gumayushi in the AD carry slot. Faker has Stridebreaker, Blade of the Ruin King complete, and Jinkedo only has the Storm Surge. You are so far in a hole right now, you can't even see the sky. But if you're gonna perform the miracle of being the first Brazilian team to make it to the Swiss stage in 8 years, if you're going to return to the world stage after 9 years yourselves without having ever made it, perhaps it is a miracle that you can find.
And crucially, they're not out of the tournament even with this loss.
Yeah, very true.
They're still the 0-2 bracket. The rules in the Swiss stage are 3 wins, you're out, 3 losses.
Yeah.
So
We said it, Betty. It's Caps, Faker, APA. Yep. That's the Jinkado timeline.
It's very possible. Pain will still have another opportunity. There's at the very least one best of 3 that they'll need to play before they're eliminated from the tournament. And in the event that they do end up losing this game, which given the current state of affairs is looking likely.
Likely is underselling it, Betty.
It's my professional speak.
Okay, yeah.
The odds are low.
Infinitesimally small, but not to 0, I believe, is the statistical call here. Jinkado going in, though, and they found Zeus and Ono on the flank. Kuri's going to get hit with a hostile takeover already. Zeus is down. What more can Pain Gaming find? The chase is on as Ono has to dash away. Jinkado's fallen as well, and Karaoke and Wise are the only 2 left alive. There's a bit of a meat grinder in the middle there. Pain Gaming were able to get 1, but not much more.
It was a promising start to the engage. By securing that kill onto Zeus, you'd think maybe they can turn this around. The problem is the wallet difference is just way too big. So the moment that the rest of T1 join the fray, PNG, they just melt like butter. There is very little that T1 has to cut through. And what they do find is, I mean, it's very difficult to stop. So you'll see a nice ultimate will come out from Karaoke onto the Vi, very quick. Makes it difficult for T1 to react. Ona almost loses life, but crucially, they get the Rumble ultimate off and the Vi ultimate, and Cheetan basically dies to the Rumble ultimate, even though he loses his life. Just goes to show that the T1 jungle top, even though they were focused, was still able to do so much work at the very start of that fight.
And if the game was closer, you can see how Pain Gaming's composition could play into the T1 comp, but it is a struggle from 10,000 gold in deficit. T1 now setting up towards this top side, or at least Carrier is. Zeus, his companion, pushing out that top lane. Faker has the TP, and still has 2.5 items, so he's going to continue to push through bot. I think that's the closest I have ever seen the win probability power play WS to being 100%. If we really zoom in, I think I can see a pixel here, guys. I think there's one showing it's not quite 100%.
But when your Draven has 3 items and a pickaxe at 21 minutes, your probability of winning is often quite high.
Yeah. Also when he's Guma.
Also, being Guma Yushi does help. The Baron likely going to be started off soon. There is that ward not spotted by the control.
It's a really good ward from Pain Gaming.
The question is, can Karaoke get in range for a potential steal?
I mean, the hope is Kuri distracts Carrier, making him think, oh, now he definitely knows that's not the real Sejuani, but Karaoke can try and get into the pit here. 3,000 HP on it. T1 begin to pull off. Pain Gaming just waiting to see if T1 will continue the push on this Baron. They'll keep it aggroed. 3,500 on it, down to 2.5. Karaoke trying to get in, but he's locked up, and Faker dives in onto him. The Baron already secured by T1. Fate sealed onto Karaoke as well. Carrier flashing forward with a hostile takeover, matched by the equalizer. Jinkado's TPing in, but I'm pretty sure he wants to run away from this fight. It's 2 already, it's a T1. Make it 3 as Wiser falls. Jinkado tries to get something, but he will join his teammates in the fountain. Only Karaoke left alive.
The Baron secured, 4 members down, and T1 can immediately look for the end. Of course, the respawn timers are still very short, so Pain Gaming likely going to have one last stand, but T1, with utter domination, have showcased their potential here against Pain.
And they have. Obviously, we'll continue to track them throughout the rest of the tournament. And for Pain Gaming, they'll be looking at a 0-2 scoreline. But as you say, Betty, not out. Best of 3s from here on out for them. More chances to show their mettle as the CBLOL representatives. 23 minutes, though. The base has begun to be broken by T1. They have a 14,000 gold lead. And it looks like they're going to push through a bot and mid.
Notice here how they do their best to keep Karaoke locked up, preventing him any access into the Baron pit, allowing him to burst it down, and then you highlighted the medic, the flash over from Carrier into the Rumble ultimate makes it so difficult for Cheetan to kite back. He does his best, but the chase down from T1 is just far too much. Jinkado looking for his 1v1 against Faker, flashes out, but doesn't quite have the damage to secure the kill.
T1, every time it's a 1v1 between Jinkado and Faker, someone else shows up to help out Faker. I'm just saying.
It's true.
It was a true 1v1, who knows? Who knows what would happen, Betty? 3,000 gold lead. Faker has may say that he would be on the winning end of that, as we see the two waves pushed in by T1, sinking those waves up, making it harder for Pain Gaming to react to just one lane, because they have to deal with the fact that Rumble is pushing through mid as well. The Baron remains for a minute's time. Zeus just standing back. He doesn't need to go any further in. He's allowing the minions to do the work here. Doesn't want to overstep in case Pain do start to collapse. TP behind, and that's what Wise is looking to do. Zeus going to start to back away. Doesn't have the flash, though, and Jinkedo is on the chase. Equalizer down. Owner going in onto Karaoke, but there's one for Pain Gaming. T1 will take the tower in the bot lane. Can they find more out of this? They still have a cannon minion and 3 casters now. 2. Karaoke still that front line. Faker dashing back. Pain Gaming don't have the defenses to hold on to this tower for now.
They turn their attention to mid lane. Another tower soon to fall. Faker goes in alone. Getting good damage off of the Karaoke, just forcing Pain Gaming back slowly but surely. The base is falling apart. 20 seconds until Zeus respawns. With so many minions sieging onto the base, T1 don't really have to do much outside of letting the minions do the work.
Weiser doesn't have Ragnarok here. He's going to Ragnarok his way into the Death Realm. Another kill for T1. Pop Blossom from Kuri was stopped by a handshake. And I think Pain Gaming are preparing themselves for the constellatory ones at the end here. The dive in by Owner onto Jinkedo. The Nexus Tower's falling, the hostile takeover coming out. And Pain Gaming can only watch from the fountain as T1 rip them apart. It was expected, but it was clinical from T1 as they go to one-on-one.
A confident performance overall from T1 Owner with an incredible impact on his Vi. You can see smiles across the faces of Pain Gaming. You've heard enough from us, so let's hear what the analyst desk had to say.
There's a lot of things to say. The first one being, they tried.
I mean,
yes.
okay, no, honestly, they did really well in the early game. I think this is the result that we were always going to be expecting, that T1 was going to win this by pure macro as well and by individual skill. What we did not expect was that Gumayushi and Kyria, they were not lane swapped up, they were 2v2'd by a Kalista that got the 2v2 killed early. Like, that was fantastic. And I think, yes, as we already said, PNG was probably never going to win this, but they had individual moments that I think they can be proud of.
I had, like, Shogun flashbacks. That's what I had. The 2v2 bot, actually. There's the kill that happened through mid, and then the dragon that they pushed off and ended up getting the first Dracon. I was like, okay, this is happening, and they're confident. But yeah, then it started getting a little messy.
I mean,
side lanes were getting picked on too.
There's so many C teams that lasted a bit longer than 15 minutes against T1. So I think we can just give them this one here.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to catch on that.
I love the fact that when teams are always happy to play against T1, right? They don't get these chances so often, and I love the fact that they're gonna commit to every chance they get to kill Faker most of the time.
Yeah,
this is the goal.
I have flashbacks to Dumble Doge on his Janna, just running mid to try and getting the kill on Faker. We see Kuri now instead with the Nico, but this is kind of all that came about, right? And we've already said it. I think these early game moments were super cool to see from PNG. The fact that they were not scared at all. They came to play. They did their best. But you are against the defending world champions, and they show up at Worlds.
Yes, and now it's just time for T1. I think this is a good confidence booster past those moments. Obviously, the first early game, a little sweaty. My palms are literally sweaty. But to be able to kind of assess, of course, losing to Top Esports in the way that they did, and then, of course, being able to get this game, I think it was a good confidence booster, and they have a chance now to look back on some of those games to get better and look for the next one.
It's enough reassurance. I'm not going to say that it's a confident boost, I guess, when you're coming as the world champion. I'm going to wait for the next one, is what
I'm just saying, seeing a 1 on wins instead of a 0 is a lot more confidence boost to me than anything else. So, you know, happy for them.
Happy for them, and we have Shox standing by on stage with Faker, actually, in the Verizon post-game interview.
Faker, congratulations on your first victory here at the World Championship for this year. After the false start yesterday, how important was it to get a lot of confidence from your match today?
승리 정말 축하드립니다. 아무래도 어제 테스트전 패배와 함께 시작한 만큼 오늘 경기 잘 승리하면서 자신감 다시 가져가는 게 얼마나 중요했나요?
일단 0승 2패로 떨어지면 안 되겠다고 생각을 했었고요. 지난 경기에서는 저희가 배운 점이 있었기 때문에 오늘 경기 이길 수 있을 거라고 생각했습니다.
What I had in mind was you should not go down to 0-2, and based on the takeaways we got from the previous match, we were able to get this win today.
When it comes to the LCK in summer, I feel like T1 wasn't really able to show what you would want it to show, maybe in terms of synergy, but also meta read. What are the steps you feel you have to take in order to make sure that you can make a similar run to last year's World Championship?
사실 서머 시즌을 돌이켜봐도 시너지라든지 뭐 메타 해석이라든지 아무래도 T1이 가장 이상적인 길을 밟아갔다고는 볼 수 없는데 이번 월드를 준비함에 있어서 어떤 부분을 보완해서 작년 월드와 같은 좋은 성과를 낼 수 있게 좀 열심히 집념했나요?
저희가 서머 시즌 때 이번에 좀 성적이나 경기력이 좀 안 좋았기 때문에 그런 경기력적인 측면들을 좀 잘 보완하려고 했고 그리고 메타 적응도 잘 하려고 했습니다.
Yeah, to be honest, our performance, our one run this summer was not ideal. Also, our meta read as well, so we focus on those aspects.
Okay, final question. You played Pain Gaming here, and the fans in Brazil, they love you, and they were waiting for 10 years for one of their Brazilian teams to play T1 and to play yourself, Faker. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
그리고 마지막으로 워낙 브라질에도 팬분들이 많이 계시고 정말 11월에 한 팀이 T1 그리고 페이커 선수와 월드 무대에서 만나기를 모두가 10년을 기다렸습니다. 그런 만큼 브라질 팬분들께 전하고 싶은 말씀이 있으실까요?
네, 오늘 또 브라질 팀과 경기할 수 있어서 굉장히 감사했고 또 브라질 팬분들도 옛날부터 많이 응원해 주셔서 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶습니다.
I was very grateful to be able to face up against a Brazilian team, and I know they have been supporting us for such a long time and supporting me for such a long time, so I thank you and appreciate your love and support all the way from Brazil.
Awesome. 감사합니다.
Starts up on the red. Gumayushi falling low, 210 HP on him. Chitan pops the barrier!
That is the first blood for Chitan!
Jumps in with a Q3. Jinkado goes back forward and immediately Ona was waiting. A choreographed play there from T1. Can put down the equalizer, carry a flash. Hostile takeover hits onto two. Chitan's one of them! Kuri still chasing forward here. Jinkado trying to kill the king. He should be able to take him down. Faker dashes back, but Jinkado and Pain Gaming can only watch from the fountain as T1 rip them apart.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. Hey, I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. nights come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Need it in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake your up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not be playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climbing out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Keep coming alive. Keep coming alive. Hey, keep coming alive. Keep doing right. Yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive.
To this side of the studio as we witness D plus Kia reacting to the draw last night and being obviously very happy.
Yeah, let's not get too happy, guys.
FlyQuest. No. I'm just saying FlyQuest has the chance to do the funniest thing right now.
True. Guys, I have an end of game celebration already in mind.
Yeah, no, it backfired for G2 last year, so yeah, it can be interesting, especially given the way FlyQuest played yesterday. Really convincing game. I love the approach. They had really true to themselves.
No, I think the way that FlyQuest approached yesterday's games was one of the most planned approaches we saw to day one of Swiss. They're one of the teams that picked red side, which if you don't know, teams don't do that. They pick blue side. And they kind of just went for a draft that was really good in a lane swap situation with Bwipo down in that bot lane, just dying in the beginning, but still being able to soak up the XP. And it kind of put them in a position where their bot lane was so far ahead of the enemy bot lane. Bwipo was so far ahead of the enemy Nah, and they were just able to slowly but surely out-macro their opponents in a very controlled manner that just made it so Gam never had a chance in that game.
It got to the point where he was level 6 and then Gnar was level 4. That was sad. It was actually just disgusting. And I know Bwipo's talked about it a lot, how impactful a counterpick is, and saying like, I don't really care about counterpicking against my opponent. I care about counterpicking against their team composition. Like that has always been his mindset. And obviously like that is a mindset shared by a lot of people. But if you're looking at Gam's composition, how do you fight against the Scion? So I thought that it's nice to see how much value they put into these counterpicks, and it gets them those red sides every time.
Yeah, I definitely think a team like Damwon is definitely going to try and contest a team like Fly a lot more in the early game than what we saw from Gam yesterday. Yeah. And I think Damwon is, or the DK is also a team that just, it brings chaos. They want to fight, they want to have these messy games as well. I mean, it gets, I don't know if they want to, but towards the mid to late game, it does get a bit messy. And I think in their first game against Fnatic yesterday, there was ups and there was down. But in the end, they were able to close out the game. And I'm not sure how today is going to go based on the DK I saw yesterday.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the quality of the opponents matter a lot. So even though everyone was looking at D plus Kia and saying like, can you maintain your lead, right? But at least Fnatic in those games were able to challenge them, whereas Gam was not be able to. So I think this is going to be a good indicator to see like if D plus has a lead, can they keep it versus FlyQuest that I think is a much better opponent versus, you know, putting that out there.
And one of the lanes that they can swap around is mid lane. And I'm really excited to see Showmaker versus Quad, because Showmaker's LeBlanc yesterday, I mean, what a 1v9 machine. I think historically Showmaker has always showed up in competitive when it came to LeBlanc. For me, he kind of pioneered the way to play LeBlanc competitively in the mid to late game, because a lot of teams struggled with that. They always thought you needed to one-shot. You don't need to do that. You need to poke and make sure the enemy can't fight.
And it's so beautiful watching Lucid in fights when he's on Vi or something like that. I think mechanically he's incredibly talented. So just being able to see how he can play versus Inspired, that's a matchup I need to see.
That's yeah, exactly what I wanted to say. This rookie jungler on one side, maybe the best Western jungler we have on the other, and Inspired on this. He's going to take on the challenge. You know that it's going to be like this, especially playing against D+ Kia. Let's check the MasterCard fan.
You got believers?
There's a few.
Do we have believers here? We have... Sorry, I can't read. I'm not even faking it, actually.
I'm going to run up to the screen. I'm running up. I got it now.
9.7%.
20.3.
All right, so we have 20% of believers here.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's fair. I think D+ is still coming in as favorites, but I don't think these odds justify how close of a game this can actually be. I think if you are a FlyQuest fan and seeing how you performed on day one, coming into this series once again having picked red side, I think they got something planned, and I think you can be hopeful towards them.
FlyQuest is cooking. Let's see what Weibo can do and the rest of the team here against D+ Kia, but time for us to send it over to the casters for the game and the draft.
That's us. We're the casters.
Hi, casters.
Hi. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. How are you?
Yeah, we're all right. Looking forward to a good game of League of Legends.
We're hoping.
It's Worlds.
Yeah.
I just love Worlds. It's so much fun to be here. And
I was actually expecting you to ask me something and a whole bit prepared.
Oh, you do have a whole bit?
I had a whole bit.
I did say I was going to ask you something. Okay, so here's the thing, Betty. The players are coming out, so I don't feel like I can ask it to you right now.
You had a window, I was ready, and you didn't do it.
I've entirely forgotten to ask you it, so I'm sorry, you know? Jat was meant to be here, guys, but he's unwell today, so he's not here. So I'm going to ask Betty. Betty, can you be my Jat for a few moments?
I can.
Oh, nice.
Give me it. Well, medic.
Don't do an accent.
I won't do an accent.
Okay.
Fun fact, okay? FlyQuest, the last time they were in a group at Worlds with a Korean team and an LPL team.
Okay.
They went 3-3.
Oh, they did?
Now, they didn't take a game off the Korean team. However, no one from this D+ Kia roster was on that DRX team.
Okay, because there were two different teams.
Technically, this FlyQuest has never lost to a Korean team before. That's a Jat stat for you right there.
That's entirely a Jat stat. I don't know what I was asking for. LCS, obviously, against the LCK, don't have the best track record either. 15-85 is the all-time record between those two regions. But FlyQuest looked solid yesterday, and D+ Kia did not. They did not look too solid. Their early game was fine. Their mid game was an absolute shambles.
I think it was just that they ended up getting outplayed in some of the team fights, which definitely caught them off guard. But I'm excited. Honestly, the player I'm most excited for is Inspired.
Yeah.
So
he's going to play Ivan.
Probably. The LCS made this fantastic montage of him
with the trigger seeds.
Dubset, and it was fantastic. Would highly recommend you guys check it out. But yeah, as a player, he's someone that, I mean, he shows up when it matters, and he's always a joy to watch. Now, of course, FlyQuest are trying to move past their disappointment from MSI, and so we're going to see. I would say this is the first real competition here at the World Championship, and I'm excited to see what they can do against D+ Kia. Now, the Renekton being banned away from Bwipo, the respect being shown given his domestic dominance on the champion. The Ivern as well going to be taken away from Inspired. Meanwhile, the Ziggs going to be taken away from Aiming. A boom or a, I mean, it can be perceived in many different ways, because many people sit there and think of Aiming as this incredible AD carry player.
Which he is.
When you put him on the Ziggs, he doesn't have that same impact, but at the same time, he's an incredible Ziggs player.
Yes.
So FlyQuest have to take that away from him. The Aurora naturally going to be banned, but now Yone is available. When we think of Showmaker, though, we do traditionally think of those mages. He hasn't been having the best performance on the AD meta, but with the Rumble taken away, we'll see if D+ Kia want to prioritize it. The Skarner is, of course, available. The Vi is up there as well. We've already talked about that throughout the day.
I mean, FlyQuest are kind of putting down the gauntlet, aren't they? They're saying if you don't first pick Yone, it gives us the option if we want to go Yone, especially since Inspired loves his Lilia pick, likes his Amumu as well with the Leandries, or even a Karthus if you're going a little bit more niche for him. He's very proficient on those champions. Vi is the pick here for Lucid. He's played that 12 times this summer, so very confident on it. Will FlyQuest look towards the Yone? Or is it going to be Kai'Sa? Or Kai'Sa this early feels very...
it's just
it's Bwipo. It's Bwipo. He was in this league for so long, and I forgot that he just always hovers the Kai'Sa. My mistake.
They're having a lot of discussion right now with the Ashe being open. They're going to do it. Of course, there's always the concern, given the lockdown potential of the Vi, but it does make sense in the hands of Masu, one of his most played from the LCS domestic season. The Syndra going to be taken away as well, really putting that pressure on Showmaker to show what he's got prepared for this World Championship. They're testing, are you actually a Yone player? Are you going to be willing to bring that out in this game? Especially by denying the Rumble, it also makes Yone that much harder to bring out, because where does your AP threat come from then? Exactly. The problem is, you've picked 2 mobile carries into a Vi.
And the Yone, it seems.
And Showmaker's saying, no, I can play Yone, it's cool, I'm chilling. And he's more than happy to bring that one out. In terms of the matchup, it should be quad favored. Syndra can really bully out the Yone early on into the laning phase. But now D plus Kia need to find some AP threat from somewhere. We've already talked about the potential of the Kai'Sa for the bot side of the map in the hands of aiming. That is a terrifying prospect. And it would synergize very nicely with their composition.
Yone top, Smolder mid. Also a possibility.
I mean, that's the other option, right? You can always put the Yone up towards the top side of the map. You can put the Smolder into the AD carry position. There's a lot of room for flexibility.
I will say, if we look at the year for Showmaker and Kingen, Showmaker hasn't played a single Smolder game. Kingen's played 2. So it could be Yone mid, Smolder top. I sincerely doubt it, but it's always a possibility when you look at what these guys have played throughout.
Given how teams have been playing, the Smolder lock in here is a surprise at Worlds, because you're either putting it into the Ashe on the bot side of the map, which is already a very scary thing to do because of how easily you can get bullied out in the laning phase, but you're also blind picking it potentially into the top lane matchup, or you're putting it into Syndra, who's a very big lane bully. So it's a bit of a risky pick, in my opinion, but we'll see how things pan out. As Leona's locked in on the bot side for FlyQuest, the Rakan going to be banned away as a potential engage option from Moham. Rel, I wonder if that's likely going to follow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by a Rel ban at all. Busio's Leona, very solid. I watched him a lot this year. I think he's really good at the champ. He had a disappointing MSI, I think, from all accounts. Masu was kind of the star of the bot lane at MSI, but Busio has gone from strength to strength ever since swapping from mid lane, I think at Papa Smithy's request when he was down in the Academy Leagues in the LCS. So I'm expecting big things from Busio, I'm going to be honest. We'll see how effective he can be against aiming and Moham in that bottom lane. There's a Rakan ban, the Jax as well, taken away by D plus Kia. You said a Rel ban. I think it makes a lot of sense here if you're FlyQuest.
Debating it. Alistair was the other one I was going to mention. Bwipo looking pretty happy with how the draft has been going so far.
When does Bwipo not look happy?
Bwipo reviews.
True.
Only kidding, of course. D plus Kia, how are they going to round out their ban phase? Of course, they've removed the Jax with a possibility of an answer into the Yone. And something like the Olaf, maybe they're worried about. Bwipo did bring that out a few times. So it's going to be the Skarner. Makes a lot of sense. People's Pick'em's going to be happy off the back of that. So how will FlyQuest round this out? Inspired has a very deep champion pool. Even here in Europe, we knew him for so many different champions. That hasn't changed since his departure over to the LCS.
I really like the Amumu. I think you have CC set up in 2 lanes at least.
It's a big Merc Treads game.
Oh, it's a huge Merc Treads game for D plus Kia, right? But you already have CC set up in a couple of lanes. You have big AoE around it. You can follow off picks really well. You've got Scatter the Weak, you've got Arrow, you've got Solar Flare. You have so many setup tools.
Team fighting tools for sure. The Silas locked in.
Smolder bot?
So that's going to be Silas mid, Yone top, Smolder bot, Rel.
Showmaker Silas, man. It's Showmaker Silas.
I was wondering if we were going to see Silas at Worlds. But yeah, I mean, it's Showmaker Silas.
I'm so excited.
I mean, he's got great ults to steal.
Yeah.
Ashe, Arrow, the Amumu ultimate, Leona ultimate, a lot of versatility. There's no way. That's more like... Those are more like Bwipo champions.
It's a very Bwipo champion. Is he going to be able to lock down the Yone in the top lane? It's locked in. Bwipo playing Darius in the top lane here. He's brought it out 3 times this year, I believe. And has won 2 of those games. So
now
a little bit of experience at least.
I think it's a good matchup for Darius early.
Sure.
Like, Yone... So D plus Kia have gone for a lot of scaling. I would say their mid-jungle is the scariest power point that they have in the early game, but top side, like, you don't win that 2v2 in the top jungle matchup. The bot lane 2 versus 2, I think Ashe can very easily bully out the Smolder. I mean, I don't think FlyQuest won a lane swap here. I think they won standard lanes. The fact that you blind pick, well, I say you don't blind pick, what am I saying? You pick a Darius into the Yone, you're very clearly saying, I want to fight this match.
Yeah, I think if FlyQuest lane swap, they're kind of going against everything their draft tried to do, right? Like, they're trying to get winning lanes, they're trying to get pressure points, they're leaving that Darius pick for last, and we'll see how D plus Kia can deal with it, because it's King in the top lane on that Yone. As you say, they have a lot of scaling, but they are susceptible to pressure from this Amumu. They're susceptible to CC as well across the board, especially that Sylas in mid. If you can lock him down early doors,
I honestly really like this draft from FlyQuest.
So do I.
I think it's a bit all over the place from D+. The fact that they prioritize that smaller so heavily, I mean, we'll see how things pan out. We're jumping into game, our last matchup of the 1-0 teams. Yep. The winner, of course, will go 2-0, and they will be joining alongside Genji, Hanwha Life, and LNG. No easy matchup there.
I think it's a winner's bracket tomorrow as well. Those best of 3.
So you're thrust into it immediately.
Yeah, we'll see.
Meanwhile, the loser will move into the 1-1 bracket, where there's a bunch of strong teams. If you haven't been paying attention, there is a couple good teams in there.
Yeah, just a few. We'll have to wait for that. For now, we have a smorgasbord of League of Legends on the cards. Both the supports going for sweepers on their first trinkets here.
I will say, the global power rankings, powered by AWS, the reason why I'm a fan of it is it's that statistical analysis, right? So it doesn't take into account all the subjectivity and all these other things, like the human eye test, right? But I think it paints this nice picture of the 16 versus 7 ranking. Yeah. And also, there's just a little bit more to play for. The elo you can gain by getting an upset win.
Yeah, who cares about winning worlds? You're playing for elo.
Every solo queue player's dream,
of a League of Legends player. But yeah, we've basically gone back to old elo in solo queue. It's like, I'll go from 1,350 to 1,354.
It's true. It's really
true. This game. We talked about FlyQuest not wanting a lane swap. It looks like D plus Kia might want one of their own, and that makes sense. Yep. They're going to try and force a Bwipo out of the jungle here. Moam going to follow up on that ward being placed. Bone plating procced on Bwipo. All the while, Inspired is... I mean, he might as well. If you can get those hemorrhage stacks up, it's like 50 AD early doors. He's going in with the ghost. Going to get knocked up. Showmaker chasing him down. The Ignite's ticking. Bwipo flashes. And he'll survive. Burns both his summoners for the luxury.
Bwipo, man, never change. He used both his summoners to go into a 1 versus 3, gets the Ignite out from Moham. No other summoners were used, but now the map is split. The traditional swap that we've been seeing so much is the top laner groups up with the AD carry to get that experience. Support goes to mid to help get the level 2. Then the support roams to bot. The TP comes in, and they have to try and outplay the 2 versus 2. Fast push coming in from the FlyQuest bot lane.
How is Bwipo going to get to this lane, man?
I mean, he's heading top.
Yeah, but how is he going to get to the lane?
Yeah, I don't think he is medic.
Yep, nor do I. Oh, can he? Can't steal it. Can't gain range.
Doesn't have Q, so he can't. I mean, he can steal a couple of them.
That's 14 gold a pop. Living large.
I mean, of course, that's the big thing we didn't talk about, right? The lack of TP really changes the dynamic of the lane swap, right? Now Kingen choosing not to go to bot lane because they realize how much they're starving Bwipo. Busio still level 1, not being able to tick over just yet.
The other thing for Kingen was he didn't know where Busio was on the map. He didn't know where Inspired was on the map. So if he teleports to bot lane at that point, he could just be dived by the 3 of them, right? So
well, I mean, that's the usual play, right? The support comes bot, you try and then outplay the 2 versus 4.
So it could have been waiting for Moham to get down towards that bottom lane and then TP if we saw a conglomeration of FlyQuest down there. Because we don't, it looks like it's just going to be aiming, backing away, and Kingen staying in top.
What I think is super interesting is Master and Busio now have the wave pushing back into them. So they're actually just setting up like a slow push, and they're quite happy to, well, not threaten the tower, not play for plates. They were able to get 1. But now, Bwipo has been able to go back to what is effectively a standard lane. And sure, you've been able to avoid some of the early levels, but I think FlyQuest, they're still in a very good position. You can see your AD carry in a very comfortable spot. Showmaker.
Flash from Busio. Oh, he was looking for the flash shield of Daybreak there, but didn't quite get the auto off in time. Showmaker flashes away. Very close there, but still summoner for summoner, and Busio has the Hex Flash. Masu here catching the wave. FlyQuest played the lane swap really well yesterday as well. We're able to get a lot more gold out of the exchange than their rivals. Lucid here, he cleared out the Krugs, took a few camps away from the top side, but Inspired has a 2-camp lead right now, and there's no camps for Lucid to take in his bot side.
Just keeping track of the map right now. Inspired able to catch the respawn of the Raptors. Masu and Busio with some nice trading. Of course, Busio a little bit down on experience, but once these minions drop, he should be able to tick over to level 3. With that W on the Leona, you get so much more power in the laning phase. And speaking of...
Busio going in. Moham here will get the shield from the crash down. We saw FlyQuest actually pinging this next wave when it was about halfway the way to their lane. So they know this is where they want to get the wave shoved in and then likely get a base off. Get those first items. You can see aiming already has that tier.
Going to be spotted on that ward.
They'll force this away and then they'll be able to get back. Showmaker without flash, a lot more susceptible to Quad's damage in the mid lane.
Quad, in addition to the roster that I think has proved very fruitful.
Yeah, 100%.
We've heard Bwipo talking about how much more confidence they have in Quad and what he's been able to do for FlyQuest since his introduction to the league.
I mean, there were a lot of debates about whether Jensen being off the team was the right decision, right? It was all a buzz in the League of Legends world for a while, but seems like it's been pretty fruitful as Aiming's going to get stunned up here. Yeah, huge tempo loss for Aiming.
He frees the wave, but he completely interrupts the back. Now he's susceptible for a potential gank. You can see Showmaker moving into the bot river. Maybe he wants to look for a bit of vision, but Aiming now has to be scared. It's going to be a lot of farm lost. Nicely done from Busio. Really setting up his AD carry for success right now. Meanwhile, Inspired's just been power farming, as he often does.
Already has that Fated Ashes. Aiming has to flap his way away. And often you'll see junglers want their lanes to be pushing in when they start a Drake like this, but because the lane is effectively frozen, Busio can move up and help Inspired out with this Drake.
But also, Aiming now has to base. Yeah. So you try and fast push so that it forces him to lose another wave.
It's really well done by FlyQuest.
But are they actually going to do that?
No. But they can keep it frozen.
The wave spot, but...
Oh, flash in onto Quad, who still has a flash of his own. Does he have the time to get it off? Unleash power, stolen by Showmaker. And there's a reason he's in every cinematic as Syndra. Even when he steals the ult, it's effective.
I mean, nicely done there from Moham. Finds a nice window, knows that his AD carry was in an awkward position, had to go back to base. They've now swapped him up to top lane, given the state of the bot lane wave, threatening a dive onto Bwipo. It is D plus Kia that draw first blood. They're able to secure the grubs as well. Now Bwipo, recognizing he's in danger, forced off the wave.
Bwipo's been forced right off here. King and Aiming should be able to at least get a play. Inspired and Busio on their way across. Bwipo able to walk away from this, then goes forward. He's looking for the apprehend, but he's met by 4 members of D plus Kia. A little bit earlier there from Bwipo and meets an early grave.
An ambitious play from Bwipo. He thought that Moham had overstepped, but the collapse that came through from DK was so quick, and crucially, Kingen gets that kill as well, alleviating some of the pressure that Bwipo can have in this 1v1 matchup. Arrow connects.
So I think, it's the arrow in case Kingen immediately TPs, and then the arrow would interrupt his teleport, right? So it's a cute idea. While we see Showmaker trading with Quad in the mid lane.
Very nice trade from Showmaker.
One of the problems I have with mistakes like that from Bwipo, where he just oversteps a little bit, is it relieves so much pressure from D plus Kia, right? If Bwipo walks away, doesn't immediately go in, and then Busio and Inspired come across to cover a possible top lane dive, all the gain that Masu is getting in the bot lane is net positive. But because Bwipo dies, Masu got an advantage in bot lane. He's 11 CS up, he's 200 gold ahead, but you can see Kingen 650 ahead in the top lane. It doesn't give you... It's a law of equivalent exchange, it feels like. Bwipo has to die for Masu to get things in the bot lane.
I understood why he did it, though, with Busio on the way and thinking that Moham made the overstep.
Yeah, I get the idea. It just didn't work.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Both neutral objectives now about 2.5 minutes away. So it'll just mainly be a lot of laning. The supports are going to be roaming around the map looking to cover their laners. Masu with another push in top lane. He's built himself up a healthy lead over Aiming, largely because of how they've managed the wave in the early laning phase, as you highlighted. Moham, though, sets his sights on mid once more. Quad still has the flash.
I have to invest it here. Busio's on his way away. Quad flashes out, manages to escape. Showmaker stole the Solar Flare. Wasn't able to connect it onto Quad.
But Moham's doing so much work in this mid
all over the map right now.
After they were able to get Showmaker's flash early, you'd think that this would be so advantageous for Quad. He should be able to really bully out this Sylas, but that's the scary thing about Sylas. Once you get a couple levels, that Electrocute gives you so much trading power. Now Masu forced to disengage, given the D+, hovering around the top side of the map. They have pressure in mid, pressure on top. Kingen, meanwhile, is happily farming on the bot side of the map. So everything going the way of D+ Kia right now.
Aiming's going to be given even more gold in this top side, trying to even him out with Masu, and this is something D plus Kia did for the entirety of the split. Just funnel gold into aiming. Busio underneath the tower, caught with a shadowing strike. He's pretty tanky, the arrow coming down as well. Lucid's gonna tank it. Moham needs to get out because he falls to the turret. D+Kia will get one in response. Showmaker taking his second kill of the game.
I mean, a 1-for-1 in that situation. Well played by Busio. Doesn't expend the flash either. Marcio has to be careful though with Showmaker. Low on mana. Oh, Lucid though with the wraparound, and there's no Inspired here to cover.
Lucid has the Vault Breaker. Showmaker chases in the cleanse a moment too late. Aiming gets the kill. And D+Kia continue to invest gold into him. Inspired is waiting for Lucid here. The bandage just short. Inspired on the Amumu. Can't find any friends to fight. He flashes, he gets him. The tantrum will bring down Lucid.
At the very least, it's a 1-for-1, but that tower is going to drop. All of the plates secured in this top lane. And crucially, that advantage that Marsu had built up for himself, the coverage wasn't there for FlyQuest. That gap has now been closed. Aiming, he really wants to get this local gold. Inspired's not going to let him have it.
I mean, that's good from Inspired, forces him away, makes sure Aiming can't get it. But this sort of play pattern of repeatedly going back to Aiming's lane, trying to get him into a good position is something we saw from D+Kia through the entirety of summer. It's how they played. Aiming, an incredible AD carry, has had an incredible summer split. A lot of this is because D+Kia love putting all the eggs in the Aiming basket.
I mean, so many times we saw him single-handedly carry games for D+Kia from the regular season. And even in playoffs, he was having some stellar performances. And so far, even though his early laning phase didn't quite go the way that he wanted, he still finds himself down in CS. That gold slowly being funneled back into him. But really, the stars of this game right now are the solo laners of D+Kia. Kingen has handled the lane swap beautifully. They've punished the fact that Bwipo doesn't have TP incredibly well. And Bwipo, with a few oversteps, has ultimately cost him massively as this Yone continues to ramp up. I was skeptical about this composition that came through from D+, but ultimately a lot of comfort, specifically for Showmaker in the mid lane, and they're making it work here in the early game.
We haven't really seen the FlyQuest composition truly come alive yet. Like, Inspired has been involved in one kill. That was a flash bandage shot in the top lane. When they start to get some of this AoE really going, when they start to get some of this pick really going, we might see it be a little bit more explosive. Inspired was looking for a second Drake here. He's going to be forced away by Aiming and Moam. Lucid coming across. They don't keep the Drake aggroed fully as it goes back. Loses a bit of patience, but will be taken in the end by Lucid. I do have a fun fact for you, Betty. Last time we saw a Mumu jungle at Worlds, Season 2. It was Cloud Templar who won on it back then, so Inspired bringing back the old classics.
That long?
Yeah, we saw a lot of Amumu support for a while in that one play-ins, and then it disappeared for the entirety of the main stage.
Remember that play-ins? Everyone was so excited about it.
Was that an Echo jungle we saw a ton of, and then just never happened again in the main stage?
Cool, that was a fun fact, especially seeing how much Amumu we've seen domestically from all over the world, really.
And also from Inspired, like, it's something he wasn't playing for the entirety of the year, but he picked up relatively recently and has really been quite explosive on it. The Andries build as well, something
that's crucial, right? So what we saw yesterday was D+Kia build a lead against Fnatic and then fall short in the fight, right? Now, FlyQuest have a great team fighting comp,
they do.
Especially with Leona Amumu as its foundation. It's all a question of can the damage dealers dish the damage, right? Now, of course, with the solo laners being as fed as they are on D+Kia, you don't really want to try and force a fight yet. You want to get to those first core items, you want to wait a little bit. So the best thing for now for FlyQuest is to try and slow the game down, wait until they get those crucial spikes, and then look for a little fight later. Don't try and overforce, because you're at a deficit, but it's nothing too dramatic that you can't get yourself out of. So it's not all doom and gloom yet for FlyQuest by any means, and that's an ulti from Kingen, cautious of the fact that he is on the weak side of the map and FlyQuest are looking for a collapse. We're burnt both his sums, though, once again, to try and make a play happen, and it doesn't come to fruition.
Couldn't quite find it. Masu here to match the push in the mid lane. Level 10 to level 8. You can see how long Masu was alone on a side lane, just farming up as much gold as he could and as much experience as he could. Kingen here, once again, going to back away, uses the flashes. Inspired was waiting, lying in wait in that bush. Damwon, D+Kia going to try and do the same towards the top side. Quad, very respectful of the fact he sees no one from DK, and then he steps up, the Bolt Breaker comes out, the arrow too, hits the stun on the Showmaker, and Quad manages to escape. Less respectful than he was. Like, he was very respectful for a second, and then he walked up.
Yeah,
and he had to be bailed out by the Rookie of the Year, Masu, with that arrow saving his life.
Yeah, lost his flash in the process as well. The top tier 2 goes down, and while FlyQuest want to try and slow the game down, D plus Kia, ooh, yeah, Blade of the Ruin King, Yone.
Yeah, Yone's the pick of the tournament, isn't it?
It's one of those things where, like, for people that haven't played this champ, like, the champ just changes when you get this item. Like, it's crazy how much stronger you get with a single item. Berserker's Greaves and this, it's just such a massive power spike. And yeah, Bwipo, now he's completed the Stride Breaker. So at least you'll have a little bit more combat prowess, but the idea behind this matchup is that you get to really bully in the early stages when the Yone just can't fight back because he doesn't have levels or any items where he really can't trade against you. But Bwipo didn't get that.
Yep.
There was so much swapping in the early laning phase. The lack of TP really hurt him. He's now 15, nearly 20 CS down. And with the Blade completed, it's now going to be much harder.
And the lead that FlyQuest were able to materialize on Masu through that lane swap, through good management of those waves, is now dissipated. That's the word I was looking for, dissipated. Aiming only about a level behind, still impactful, around 600 gold for a level worth of stats, but in terms of gold, he's actually 150 ahead, so he's in a very strong position. Hasn't scaled up as much as he'd want on this Smolder, only 104 stacks. You can see that just below his portrait, but still, his team is in prime position to allow him to keep stacking up.
One thing that really scares me from the perspective of FlyQuest is I look at this map and I see, so we don't have anyone that can fight Kingen anymore. Showmaker is 2-0-1, and they're going to try and dive him.
Seals the Amumu ultimate. Curse of the Sad Mummy, a possibility. Showmaker stunned for so long, he lands the curse, the hemorrhage. Noxian Guillotine, hemorrhage is going to stack enough on Showmaker. He tries to get some lifesteal back, and he will expire at the last possible moment. And now D plus Kira on the attack. Bolt Breaker in, quad locked up, no flash for him. The Magnet Storm will pull him back, and alongside him in the grave will fall Busio. 2 to DK. Showmaker TP back in. Bwipo able to dodge away from the abscond, abduct the Stride Breaker for a little bit of extra movement speed, but you can't dodge the second. Showmaker 4-0 on Silas.
And it comes back to what I was just about to say. The thing that I'm scared of from FlyQuest POV is the side lanes. What do you do? Because you can't win on one side. You try to make a play on the other, and Showmaker just demonstrated, let me outplay you, okay? And this is why his silence is so big. Steals away the Amumu ultimate, has the W to get the lifesteal back, but he throws the ultimate first to incapacitate them, gets the health back, and then he flashes away to safety. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Kingen says, I can 2v1 you guys, because I've got Blade of the Ruin King, but also I'm setting up for my team, ready for the collapse, and we're already back into the action.
Busio blast cones to safety. And Showmaker's still on the chase. He goes back in when abscond abduct flash away from Busio. They might be able to turn this one around. There's a big bounty on Showmaker's head, and Masu will secure it. Mom called as well as aiming tries to disengage the play. Busio looking for a little bit more. The arrow onto Moam. The apprehend will pull him back, and Quad takes the kill. FlyQuest find 2 out of nothing.
So some crucial picks to alleviate some of the snowball that is coming through from D plus Kia. They overstep their boundaries. You can tell that Showmaker's having some fun with this one, really pushing the limits of his champion to try and find more kills. But you know what the craziest thing about all of this is? They've got these side lane threats that are obviously very difficult to deal with, but the biggest problem is the wave clear coming in from the Smolder in the mid lane as well. Now the Dragon started off.
King going in, Lucid looking for the steal here as well. Masu has Cleanse and Flash. Cease and desist not available for Lucid. Vault Breakers into the pit. Kingen looking for that blast cone as well. TP in as well. FlyQuest want to take the fight. Lucid flashing out. Tempered Fate going out onto the back line, but look at the damage that Masu can already put out. Mom's in the middle of the pit. The dive in with a cease and desist, but Masu is untouched. This is huge for FlyQuest. Showmaker and aiming trying to do everything they can to fight from a losing position. But D plus Kia took the fight, and FlyQuest slapped them down.
The coordination was all over the place from D plus Kia, and FlyQuest take advantage of it. We talked about how their strength will be in the team fights, and this time they were able to find the outplay.
Masu just had so much free time on the back of that fight. Quad as well. Now both of them sitting at 3 kills. Masu has a gold lead. We'll have another look at this battle.
So you see first, Lucid goes in, but he goes in alone. So he then gets forced out of the pit very quickly off the fact that Inspired just says, I'm not going to give you this opportunity. Single target ultimate, but it doesn't matter because the job gets done. They force him out of the fight. Kingen then tries to get an ultimate onto Masu. Nice flash from him to get away to safety as the objective is secured. But now look, Showmaker's off on the left. Aiming's trying to hit whatever target he can, but he's not doing that much damage this early on. And as you highlighted, Masu is just untouched with Quad right next to him. So they're just free to do so much damage against so many melee members on the side of D plus Kia that they're able to find 4 kills.
If that's not the most D plus Kia player I've ever seen in my life.
Correct.
That is just what they do. Showmaker took so long to be able to join that fight.
It's so strange that I can hear Mao. Yeah. Like it's, he's just sitting here in my ear going, why?
Why did they do that? So we've had you be Jack, now we've had you be Chronicler. Who do you want to be next, Very Freak? This is what peak team fights look like. It comes from D plus Kia. But a great leave here for FlyQuest.
Let's create a summary.
Okay, let's do it.
Side lane's still a problem for FlyQuest, but they've got a clear win condition, which is the 5v5s.
True.
So now they need to be playing for these objectives, and they need to minimize their losses, as I say that.
Arrow, Solar Flare onto Lucid, lands the stun, bandage shots for the follow-up, and Lucid is done. Busio securing the kill, and this is the pick comp we talked about for FlyQuest.
Now,
let's create a summary, Venice.
I know, I have to slightly
better for
Chronicler is messaging me once more. He says, can you ask Lucid why? So let's look. Now, the push in bot had come through from Kingen, and so you imagine that Lucid was on the bot side jungle to set up some vision. Kingen.
Do we also need to ask Kingen why? Trying to seal the fate of Quad. Inspired here. The scat of the week knocking him back out of the bandage toss, but the chase continues. He flashes into the curse of the sad mummy. He's not out. Very a volley. The arrow pierces his back. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Whippo might just solo kill Showmaker. He gets him. What the hell is happening?
This is peak League of Legends, baby. FlyQuest are finding picks on the solo laners. We just talked about how they're the biggest strength for D plus Kia, but now things are falling apart as D plus tried to get something back on the top side.
Weep, weep. Here's the sound of the police as D plus Kia are looking to arrest Whippo for that play. The Avengers on their way. FlyQuest trying to find solace in a fight after Whippo falls. He'll go down first. Now the collapse begins from FlyQuest. Quad coming in from the side as well, has that unleashed power. Aiming locked up with a stun. They knock him back. The arrow goes in as well, and Aiming is done for. Moam and Lucid trying to escape with a bandage shots. Finds Moam.
Baron? Is that a Baron for FlyQuest?
Angle. Showmaker's alive. So's Lucid and Kingen. FlyQuest, will you go for the play instead? The tower, a more worthy prize it seems. The gold will be even, Betty.
24 kills, 22 minutes. Oh, this is fantastic. Kingen, though, looking to get something back for DK. All 4 members were committed to the top side of the map.
What the smite! Oh no, Masu, you were on a ward. He's going to try and escape, but Showmaker still has an arrow in his quiver, and he's looking for Quad. He finds him. Masu able to dodge away from the abscondac dot, but he can't dodge away from Showmaker's fists. It's a free-for-all fight, Betty, and I'm loving it.
Lucid now is a Baron. I might just be. There's a ward there. Inspired. Where is he? He's on the top side of the map. He's going to have to cancel his recall. As now the objective is started. Whippo doesn't have the flash available. Moham, the blast cone.
Kingen jumps in onto Whippo. Inspired diving in as well, but D plus Kia were just looking for the fight. Inspired falls low. The chase continues as Busio falls lower. Kingen will take him out even with a Zenith Blade going back in. D plus Kia will turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
I mean, this seesaw is going faster than I am prepared for, Medic, but it looks like D plus Kia is going to secure the Baron. A single ward was all it took. Showmaker returns to top lane, finds a pick onto Masu, lines a nice arrow onto Quad, and with those 2 kills, they convert it into a fight. Smart decision from them to not turn it into a 50-50 and instead shut down those FlyQuest members. Now we find ourselves back where we were earlier, with FlyQuest having to find another great fight to turn this game around.
Lots of people have lots of reasons for why they like certain Dragon Souls. I can tell you my favorite, Betty. It's the Hex Soul, because the gates mean more fighting.
That it does.
D plus Kia immediately use the gates to get back out onto the Rift. FlyQuest are trying to gain control of the area. They'll take the Scuttle Crab, but I don't know if they'll take the Barney around the Dragon. It's going to be second of the game for DK. Kingen pushing in that bot lane, 3,000 gold ahead. Now has a QSS as well to mitigate a little bit of the CC that comes out from FlyQuest, but they do have a lot at their disposal.
I'm taking a breather.
Okay. Do you want me to just keep going for a little bit while you breathe?
Okay, because the audience needs one too.
Okay.
We find ourselves at 28 kills, 24 minutes in. D plus Kia once again in the driver's seat. Dragon secured. With the Baron buff, they're going to be looking at, well, the base towers now, because all the tier 2s have fallen. I guess we didn't really talk about that. It was 6 towers to do. There's been so much fighting. FlyQuest, they had the momentum at their back. They were finding fight after fight, pick after pick.
Whippo is the one who's been picked here. No flash, no ghosts, and no hope you have to feel. Kingen goes into the soul and bound, hits the Q3. And the Mortal Steel shows that Whippo is just that. Inspired. Moham's like just around, but you can see aiming's around the corner. Lucid's on his way as well. Masu came in with a Hex Gate. The red resets. Busio trying to get onto Showmaker. Inspired, the next target for D plus Kia. Here's Mom, and she's not happy with Inspired. FlyQuest lose 2. The Baron's still on the backs of DK for the next minute's time as well. It may be inhibitor time for D plus Kia.
I mean, things are just kind of fallen too far apart now for FlyQuest. With the top lane pushing in, Whippo tried to push that wave out to slow down the siege from D+, but now the siege is ready. TP comes in, mid wave is being pushed in, top wave as well. They only have 4 members alive. Whippo makes his way back onto the map.
Cease and desist forward. Showmaker's like, good. You're good, Lucid. Sayonara 07's in the chat. But Lucid, as he falls, FlyQuest will lose their inhibitor as well.
I mean, they get the inhibitor. That's what they wanted.
That's a one-way ticket to a grave right there.
I mean, they get Masu's flash, I guess is the positive. They still walk away the victors. Listen, my job is to explain, man. I
mean, Lucid's a type of dreaming, and I'm pretty sure sometimes here I've been in a bit of a nightmare, but what a game it's been. 6,000 gold, the lead now for D plus Kia. No objectives on the map for the next few moments at least. The Red Bull Baron power play about 2k for DK, and they got an inhibitor out of it as well. Now they'll start looking at mid and bot push. Kingen jumping back in. Busio looking for the soul of Flare, the dash out by Kingen keeps him alive. FlyQuest only 4 here. Met by 4 of D plus Kia.
I mean, quietly on the back lines, aiming continues to pick up golden farm. Whippo now caught out.
Yeah, less quietly on the front lines. Whippo's going in once again. Looks for the apprehend. Kingen has the flank on him. He'll dash back, knock back with the scatter of the weak. Unleash power! A storm surge enough, and now the bandage shots in. A one-man order, but onto Lucid, but Showmaker's diving the backline. Masu has no flash, no cleanse, but he manages to escape. Lucid falling low, Inspired, and Busio still pretty tanky here with the Magna Storm coming in. Aiming's on the chase, he'll make it 2. One goes over to Lucid, one for aiming. And for a moment, I thought perhaps FlyQuest had a lifeline, but D plus Kia pulled the life ring up behind them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Medic. I really thought D plus Kia had gone for another poor fight once again, but they turned it around. They did enough damage to the backline. Masu and Quad were zoned away into the mid lane. They were forced to retreat, meaning that Inspired and Busio were left to fend for themselves. They couldn't quite find the damage to turn the fight in their favor. But what a violent affair this game really has been. Back and forth, non-stop skirmishing. It's really what we've come to expect from watching D plus Kia. And FlyQuest, they've found incredible opportunities, but unfortunately they haven't really been able to hold onto them. They haven't been able to convert it into that much control. Have to bring your attention back to the towers, 7-2 now. FlyQuest really haven't been able to convert much off the back of finding the kills that they did.
Every opportunity has been met by an equal and opposite not-opportunity as Whippo here is caught out. The apprehend going out as well. The arrow connects, but great jump back there by Kingen. Saving his jungler's life, most definitely. The Noxian Guillotine was on the cards for Whippo. Baron up in a minute's time. Showmaker looking for the flank here. He's behind Inspired and Busio, and if Quad goes the wrong way, could be caught out. Showmaker dashes back out. Kingen's going to be left in a side lane to push into Whippo, who's going to struggle to deal with the level 16 Yone, who has 2.5 items at his back. Moram stepping forward. Busio forced away. Can't clear the control ward. Another scat of the week from Quad. Not going to do too much. The wave pushing in the top lane. Solar Flare wide by Showmaker, but not by Busio. As Showmaker falls low. Inspired, though, on the front line is immediately burst out. And now D plus Kia are in a 4v5 for the next 40 seconds. They have a wave in the bot lane.
Love the idea there from Inspired. Try and burst down Showmaker before he has an opportunity to respond, but the stopwatch was able to come through, and they could turn the play around now without the front line.
Yeah,
DK are looking to siege.
And we was trying to do so much, but you can't really do much into D plus Kia. They have the range, they have the minions pushing in. The inhibitor tower for Showmaker dashes to the bot lane. We'll tank a couple of tower shots for the pleasure, as aiming is left in mid lane to take down that inhibitor. FlyQuest on their last legs. Can they find some steadiness in them? The arrow wide from Showmaker. There's the last 2 ultimates he's missed. Not really an important stat, but just like to track it, you know. Solar Flare and the arrow going wide, but forces FlyQuest away. 2 inhibitor towers, 3 inhibitor towers and 2 inhibitors down so far for D plus Kia. 29 minutes on the clock, and the Baron and the Drake alive. It would only be the 3rd for either team, so the Dragon less of a priority than that big purple worm.
FlyQuest really find themselves full-on turtle mode now as their base lies in tatters. They can afford to give another Dragon up. If they could steal it away, the objective bounty would be a nice bit of coin to help stall the game out. 3 items finished for both their carries. Maybe if they can find a good angle, a good target, there's opportunities, but it's going to be tough. As D plus Kia continue to spread out the map and set their sights on the bot lane inhibitor.
Aiming well above that 225 mark as well for his stacks. Not as stacked as usually a Smolder would be at this point in the game, usually looking like 10 a minute at least.
But it has been chaos.
It has been chaos, and he's got the execution, which is all he really cares about, right? The extra little bit of burn damage from having those more stacks doesn't really matter when you're 7,000 gold ahead and your solo laners are a combined 4.1 thousand gold ahead of their counterparts. 3rd Drake of the game for D plus Kia. Inhibitor starting to respawn in that top lane. The mid one still 330 away. And FlyQuest just trying to get all the gold they can for now. They've got 3 items on their AD carry, 3 on quad as well. The Syndra will burst, but who are you going to burst through? Showmaker, deceptively tanky here, almost has 3,000 HP on the Sylas, also has a Zhonya's. The Baron begun by D plus Kia. King looking for the flank on Master, who puts the arrow down and wasn't expecting it. He flashes away, Inspired! That's a special delivery. Inspired going for more, the QSS out, but the Baron's being done. FlyQuest, while all of this happens, who cares? If you kill King and you can't even take him out that quickly, the Baron will be secured by D plus Kia. FlyQuest got whatever little meager bit of hope they could from killing King, and immediately they see that purple buff around D plus Kia.
They recognize the goal difference is massive, so even if they try and force the fight, there's no guarantee that they can win it. Instead, they'll take the pick, deny at the very least 1 Baron buff, making that split push threat slightly better. But of course, back still against the wall. They're going to try and stall for as long as they can, wait for that single fight that could potentially turn the entire game around, get quad level 16, those 3 points in his ultimate for that extra bit of damage.
He's stacked up 120 splinters as well, so has that extra AP, the execute as well, on his ultimate if he can find someone. Master, importantly, no flash.
But look at the position of FlyQuest right now. 2 members quite pushed up on the top lane. Dwippo, ooh, that is quite far up, but he's not going to be punished for it. D plus Kia playing through 2 lanes. They know they have the super minions in top to keep that pressure going.
Is he going to TP to top lane here? Or is he just going to run out, use those Hex Gates? The Baron on DK for the next 2 minutes, currently just shepherding in these minions. The top lane inhib, obviously an option for them. The wave not in the best of spots. It looks like Kinging's going up there to rectify that situation, and aiming starting to put quite a lot of damage down onto Dwippo from range. That rapid fire cannon doing work in this exchange. The inhibitor already down to half HP. FlyQuest, like, what can you do? You just got a shotgun engage, but Buzio has no flash either. You need a solar flare, you need a scatter the weak, you need something special from someone, because right now you are just bleeding out. The solar flare from Showmaker likely expiring, chucks it out to see if anyone is expiring alongside it. Kingen looking for that 3rd inhib, and likely the final nail in FlyQuest's coffin. Kingen dashes back. Moem's still looking for the engage. FlyQuest still haven't pulled the trigger. They've got the finger on it, but they can't find the engage. 3rd inhibitor down now, and D plus Kia just walk in the minions. FlyQuest, at some point you gotta go for it, because right now your Nexus towers are under siege. The Zenith Blade wide, Inspired, flashes, looks for the curse of the Sad Mummy. Lucid falls with a Magnus Storm on the back line is devastating. FlyQuest slain where they stand, and D plus Kia will take the game away. FlyQuest fought back valiantly, but in the end there was only one victor today. D plus Kia go to 2-0.
The LCK find themselves with winning ways today, as every single team was able to win out on their opposition. and D plus Kia will join the 2-0 teams. A chaotic game, an entertaining game. Let's hear from the AD as to what they thought about this game.
Entertaining for sure, but I don't think that's what we want. I'm gonna turn to Raz.
Heartbroken, maybe.
Yeah, right?
Better turn.
That last fight, man.
Yeah.
But some good elements from FlyQuest, I feel.
Yeah, 100%. I think when they were able to come back in, for me, it was the pick on Showmaker and Moham 17 minutes in, and then being able to get that great team fight around Dragon. Those two plays gave a lot of hope, but D plus Kira was like, we were in this position just yesterday. Found good team fights to come back into the game. So like, I guess it's just team fight practice for them.
No, and the more I watch D plus, the more I understand why some of the fans have some trust issues, and definitely see the likeness to Fnatic in that, because I think their early game was phenomenal.
Yeah.
I think Moham on the rail had action happen wherever he went on the map. I thought they used him really effectively in terms of when he could move from the bot lane into the mid lane to find a kill on quad, then up to the top side to make sure that whoever was up there defending that lane swap was dying. It was Whippo as well at times, and they were just kind of rotating the entire map around their playmakers in Lucid and in Moham, and it felt like they were just going to win by default by pressing an R button and making sure that whoever they saw, they died. Then of course we got to what you were talking about, Raz, where they definitely had a little bit of fun, and that is what we've come to know from D plus Kia.
Yep, they had a little bit of fun, you're right. Like the play that they made on both side lanes, basically it was pick on quad on bot lane at the same time of being able to repel a dive and then TP back in to see if they can get Showmake can get a kill top side. There's like two things that D plus were like, we were winning both sides, we were like overstaying at times, and then FlyQuest was able to punish and then like find a way back in, which I did like from the team. So it was just that damn word top lane, because after FlyQuest got another successful fight up top side, and then you started to see Quad and Masu basing on a ward, then they both die, and it was just messy at that point. It sucked.
Do you guys feel like they had enough tools to bounce back, have enough win conditions? Because I look at this, I see two very different approaches. There's the vintage approach, very Season 6, very, very demure, very mindful on the side of FlyQuest. And what do you expect from a composition playing in 2024 here on the side of D plus Kia? But I'm not sure that's what you want to do on red side.
Yeah, but I mean, they came in with a plan. They wanted to team fight. They wanted to go throw everything at them. They had any pick potential that they needed. They had all the ultimates to set yourself up for success. Now that ultimate there is the key part, because someone definitely forgot Silas was a champion. All the picks that you got on your team, you suddenly had available on Silas as well, and I think that he had a lot of fun with that. Am I gonna make?
Would you mind
bring him in,
because
and we can welcome Whippo to the desk.
We have a guest. Whippo, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no problem.
After this game, we were just talking about your approach in draft, the fact that you're one of the few teams to like red side actually, and like the utility you can get on red side. Can you talk us through the approach and the understanding you had from D plus Kia?
I think we had a pretty general idea that they're like a standard Korean team. We were pretty surprised that they flexed. Oh, we knew that they liked carry tops, but I was still surprised they flexed the on top.
Yeah.
I went for a counter pick, and we got lane swapped on, which is something that I'm pretty comfortable with. I think we came out pretty good out of the lane swap, but unfortunately, the second time around when they lane swapped, I made a big mistake, and we ended up losing a lot of plates and just a lot of. I felt like really far behind after I died behind my tower, and I think that's why my champion Darius can't fall behind too far. Otherwise, he's like a very problematic champion in the sense that he doesn't survive. He kind of gets one shot and focused down, and that's kind of the story of the game for me this game, and I feel pretty bad about that. Yeah, big mistake.
Were you surprised by the way that you guys basically found a way to kind of claw back into the game? Because it felt like it was a mistake of Showmaker, or at least of Showmaker and Moham overstaying a topside red side jungle.
I mean, I wasn't surprised because of the, kind of the feedback we got in the sense of like, this team likes to throw, like they make mistakes, so don't worry even if you fall behind. It wasn't really coach feedback, but it was still something that like we kept in the back of our minds.
Yeah.
That said, I think we actually threw back when we got caught on top side, and that's when the game went south. And yeah, in general, just a bit unfortunate, but got to focus on the next game and learn what we can from this game.
I do want to show that Drake fight though, because I feel like there's still room to celebrate some success in a game that still wasn't won in general. Like I really like the pick you guys had on Showmaker, where it kind of just gives you priority in a game where honestly it felt like with the tempo advantage that DK had secured for themselves in the early game, that you should never be the first on a dragon fight, right? And I think that pick that you got on Showmaker really put you in a position where you were the first who could actually contest it. Were you surprised that they wanted to fight you around that Drake, despite having Showmaker on such a late reset?
I mean, yeah, I don't mind, you know. Like, if I have numbers, I count them, and I just stand there, and if they want to kill me so badly, they can come and kill me. I don't really mind. I try to bait a good fight for my team. I think the one thing I could have done better is get the reset off the rel instead of running into the pit, but at the same time, Vi kind of panicked and ulted me, and I was pretty happy getting ulted because that means that my Ashe, which was really strong in the game, is going to be able to take over because she burned her flash here, and then right now, instead of going for the free reset off the rel, I was already walking into the pit, and they used all their spells on me, like, solo in the pit, basically, so that ended up making the fight pretty, like, easy to win, if you will. And even though it ended up being a 4-for-2, I mean, you know, hopefully a 4-for-1 could have happened or whatever, but maybe it could have been like a 2-for-0 or something instead if I hadn't gone into the pit, but that's my minute stuff to review. I feel like there's a lot more to review on my end and on how to improve, because I feel like I played pretty poorly this game.
Outside of that, because you're pretty self-reflective on that, some other takeaways that you guys had so far in the tournament, because you guys are 1-1. You guys had a pretty extensive boot camp, I think, at the Vitality spot. Some of the takeaways that you guys have had as a team, and some points that you feel like you've improved, without saying obviously too much.
Yeah.
How do I not say too much?
Yeah, that's actually fair.
Yeah, it's like I feel like we just improved a lot as a team, and like understanding kind of the importance of connecting to the same vision of the game is really important.
Yeah.
I think that we had some disconnect in terms of stress of like how the game was going. And I think that's something that I, you know, right now desperately want to discuss. I want to feel like, I want to understand how my teammates are feeling in the game.
Yeah.
You know, I want to be able to express like, hey, here I felt stressed to look for a play because of this and that. And, you know, being on the same page there, because like when they swapped on us, I feel like that was a bad situation for them, and had I been more patient, I think my teammates would have appreciated that. I mean, that's obvious, but sometimes it's not so obvious, right?
Yeah.
It's like, when should you be patient and not feel stress even though you're getting multi-man ganked? When should you feel stress and still make a play when you get multi-man ganked? When should you feel the stress to come in group and make a play because someone is outscaling? These kind of questions are currently flooding my mind, and I'd like to find some answers to that so I can be more connected with my team.
And it's always interesting to have these insights because people don't realize how important it is actually, and you just find each other on the same page basically when you're at Worlds, the prime moment of the year. Bwipo, I think you're going to stay with us for the next match for a bit. But we're going to toss it to break. Thank you. Well, there you go. You're going to have to stay with us for the Fnatic draft, actually. That's going to be interesting. But that's all for us here on this side of the studio. We'll be right back in just a minute. We're going to do the draft at the desk with people. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Break up with a little bit of extra movement speed, but you can't dodge the second.
Nice. Yeah, they're choking. Go, bye. In the pit, guys. In the pit. This will be a good fight. We kill everyone. Nice. Front to back. Silence. Yeah, silence first. Nice. Nice job, guys.
But the chase continues. He flashes into the curse of the Sand Mummy. He's not out. Betty a volley. Top lane. Back. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Bwipo might just solo kill Showmaker. He gets him. What the hell is happening? It's fired. Flashes. Looks for the curse of the Sand Mummy. Lucid falls with a Magnus Storm on the back line. Is devastating. FlyQuest slain where they stand.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
You wish.
In the dojo.
You want to pit high?
In the dojo. In the dojo. You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through
And welcome back to the desk for day 2 of Swiss Stage, ahead of our 7th best of 1 of the day. GAM Esports taking on Fnatic in our next matchup. And we kept a guest because it felt like it makes sense. Former Fnatic player, faced off against GAM yesterday, won against them. I feel like there's a lot to share here, but to start, maybe we can talk about GAM, how it felt playing against them yesterday. They were undefeated until they bumped into you guys. Understanding of GAM.
Understanding of GAM?
Yeah.
I think their key players are top in jungle. I think that when their team can rally around their top in jungles, when they're strongest as a team, so trying to avoid giving them power picks like you mentioned. That was also what we did. It's a good way to start. And in general, it seems like once they fall behind, they struggle to find ways back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, even just domestically, right, GAM was a team that pretty much always fell behind. Their way of coming back was through team fighting, but I think once you level up a play, you can only allow yourself to fall behind at a certain amount before it becomes impossible to team fight your way back. And I think if you don't have these tools as you take away, it becomes really difficult. I think their mid laner and bot lane is very much match players. They won't get your lead, but they'll do their best to match their opponent, and then it's on Levi and Kia to win the game.
We have players getting onto the stage now, of course, but I have to ask, Fnatic, first game at Worlds, debut against D plus Kia yesterday. We saw a glimpse of hope, kind of similar game that you guys played actually, but yeah, it was not enough.
They were put in a really good position off of a fight, and I think there were 2 fights in a row where Humanoid did make mistakes. The first one was definitely around the Baron, and they'll be kicking themselves off that because they really did have an opportunity to be able to take the win versus D plus Kia. So, of course, they would have reviewed this one. They would have come back to this one. Actually, did you end up watching that game just to be able to see it?
Yeah, I did watch the game. And yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit of a Humanoid hater, so I'll just go ahead and throw my bias out there. Like, he made a statement twice in a row there.
All right.
Yeah.
First one on the Baron, second one on side lane.
Yeah.
Complete statement on my end. But then again, I made some statements in my game, so I get it.
It's fine. Win some, lose some.
Just throwing it out there.
We're all making statements.
Fair square.
I have no shame in admitting I didn't play my best game, but you know, the only thing I care about is that other pros also step up and admit it when they don't have their best game.
True.
What is the expectation here on the side of Fnatic? Some champions that we want to see, some champions that we want to cut off the board here too.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think you just take away the hyper carries for Levi. Like, I really agree with FlyQuest's approach yesterday of just removing Levi for that Shyvana. There's not a lot of junglers where I would say it's worth removing Shyvana, but Levi is definitely one of them where it's just like, it's such a comfort, and he's been able to pilot it so efficiently that just get it out of the way. There's no way you don't have to. But outside of drafting perspective, I'd just like to see Fnatic have a clean early game and be able to close out a game.
That's
because
Shyvana.
I think just based off GAM's playstyle, they will have an early gold lead.
Yeah.
Question is, can they retain that gold lead?
Yeah, just don't get drawn into a random fight, which I know based off the playoffs, you guys have seen it. That happens quite a few times for Fnatic, but we'll have to see. The Ivern, they may have been a little bit traumatized out of yesterday's game, so I'm interested to see what the first pick is going to be from Fnatic's side. And I mean, Razork specifically is such a good player, so I do want to see what he is willing to go for here. Okay, Yone is just...
Same old, same old.
Yeah.
Seems like it's the mandatory pick on the
It's a pretty strong champion,
R1, yeah.
Yeah, we had a conversation earlier in today. Who do you think's more OP, Yone or Aurora?
I think they do different things. I think Aurora has this like... she always has this really powerful teamfight ultimate, and she can always turn her game around. Like, when flashes are down, something crazy can happen.
Yeah.
Yone's very similar with his ultimate, but the way he enters a team fight is much more telegraphed. You know, Aurora jumps out of stealth, suddenly there's a big circle. Yone has to push out the side lane, and whenever he gets a deep push on side lane, that's when you're going to expect him to flank or, in general, see him coming. So I think he's a little bit more telegraphed, and also his laning phase is considered to be a little bit weaker. So you do have some more control, you know, from the laning phase and being able to push in that midway compared to Aurora.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. To take it back into the draft, I already like the first 2 picks from GAM here just because I didn't like Levi on a champion like Vi. I wanted him to be on something that he can actually carry with and use his intelligent jungle kind of thing. And having a Smolder now just gives you that late game avenue instead. Razork on a Jarvan is an old treat. I can't remember if we've seen it on him just yet, but it used to be a crazy good champion for him as well. And then Noah on a 6 here, so definitely a bit more room for playing around the top side instead here if they want to. 2
champions that were expected to be really, really strong coming into Worlds 2024. Ziggs that we haven't seen yet, one of the perma bans that we haven't. Jarvan, underestimated, or does it make sense here?
It's been played a lot during Champions Queue, actually. We've been seeing a lot of strong Jarvan play, and it works well with the combo. Because my ultimate question is going to be, if the Yone is flexible, for me, I would expect it to go towards Humanoid rather than Oscar. And I think you need some level of AP in your composition, and I think it works really well. I think you already have like a pretty clear teamfight combo. go. And my fear is going to be how Zyra is going to play around that. Obviously, it's going to be a good disengage that she's going to have there, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit frightened for her and Smolder.
I have to agree with you. The biggest difficulty about playing Jarvan is knowing when to go in and knowing when not to.
Yeah.
With patience. I think that especially playing a combination like Ziggs Jarvan, like if you Jarvan ult too early, they flash the Ziggs ult, a lot of your burst damage is gone.
Yeah.
I wanted to highlight actually, I do think this might be a Smolder bot lane into Ziggs, and I think Gam's going to be really happy with that because, like you mentioned, the top side really likes to take lead of the game, and getting the comfort jacks in with bans means that Kiaya is going to be set up for a great game to take the lead. Additionally, Smolder AD carry is one of the best scaling junglers. Best scaling AD carries in the game. So if you want to be a passenger, Smolder's a great pick for you because you're always going to be dealing damage later.
Well, on the Fnatic side, it doesn't look like they think this Smolder is going bot lane for now, at least. There's Ezreal ban, Jhin ban as well. Ashe can be a fine, but it's not one of those that you like picking into 6 just because you get outranged by his bombs as well. But they keep the flex alive, and it's going to be Rel, who's also been a power pick for now coming through.
It's actually been interesting. I didn't expect so much Smolder to be a priority coming into Worlds. I thought for sure at least the nerfs towards the sustain, some of the AD mids and all that would actually kind of, and of course the buffs to some of the AP mids would kind of suppress it a bit. But it's been a really big topic, especially from the Korean teams, especially like Chovy and Zeka and all these guys that have been really abusing it. What's your take on Smolder just coming into the meta for Worlds?
I think he specifically gets picked when Yone gets first picked.
Yeah.
And you just like, you shake hands like, well, I'm going to win the first round, maybe second round, and I'll survive after that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll have the scaling, you'll have the side lane pressure. Let's see who wins the game first. Like, let's see where the game ends. And I think so far, winning through the side lane against Smolder has been quite difficult. It is actually Kai's AD carry, so I was wrong. But I think it's very interesting. You saw that in the Hanwha game versus G2.
Yeah.
It was like a 3 Baron, like Yone trying to split push, like the top inhib, bot inhib, knocking on your Nexus door. And it just doesn't end. The game doesn't end. Smolder keeps stalling it. So we'll have to see whether or not Yone can actually win the game through side.
Wipo, first 10-15 minutes of the game, where are we looking at?
I mean, honestly, I'll be honest with you without revealing too much, because you know, I need to be mindful of what I want to say, but I think that the Nara into Jax is definitely going to be a nice matchup for the Zyra to come in and help. She's one of the fastest clearing junglers, which means her ganks aren't that powerful, but she's really good at harassing a lane opponent and kind of just like annoying them. Like you throw 2 plants at them, maybe you hit you shouldn't hit a root. I mean, if you hit a root, then there's a problem on the other side. But just harassing them out of lane, kind of ruining their lane condition, really helps for a champion like Jax. That's all about lane tempo. He needs to be able to crash waves, recall, buy components, and then keep pressuring, which is exactly what Gam wants to do.
All right, well, let's see how it happens in the Fnatic versus Gam in our 7th game of the day. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Law. It's going to be a good game. I can sense it, Fetty. I'm ready for another good game after the banger that was D plus Kia versus FlyQuest. Here we have a matchup that goes back in the annals of history, and as European casters, we would be remiss to not remember the good old days of 2017.
The good old days. Yes, it was at that World Championship that Gam surprised the world with their upset victory over Fnatic. Dylan Falco mentioned it yesterday on PGL. He was there.
Yeah.
And it was the Levi Nocturne. I'm sure for those long-time world viewers, you've heard that narrative many, many a time. But for new-time viewers, if you aren't familiar with the history, yeah, Gam took a very surprising upset win against Fnatic at that World Championship, and it put Fnatic in a very precarious position. It was definitely an interesting story that year for Europe.
I mean, it was a level 6 Nocturne at 5 minutes into the game. He was funneled CS from lanes, and I remember watching someone on Karma get absolutely bodied in that bot lane at level 3. Levi, obviously a very storied player here on Gam in his 8th international appearance. He's been to Worlds many times over the years. And now on the Zyra, we'll see how much impact he can have, because we are seeing Razork on this Jarvan, something that has been bandied around by analysts across the world, saying, hey, we actually think this Jarvan could be really good going into Worlds. We haven't seen too much of it yet.
We'll see. The lockdown he has versus these carries probably not going to be the easiest, given the mobility available to them. But it looks like the Gam are the ones to initiate the lane swap, avoiding the 2v2s and the 1v1s. But Kiaya has come down to bot lane. this is somewhat uncharacteristic. Typically what we will see is the top laner shadowing with the AD carry to get that level 2 and then TP bot and do the sequence that we so often see, while the supports hover around mids to also get that experience. But in fact, it's just a full-on swap. So you'll see Kiaya does have the E to mitigate the stun coming through from Jun. He's going to get bullied away. Still going to be able to get some experience, though. I guess he's saying in this 2 versus 1, they can't really kill me.
Emo, though, is going to be harassed down by Oscar. Humanoid already took a chunk out of him. Oscar realizing, well, I can't really do much top lane right now, although the wave has already crashed into his turret, so it would have been precariously getting XP and gold if he did stay around there. In fact, he's just going to run all the way down to the bottom side, it seems. Maybe try and harass Levi in the jungle.
The thing is, Razork he started on the top side. Yeah, I think it's smart. He's making a beeline towards bot. They need to dive Kiaya before the wave hits. You can see they're doing their best to wait for his arrival.
I'd actually like Oscar to build up some rage bar on that Gromp. He's going to come in with no rage at all. Levi is here. No one tanking the tower as of yet. Noah takes it, but Oscar just caught underneath. He flashes. The plant finds him. And that's disastrous for Fnatic, but great for Gam.
I mean, Gam just call the fact that, hey, your Ziggs can't do much to us early. You don't have the damage to set up an effective dive. Razork, because he started on the top side of the map, took much longer to be ready for the play. And Levi was able to clear out so many of his camps and be in a position to counter gank. So Gam start the game off with first blood. Oscarinen is now in a terrible position. He is a full 2 levels behind his top lane counterpart, has had access to no farm, no experience, and on top of that, Levi secures first blood.
Kiaya already level 3 here, has that counter strike. Obviously it doesn't do too much against Ziggs apart from against that short fuse, but it does a lot against the Shield of Daybreak because that is an auto attack modifier. The Leona stun, that Q is blocked by the counter strike. Humanoid still trading with Emo in the mid lane, but Gam out to a very strong early lead here, about 1,000 gold ahead, Vetti.
Certainly are. Easy Love also sitting very comfortably in this top lane, has the wave in a very nice spot. Support. Elio has moved down to assist Kiaya in the 2 versus 2. They're getting some decent damage down to Kiaya, but again, Jarvan now moving back towards the top side of the map. And look at this Zyra. Levi setting his sights on the top lane, clearing out some vision and just making it really difficult. Oscar is being shut out of this game.
I love it so much from Levi because what happened was Easy Love was able to freeze the wave around here and Oscar was fervently pinging like, hey guys, I need vision in Tribush, I need vision around here because the Zyra can come across. He goes, he places a ward. What's Levi's first call to action? All he does, he runs up to the top lane and says, I'm just going to sweep this. And now you don't know if I'm here. Easy Love can hold the freeze. Oscar still only level 3. Has 7 CS less than Kiaya, who's soaking up all of this experience as well, and is about 370 gold ahead right now. Gam have played this early lane swap really effectively.
Kiaya continues to get... Oh, he's taking a lot of damage now, though. Doing what he can to farm.
Oh,
back,
okay.
Ignite.
Less effectively now if Kiaya dies. He jumps away with the lead strike. Jun has to flash away as well. That Ignite is ticking, but won't take him down. Gam able to survive it. Didn't even burn Kiaya's flash.
That could have been a massive opportunity for Fnatic in the bot lane, had they been able to find that kill onto Kiaya, but the counter-strike once again doing wonders, mitigating that last auto attack and keeping him alive. Oscar finally has access to a wave, which will be uncontested, as Easy Love sitting comfortably, level 5, been given so much free farm, and Levi continues to farm his way through the jungle. Dragon going to be started off by Razork, something you don't typically see in a situation like this when there is no pressure on the map really for him to go for that play, but you know what? He's doing it sneakily, he's come over the wall, and Levi, he's been spotted on the mid lane as well.
Emo trying to get this wave shoved out. Jun here to try and push it back in favor of Humanoid, who's already burnt his TP. Both the mid laners have. Humanoid caught there with the Tangled Barbs. But we'll be able to back away with that Soul Unbound. Razork takes the first Drake off the board. A couple of pings coming down towards Easy Love in that bot lane. Possibility of a gank, but likely he'll step back when he knows that Jarvan has just taken the Drake. Instead, looks like Razork is just going to go across to his Razor Beaks.
Hoping that we'll see Razork start to impact the map a little bit more. One of the things that I think is just so important on Jarvan is that you are making your presence felt. He's such an effective ganking jungler, especially once he gets level 6, because it's so easy to just force flashes out from people, right? Or if they flash early, you can then lock them down with the follow-up of the ultimate. And as the level 6s come through, especially from champions like Yone and Ziggs, your setup becomes that much easier, the follow-up. And as I say that, there are the tick-overs to those level 6s. Kiaya pressures his advantage in the top side of the map. Sheen to Ruby Crystal. Quite the advantage indeed.
Oscar's so screwed, right? The lane swap is really put him behind, and Gamma playing incredibly well around one of their strongest members, Kiaya. You can see Levi here as well. Lock up Oscar in, and where you gonna go, little nut? The answer's back to the fountain. Gam collapse on Oscar. They've identified the point of weakness, and they are punching it down.
And this is devastating for Oscar because he's lost that whole wave. He is now down nearly 30 CS. As Humanoid now the one in danger.
Manages to get away. Easy Love going in with the killing instinct. Humanoid flashes. Easy Love does the same. He'll tank 3 tower shots and fall for getting the kill. The turret falls as well. Noah able to take that in the bot lane.
I mean, it's a weird situation because you commit your flash as Easy Love, but the crucial thing is that you just deny that whole wave from Humanoid as well. So similar to Oscar, just being denied that farm, denied that XP. The good news for Fnatic is they secure first tower on the bot side of the map. Noah then TP's top to catch that wave. So Noah is in a great position. But it does feel like that the rest of the map is just being run by Gam, and as Buppo said, they love to play through their top side of the map, and that's where all the advantages are sitting right now.
Razork really hasn't had as much impact as he'd like. You can see Levi about 24 CS up. That's 6 camps so far for the Zyra. He's looking for more. Razork going in, doesn't land onto Levi. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Elio the first target. Jun gets the kill. Levi and Easy Love forced out towards the top side.
There's a lot of members committed onto the top side of the map. Kiaya is going to have his way with the bot wave. Mid lane going to be answered by Humanoid once more as the red buff now being contested, but Levi and Easy Love is in a position. Easy Love is now losing out on a lot of farm.
It's true.
Earlier he was very comfortable in that top lane matchup, but ever since they kind of reverted back to standard lanes, Kiaya's been the one that's been benefiting from playing out in the 1v1 matchup, but as Elio has kind of been roaming around the map, Easy Love has been forced to sacrifice a lot of experience, so he now finds himself 1.4k gold down. But it's a similar situation for Oscar, who's almost going to get solo killed.
Yeah, he is going to get solo killed.
He's going to get solo killed. Kiaya dominating on the Jax. Trinity Force going to be completed soon. Humanoid now looking to at the very least get something back.
Kiana's being collapsed on here by Razork and Humanoid. Jumps across with the leave strike. Humanoid going with the Mortar of Steel, but can't find him.
Away to safety.
Kiaya blast cones away, as you say. And I will say, like, Fnatic have done an okay job of funneling gold onto Noah, while Kiaya was getting fed on the other side of the map. You can see he's about 1,000 gold ahead, but if I were to look at any Ziggs and say, do I trust that Ziggs to really be able to close out the game from here, Noah wouldn't be the first name to spring to mind.
I mean, to his credit, he did have a great game yesterday.
He did, and he's been playing well at this Worlds. It's just I don't associate him with Ziggs. He played it once in the LEC. He's played it twice throughout his entire career, once back in 2021 in the LCK. Lost both those games, and as well as that, like, Fnatic, they don't feel like a Ziggsy team to me. Like,
there's a lot of pessimism, which I understand, especially given the position that Kiaya is in. But I find that one of Fnatic's biggest strengths is their ability to find good fights. True. And I mean, especially yesterday against D plus Kia, that was how they got back into the game. Yeah. Now, their setup around neutral objectives, we'll just put that to the side for now. But fighting is something that Fnatic have typically found success with.
They do it really well. And all I'm saying is I don't associate Noah with Ziggs. He only played it once. It was in the finals. He did go 3-1 on it, but one of his problems was setting up around objectives, as you say. Like, often he would be basing while the rest of the team was stepping in. We'll see if that comes to the fore once again in this game as Jun looks to trade onto Elio. TP behind here by Gam as they look to collapse. All 5 of them on the top side of the map right now. Noah looking for that satchel. Flashes instead. The satchel not too well placed. Oscar's already down. Stranglethorn's coming out as well, and Jun is left alone underneath this tower. Mega Inferno Bomb will hit 5, but doesn't do too much. Gam find another, and they lose 2 grubs for it. They'll still get the 4th and get those mites spawning.
I mean, nice collapse coming out from Gam. They're really trying to leverage the strength of this Jax here in the early game. And why wouldn't you? I mean, you are 45 CS up on Oscar Renin. He has been completely shut out of this game. He is 3 levels down. Medic He has been starved of so much farm. Humanoid.
Emo still has flash here. It's good harass from Humanoid, but Emo, he had flash the entire time. You can see Levi coming across as well to make sure that Emo is safe, stacking up on that Smolder, 99 stacks at 12 minutes. Humanoid's just going to be forced out here by Levi. He's already got that Leandries. You can see that, oh, that was cheeky. You know, Humanoid dashes away, but still gets caught with the Tangle Barbs. Razor's going to get the second Drake of the game here for Fnatic. Still 1,000 gold lead for GAM, and 2,000 of it sitting on Kiaya in that top lane.
This tower likely going to fall. First one for GAM of the game. As the dragon falls, it's an easy cross map.
Okay, for a second I thought Kiaya was just going to empower W that and just like slap it, take it somehow under Razzle.
It doesn't quite have that much damage.
Like there's this plot armor around GAM when they play up against Fnatic, man. Like,
I mean, I will say the all-time world record is 3-1 in favor of Fnatic.
Yes.
The all-time international record is 7-1 in favor of Fnatic. So aside from that 2017 matchup, Fnatic typically get the better of GAM.
Yeah, but the thing is, you remember, like, it's confirmation bias. I 100% admit it, right? I know that most of the times, LEC beats VCS. That's kind of what usually happens. However, when I see Kiaya at 3-0, and I see Jun getting caught out, and the Tangle Barbs coming down, and the Stranglethorn's there to follow up, and I see Easy Love flashing forward, and I see Jun almost falling, and Mom coming in and getting the kill, I can't help but doubt it a little bit, Venius.
I understand where the pessimism comes from as GAM extends their kill lead to 6 against 2. It's 2.5K, the gold lead as well. A lot of that sitting in the pockets of Kiaya as he gets himself another plate. 3 levels down is such a catastrophic deficit for Oscar to find himself in. And in his face, Kiaya is just going to take the tower. Razork has to be here to cover.
It's been exemplary from GAM as well. Oscar in and going in, the TP behind as well. Fnatic want this fight. Razork coming in, has the Cataclysm, going to Kiaya, jumps onto the backline away, as well as immediately flashes away. And the Inferno Bomb's going to catch 2. Kiaya falls, the shot down to Razork. Levi next up, and another caught as Elio falls. Easy Love trying to get away, should be able to escape, but 3 quick kills over to Fnatic.
Now the Fnatic faithful are elated after finding themselves 3 quick kills. A nice punish onto the aggression from GAM. With confidence, Kiaya took that tower in the face of Oscar, but you have to respect that Fnatic's willingness to fight was there.
Yep.
They find a really nice TP and they're able to collapse. Oscar, 3 levels down, says, you know what? I may as well just go in, set up the play for my team, and they're going to be there to follow up. A nice ulti from Razork, immediate flash out to set up for a 3-man ulti from Noah. He then splits the fight up. And as 3 members find a kill on the left, 2 kills fall on the right. Oscar gets a crucial kill onto Levi, giving him some much-needed gold to help him get back into the game.
Credit to Fnatic as well for using the lead that Noah has. Luden's companion complete on him, has that Hextech Coordinator as well. The Mega Inferno Bomb doing a lot of work in that fight across 3 members. You can see the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, a huge advantage for Kiaya. In case you haven't been listening for the last 14 minutes where we mentioned it basically every minute or so. Noah, though, answering that lead with one of his own in the bot lane. Still 1,200 gold, the advantage for GAM. And Kiaya still very much in control of the side lane against Oscarinin.
GAM showcasing once again that they are a team that you cannot afford to underestimate. The strength that they have in top lane, but perhaps Elio has overstayed his welcome here.
Crashes down across the wall, the Solar Flare. Oh, Jun.
Ambitious.
Yeah, it was. He landed it though, so.
Now, fortunately, there's no real objective to play for in the near future. It's just about catching these waves. Levi forced to back away his Humanoid now with the Blade of the Ruin King. Is a scary opponent to fight in the side lane. Oscar patiently waits for the wave to be pushed in top so he can catch that, but now Kiaya is out on the map, and this is where Fnatic have to play defensively.
Kiaya just stands in their face, jumps back to the control ward, and Noah knows if he is ever caught out by Kiaya without a flash, and even with one, it will very quickly spell his end. I wonder if Oscar's freezing that side lane or if he's just going to push it out. He's kind of holding those minions a little bit further forward, but looks like he is just shoving the wave out. Kiaya starting up the Rift Hold here. Fnatic beginning to collapse. Humanoid has a TP. There's a couple of wards behind Gam if they do step a little bit too far. There we go. Once again, the flanking TP. Levi has the flash. He's locked up, though. Humanoid looking for the back line. He gets onto Levi already. We see Razork falling, but Humanoid's got one. Easy Love dashing away with a killer instinct as well. Oscar winning, going back in with a Gnar. Noah trying to put the damage down across the wall, but here comes Kiaya, and he's hungry for blood. There's two immediately, and Noah and Oscar winning walk away with their tails between their legs. Easy Love dodges away with the supercharger from the Mega Inferno bomb.
A very forced fight from the side of Fnatic that GAM are able to turn in their favor. Emo was largely untouched in the fight, and because Kiaya wasn't there, he's able to join later on and clean up the fight in GAM's favor. This is why you have to be so respectful of how powerful this Jax is. But Fnatic see an angle. They see an opportunity to find a numbers advantage fight. They commit. Target's slightly split in terms of focus, but so much damage comes out from Levi, throwing absolutely everything out. Then Yone comes over the wall, tries to lock down Easy Love. You'll notice that Humanoid misses two crucial Qs. The first one is the knock-up in there, right next to Easy Love. Would have been able to secure the kill with that. But ultimately now, Kiaya comes in, flashes over the wall. Nice counter-strike. Enables them to secure the kill. Easy Love also picking a kill up, and then the ultimate coming in late from Noah rather, not being able to secure anything. Now the Dragon is alive. A lot of ultimates have come off cooldown.
Razork has his. Noah's just coming back off cooldown as well. Levi's still about 5 seconds, 10 seconds away, so it looks like GAM are actually just going to give up the ghost on this Drake. It will be sole point for Fnatic.
Positioning there not ideal for GAM. They did have a nice push through bot, so maybe they could have gained access that way, but they'll concede it for now. So sole point for Fnatic. While they find themselves at a 1.5k gold deficit, again, a lot of that is sitting on Kiaya. Oscar has been able to close the experience gap somewhat. At the very least, Trinity Force completed for him. As Noah continues to get stronger, the Horizon focus putting him in a prime position to be the carry. 1-0-4 is the scoreline.
Yeah, it's the only gold lead for Fnatic as well. About 2,000 ahead. Humanoid, 300 behind. We've seen very little of Emo. He's often just been in a side lane farming up at 166 stacks
Those
right
are good
now.
stacks for 18 minutes.
Yeah. Especially since there hasn't been a lot of fighting around him. Usually you get a lot of stacks if you're, into a melee and you can just constantly stack off your lane opponent, but Emo has mostly been just getting as much CS, as much gold under his belt as possible. Second item now complete for Easy Love, as well as that Ginsu's Rage Blade hits his inventory. Rift Herald secured for Fnatic. They've done a good job of getting most of the neutral objectives as Levi's jumped on here. He has the Seekers though. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. Levi able to negate it, flashes away from that bouncing bomb.
I mean, the pick potential from that combo is lethal. The arm guard, I should say. Crucial there to help keep Levi alive as he's forced to flash away to safety. That bomb definitely would have connected from Noah. Fnatic forcing him back, gives them a window where they can start pressuring the top sides. Humanoid going to go and catch bot, knowing that he's probably the only member on the map that can go toe-to-toe with Kiaya. Fnatic don't want to overstay their welcome.
It makes sense, right? Like, they've managed to slow down the game a little bit, which allows Oscar Winning to get back into it a tad as well. And obviously, when you have a Ziggs in the mid lane, you can kind of slow the game down as much as you want. You just put down that explosive minefield. It's like, cool, wave's gone, excellent. We'll see you in 30 seconds when the next wave gets here. They can just play for a fourth Drake, or even if GAM over-invest in that fourth Drake, they can look towards something like the Baron, which is about to spawn as we crest over the 20-minute mark. The win probability powered by AWS slightly in Fnatic's favor, even though they are at a 1k gold deficit. Those dragons helping them out a tad.
It's one of the things where I feel like it should actually be a little higher, just given the amount of Drakes that they have, because now GAM is going to be forced to fight the next dragon.
Yeah.
And so far, GAM haven't really been able to find good setup around that objective. Razork's always been first to it. And with the Mountain Soul, it really does shift the dynamic. We already talked about how Soul just offers so much in terms of raw stats, but the Shield really going to offer a lot of values in these upcoming team fights, especially when paired up with the Locket secured there by Jun. Herald unlocked in mid lane. I don't know if they'll have enough to siege this, but of course, 6W.
Yep. Charge it in. 15% HP, I think, is what you need on the turret for that satchel to work.
I think it did throw it out, but then it didn't quite have...
Well, not quite enough damage, it seems. Kiaya jumping in here, looking for that counter-strike. We'll get it onto Humanoid. Grandmaster's Might coming out as well. And Humanoid's had enough of that fight. He'll dash away. Kiaya still chasing forward, though. Humanoid healing up a little bit. Razork flashing in. Kiaya sidestepping. The TP's coming in from GAM as well, as they want this Barney. They want this battle. Another counter-strike onto Razork. Mom comes down. Razork dives in with the Cataclysm. Kiaya ticking to the Ignite. Might fall on the backline. Razork's already dead. Kiaya survives. lives. Jun being chased out by Elio, who flashes in, lands the Shadowing Strike, the Magnet Storm. Noah and Jun have to flash the wall, they'll escape. And it was Humanoid who took the fight, but Gam who put him in his place.
Yeah, I mean, that is a strong Jax with the Sundered Sky completed as well. Humanoid took a trade that he just wasn't strong enough to take. That forces Fnatic into trying to help Humanoid out of that situation. While it doesn't cost him his flash, it costs Razork a lot. No flash now available for him. The Dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 16. These ultimates will likely be available for them around that objective, but we turn our attention back to Humanoid, gets completely outplayed in the fight. Bear in mind, Humanoid is 2 levels up, but it just goes to show the strength of Jax currently in the game. He tries to disengage, Razork comes in, doesn't connect the knockup. And the idea here is that with the Ziggs bomb coming through, you can throw the ultimate out, the Wombo combo will connect, but they just don't quite have enough damage. The Ignite, not enough to finish him off. And then all these additional flashes forced through as Elio finds a really nice ulti. And the follow-up from Easy Love means that Fnatic have to disengage. Frustration.
Yeah. Don't think he's too happy with that sequence. But that's a lot of flashes burnt. Jun none, Noah none, he's burnt his TP as well. Humanoid, the only Fnatic member who was involved in that play, who actually kept his flash summoner spell. Oscar in here to join this battle. It's
Soul Medic.
Soul, as you say, 20 seconds for Fnatic to try and pick up that mountain. Kiaya, no flash of his own. Elio, the same. Fnatic gain control of the river. Humanoid's down towards the bottom side. All ultimates available on either side. I think Easy Love's Killer Instinct 9 seconds away from coming up. Jun caught out. Solar Flare misses. Counter-Strike going out. They dive in and immediately they lock down Emo. Kiaya next up. The Gnar back doesn't quite land the stun because the Cataclysm fell just before it. Levi trying to do everything he can in the middle of the fight, but he just can't do enough. Fnatic find 3.
The team fighting prowess of Fnatic still comes through. They're able to find a nice fight, and what should have been a crazy wombo combo between Razork and Oscar, while it does end up falling short, still works out nicely. I was worried because Fnatic invested a lot onto Elio, and I mean, I was like, you're investing a lot onto the support at the very start of the fight, but they're able to make it work out. So look, I misspoke. I thought the focus, it was Emo that they turned their attention onto. Great target selection then from Fnatic as they shut down the Smolder right from the start. Kiaya gets very low, and you'll see here, the Cataclysm goes down just as Oscar tries to make a mega play. Still, though, it works out. Razork gets the knock-up onto Levi. And then the Rel committing with a really nice ultimate, but there's no more follow-up.
The important thing is Kiaya's low at that point, right? Because if he can follow up with a counter-strike in the middle of those 5 players, maybe he and Easy Love could clean up the fight, but Fnatic were able to chunk him out just enough. And tides now turning very much in Fnatic's favor. They have been for the last few minutes, but with a soul and a gold lead in their pockets, they are in prime position to start to close this one out.
What I will say is you were skeptical of Noah's Ziggs, but I think so far in this game he's had a great performance.
Yeah, he definitely
has.
His
ultimates have been quick to follow up, and the engage is coming through from Fnatic. He's currently deathless in this game.
Agreed.
And I know coming into the World Championship, confidence was a really big thing for Noah. We've talked so many times domestically about him stepping away from social media so that he can focus on his mental health and make sure that he can play with no fear and with the full potential of what he's capable of. And I think so far from this World Championship we've been seeing.
We saw it yesterday against Aiming as well, like just taking the 1v1, flashing in, going for those fights. Obviously Fnatic didn't end up winning that game, but it is a side of Noah that we haven't seen in a while after he made a few mistakes on the LEC stage, and now it's good to see him back into that sort of form. And as you say, having a great Worlds so far. Fnatic are beginning to suffocate Gam out of the game. Emo is at 225 stacks, just crested that mark though. The Smolder can always be a terror as the game goes on. It's a 1-3-1-ish split here by Fnatic, kind of a 0-4 in the jungle, 0-1 in the jungle, 0 right now from them. But Noah and Jun teaming up in the mid lane, Humanoid getting the push in the bot lane. That's going to have to be answered by Kiaya. Oscar's going back up towards the top side. It's still 2,000 gold in the hole, but has slowly got himself back into this game, and his Gnars and his team fighting has been in a good enough spot that Fnatic have been able to battle back into the matchup. Gam, on the other hand, struggling really to find purchase. They do have 2 items on the Smolder, 2 on Easy Love as well. Kiaya with the Sundered Sky and the Triforce is in a very strong spot. They just haven't quite been able to really enact what this composition wants to do.
I mean, I would say, one of the problems I have is that Easy Love on the Kai'Sa kind of wants to go in.
Yep.
And then when you kind of follow that up with the Jack, sure, that makes sense, but Zyra and Swallow do not.
Yeah.
Right? These are two champions that kind of want you to engage into them. They then use their disengage tools, but then you've got a short-range champion like Kai'Sa, who, if the Gnar is going on to you, you kind of want to leverage your ultimate to then sidestep him and maybe go for a duel onto the backline. If the Rel connects an ultimate onto, say, Noah or to Humanoid, then you can follow that up. So it feels like that the fight is trying to be fought on two different fronts, which just makes it harder to execute. And on top of that, like, they've struggled to approach these objectives. We haven't really seen GAM get a fight on their terms. It's always been Fnatic deciding when the big 5v5s have happened. Where all the advantages for GAM have come from is through their individual prowess. The fact that Kiaya has been outplaying Oscar, the fact that the early lane swap did go their favor, the fact that they've been punishing Fnatic for their oversteps. It's Humanoid now looking to execute
has to burn
Emo.
the flash. And that's what Humanoid's looking to do now, right? Like, Stride Breaker, Blade of the Ruin can complete. Has the BF Sword and the Vamp Scepter alongside it. He can just jump in on repeat, burn the ultimate. It's much shorter cooldown than the flash. Kiaya trying to take a fight on GAM's terms, but can't quite find the angle. Maybe now. Elio's gonna go in, double Magnet Storm, Noah flashes away, Easy Love diving in with a killer instinct, but Jun immediately reacts to it. Easy Love flashes into the bush, Oscar with a good Narv onto the wall, the Mega Inferno Bomb there to follow up, and GAM look for the fight, but it's too little too late. Kiaya counter-striking his way forward, but Razzle's gonna lock him up, the Zenith Blade comes back, and Kiaya will fall. Fnatic counter-punch the fight from GAM, and now the Baron's in their eyes.
A really nice idea there from GAM, catching the bot lane out from Fnatic, and Easy Love looking to leverage that dive potential, but he can't quite find the execute onto Noah. He doesn't quite have the damage, and Fnatic with the re-engage just tear GAM apart. Humanoid has easy access onto the backline. Oscar with a nice two-man ultimate. Just another well-fought 5v5 from Fnatic, again leveraging the big strength of this roster.
And now they'll have the Baron around them for the next 3 minutes. Razzle delaying it so that Oscarinin can share the buff with the rest of his teammates. We'll see what they can do in this Red Bull Baron power play. I believe Noah had just finished his Rabadon Step Cap before that fight began. He was in such a power spot. And now he'll go back and build up towards his Void Staff or Crypt Bloom, depending on where he wants to go.
Look back at the fight, and again, I really like the idea here from GAM.
Idea.
You collapse onto Noah, the W from Easy Love connects, the TPs are very quick responding, but look at the peel that comes in from Fnatic, immediately onto Easy Love, and Oscar, by himself, keeps 4 members busy. Then the re-engage comes through, he does end up dying to Emo, but look at Humanoid versus Levi and Emo, basically single-handedly isolates them. Kiaya does what he can to kill out the backline, but you're hitting onto the tankiest member in Jun, and they can't, unfortunately, convert it into anything. A frustrated face, understandably so, was GAM. Had a very strong advantage against Fnatic in this matchup, but unfortunately, when it came to the fights, Fnatic ended up getting the better.
And now Fnatic pushing through this bot side, only Easy Love there to answer. GAM might try to collapse, but their inhibitor tower is already gone before they can get there. The Elder is up in 10 seconds, but don't think an Elder for Nexus exchange is what GAM want out of this play. Jun trying to keep Kiaya and Levi at bay. The TP coming in as well. There's the Soul of that Mega Inferno Bomb. Holy hell, look at that damage on Levi. Immediately they dive in. Oscar jumping across the wall. Levi is dead. Humanoid surviving for a second, but not for much longer. Razzle's caught out as well. It's a good fight so far for GAM, 2 for 2. The exchange, Oscar trying to chase Elio down towards the bottom side. And I don't think this rel is long for the Rift. In the end, it will be a 3 for 2 in favor of Fnatic, but GAM almost found something there.
Can they actually go for this Elder? I mean, there's no jungler alive.
Whether it's good or not is the question, ready?
I mean,
they're gonna start it up. Emo is still in base, no TP for him. It'd be a hell of a steal if Easy Love can somehow find a Void Seeker. Noah has the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Easy Love's going to try and sneak around the side here, spotted out by a ward. You can see Oscar in trying to block
the Kai'Sa W.
The Void Seeker. Jun trying to do the same. Emo's here. Void Seeker blocked by Oscar in 1000 on the Elder. Mega Inferno Bomb going onto it, and Noah will secure it. Oscar in diving forward, but dying for it. Jun hit out with another Void Seeker, but the Killer Instinct not available to Easy Love. In the end, the Elder secured by Fnatic, but it was done well close.
Yeah, I mean, a scary situation for sure. We see here the bot lane being pushed in by Fnatic. Jun's in a position to stop the collapse. Then so much damage comes down onto Levi, so he's forced to disengage. He throws on everything he's got to lock down the Yone, and they're able to end up trading it back. Well played by Levi, considering the position that he was in. Kiaya then buys a lot of time with the counter-strike, but also Razorgood committed very deep to try and isolate Emo, resulting in what was initially a 2-for-2, but of course then Elio finds himself isolated and he loses his life as well. So Elder goes down. I think only 2 members end up having it, Jun and Noah. The rest of the members weren't actually respawned in time, but they turn their attention towards the top lane tower. A single auto-attack passive from Noah and W will be enough to secure this objective.
I will say Ziggs at 2-0-11 and 4 completed items. Not someone you want to mess around with when he has the Elder Drake as well. As you say, short fuse into Satchel is enough for Fnatic to take down that tier 2 in the top lane. A 7,000 gold lead for them now. Super minions pushing in the bot lane. There's 2 of them marching their way towards the GAM base. And now you feel you got to flick that switch, GAM. You got to find to engage. Elio has the Magnet Storm, the Flash, and the Crash down. Just look for something. Emo obviously has Mom and has a bunch of stacks at his back. 290 on him. Levi almost caught out. Mega Inferno Bomb stopped by the stopwatch. Levi able to survive under the towers. Fnatic disengaged, but the Elder from Noah. That was just tick damage onto Elio. Oscar going in with the wallop. Stuns up Kiaya, but now he's on the wrong side of the wall. Does still have the flash. Satchel in by Noah. GAM disengaging. Levi dead!
I mean, I loved the play, but Noah knew what he was doing.
A bouncing bomb, and Noah, he's looking for more, looks for the explosive minefield, but now has no flash pops. Zhonya's Kiaya looking for that counter-strike. Noah Satchel's away, the killer instinct in, but Easy Love, and now Noah's down, but Humanoid can have the time of his life on the back line. You don't need the Elder when you're Yone. Fnatic in the end will lose 1-4 and look to take down these Nexus towers. Elio back alive, goes in with the Magnet Storm, but Easy Love's not here to help him out. Stunned up underneath the Nexus towers, still minions here as well for Fnatic. Jun takes the kill with the Elder, the super, stopping that backdoor bonus from being removed. The Nexus will fall, and Fnatic, in a messy affair, will find the win. GAM tried as they might, but Fnatic faithful are rewarded. 1-1 now for the European #2 seed.
Whew. A crazy game with GAM really coming out the gate swinging with impressive lane swapping, but Fnatic team fighting ultimately turned it around. Let's send it over to the AD to get their thoughts.
My thoughts are that this is the most Fnatic game I've seen in my life.
Well earned. We were never scared.
No.
As LEC pundits, we always knew Fnatic were going to win that one, of course. Yeah.
I just wish we had candid cameras back here during the game.
It's never a Fnatic game if there's no stress. So I'm like, everything went as... Oh my God, bringing this back to Jun. Yeah, I forgot that he was injured here, but yeah.
Nightshare is the real
Managed to win in the end. Never worried, Dracos. Never.
No, and well, of course we were terrified at many points, but ultimately getting that one on the board is big for this team. They're notoriously, you know, very momentum-based, very emotional team, so getting a win by any means is an excellent start to hopefully turn around the start of the tournament. I don't think this is a win that they're going to feel proud of because it was... Normally when you see a Smolder in the game, it's after 225 stacks that you're scared. They were losing to the Smolder who had 100 stacks for the vast majority of the game.
There's going to be a lot of points that they're going to want to review just because it was kind of catastrophic. This one was a great combo, as you know. That was insane, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, every second's count, as the Gnar ultimate from Oscar actually just brings Zyra and Easy Love straight into a Fnatic's composition.
Yeah, it's about finding these opportunities, honestly.
Yeah, and they did, like, credit to them, they did weather the storm. They did keep the discipline up, because there are situations and there are games where I've seen Fnatic fall behind like this and not be able to come back, not be able to find those teamfight angles. They certainly had the tools to do so. Noah Ziggs was a very big part of that. But in the clutch, they found really good fights because Smolder is not a champion you can mess around with, right, ultimately. And you can see that the gold, you know, wasn't really in Fnatic's favor for the vast majority of the game.
Yeah.
So the fact that they did bring it back, the fact that they didn't leave themselves vulnerable to Smolder, and one of the first teams to survive that Smolder late game, I think is a testament to how good they can be.
Well, let's see what they have to say about this. We have El Cachorro de la Jungla ready on stage, Razork standing by with Shocks in the Verizon post-game interview.
Fnatic overcome GAM, even though Razor, you were behind for most of that game and they had a Smolder. All the other teams that have played versus a Smolder have mostly lost. So what do you feel like the key was to winning that late game and making sure that you weren't another victim of Smolder?
I mean, I think the main point was that we got a lot of dragons and we got really strong soul. We got the mountain soul. So it was a bit easier for us, but yeah, it's very stressful to lose early game against Smolder. And I think our comp was actually like supposed to be strong in early game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we managed to get good fights and we came back.
Yeah, I think that's a good lesson probably, right? Because with no disrespect to GAM whatsoever, if you go up against other teams that may be stronger in pushing their lead, that will be a problem. So do you think in general for Fnatic, the early game is something to look at?
For sure. I think, I mean, both games we did lane swap or something happened level 1 and early game and we like got behind. Like yesterday, 2 people died. Today, Oscar died level 1. So it's like we need to figure it out what we are doing if we want to actually have a higher chance against winning against a better team.
Yeah, absolutely. But a win is a win, and the World Championship, it is about taking from those losses and those wins what you can in order to move forward. So how do you feel overall with the fact that yesterday's game versus Diplaskia was, of course, pretty close, but particularly in terms of your confidence? Because I know that that's always a huge thing for Fnatic.
Well, I think yesterday we were very stressed and everyone was very nervous. I think today we were not that stressed coming into the game because, I mean, we feel like we are a better team than GAM. But it got a bit stressful after we started losing because we knew that today winning was very important. I'm a bit relieved that we won. So, I mean, hoping for our next opponent and we can go to 1.
Yeah, I have good news for you also because your next opponent can't be Team Liquid because you're,
nice.
You're in the 1-on-1 pool. Anyways, final question. I know it's Noah's birthday and I feel like probably Noah, like the rest of you, had a pretty rough day in terms of how that game ended. So how important is this win, not just for him to feel better, but you know, knowing that you get that run that Europe deserves?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy birthday now if you're hearing this. I think he should be feeling great that we won today, even though it wasn't the cleanest win. It's just a win. And I mean, it's also, I think, first win for June at Worlds.
Yeah.
Because it's his first Worlds, so wasn't the cleanest, but I hope he enjoys it.
Yeah, on to many more. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But it's a similar situation for Oscar, who's almost going to get solo killed.
He is going to get solo killed.
He's going to get solo killed. Kiaya.
I flash out. We can play this low, guys. Look. I killed the rel.
Esa. No
Look, Smoldinho, guys. Smoldinho.
I can go here, by the way. I can go here.
I can ulti.
Drake, guys. Look.
Kill them, guys. Look, combo the side up. Nice, together. Drake and us.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice. I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the bite. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge. I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to choo-choo. Kill him in the new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade. run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the halo, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been since the cradle. Build different, homie. You could go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm the greatest. I'm the hero and the villain. You could pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'm trying to win my enemies and they gon' hate. Hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the friends. Click, giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the one reason to call day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky. Or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade.
And welcome back to the desk for the last game of the day. Here it's a rematch between PSG Talon and MDK. We've seen that one before.
Yes, we have. In fact, I remember seeing PSG Talons, like, they showcased the video of them going through the draw, seeing that they're going up against Mad Lions. Like, all right, Revengers time. This is the Avengers. We're getting a chance to be able to get a get back versus Mad Lions. So I feel like they're a bit fiery, knowing that they have to face them again.
And I mean, it's somewhat easier being the team that lost. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but let me elaborate.
Okay.
Because it's so much easier to fix your flaws and then decide what you're going to do different coming into the matchup instead of being MDK, who obviously won last time. So they had their way of playing. And I mean, their way of playing was mainly for Alvaro. What a series he had. But I also think PSG just in general leveled up from what we saw in play-ins. And I think this will be closer than we had anticipated at first.
But let's talk about improvements then maybe, right? On the side of PSG. Much more control they feel in the early game.
And to me, it was around Woody a little bit more, because that's what we were looking for. In Plains, we didn't get too much of that. We saw a lot of that domestically in the PCS, where he was going up against the SoftBank Hawks and everything, and Woody was, remember, the finals MVP. Somebody was creating a lot of plays, roaming a lot, and a lot of the early control that they had versus Humble Life was because of the early roams that he had, and I felt like the early skirmishes there too favored them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We even saw that in the beginning when they played up against 100 Thieves. It was through Woody, who always had really good flanks on the Alistar as well. So I think coming up against LoL Esports, they found a way to kind of replicate what they so much did domestically. They have a very slow-paced style, but it's usually still around these objectives that they're able to secure and then just spread out the map and play through that. So now, having had a couple games to get into their flow, I mean, hopefully they're putting up a fight.
It's funny because they'll challenge you. They'll like, Woody's the type of person who's like, okay, I will be there with Junjia on Scuttlecrab. Are you going to be here or not? Because if you're not, then fine, we'll take it and we don't have to take a fight. And oftentimes, if the enemy team is willing to take a fight, like Ajay will be looking and be trying to take something on a side lane. Of course, this is when they were going up against Hanwha. It was a pretty sad later portions of the game, but this is when they were actually getting things going early.
No, I totally loved all the early game tools they kind of drafted for themselves, right? You had the Alistar to play through that we've already talked so much about. But what we didn't talk so much about was the Sejuani pairing with the Jags. It made it really easy to skirmish through topside as well. It was so easy for them to find that early pick potential, and it just made it so much easier for them to play that entire early game.
Yeah, the Grubs take there was great up until Zeka did some Yone things. Like the moment that happened.
He's a clutch player, that Zeka.
Is it a Zeka thing? Is it a Yone thing? Who knows?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we see
I think
this
it's
champion.
Zeka.
I think it's both. I think it's both. But talking a bit about Mad Lions here, GB, you were mentioning Alvaro's performance. I want to give props to all the team, honestly. When you think of the expectations again at the beginning of the year, the slump, I want to say, they had for 2 splits and finally making it to Worlds. Pretty good performance in playing. We're not going to talk about what happened yesterday. They had a good 10 minutes, and that's what matters.
No, absolutely. And I think you can think and have expectations of MDK going as far or low as you want here at Worlds. I don't think personally they're going to go to the quarters, but I think no matter what...
I don't like what I'm hearing here.
That's okay.
Raz, do you want to go?
Sorry. No matter what.
No, sorry.
Pull it in.
Yeah, no, come on. No,
I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance.
Okay,
I'll give you a chance, GB.
How long? How much do I have? And don't ask me to say it in 5 words because then I'm screwed.
10 words.
No, I'm not even going to do that because my head is going to get blown up.
Okay, fair.
I think that Alvaro will be a future prospect of Europe. Like, I think what he already showed in Winter and what he's shown here at Worlds against the high quality of opponents, he's only going to continue to grow. I think he'll be one of the best supports we'll have in Europe in the future, and I think he's already laid a great foundation. Like last time they played against each other, it's moments like this in Game 1 where he was already carrying and setting up MDK, but not only that, he continued to do so in the series when he got on the Alistar.
That was such a game-winning play that they had on Maple, and I will still always remember much earlier on when they went up against Kati in VKE, and he just kind of completely burned his flash, pushed him off, one lane for Friscawi. Like, I think the team, when they started this year off, I was pretty excited about them because they were a unit. They felt like they were always on the same page, and that was great to see from them. And obviously, throughout the year, it kind of teetered off, but they're back on track, and now they're going up against PSG, and I'm favoring them.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue I had with MDK in their early game was their understanding of what Alvaro needed to do in that swap situation, because he was trying to go down and cover for bot, where against BLG, where he unfortunately tried to take a trade with Ray, and that kind of put him in an unfavorable position on the dive, and it kind of made it really difficult for them to cover for Mirren as well down in that bottom side, which I was a bit disappointed about because I thought in play-ins they were the one who was initiating those plays, those lane swaps, right? They were the one who was actually having really good success with that when they had Super on Jinx.
And Laure, I know you didn't want to talk about it, but let's talk about it. The BLG game, because that was the one where literally the first game in Swiss stage where I'm like, are we getting an upset? Like the early dive that happened when Mirwin comes up ahead, the early skirmish on Scuttlecrab, or not Scuttlecrab, but the Grubs, where I was like, wait a minute, they're beating BLG in fights after fights. I thought that was going to be the moment where, so I was like, maybe. That was a big maybe.
And we were all thinking that.
Yes.
I think the problem was MDK got it in their own head as well, because while the game state wasn't the worst in the mid game, they started making plays that seemed like it was a really bad game state. I remember them chasing Bin all the way down in that bottom side where they're just losing their entire base, right? They're losing to the mid lane turret, they're losing the next one. So it felt like they committed to desperation plays when I think they really didn't need to. So I'm hoping we see a more calm and collected Mad Lions
And I
today.
feel like, especially after what happened yesterday, they're going to readjust the approach that they have coming into this
Yes,
game.
and I feel like Coach Bin gave them an advice. Which was, save your pick against us. Don't go with anything crazy now. Go against the next opponent. Guess who the next opponent is? It's PSG. So if you have a Lulu top that you want to have, bring back the Nidalee. Flex, by the way. I'm just saying they're an incredibly creative team. I don't want to be seeing, you know, G2 be the only team that pushes the levers when it comes to the draft.
No, MDK, G2 has been taking notes on MDK this year, honestly, in terms of like how crazy they can bring the drafts they can bring here on the Rift. But I'm just wondering, they know PSG. PSG knows MDK. Both teams evolved. The meta evolved a bit also since play-ins. Who do you think it's favoring now, considering the new champions that we saw, but also what Mad Lions can bring to the table? Because I don't expect at least more creativity than Mad Lions on the side of PSG.
Ooh, I think so. For Ajer, knowing that he could just go back to the Rumble, I know that that was something that he was, already had there, that he was willing to play. But I think we've gotten the confirmation that the nerfs weren't enough and that people are still valuing it. And some of the ults, especially from Zika on LNG, were just so good in teamfight changing. Aja is a good Rumble. I would love to see him on that pick, especially with how good the backline has been for Mad Lions. So I'm pretty excited for it. I think we would. That would be my pick. I don't know about you.
No, I mean, I think that I haven't seen enough yet for PSG, actually, if I'm honest. I'm hoping to see more. I would say that flexibility-wise, we have seen more from MDK just yet.
Well, let's see now. We're ready for the game. Casters, over to you. Last game of the day. Take it away.
And here we go, MDK versus PSG, the rematch. We've all been waiting for, mostly because you're not usually able to have rematches here at Worlds. Or at least not in the Swiss stage, where both these teams met up in the plains. It was MDK who came out victorious, then a 2-1 victory, but PSG have leveled up dramatically since then. The question is, have MDK?
Yeah, see, I'm not sure I'd buy into that.
I think they have, Benny. I think they looked really bad at the start of plains. And then they looked a lot better.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I think that PSG is a strong team, but I think that both Mad and PSG had really tough opponents.
No, they did.
They had the first seed from the LPL and the first seed from the LCK, so...
Yeah, PSG didn't look as great yesterday, but at the end of plains, they looked better.
Sure.
They were kind of better then, MDK didn't look great yesterday either against HLE.
I mean, the thing is, the advantage, I would say, that PSG have going into this matchup is that they lost the series against Mad.
Yes.
But now this one arguably holds more weight, in a sense.
Yeah, I can see that.
And now, because you've lost 2-1, you now have a good idea of the things that went wrong for you, and then you can come back.
Learn from your mistakes.
Whereas from Mad's perspective, they had a clear idea of how they were winning. And so maybe they don't change. And because it's only a best of one. But again, it's kind of you're getting very granular there, you know what I mean?
It's kind of ethereal. You know, it's kind of loosey-goosey.
But this is an example. The Nidalee ban, I think, is something that PSG definitely respect a lot from MDK, and it makes a lot of sense. BLG showed that same level of respect. The Aurora going to come through from MDK, so pretty standard. The Cassante. Now, again, this was something that MDK basically just showcased in the playing stage, which was we are going to play through our Jinx Cassante lane swap approach, and it's worked for them. But a lot of other teams have just been trying to deny it as much as possible. Mirwin hasn't been showing us a bunch of crazy different picks here at the World Championship. He's actually been, well, like every other top laner in all honesty, which has come to a bit of a surprise to many of us.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he brings out something different in this matchup today. Jarvan going to be removed from the side of PSG with Sejuani, so a lot of jungle bans. In fact, that's 4 across the board. What will be the first pick?
Nidalee's a top lane ban, man.
True.
Kind of forgot about that. Yone available. It's been first pick worthy throughout the course of today, and it continues to be so as Maple will lock that in for himself in the mid lane, we assume. Obviously, Azure could take it towards the top side, but wow. Okay, that was quick from MDK. Immediate Ziggs Vi. They know where their bread is buttered. They are looking for that all-in with the Mega Inferno Bomb to follow up.
I mean, now what do you think about if you're PSG? Maokai maybe is a possibility. If you really want to round out your top side, which many teams have been doing, you could go for the Renekton here as well for Aja. I mean, you could also consider denying the Jax away, so you just lock that one in and then you've got that for yourself. They could also consider the Rumble, something that Aja has, well, he's very well known for.
Also gives you the mix damage that you're looking for, right?
Exactly.
Because Ziggs already off the cards means that you can't play Ziggs bot lane to give you that magic damage. There's the Rumble. Good call on both the Maokai and the Rumble there, Vedi. Maple hasn't yet locked this in for PSG, but it makes the most sense in terms of rounding out damage profiles and rounding out that top side. The question is, has Mirwin got something spicy in his sleeves?
But you don't really care about top right now. What you're thinking about is either mid or support. You could lock in something like a Leona just to guarantee it, so you've got that lockdown, good matchup alongside the Ziggs. Or, I was going to say, the other thing is Smolder, depending on what your priority is. And it looks like they're saying, even if we can't get our hands on the Leona, it's fine. There are other options. Instead, we want to make sure that we have this scaling AD carry that can answer the Yone later on in the team fight. So, Fresskowy going to be piloting that one. I will be honest, I have not been impressed with Fresskowy's Syndra and his laning phase in general. I think one of the big things to be concerned about if you're a Mad Lions fan coming into this matchup is Maple versus Fresskowy, as Maple has been warming up throughout the tournament. Giving him this Yone could very well be a scary situation to find yourself in. Jhin, Renekton, going to be the next bans coming out from MDK PSG. I wonder if we'll get the Ashe coming through, maybe even the Kai'Sa. But Kai'Sa, maybe that's a little bit too ambitious in terms of its short range.
Could you ever run Smolder top here?
Definitely could.
Yeah, like Mirwin played it twice against G2, lost both those games, but it is something he's brought out before. Even with the nerfs, can still work okay, right? So the Jhin and the Ezreal banned away by MDK. They've already got their bot lane on lockdown, so they are just trying to remove some of Betty's possible tools. He did play the MF in the game they won against MDK in that series that PSG obviously ended up losing. So,
I ban Camille, you know.
Yeah?
Just thinking, I mean, Camille's lockdown when paired alongside Vi and Ziggs is a very lethal combo. But Nara is the safer top lane option. Again, as you rightly said, right now they believe that this Smolder is going into the mid lane.
I think that's a valid belief, right? But
there's Galio. Now that, I think, is Galio top.
It's quite possible.
We've been... when did we hear about it? I feel like it was summer regular season we were hearing about Galio. Because Galio got some changes.
We heard about it before MSI as well. Because I remember the big thing was like, we're expecting to see Galio top at MSI, and then it really wasn't played that much. But yeah.
But I genuinely think this is Galio top, we'll see once the final lock-in comes through. But there's that Kai'Sa that we did talk about. I was a little bit worried given that how short range the champion is, but paired alongside the decent amount of dive in the backline threat that they do have, I think it can make sense, especially with just adding a little bit more magic damage to the comp. Now, you imagine Rel is going to be the round out. Very stock standard draft. I mean, this is basically the same. I think this is the same composition that Genji ran earlier today. I think
so.
It was many games ago, so I have forgotten. But the round out now from MDK. Naturally, I would expect a Leona here, but I don't know.
I mean, Alistar's also okay into the Rel.
Yeah, also fine.
And Alvaro, a very good Alistar player, having a great world so far. Is Alvaro in the bottom lane.
So I think that is Galio top.
Yeah, we saw this once in the LEC. It's the only time it's been played in the major region in 2024. It was Broken Blade in the season finals against Giant X. He, at the time, went for I think it was a Hollow Radiance build with the Riftmaker.
I mean, it's just, Galio is great into magic damage. Just fact, his W gives him a magic damage shield, and then also when you press the W, it also gives you more damage mitigation versus magic damage as opposed to physical damage. So he's just great into AP matchups in general, and his ultimate is just a great global tool that allows you to attack side lanes, but also just more peel. Like there's a lot of dive that's going to be coming through onto the Smolder, onto the Ziggs, but you can use it both offensively and defensively, with both Alistar and Vi looking to potentially dive onto the backline. The Galio is there to follow it up. Now in terms of the matchup, I'm going to be honest, I don't have a lot of experience with Galio versus Rumble. I imagine the Rumble would get early push, but it's a lane that I don't think we'll see a lot of action around early on. The thing to be cautious of is any potential lane swaps that could come through in this early game.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. Winds of War is a very powerful ability, and obviously Galio's passive giving you that big slam down with your auto attacks as well can do a lot of work. Let's see if MDK decide to put some pressure in the top side, or whether it is predominantly leave the Galio on an island. Both teams moving out onto the map, but you guys at home, you got to move out and remember to log into your Riot account on LoLEsports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds, emotes, icons, and capsules. Get them for yourselves, show them off in front of your friends. And yeah, be the life of every party with your emotes and your icons.
You go to a party and you show off your League of Legends emotes.
I have League Partner Program, so I've got them all ready.
And that's what you do. It's like flashing your gym badges.
I'm like Smaug, just holding all of them, hoarding all of them underneath me. The Rammus OK one is my favorite. That sits on top of the pile.
But again, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that you go to parties and show these off.
I mean, I look very... I'm 33 now and engaged to be married, okay? There aren't many parties that I go to anymore. The ones I do are on the Rift. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, wow, I've never actually physically cringed in my life, but that definitely does the trick.
That's a lie, Betty.
pressure. I'm the king of cringe. Anyway, looking at some of the early setups, it looks like we're going to get stock standard lanes, which is always a joy to see. Ziggs and Alistair. Not the strongest 2v2 early laning phase. They'll be relatively safe, though. Very rarely is a Ziggs ever in danger. So I imagine that PSG should be able to get that early prio in the bot lane matchup. In the mid lane, we expect Smaller to have control. And on the top side of the map, I am curious whether or not the Rumble gets that early advantage in terms of push, and what Elyoya and Junja will use in order to find some early game advantages. Red side start for both junglers means that they will be mirroring each other.
Woody jumping in here. Alvaro getting the knock up as he lands. Just mitigating some of that damage. Obviously, Aftershock helping out as well.
Sorry, I just watched Super miss both minions because he threw his auto attack and it was just so slow that the minion died before he got the last hit. So he's missed a few already in the early laning phase, as the early pressure coming through is kind of as we expected. Doran's Ring start for both top laners for that extra bit of AP damage to start things off. Frescowy dropping that ward to try and spot out the Maokai. I think he did, but if nothing else, he should be able to identify that simply due to the Raptors being gone, that Junjia will be on the top side of the map.
Junjia pathing up towards Azure on this Galio. Winds of War coming out from Mirwin's going to be able to get that early push. It looks like Colossal Smash as well. Does do quite a lot of damage if you're using it in the middle of that other wave. That's the Galio passive, so can just get that push in. Maple jumping forward here. Put a little bit of damage down onto Frescowy. Gets the shield at the end as well to make it a more even trade than it would have been.
Favorable trade overall, though, for Frescowy, who's kind of burned through his mana already. Junglers now hovering around their respective top and bot lanes. I don't think Junja really sees an opportunity for a gank here. Actually, hang on a second.
What are we hanging on for, Billy?
I was confused because I didn't see the magic shield on Mirwin, so I thought that he'd skilled something different, but I'm assuming it just got burned.
Yeah, probably just, he is playing into a Galio.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was surprised, right? That's why I said, hang on a second.
Taking a little bit too much damage in that lane, gets it burnt down. Yeah, probably a relatively slow early game between these two teams. The junglers exchanging Scuttle Crabs. Junja going in here, looking to see if any of these camps are up. Nothing available for him. Can shadow Maple to make sure that this wave crashes in. Mirwin stepping back, knows that his jungler's on the other side of the map, so is just accepting the wave a little bit deeper. And Elyoya charging up the Vault Breaker just in case any shenanigans were about to occur.
Now PSG, when we kind of look at their year, domestically continue to dominate, naturally, as we've come to expect from so many of the players from PSG. But at MSI, they had an incredible best of 5 against BLG, surprising many and pushing them to the full 5 games. And coming into this tournament, we heard a lot of hype. A lot of experts on the region really set high expectations for PSG. And then coming into play-ins, ultimately, while they did fall short against MDK, they did knock out the NA third seed. And while the start to the tournament was not a pleasant one, or I should say the Swiss stage was not a pleasant one going up against HLE, I think expectations are still high. The possibility of them being a dark horse still surrounds them. I think many people see the potential of this roster, in particular from their mid-jungle combo. Meanwhile, there's just that era of skepticism that surrounds MDK.
Yeah.
You know, because the organization internationally doesn't have a great reputation behind it.
I mean, they've done better this year, Betty.
They certainly have. But it's one of those things where I think this roster really thrives in an environment where there are no expectations or pressure on them, right? They always talk about how they just love to have fun. They enjoy the game. They want to enjoy playing the game together. And having that mindset was something that, in particular, Super talked to us extensively about heading into the season finals, all about the just... They wanted good vibes, which I know is a very weird thing, but just to alleviate that pressure of going up against this team or this player really helps your mindset and allows you to focus on who you're playing against. And I'm glad to see that both of these teams from the play-ins have the ability to potentially cause some upset in the Swiss stage. One of them, of course, will be going 0-2, so their tournament road will already be put under scrutiny. And
I think I don't blame people for being skeptical about MDK, because they were really good in winter, and then they fell off the face of a cliff for like 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And then slowly got back into things.
But isn't it funny how, like, as expectations shift, when they start to rise, this team tends to get worse, and when they lower, they tend to overperform.
It's an inverse curve for them. Their skill is inversely proportional to how much you expect them to be able to do. Elioya here stealing away one of the grubs with Super and Alvaro moving up towards the top side off the reset. TP coming in from Mirwin as well. He is level 6. I'm not sure if that TP was seen, and it looks like MDK want the fight. He's going to stay out of vision, has that hero's entrance to join any battle that might occur in the river. Now is going to back. So he pushed out the wave, TPs to top lane to cover with the hero's entrance, then can walk back towards bot lane and catch that wave as it crashes in.
Yeah, I mean, it may come across as a wasted TP, but he's going to lose a wave off the back of it, so it's not really the biggest loss. Conversely, he was in a good position to potentially counterattack any potential play that PSG would look to make. So I don't hate the TP. PSG respect the possibility of Mirwin joining the fight, and Aja will happily take this extra farm, take this extra gold, as we found ourselves in a very slow, timid early game as both teams just prioritize farming and playing for these early objectives.
I don't really blame them for doing that either. Just get yourself towards your first completed items, especially on things like Rumble that have lost a little bit of their early game power. But it gives us an opportunity to talk about PSG's man in the mid lane. Maple has been around for so long. Was part of so many teams known as the LCK Killers, you know, in the good old days. Now is in his last tournament before retirement. He talked about it a little bit in an interview recently, saying he is going to bow out of playing competitive League of Legends at least. And I think it's always important to honor and remember these players, as they have been such stalwarts of the scene for so long.
Well, for sure. I mean, back when they were the LMS, they were really a region to be feared. So much respect from around the world. The upsets they were able to make happen. The Flash Wolves were definitely a scary name, as Maple now the target.
Has the ability to jump out with the Fate Sealed and manages to escape any further fray.
I mean, it doesn't convert into a kill, but just removing that ulti alleviates a lot of pressure onto Fresskowy, as Maple will only continue to get stronger in this matchup and have the ability to really lock down this Smolder in the mid lane. So giving more time for Fresskowy to just farm up, chill. It's definitely a comfortable place for him to be, as Alvaro sticking around, protecting that control ward.
And not very well, Betty. He's
doing his best.
He tried. Tried to move Woody out of the way, but Woody was able to secure it. 70 sacks, though, already on Fresskowy, building up towards that 225 mark that we talk about in every single game, because even though it's not as powerful as it once was, it's still a very good breakpoint for the Smolder. Gets himself into a strong position. Across the rest of the map, though, Honor's relatively even. You can see a slight gold lead for Azure in the top lane, a slight gold lead for Super in the bot lane. And Dragon has been started up by MDK. It doesn't really look like any reaction is going to come out from PSG. Both teams willing just to farm up. Exemplified mostly by the fact that it is a color for Maple in the mid lane. 43 stacks remaining on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, Minik. I was expecting MDK to kind of come out the gate swinging a little bit more, but drafting Ziggs and Smolder, perhaps my expectations were too high. Nice pushed wave in from Betty. Means that Super's going to be forced to catch this, but there's not really anything else that PSG can play for. Crab going to even go in favor of Elioya as well, who's farming up a Storm. I will say, not entirely sure yet on what the goal of the Galio is in terms of this matchup. I guess the idea is the Galio can survive it effectively.
Yeah. He does provide you quite a lot when it comes to that snap engage. Right, Elioya goes in with the cease and desist, Galio hero's entrance on top of it, and Mega Inferno Bomb on top of that, right? It's almost like a pseudo Jarvan, where it's like, oh, we're just going to lock you all into this spot. But yeah, in terms of the matchup, he kind of just negates it as much as possible. This is the same matchup that BB played when he brought out the Galio top as well.
I will also say, and in my experience, Galios just do very well into short-range comps.
True.
Because, you know, when you're in that melee, when you're in that brawl, that multi-person taunt can be very effective at swinging a fight, or basically just being really annoying for Yone to deal with. And we'll keep track of how Mirwin is able to impact the fight. Of course, he is a little bit behind in terms of XP. Both teams grouping now on the top side of the map, given that the grubs have respawned. PSG are going to start this one off once again But MDK is prepared to fight for it.
Oh, Alvaro caught out. Gonna pop the Unbreakable Will, though. Azure knocked into the back line. He's currently overheated. The Magnet Storm coming out from Woody as well, and there's the equalizer. The Hero's entrance from Merwin was immediately cancelled. He was pulled back, and PSG get their first on the board. They're looking for more. It's Frescowi's locked up, stunned up with the Shadowing Strike. Knocked back with the crash down as well. He flashes the wall. Maple doesn't get over. He flashes forward, and he'll get it in the end. Alvaro tries to punt them away, but can't keep them away from his mid laner.
It starts with Alvaro getting caught out in the river. MDK comes across as disconnected as their jungler on the top side of the river actually gets pushed away by Junjia and Betty, threatening a potential collapse. And you'll see it on the minimap right now. Keep your eyes on how the map is playing out. They're looking for a pick onto Betty. It doesn't quite come to fruition. Junjia then turns his attention up towards top. While all that's happening, Alvaro is getting caught out on the bot side river. A nice flash from Azure, responded with a good ultimate from Woody, and then as Mirwin tries to disengage or buy time with his ulti, it gets interrupted by Maple. And getting Maple these early kills is going to be very valuable for PSG as they transition into the mid-game.
People getting on the board. Now we see TP to the bot lane as MDK tried to collapse. Woody is here. And Yoya looking for that cease and desist, but can't get in range for it. MDK, though, can continue to rattle down on this turret. 3 plates off it already. All the while, Maple's in that top lane. He TP'd up there, so MDK know that they have a bit of time alone with this tower. Should be able to take it with the satchel as another wave comes crashing in. And there's the satchel. Super will wait as long as possible before popping it, denying a couple more of those minions.
A lot of gold going over to MDK. The TP going to come out into top lane as well. Maple will get a plate, but nowhere near securing that tower. Dragon in about 1.5 minutes, Herald in about 1 minute. We can safely assume that both teams will turn their attention towards the Herald. But Maple's so close to that Blade of the Ruin King spike, that's going to be his priority for now.
1,000 gold lead for PSG. As you say, Maple is the majority of that. He's about, well, he's exactly 1,000, 1.4k ahead now, just jumped a ton. As he has a large advantage in this mid lane. Frescowi still trying to stack up, now has the Spear of Sojourn complete. And it's about 116 stacks on that Smolder. We'll see if he can continue at this pace. Get it around 25 minutes or so. With the plates about to fall off in 30 seconds, Azure just clears out the wave. But he agreed for another. Looks like he respects the fact he doesn't know where the enemy jungler is on the map, so he'll just back away.
Items have come through.
Oh, Vi's going behind him here. Azure, he's trying to respect as much as possible, but he's gone into that second bush. Ayoya on the collapse. Azure doesn't have a flash, has an equalizer, but here is the Vault Breaker, lands the initial CC. Ayoya looking for the cease and desist as well, and Azure is locked up. MDK find a kill in the side lane. Azure was respectful, but he didn't back away far enough.
This does mean that they'll concede the top tower, and likely the Herald as well.
Might be a tier 2 though, because you can see Super's moving down.
MDK will set their sights on it, but I don't think they'll be fast enough to secure this objective. Maybe with the addition of Super.
And Frescowi's running Demolish as well, so is he?
Yeah, he's running Grasp.
Oh, he is running Grasp, yeah. He's running Demolish as well, so they should be able to take the tier 2 with their powers combined.
Another setup for the Dragon as well. So ultimately, not a bad trade. The biggest concern you have as MDK is now with the Herald. They can drop this mid, and it's likely going to fall soon. But overall, MDK aren't going to be too unhappy with that play, specifically because you give that gold over to Frescowi. When you look at the lead being built in mid for Maple, that's a scary position for PSG to be in. Look at the damage already coming out. Alvaro forced to ulti. I mean, he would have died.
Yeah, he would. You're right.
Now he doesn't have it available for the Dragon fight. It looks like MDK is going to concede it. And honestly, I think you should. You don't have to fight for this objective.
Looks like MDK is going to concede it, Betty. Look at where Mirwin is. He's ready for a hero's entrance. Watch him as he comes. Oh, Woody takes a chunk, though, from a bouncing bomb. Frescowi doesn't have TP for a little while, but MDK, I mean, maybe they'll concede it and just watch, eat a little bit of popcorn. It's Cinema League of Legends for them, because all they've done is bought a ticket and taken a seat as PSG secure the Drake. So you were right, Vetty. MDK did, in the end, concede it, although they conceded it by watching PSG take it instead of finding things on the rest of the map. Frescowi here having to get away from Maple. Already used that face seal, dumping forward the Soul Unbound as well. Super caught wanting as Alvaro has to flash the wall. Bolt breaker away by Elioya. Frescowi died as well at the top side. PSG just randomly find 2 kills on the map.
What just happened? Maple gets a solo kill onto Frescowi. Super's caught out, doesn't even get a chance to flash. Now the Herald will be dropped, securing the mid tower. This is going to be a huge swing as the ping's coming to top lane. Maple doesn't want to slow down. I can't believe, like, what just happened?
I mean, it looks like Junja maybe flashed, twisted, advanced, and then they just followed up with Woody's Magnet Storm and the Killer Instinct because
the bot tower.
They get so much out of that. PSG absolutely running the map right now. 2,000 gold ahead. Maple in a commanding position. Is going to get taunted by Mirwin, but I don't think he gives a damn about that. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Betty TP back in. I haven't really talked about the fact that Betty decided to take the teleport on the Kaiser here to match the Ziggs's pressure in the early game.
True.
But smart decision by him, was able to save that mid tier 1. And MDK found wanting a little bit over the last couple of minutes. PSG out to a 2,000 gold lead.
I mean, Maple is a very serious problem. And on top of that, PSG are playing the side lanes better. There is no play on the top side right now. You can maybe trade for this tower, but the collapse from PSG is coming. They're spiking in the mid game very hard.
MDK are looking for something here, but not really sure what. They're all grouped around. Mirwin gets a shove in the top lane. Does have that hero's entrance to join a battle. Woody with a Shattering Strike. Elioya decides against using the cease and desist. But as you say, Maple is that looming threat in the side lane. Who's going to go deal with him? At the moment, no one from MDK wants to be the one to have to do it. Maple now TPing in is going to make this MDK's problem. Alvaro with a punt back, Equalizer on the back line. Hero's entrance going in, but that's not going to find anyone with a knock-up. Elioya trying to take down Azure, but with a twisted advance following, he is sent to a watery grave. Maple looking for more. Could seal the fate of MDK here. He catches Mirwin in the middle of the Justice Punch. Mirwin has to flash the wall. He'll escape for now. Woody looking for a little bit more, but Super and Frescowi are able to escape the battle.
I mean, MDK just keep getting caught on the map. Nice TP usage from Maple to create a flank. Mirwin's forced to collapse quickly with the ultimate to protect the bot lane of MDK. But PSG, they know they're stronger. They're not hesitating. They're forcing these fights at every opportunity, and it's so easy for them to do it. You have Woody's engage, you have the ultimate from Junja, and then also Arja has such great ultimates at every opportunity that MDK are just very quickly falling apart.
MDK have this composition that likes to go in, that likes to dive in with the Vi, with the Galio, you know, but a lot of it's just being used defensively.
Well, I think they're very reliant on scaling, so they need Frescowi to ramp up, they need Super to ramp up, and I understand that, but if that's the case, then you should just prioritize constantly cross-mapping. You should just be playing away from where PSG is, but instead they're just getting caught. They're making it easy for PSG to force these engages. You're just funneling more gold into their key carries, and I mean, yeah, MDK, they're giving too many opportunities over to PSG, and now they find themselves 3k gold down.
And PSG is doing a great job of capitalizing on those mistakes, on those opportunities, right? Maple sitting in a very strong spot, Stridebreaker and the Blade of the Ruin King complete, and this is kind of the PSG that we expected to see at this Worlds after how, you know, they're always really dominant, obviously, in the PCS, but how they performed at MSI as well with that 5-game banger against BLG. It was a slow start to Worlds for them, but they've really come alive over the last couple of days. Although against Hanwha Life weren't able to have as much impact in that game as they would have liked. Here they're battling for that one-on-one spot as MDK need to either slow the game down enough that they can scale up or not step out of position like that. Frescowi's rooted up, locked up. Killer Instinct is exactly that as Frescowi falls. Not sure why he's face-checking into nothing on his own, but PSG are very happy to take the kill.
I mean, we started this game by talking about how I think Frescowi has been underperforming at this World Championship, and he's not having an easy game now. 1 and 3 on the Smolder. He's already been solo killed by Maple once before, but smoothly and cleanly, PSG are just consistently punishing the mistakes, and MDK continue to lose more ground. With the Stridebreaker done, level 14 on the Yone. He's the highest level by far. He has 2 levels over every single player on MDK, and he's going to keep sitting in the side lane, being a menace.
Yeah, and that's all he needs to do, right? Just go in, chunk someone out, back away, and the objective's secured. It's like, bang, and the dirt is gone, you know?
It's kind of disappointing to see from MDK because they're a team that I kind of like their creative and explosiveness.
Yeah.
So to see them index so heavily into this scaling approach where we've really not seen Eldoya's impact anywhere on the map. We haven't seen them try and force any plays outside of what we saw one gank onto Maple in the mid game. We saw a bit of a skirmish around the grubs. It's just been kind of dominated by the individuals of PSG that have constantly punished the mistakes of MDK.
MDK struggling to find any sort of purchase. For Scowie still only at 190 stacks, very much slowed down in the mid game. You can see win probability powered by AWS very much in PSG's favor, and so it should be. PSG now coming in.
Again, another TP.
Nature's Grass being used. That's not going to hit anyone. MDK would disengage for now. The TP in, as you say, from Azure. Counter TP, but that's in the middle of the fight. The Equalizer miles wide. The Magnet Storm onto the backline. This could be the opportunity MDK are looking for. Here comes a hero. It's Mirwin. He lands the taunt on Betty on the backline as well, who's opening up onto Frescawi. Betty's going to tank the Baron, flashes across the wall. Azure burning Elyoya, though, and Maple just wide. Super and Mirwin trying to survive, but at PSG, even though the fight was not looking good for them, managed to clean it up in the end.
PSG just have too much damage from so many angles. MDK, they were immediately forced on the retreat as a collapse was coming from every single side. The ultimate does come through from Mirwin. You're optimistic about the Wombo combo, but it's not enough. Woody respawns, the Baron is up for grabs, and PSG are dominating in the last game of the day.
And you feel that was the last chance for MDK. PSG, it was not the cleanest fight from them. The Equalizer was a mile away from where you wanted it to be, but still the damage came through. The fight rung true for PSG, and now the PCS #1 seed looking for their first win here in the World Swiss stage. TP into the mid lane by Super, just trying to get these waves pushed because now they have to deal with Baron for 2.5 minutes.
I mean, I was hoping we could get a replay because I wanted to showcase how like MDK had a good opportunity. You could see the idea behind their composition, but then they just didn't have the damage.
Yeah.
They're just too far behind. They don't have the spikes they need. Just why we talked earlier about how they've drafted in a way that they're relying on late game. They're relying on this late game insurance, and it kind of relies on PSG to not try and force the leads that they can build, which this team has definitely done. They've found picks, they've done a good job of playing around the map. Now with Baron, they're playing through 2 lanes. Who's going to stop Yone? He's about to hit level 16, Medic. He's a full 3 levels over Frescawi.
I mean, what a way to play.
He's too strong, man.
He could probably 1v3 right now.
Yeah, I think he could.
Frescawi still trying to stack up on this. Smolder 2 items for him too as well on Super, but look at the other side. Maple's on his way to his 3rd. Pretty sharpish. Ginsu's complete. Nash's on its way for Betty. Nature's Grass coming out. Mirwin will tank it. Elyoya and Super leave him for Dust. The Equalizer on the backline as well. Mom comes out, and in the mid lane, Frescawi is able to get one, but down towards the bottom side. Mirwin will fall as well. PSG still have the Baron buff. Super trying to keep them at bay, but he can't clear the minions out in time. PSG will crack the base of MDK.
The Grubs doing work there as well as they're able to secure the inhibitor. They can turn their attention towards the mid lane. MDK trying to ping it out, get to that wave as quickly as they can to deny access to that tower. But the resets will come through from PSG. A 9k gold lead. Slow, steady, methodically. They've just been tearing MDK apart. And I mean, there's little to criticize on the side of PSG. They had a good start to the game, easy laning phases, they didn't concede anything, and they just kind of tried to trade objectives on the map. They didn't overstay their welcome, they didn't try and overforce.
So I think this is just Maple being too greedy, right? It's gotta be. Doesn't quite hit the fake
sealed. We call that the banana combo.
Yeah. And then
still gets the kill. And
the tower
shot, yes.
So if he'd gone to the right, I think he survives.
Maybe.
Yeah. But hit by Mom in the tower shot, which was hidden by Mom, sneaking something into your lunchbox. Here's an extra packet of Smarties for you. Frescawi, a little tiny treat in what has been a bit of a disparage of a game. Now PSG have super minions in that bot lane. MDK trying to defend top mid, but Maple still a threat ever looming over their shoulder. Frescawi 3 stacks away from 225, but I feel that might just be a tiny bit too little, a tiny bit too late for MDK. Junja stepping up as well. He's level 14. It's higher level than Mirwin. He is playing in the jungle right now.
I honestly just don't see how MDK win. I genuinely feel like that they just don't have enough damage.
I mean, I agree with you, Betty.
And you kind of just need PSG to aggressively throw over and over again to try and claw this game back. They're overstacking in mid right now because it's an easy objective to take. You throw out the Maokai ultimates, Alvaro doing what he can to defend.
But you can see, like, Ginger just tanks up the Mega Inferno Bomb. Elioya goes in, Twisted Advance going out as well. There is the equalizer. Ginger had to flash away, using the phase rush as well to escape. In the end, MDK able to keep their tower standing with only a sliver of HP. And Elioya dodges away. Alvaro eats the Void Seeker.
I'm surprised that PSG, that MDK were actually able to keep that tower alive before PSG can just turn their attention now towards the Dragon.
I'm going to be honest, Betty, don't think it matters. Because I think Maple just unbinds his soul, walks up, autos it twice, it dies, and who really cares that you kept the tower alive?
Sure. I mean, it's a brief moment of solace.
Yeah. You are trying to find, the small hope at the end of the tunnel.
I mean,
I appreciate that. I just don't think MDK have much of it right now.
I mean, I just know what the comms are like, right? So if you defend that tower, you're like, good job, nice. We're able to hold, we're able to hold, you know? Like,
however, we're not in comms with the players, so we can be honest.
Yeah.
It's done, Venius. If MDK come back from this, I would do an Atlas and say I'll shave my head, but I got a new haircut today and I'm not going to do that.
Also,
Atlas will shave his head.
Yeah, Atlas will shave.
Atlas will shave his head if MDK come back from this.
That's how confident we are.
Yeah. He's probably flying somewhere right now. You can catch this on the flip side when he lands, but PSG in such commanding position.
I mean, Betty's now level 16.
3.5 items complete for him. Super does have a Rabadon, so there is a little bit more damage coming out from MDK. They have been able to delay. Frescawi's hit that breakpoint of 225, now almost at 250 stacks, and 3 items for himself as well. But with Baron up in 40 seconds, it feels like PSG will just welcome MDK into that fight. The bot lane inhibitor still has a minute 30 before it respawns.
MDK at the very least have push in mid, but these sideways are a problem. Bot needs to go and be caught. The inhibitor respawned in about a minute's time. Galio going to head over there. Nope. Woody will not face check. And PSG just setting up for the Baron.
Yep.
Top way pushed, mid control. Easy, patient steps. PSG really taking their time.
Frescawi using the Farsight alteration to get a little bit of vision around the corner to make sure no one was backing up Maple. Maple just going in by himself. Frescawi forced away. Didn't burn the flash, though. But with the Baron up, Frescawi's going to have to back. There's a TP opportunity for him, but where's he going to teleport to? Only one ward anywhere outside the opening lines of that MDK jungle.
Yeah, now, the thing about Yone is that he's strong in side lane, but also he's really quick at killing Baron.
Double TP coming out here. Mirwin's looking for something. The Baron already down to 5,000 HP. Elioya can try and get in the pit. The Shadowing Strike's going to stop him, though, and the Baron already secured by PSG. Azure looking for that flank as well. Has the Equalizer. Dive in with a Killer Instinct. Betty immediately dived on. The Equalizer on the backline. Chunks super out. Betty dodging away here as MDK have all dived in, but I'm not sure they have the target selection they were looking for. Elioya down. Azure 2. Frescawi flashing away. Super caught. Maple sends him packing. The static shift proc as well to kill Alvaro. And it's only Frescawi and Mirwin left alive. Ginger just going to chase Frescawi out. Betty behind him with the TP. Frescawi didn't realize the unseen Kaiser's the deadliest. Another Void Seeker finds its mark, and the Twisted Advance will advance PSG to 1-1. Maple TPing in behind them now, and only Mirwin left to defend.
I mean, the arm guard did so much work for Betty. So much was invested from MDK to try and lock him down, and he just tanked it all by going golden. MDK threw everything and the kitchen sink, and it wasn't enough. Now with the Baron, PSG set their sights on the Nexus, but instead they're going for another inhibitor tower.
Can't quite get it yet. Betty is low, no TP on him. Second inhibitor going down. PSG might just back away, no need to force it. That's the sort of mistake that could get MDK back into the game if you overextend without your summoners and without your health bars. PSG will just take everything away from this top side of the map. They can play for a Mountain Soul in a minute and a half time, but they might just look for the top lane. They have a minute and a half as well on this Baron buff remaining. So play through top, go for 3 inhibs. If all else fails, get yourself a soul.
And I will say that, like, I am disappointed to see this play from MDK. I feel like that the biggest strength that we've seen from them so far in this tournament has been their bot lane, and I feel like that they've been very muted, right? They haven't really been given the tools to flourish, to set up, to kind of fly in a sense. And now the collapse is coming in from PSG.
Woody looking to send MDK to infinity and beyond. There's a snake in his boot right now, and he's looking for the catch. Could jump across the wall. Storm, it's 3, the equalizer 2! Send them packing, PSG. They collapse in the jungle. Woody with a monster flank, and MDK put into 4 coffins. Alvaro, he can say the eulogy because it's all done now for PSG.
PSG get their revenge from play-ins. They'll try and catch the wave. They'll need some minions to hit onto the tower. But there's only Alvaro left standing, and I don't think he's going to be enough to stop the siege from PSG.
I'm not sure a single cow can stand in front of so much might. PSG controlled the game from early to the end, and they will even out their score at 1-1.
1-0-16 for Junja, 1-1-16 for Woody. The jungle support combo really doing work to set up their team for success. Incredibly clean game from PSG from start to finish, and now the pressure falls on to MDK as they find themselves at 0-2.
Have a couple of days to mull it over. I believe our 0-2 matches are on Monday, so a little bit of time to really get yourself in a strong position for those. I may be wrong on that. I know our winners are tomorrow. I think the 0-2 is 1-1
and then 0-2.
Yeah, I thought so. But we will have to wait a couple of days to see MDK play again. For PSG, they go to 1-1. They'll be playing in 2 days' time at that 1-1 scoreline.
But props to PSG.
Yeah, great series.
We have seen the development from them.
It's a best of one series, I guess. Yeah, great series.
But we've seen the development of them throughout the tournament, and yeah, I really do think that Maple is leveling up. But again, a lot of credit I think needs to go to the supporting crew in Jungle Junjia and PSG Woody. They just set up so many of the plays so nicely. They were so patient around the objectives. They were very respectful of Meowin involving in the fight, and we didn't really see what the role of the Galio was in the fights. Like, it didn't really have any impact. We didn't see Super have an opportunity to pop off, and honestly, Maple just outclassed Frescowie on a side lane, finding solo kill, putting so much pressure down onto him, and really muting his presence in the matchup.
And for MDK, it was very quiet. And that's not what we know them for. We know them for explosiveness. We know them for being aggressive. We know them for pocket picks that perhaps aren't the Galio into the Rumble, or at least if they are played around and have impact in the game. So that's why it was disappointing as a European caster to see MDK struggle like this. Obviously, all credit to PSG, right? They played the game incredibly well, but MDK just never really felt like they had their teeth into this match.
And I think the exciting thing is with a performance like this from PSG, it really shapes up our 1-1 group to be a very exciting one. And as we're going to find out the matchups later on this evening, I'm excited to see who's going to get paired up against who, because remember, there's some curveballs. BLG is in that group.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is.
So there's going to be some crazy competition. But we're going to be ready for an interview.
Yeah, we're going over to an interview in just a couple of seconds. We're going to send it over to Shox and Maple in the Verizon post-game interview.
It's PSG that comes out victorious, and Maple had a monster game. Maple, how much were you motivated by wanting to get revenge for what happened in the play-ins?
就是你们今天呢，有多想要复仇对 MDK？
非常想吧，因为毕竟在入围赛的时候输给了他们，然后那时候其实我们打得挺不好的。
So I really want to get this revenge since we didn't play well against them in play-ins.
What do you think were the biggest adaptations in your play, and how have you leveled up coming into the Swiss stage to get this one and hopefully a few following this?
那就是从入围赛到现在，你们学到了什么才能让今天的胜利成功呢？
主要是我们的状态好很多吧。之前我觉得我们的状态比较不稳定吧，然后就是蛮容易送头的。
So I think we are in a better stabilized now, and so we get better. Not like before, we kind of like give out too many obstacles.
Okay, well, we have high hopes for PSG. Of course, at MSI, you played that unbelievable best-of-5 versus BLG. You showed really what you could do. Do you think it's possible for PSG to get that and a higher level at this World Championship?
那我们都对 PSG 其实有蛮高的期待。那也看到就是大家在 MSI 的时候，像对上 BLG 也达到了不错的成绩。那这次的话，就是能不能也能够得到更高的成就呢？
我觉得我们队伍的话，其实是一个上下限都蛮高的队伍吧，就是我们的上限也可以打得非常好，所以我觉得如果我们有今天这个状态的话，其实是有机会赢下其他强队的。
So I believe our team can do very good like today, and if we keep on going, I think we'll be able to beat the stronger teams.
Okay, we're looking forward to it. Now, Maple, you have said that this may be your last World Championship as well, and we would be very sad to see you go. But as you look ahead this journey that you're going to take at Worlds, what would you like people to remember you by at the end of this Worlds run for you?
那其实我们也很遗憾听到你也是需要退休了，那就是希望大家在这个世界赛对你留下什么样的印象呢？
就想要证明自己还是顶尖的吧。就是其实赛前的话，有人说可能我的哑铃或是球女玩不好，但是我觉得我在今年的话都证明自己。
So I want to tell everybody that I'm still one of the best players since like somebody doubt my Yone and Oriana, but I want to make them believe that I can do it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Make them believe, indeed. Amazing performance from PSG, Talon and Maple and all the rest of the boys here. And I'm really happy to say this, of course, with an amazing smile. We suck!
That was great.
Oh, no! Not to be dramatic or anything, but we suck!
But also, other end of that spectrum, this is the PSG we were promised, right? This was the team that showed up. This is Maple on the Yone performance that was just 1v9, 2 levels above the rest of his opponents at one point of the game. No one could answer him side. All of PSG just showed up today, and this is what we wanted to see.
He talked about it in that interview. He wanted revenge.
Yeah.
He got his revenge. They looked a lot better. You talked about their side lane presence. The fact that they got that lead and it just kept on stacking.
Kaiser did more damage than Yone in this game?
Yeah, that is crazy.
That must have been that last static shift proc there.
But I love to see what can happen within a few days. How a team can adapt, what a few scrims blocks can change for a team, and how different PSG has been from the first game we saw from them until this performance.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, you know, MDK came in with a composition that was very much based around ulting someone with Vi, combining it with the Galio, and then finding the 6 ultimate on top of it. But the moment they screwed that Rift Hell fight up, that's where they fell too far behind to do anything. There was too many people who could buy Seeker's Arm God and benefit from that on PSG. And once Mabel was online, I mean, we can only praise the guys so much, right? It was just so difficult for them. And I mean, everyone on PSG, Woody as well, with this amazing engage.
100%. And like, just, you know, looking at Mad Lions a little bit more, you mentioned the Rift Trail fight. It's like a bit of miscommunication, like Alvaro going into the bush when Elyoya was on top side. I guess they just weren't playing through the same lane. And then even a little bit after that, same mistake around that same side of the map. Galio ulti went on Vi, would have been a little bit better, but still I don't think they were on the same page of how they wanted to take that fight. These are small things they're going to be reviewing and going back to, especially once they know their future opponents. But for PSG, man, like, as you can see right behind us, a round of applause from the coaching staff as they feel like they have gotten things back together.
Yeah, I mean, 1-1 now, they can run the gauntlet. They can go up against G2 now if they want to and see how much of Europe they can contest. So, you know, they were already the North American killers.
True.
They got a bit of Europe in them.
Yeah.
Who knows where they're coming for next? You never know.
Scaling back to being the Korean killers again.
We will find out in just a few minutes. But before that, so let's review today a bit and see how things went. We went from a day one of Swiss that was really, I don't want to say one-sided, but like went according to expectations. Did today go according expectations? And I know that I'm asking this to an LEC representative and an LCS representative.
I'm heartbroken.
So.
I'm a little heartbroken, but at least I would say we came out of the first day with no upsets. And then at least we've got the LNG versus BLG upset right out the get-go. So that one, BLG will feel upset about, because remember, like, people were talking about them as tournament favorites, or at least the top 2 team next to Gen G. Now it kind of throws everything up in the air, or it could just be a learning period for them. Still, that's an upset that I enjoy. It puts a lot of faith into LNG a bit from the fans.
Yeah, and I mean, are you becoming an LNG fan yourself, right? You know,
nah, not just yet. I need a little more, okay? I need a little more.
Make it a 3-0. Maybe you can take it there. But yeah, for the majority of that part, you're pretty much right. I think Liquid showed really good once again early game and showed promise, but I mean, still some issues, just not hitting the mark once you reach that late game. I still think now that they're in a position where they're moving into a best-of-3 stage because it's elimination after elimination from them. They might be a bit more comfortable having that best-of, but I mean, you never know.
Let's just say from the Western side, there was a lot of use of the coach cams. From G2 game, the Team Liquid game, as you mentioned. Like,
I mean, we need content. We're not getting that in game, so we might as well get it from the coach cams.
I did not want to be that water bottle. It had it coming. I don't know what it did to him.
He's been hurting water bottles all year long.
Yeah.
That guy has. We need to keep the water bottles away from him.
From the 0 and 1 teams, which one do you think had the best recovery today from day one? Actually, I would put LNG in there. LNG Enjoyer, honestly, after the first game that we saw from them. I don't want to talk too much about T1 because I feel like it was such a big mismatch, even though I love what Pain tried to make happen in the early stages of the game. But yeah, from stumbles in,
I definitely agree with you because I was like, is there anyone other than the LNJ? For me, I guess it was PSG, just because if you're just talking about the one game from the HLE to this one, sure, but also just the play-ins to this point, they looked a lot different. So I wonder who they're going to draw, because people will always pay like a little bit of lip service to PSG being a strong team, but the question is always going to be how strong. At MSI, they took BLG to 5 games, but the asterisk will always be, can they do that consistently?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, if they lose at this Worlds, no one's going to be talking about MSI next year, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is the moment it comes down to. I'd also love to talk about some of the teams that did win today, Weibo Gaming and Fnatic, because while they had their victories, I don't think they inspired a lot of confidence in those victories for their fans as well. So I'm still hoping to see some work coming into these teams. And I mean, Swiss stage is still for a decent amount of time, right? So they'll have a little bit, but not too much. So those adaptations, they're gonna have to come through soon.
It depends on which side of the bracket you stand from, because for some of these teams, the next game is gonna be crucial for them, and we're seconds away from the group show, draw show, whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. Sharks, take it away. Draw show is ready, and we're gonna talk about this after that.
Welcome everyone to the Worlds 2024 Swiss Stage Draw Show. My name is Shox and I'm joined here by Malu, a Riot Games tournament official. Our 16 teams have been divided based on their results over the last 2 days of competition. The first pillar here consists of teams that went 2-0. The second pillar are the teams with a 1-1 record. And finally, we have the 0-2 teams. For the remaining rounds of the Swiss stage draw, repeat matchups are not allowed. If a team is drawn against someone they have already played, or if a draw would force 2 other teams into a repeated matchup, the drawn team will be moved to the next available matchup. Let's start with our 2-0 teams, consisting of LNG, HLE, Gen.G, and DK. Malu, would you please draw the first team? HLE. And they will be facing Gen.G. HLE Gen.G is a valid draw and our best of 3 for the 2-0 teams. You can draw the next team, Malu. D plus Kia. Go ahead and draw their opponents. LNG. This is also a valid draw, D plus Kia versus LNG. Now we are moving on to our 1-1 teams. in our 1-and-1 pool, we have G2, BLG, TES, Weibo Gaming, Fnatic, FlyQuest, T1, and PSG. Malu, you can go ahead and draw the first team. BLG. You can draw the next team. T1. That is a valid draw. T1 versus BLG. Go ahead and draw the next team. PSG. Let's see who their opponents are. FlyQuest. PSG FlyQuest is a valid matchup, so we're moving on to our next matchup. Go ahead. Top Esports. Go ahead and draw their opponents. Fnatic. That is also a valid draw. Top Esports versus Fnatic. Now, our last matchup. Go ahead. Weibo Gaming. And let's see their opponent. It is G2 Esports. That is a valid draw as well. Weibo versus G2. Finally, for our 0 and 2 teams, we have Team Liquid, Pain Gaming, GAM, and MDK. Go ahead, Malu, you can draw the first team. Pain Gaming. Let's see their opponents. Team Liquid. That is a valid draw. Team Liquid versus Pain. You can go ahead for our next matchup. Mad Lions Koi. Go ahead. GAM Esports. That is also a valid draw, so that means that our matchups are set for round 3 of the World's 2024 Swiss stage. Round 3 will be played over the next 3 days. 2 teams will advance to the knockout stage and 2 teams will say goodbye to Worlds 2024. And remember, league officials will confirm the order of the matches tonight. Be sure to follow us on lolesports.com to see the schedule as it is locked in. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Not quite goodbye yet. We want to react on what happened.
Yeah, let's
here.
do it.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
Oh my God, there's a lot. First of all, let's start with HLE Gen G, the LCK final rematch.
There it is.
Gen G gets their get back. They get the opportunity to be able to face them once more.
And it's not just a best of 1, it's a best of 3 tomorrow coming through with it, right? So you know that's going to deliver. I think as well, PSG versus FlyQuest for me. little bit of a rematch as well from last year's World, so there's some time. I mean, it's not an elimination match, but certainly there's some grudges that needs to be settled here.
We need that. And also maybe to just stop the whole NA killers mindset, okay? As long as we win this one, I think we'll be okay.
Sure.
The nickname is gone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the NA killer right now. They seems like the West killers with how PSG's been faring this tournament so far, right?
That's fair too.
No, they're coming for all of us. It's not just you.
We must fight against them. Another one is Top Esports versus Fnatic.
Yeah.
It starts with success.
Oh my god.
I had to say it. Shox was on stage.
She's not even here.
She was on stage. I had to say it.
I hope she's not listening.
When is that one gonna be? It's 1 and 1. Well, no, not tomorrow.
That's
not too sure.
Okay,
it's not gonna be
it's fine.
Shox
Shox will not be hosting for that day. She will not be monologuing. That's we had this at MSI. She was on the plane. We put her on the plane as they were playing. We're gonna do the same thing here.
The one I'm the most excited about got all of that out of the way. Team Liquid got Pain. Look, all I'm saying
you were waiting for this.
I was waiting for it.
See him.
We had tough matchup after tough matchup. They obviously are not looking happy after the games that they've had. Now they went up against Pain. I'm speaking, obviously it sounds like I'm talking of it. This is like a done conclusion. It's not a foregone conclusion. All right, we still have to play out our best, but that one is going to definitely be, it should be a free 1-4 Team Liquid.
But I mean, no matter what, the pressure's on for the rest of them, right? It's not just this best of 3 against Pain Gaming, it's the next best of 3 as well. It's going to be best of 3s from now on and out. And the pressure is on for you because it is elimination every single time you walk on the stage now.
There's no you, it's us. GB.
Oh yeah,
it's
true.
the
We're
West
all in it.
versus the rest. No,
we're all in it.
Tomorrow we're gonna start with the 2-0 teams. So that's Hanwha Life Esports versus Genji and DK versus NNG. I would ask you guys what is your expectation for this one, but I'm just waiting for this matchup. Like, I want to see what's going to happen. I want to see how much NG changed. I don't know if I have expectations, actually. I just know it's going to be good League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice seeing Seka versus Chovy as well. I think for me, as a fan, that's just an incredible matchup. The down one, the DK one versus LNG. I think that was the most favorable draw LNG could have got out of that as well in best of 3 scenario. So I'm curious to see how that's going to look. DK didn't look as stable today. Like, they had great early game, don't get me wrong, but they were prone to throw it, and giving LNG a lead can be very, very diminishing because they're very good at playing from ahead.
D+ suddenly became fans of Swiss Stage. That's all I'm gonna say, because like the fact that they were able to get Fnatic, get FlyQuest, now they're facing LNG, and I'm saying just based off the pool that was available, right? They could have gotten
both of them are happy about that.
Yes, they're both happy about it, absolutely, right? So if they end up going to top 8 just based off of the draw that they have been able to get and learning across the way, because they've still been having tough games, so they're learning while having these draws. They're extremely happy about it. I'm excited to see how they both perform against each other. LNG is the team that I think have shown me a little bit more surprising play, so I'm excited. Let's just get straight to it.
Ramping up. Yeah, let's get straight to it. After a good night's sleep, because we're tired, we had a long day here.
I mean, it's been 2 days with 8 best of 5s. I mean, you've been on every single time. Law, you're going to continue to go on. I mean, to all the fans, thank you so much for watching all this packed League of Legends we've had. And honestly, also to the staff here at side, I've been seeing a lot of faces. They've been exhausted as well. I know you guys are watching. I just want to say to all the staff who's been going through these days, you've done incredible. Thank you so much for holding on. And tomorrow's going to be easier because it's 2 best of 3s, so it's only 6 games. But yeah, thank you everyone who's been sticking by with us.
Absolutely. And the fans who've been here as well with us, just being able to watch all the games and enjoy it with us. So
great support.
A lot of fun.
And great mood at the studio. Thank you guys. I'm going to leave it to you.
Oh, there we go.
Timo has
Send some love
ready.
for the MCR. These are the heroes that you don't see on camera, of course. We got more League of Legends tomorrow, of course, with the 3rd day of Swiss Stage, 2 p.m. CEST. You don't want to miss it. Also, be aware of the official schedule for tomorrow. You can find it on LoLesports.com when it's going to be published in a few minutes, I guess. Have a good night, good day, wherever you are around the world. We appreciate you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Don't throw it, Raz. Don't throw it.
1. Oh, my God.
Steady turns as Weiwei flies in again. Free farming, Scout does it again! Sealing the fate of the first seed of the LPL. That's my Faker prototype. protege. No way to top esports. Get something out of nothing. What the hell? How do they win? It's a sandwich, but I think for TES, it's a rotten one. And Genji with the 10 out of 10 team fight.
Ash no flash. Ash no flash. Shoulders. Ash dead. Go left. Right side. Yeah, focus.
These are flashes. But I don't think it's enough. Hongmar still chasing down. Oh, to get away.
Zeka gets him.
Oh, stick go. Guys. Don't put some flash. Yeah.
Weibo, fight again.
Starts up on the red. Gumiyushi falling low, 210 HP on him. Chitan pops the barrier! That is the first blood! Trying to kill the king, and he should be able to take him down. Faker dashes back with Jinkedo. And Pain Gaming can only watch from the fountain as T1 rip them apart. Chase continues. He flashes into the curse of the Sad Mummy. He's not out, Betty a volley. Top lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Whippo might just solo kill Showmaker. He gets him. What the hell is happening? On the back line is devastating. FlyQuest slain where they stand.
Look, Smoldinho, guys, Smoldinho. I can go here, by the way. I can do this. I'll take it.
It's 3, the equalizer 2. Send them packing, PSG. They collapse.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
From the jump, I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it. Too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything I'm mounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down no fishing. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going to commas, to Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit. Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers are limited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers are limited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber. I'm in the zone. Focus like laser. I want the throne. It's in my nature. I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade. I won't ever break. I don't play around. I don't hesitate. I just level up. I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it. So I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel
the taking. This world is mine right now.